Do not stay up late reading novels. At 3 in the morning, Wen Shu finally tossed her phone aside and, with considerable effort, lifted her hand to massage her weary eyes. At that moment, her mind was enveloped in a haze of fatigue. The novel she was engrossed in was simply too captivating. She could not help but read until the early hours. Were it not for the intense pain in her eyes, she would have been reluctant to cease her reading. Wen Shu was a second-year university student. Before entering college, aside from attending classes and completing assignments, her favorite pastime was learning calligraphy and traditional Chinese studies from her relatives who worked in the arts. Upon entering university, a classmate recommended an app called Qidian, and in addition to her daily, unwavering practice of traditional Chinese painting, she discovered another passion: reading novels. Wen Shu particularly enjoyed genres such as fantasy and cultivation. Initially, she confined her reading to male-oriented literature, but eventually, she ventured into female-century. See narratives. Just yesterday, she completed a novel in which the female protagonist traverses into the world of the story. The tale unfolds as this time-traveling heroine, armed with her knowledge of the plot, meticulously schemes and calculates to seize the opportunities and advantages that rightfully belong to the original protagonist. Ultimately, she conquers all obstacles, ascending to the pinnacle of her existence. While she found immense pleasure in the narrative, Wen Shu harbored some reservations regarding the protagonist's actions. Given the heroine's pre-existing cunning and her familiarity with the plot's trajectory, she believed that even without usurping the original character's fortunes, she could have arrived in her cultivation journey and reached the zenith of success. Had it been herself, under circumstances devoid of grievances or enmity, Wen Shu would undoubtedly refrain from seizing that which rightfully does not belong to her. During evening study hours today, Wen Shu observed her roommate, who had always scoffed at online novels, surreptitiously engrossed in her phone, avidly following a particular narrative. Upon inquiry, she discovered that it was penned by a friend of her roommate, who had boasted with confidence, proclaiming, "The protagonist of this novel is devoid of romantic entanglements, singularly focused on cultivation, possesses sound moral principles, and exhibits commendable intelligence." Upon hearing this, Wen Shu realized that this was precisely the genre of novel she had been seeking. The work is titled Endless Immortal Journey, currently boasting over 1,000,000 words. The protagonist's parents lack the aptitude for cultivation, being mere ordinary martial artists who manage their family's affairs in the mundane realm. Following the conventional narrative arc, initially, the protagonist's talent is scarcely superior to that of a four-spirit root, given that her parents are not cultivators. She has endured the cold gazes and pity of her neighbors throughout her upbringing. Fortuitously, her resolute character leads her to an opportunity that purges her of 3 false spirit roots, restoring her true innate talent, a fire spirit root. Her remarkable advantage lies in the legacy of a supreme being's cultivation techniques in a space imbued with spiritual springs, left behind in the mortal realm. In this light, it appears to be a quintessential tale of the underdog's triumph. The author's prose is indeed commendable. Even well-worn tropes are presented in a manner that is pleasing to read. Furthermore, the characters in this novel possess a believable level of intelligence. Even the antagonists, after encountering formidable opposition, understand the importance of assessing the situation and avoiding actions that could jeopardize their families. After yawning and reluctantly putting down her phone, Wen Shu drifted off to sleep, her consciousness fading as she entered a deep slumber. From the very first day, I stayed up all night reading novels. I should have been cognizant that this day of sudden demise would arrive. Wen Shu sat cross-legged on a futon, her face solemn, her eyes vacant, exuding an air of profound ennui. She had been in this world for over a month. From the initial throes of near collapse to the eventual acceptance of her fate, Wen Shu's emotional state had been a roller coaster of highs and lows. However, she did not outwardly express her turmoil. Compared to the treacherous and Machiavellian world of cultivation, Wen Shu yearned for the ordinary, mundane existence of her previous life, a world with loving parents, relatives, friends, and, of course, her phone and the internet. Instead, she found herself in a situation where she had nothing but a blank slate of memories and trepidation. As is often the case in such narratives, Wen Shu had become an orphan, thrust into a world without any familiar ties. This led her to suspect that she might be the protagonist of her own story. The original inhabitant of this body was named Wen Yuning, a name that sounded vaguely familiar, but she couldn't quite place who that person was. For over a month, Wen Shu had relied on eavesdropping on conversations in class, both intentionally and inadvertently, to glean some information about the identity of her current beau. Dysprosium. It turned out that Wen Yuning's parents were both advanced cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, particularly her father, who was the younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wen family. However, these two exceptional young disciples had spent years stationed at the borders, and Wen Yuning herself was born in such a frontier. This was due to the proximity of the Shao kingdom to the endless mountains, which were teeming with demonic beasts that frequently launched attacks. As a result, every family in the Shao kingdom was required to send a sufficient number of their youth to guard the border town, ensuring the safety of their homeland. Last year, however, the number of king beasts assaulting the boundaries of the endless mountains surged unexpectedly, and the onslaught of beasts intensified. Reinforcements failed to arrive in time, and Wen Yuning's parents fought valiantly to defend the city, ultimately sacrificing their lives to protect it. Cultivators at the foundation establishment stage are rare elites. Even in the capital city of Nanyang, the orphan of martyrs, 9-year-old Wen Yuning was taken to the main family residence in the capital, where she was fostered by her uncle, the patriarch of the clan. It has now been just over a month since that event. Wen Shu pushed aside the cushion and reclined on the daybed. After tossing and turning for most of the day, she finally began to feel drowsy. She ran her fingers through her hair, let out a sigh, and pulled the blanket over herself, surrendering to sleep. Thus, she languidly passed more than half a month, until one day, the family academy welcomed a new batch of disciples. Among them was a girl of striking beauty, who introduced herself as Wen Shuening. Wen Shu, who had been earnestly transcribing class notes, paused upon hearing this name, a flickero, astonishment crossing her features. If her memory served her correctly, Wen Shuening was none other than the protagonist of the novel Endless Immortal Path that she had read before. Her transmigration. No wonder the name Wen Yuning sounded so familiar. In that moment, Wen Shu recalled the identity of the original owner of this body. According to the original text, although Wen Yuning possessed considerable talent, her upbringing at the frontier, coupled with her limited social interactions, rendered her reclusive. Shortly after her arrival at the Wen family, she fell victim to the machinations of another girl, becoming a scapegoat and thereby incurring the wrath of the female lead. Subsequently, she was embroiled in a calamitous incident that led to her being branded a traitor. Later, when the city was besieged by a horde of beasts, Wen Yuning was brutally attacked by a king beast, resulting in her tragic demise. In the original narrative, Wen Yuning served merely as a plot device, a character of little significance, thus receiving scant attention from the author. However, based on the intelligence Wen Shu had gathered in recent days, it appeared that Wen Yuning was, in truth, a good-hearted individual. She was gifted, albeit somewhat naive and reticent, and her dedication to cultivation was commendable, earning her the esteemed regard of the clan leader, her uncle. Upon her recent arrival in this world, the first thing Wen Shu did was seek out a secluded spot, where she wept uncontrollably. Once her emotions began to settle, she started to discreetly inquire about her origins, employing subtle hints and indirect questions. Observing the deep affection her clan elder harbored for her, Wen Shu promptly requested to change her name from Wen Yuning to Wen Shu, claiming it to be the wish of her deceased parents. Thereafter, to maintain the persona of the reclusive Wen Yuning, Wen Shu led a solitary and compliant existence. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of Wen Shuening on that fateful day, Wen Shu might have continued this careful charade indefinitely. Upon discovering the truth, tears nearly fell from Wen Shu's eyes. Yet, fortunate for her, it was still early in her time as Wen Yuning, and the female protagonist had only just begun her studies in the clan academy. She had yet to take any action. Now that Wen Yuning had transformed into Wen Shu, she was determined to prevent the events of the original narrative from unfolding. This time, she vowed to firmly grasp the legs of the protagonist. After all, in a vast expanse of literature, regardless of genre, those who accompany the main character and treat them with genuine kindness are often rewarded with resources beyond ordinary imagination, and their cultivation ascends at an astonishing rate. It is often said that individuals with remarkable aptitude may take a century to cultivate, while those blessed with exceptional fortune might attain the golden core. Meanwhile, the protagonist typically requires only a few years. Once the protagonist achieves the golden core and enters the infant stage, her followers will miraculously attain the golden core within a matter of years. When the protagonist transitions from core to infant, her subordinates will also be able to mass-produce yuan infants. Should the protagonist ascend, it would mean that one person attains enlightenment, and even the lowliest of creatures will rise alongside them. This is truly the favored child of destiny, a paragon of celestial grace. Chapter 2. The protagonist. The following morning, Wen Shu leapt from her bed, her youthful visage resembling that of a tender young girl as she stepped outside, ready to attend her clan's academy. Her expression was devoid of emotion, and traces of baby fat lingered on her face, despite her stern demeanor. She did not exude an air of seriousness. In the original narrative, Wen Yuning possessed remarkable talent, endowed with a balanced affinity for both water and wood elements. Orphaned by the malevolence of beast kind, she harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the beast tribes, dedicating herself to relentless sword training, vowing to annihilate the creatures of the borderlands to avenge her parents. Throughout her year at the main clan's residence in Nanyang City, her days were consumed by attending the introductory classes at the academy and diligently practicing her swordsmanship in solitude at home. Due to her nature, compounded by the profound grief of her parents' demise, she remained taciturn and serious, seldom indulging in the frivolities of childhood like her peers. This demeanor was precisely why her uncle, the clan leader, held her in high regard. After Wen Shu's arrival, she did not inherit Wen Yuning's memories, although her emotions fluctuated over the past month. She understood the importance of maintaining her life, ensuring that none around her discerned her true identity, especially upon realizing that she had assumed the life of Wen Yuning. She became increasingly vigilant about her words and actions. Fortunately, Wen Yuning's naturally reserved and aloof character spared her from numerous complications. The Wen family was not indigenous to the kingdom of Shao. They had resided in the capital of Nanyang for over 3 centuries, initially comprising only 100 individuals. Through strategic marriages, the acceptance of disciples, and the recruitment of students, they gradually expanded their clan's numbers. The Wen clan is predominantly characterized by its genteel demeanor and adherence to propriety, maintaining a strict code of self-discipline. They engage in quiet and persistent development of their family enterprise, shunning competition and strife. Initially, the 4 prominent families of Nanyang held the Wen family in contempt, seeking to exploit several relatively capable smaller clans to conspire against them and eradicate their presence. However, unbeknownst to them, the Wen family was under the protection of a venerable ancestor, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The elders of the smaller clans, all at the early stage of nascent soul, found themselves at a staggering disadvantage. The gap between the 2 stages is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Consequently, despite their combined efforts, they were unable to prevail and faced devastating losses. Following this, the Wen family enjoyed a century of peace. Though the Wen family is not large in scale, its profound heritage and long-standing traditions imbue it with an air of mystery. The disciples of the clan possess a grace akin to jade, their every movement reflecting a refinement unattainable by the local prominent families of Nanyang. Unlike other families that prioritize sheer power, the Wen clan believes that an individual, regardless of their formidable strength, if devoid of knowledge, courtesy, righteousness, and gratitude, may ultimately become a bane to the family, regardless of the effort expended in their cultivation. Classes at the clan academy commence daily at the hour of the hare, covering the teachings of poetry, literature, rites, change. In the summer, ancient dynasties of the eastern extreme continent. Enrollment is permitted only at the age of 10. Those younger must first attend the adjacent primary school to learn reading and writing. The esteemed instructor at the clan academy is a cultivator of indeterminate depth, who claims to be at the foundation establishment stage. Having lived for over 3 centuries, he has imparted knowledge to generations of Wen scholars. His white beard and brows resembling snowflakes, yet he appears remarkably vigorous. The venerable gentleman possesses an extensive breadth of knowledge. His lectures are not solely filled with pedantic musings. When he observes his students succumbing to drowsiness, he willingly diverges from the subject matter to recount tales of his past travels and profound insights gained through practice. The old man is remarkably loquacious, weaving his narratives with vivid detail, earning the profound respect and affection of the clan's youth. Classes at the clan academy typically last for an hour, after which students engage in meditation and discussions to explore their spiritual journeys. Some disciples, who prefer solitude, choose to retreat to the family's library, which boasts private reading rooms. However, due to the presence of a spiritual array inscribed in the Grand Hall, which amplifies the ambient spiritual energy, most students opt to remain there for meditation. The enchanting female protagonist, now merely a somewhat attractive child, occupies the thoughts of Wen Shu. As she contemplates, she sets down her brush, massages her slightly sore wrist, and raises her gaze to behold the protagonist, Wen Shuening, who is resting with her eyes closed on the desk. Wen Shuening, being a year older than Wen Shu, is a tall 13-year-old girl of striking beauty, already hinting at a future that could bring calamity to nations, although she is somewhat flat-chested. Xiaoning, she pokes her with the end of her brush, prompting the girl to look up. You startled me. I was just dreaming of a roasted goose, and when you poked me, that golden roast just took flight. In the original narrative, the classmate who incited Wen Yuning has since been moved to the back. Despite her humble origins, Wen Shuening, at the tender age of 13, possesses a cultivation level of the second layer of Qi training. Though she is merely an ordinary triple spiritual root, she has been fervently recommended by the clan's outer elders to participate in this year's entrance examination for the main family academy. The outcome, of course, was a triumphant admission, with her securing the top position among the newcomers. Though the Wen family espouses a philosophy of tailored education and does not solely judge an individual's potential based on their spiritual roots, her swift transition from an outer disciple to a direct descendant is indeed unprecedented. The direct descendants of the clan possess commendable personal qualities. While they may harbor some disdain for Wen Shuening's background, none have deliberately sought to undermine her. They merely maintain a detached stance, exhibiting a degree of indifference and reluctance to sit alongside her. At this juncture, Wen Shu recognized her opportunity to shine. The names Wen Shuening and Wen Yuning differ by just a single character. In the original text, Wen Yuning's parents affectionately referred to her as Xiaoning. Coincidentally, this is also the name most frequently used to address Wen Shuening. During the first class of the semester, she boldly introduced herself, saying, I am Wen Shuening, and you may also call me Xiaoning. The instigating girl, named Wen Ling, was acutely aware of the fact that Wen Yuning's parents had passed away. Although she outwardly appeared indifferent, she was particularly sensitive regarding matters related to her parents. This made her the perfect candidate for sowing discord. After all, if there were two Xiaonings, when the family ancestral rites were conducted in the future, would her parents' spirits not be confused as to whom they should recognize? Regardless of whether this reasoning holds merit, the Na'vi girl was solely focused on her cultivation, lacking in the wisdom of social norms, making her an easy target for manipulation. In truth, Wen Ling bore no personal grudge against Wen Shuening. Her motivation to reprimand her stemmed solely from the envy of having lost the limelight to her during the admission examination. However, this time, Wen Shu was far from being the foolish Wen Yuning of yore. Wen Ling stood in astonishment, unable to fathom that this perpetually foolish simpleton would not fall for her ploys, and had even chosen to disregard her entirely. Gritting her teeth, she remembered that Wen Shu was the chief's beloved niece, possessing remarkable talents with her dual spiritual roots in water and wood. Her parents, heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect the clan from the beast tide, bestowed upon her a certain reverence, even if her demeanor was often aloof. The members of the clan were inclined to accommodate her shortcomings, making it unwise for Wen Ling to provoke her. Thus she resolved to relent. On another note, as Wen Shu extended her evident goodwill towards Wen Shuening, the attitudes of other clan members towards her began to shift as well. Though their interactions remained limited, they now showed a willingness to converse with her. In her heart, Wen Shuening felt immensely grateful for this change. Having recently arrived and lacking any close companions within the main clan, she had endured cold shoulders and harsh trials since childhood, which had fortified her spirit. Yet, at this moment, when someone chose to stand by her side in her isolation, offering silent support, it profoundly touched her heart, which had gradually grown cold. Though Wen Shu spoke little and appeared indifferent to everyone, her heart was kind, and she often provided assistance to others in subtle ways. She would quietly order an extra meal for Wen Shuening in the dining hall, discreetly reserve seats for the perpetually late disciples, and when visiting the library, she would surreptitiously lend notes, accessible only to the direct descendants of the chief, to Wen Shuening and other disciples for their study. As Wen Shuening pretended to be oblivious and dozed off during class, though in reality she was meditating, she would later take Wen Shu to a small classroom and earnestly explain the lessons to her. Wen Shu, merely a 10-year-old girl, bore the weight of maturity, often reluctant to express her thoughts. Despite her silence, she diligently accomplished many tasks without uttering a word. As the two grew accustomed to attending classes and departing together, Wen Shu realized that she seemed to have finally acquired a friend. Having lost her parents at such a tender age, Wen Shu arrived alone at the family estate, where she observed the clan leader's busy affairs. Most of the time, she must have wandered alone. Perhaps it was this shared sense of isolation that compelled Wen Shu to step forward to protect and care for her. "I will take care of you too," Wen Shu silently vowed. Blessed with a mysterious inheritance, Wen Shu improved her arduous cultivation condition through its powers. On the surface, she appeared to possess ordinary 3 spiritual roots, yet unbeknownst to others, her spiritual roots had already transformed into a dual element of wind and fire, with a strong affinity for fire. If she followed the guidance of her inheritance and participated in this year's Wen clan's new student competition, striving to secure a place among the top 10, she would gain access to the family's secret realm, where she could find the legendary 10,000-year-old stone milk. This would allow her to completely cleanse her wind spiritual root, transforming her into a pure fire element celestial body, through the legacy of her ancestors. When Xuanning became acutely aware of the vastness of the world beyond her isolated and desolate borders, she yearned not to remain confined within this meager realm. Her gaze extended beyond the boundless ocean and soared high above the myriad stars. It is said that the Wen family once stood as one of the foremost families on the central continent, only to be shattered by a calamity one fateful night, leaving behind but a handful of collateral descendants. It was not until 3 centuries later that they found stability along the border between the realm of cultivation and the mortal world, establishing the present-day Wen clan. Chapter 3. The young protagonist's considerations resolute in her decision to care for Wen Shu, when Xuanning began to regard her as one of her own. She contemplated seizing an opportunity to share some of the exceptional qi-gathering pills she had recently concocted. Wen Shu possessed both water and wood spiritual roots and had already attained the 2nd level of qi refinement by the age of 10. An impressive feat within the Wen family and the entirety of Nanyang. However, to Wen Xuanning, this achievement still fell short, given Wen Shu's innate talents. She could undoubtedly progress at an even swifter pace. The direct descendants of the family received a monthly allocation of 2 mid-grade qi-gathering pills, while ordinary disciples were granted just 1. The thought of Wen Shu, with her serious little face, furtively handing her a small vial containing several qi-gathering pills a few days prior, moved Wen Xuanning profoundly. She must have been saving for quite some time. The family remained unaware of Wen Xuanning's alchemical abilities, though they recognized her talent in crafting first-grade breaking spirit talismans. The formidable power of these talismans, when utilized effectively, could enable Foundation establishment cultivators to engage in combat beyond their level. This was precisely why the elders of the outer sect insisted on recommending her for admission to the clan academy, which was exclusively reserved for the direct descendants of the family. Despite Wen Xuanning possessing the innate talent of a triple spirit root, she only managed to elevate her cultivation to the 2nd level of qi refinement by the tender age of 13, which was still insufficient for her to be granted an exception into the direct lineage. Were it not for her status as a first-grade talisman master, her exhibited potential would earn her a considerable resource allocation, warranting some attention and training. With a stroke of good fortune, she might even aspire to become an elder in the outer sect. However, the clan academy is exclusively reserved for direct descendants. Regarding Wen Xuanning's acquisition of talismanic arts, she attributes her knowledge to a fortuitous encounter with a wandering female immortal. As for the name and whereabouts of this immortal, she remains entirely uninformed. The clan elders did not press her for answers, having no genuine expectation of deriving any revelations from her. Each individual harbors their own secrets and opportunities. Should they exert undue pressure, it might incite Wen Xuanning to sever ties with the Wen family, which would be most unfortunate, as long as this young girl bears the Wen surname and remains devoted to her clan. Having already secured her place among the direct descendants and inscribed in the family registry, the origins of her talismanic expertise become inconsequential. It is worth noting that individuals such as talisman masters, alchemists, and artifact masters, who rely on exceptionally high spiritual powers, are exceedingly challenging to cultivate. These external skills enhance a cultivator's combat prowess, increasing their chances of survival and even enabling them to battle beyond their current level. Consequently, the status of a talisman master is elevated. Even those with slightly inadequate cultivation are revered as esteemed guests among various factions. Although a first-grade talisman master represents the entry level within this realm, in the current context, Such a status is indeed remarkable. As for the second-grade talisman masters, they are exclusive to the royal family. It is important to remember that Wen Shu is still young. At merely 13 years of age, her future holds boundless potential. Consequently, in addition to being a student of the clan, the family has bestowed upon Wen Shu another esteemed title, that of the family's honorary offering. In her capacity as an offering, Wen Shu is required to craft 10 first-grade talismans each month, for which the family rewards her with the privileges accorded to a direct elder. Out of a desire to protect Wen Shu, this arrangement remains discreet, known only to a select few core elders of the Wen family, which aligns perfectly with her own wishes. This alliance between the family and Wen Shu is a mutually beneficial one, yet Wen Shu's situation is distinctly different. When one possesses 100,000 taels of silver and offers you 1,000 while having further demands, and another person, with only a mere 100 taels, is willing to share half without any ulterior motives, it becomes evident to a discerning eye who possesses the greater loyalty. A peach for a peach. A plum for a plum. Wen Shu is not a miserly person. She surveyed her inventory of elixirs and talismans within her spatial realm and resolved to assist Wen Shu as much as possible without revealing her own secrets. She must ultimately cultivate her own influence, and if she can nurture Wen Shu with her own hands, she could become the finest ally for her future endeavors. Although it is not yet entirely certain whether the other party is worthy of trust, her character and conduct appear to be entirely commendable at present. Time will reveal the true nature of individuals. Thus, Wen Shu mused, yet enhancing Shu's strength is of utmost urgency. It is essential to note that while on the surface, Wen Shu may seem to be merely at the second level of qi cultivation, the reality is quite different. She had undergone a profound transformation and ascended to the initial stage of foundation establishment the very day she received the divine inheritance. The spiritual roots have transformed from the arduous 4 elements of wind, fire, earth, and metal into the dual roots of wind and fire. The manifestation of her cultivation at the second layer of qi is merely a result of employing the concealment talisman and the pseudo-spiritual talisman. The legacy of the divine encompasses all. It includes alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman making, and array formation, among other disciplines. Within her personal space lies a unique spiritual spring, overflowing with spiritual energy, capable of nurturing the most demanding spiritual fruits. This space, granted by the celestial deity to the air, is accessible solely to Wen Shu. When she meditates within, the concentration of spiritual energy is dictated by the external world. Regardless of the external density, it can amplify 5-fold. Thus, if Wen Shu were to enter a realm rich in spiritual energy and utilize a spirit-gathering array to concentrate multiple times the energy, the spiritual energy within her space would amplify 5-fold on top of that gathered by the array. After finishing her studies, Wen Shu methodically organized her books, while Wen Shu patiently awaited her completion. Once done, she mysteriously stated, Shu, come to my room later. I wish to show you a treasure. Delighted. Wen Shu felt a surge of joy, knowing her efforts over the past fortnight had not been in vain. Since moving to the same desk as Wen Shu 2 weeks ago, she had consistently radiated an aura of benevolence, portraying a seemingly aloof yet kind-hearted girl, determined to leave a profound impression on the esteemed protagonist. The conjecture of Wen Shu, chosen by the esteemed elders of the Wen clan, suggests that this character, as the initial foundation of the female protagonist, will inevitably accompany her on a journey of triumph, navigating the tempestuous waters of life toward the pinnacle of success. The reason it remains a conjecture is clear to Wen Shu, devoid of any extraordinary abilities and unaware of the unfolding plot. Her only path to infinite possibilities lies in steadfastly clinging to the protagonist's side. On the surface, Wen Shu betrays not a trace of elation, merely offering a subtle nod in agreement before she gathers her book basket and makes her way to the library. The esteemed heroine has already perused her previous notes. It is imperative that she swiftly borrows the subsequent content. Chapter 4. The trust of the protagonist under the moonlit sky. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Wen Shu arrived as promised, gently pushing open the door to Wen Shu room, which was unlatched and yielded easily. Xiaoning, hush, it's me. Wen Shu whispered, follow me. Without even turning on the lights, she grasped Wen Shu's hand and led her outside. The two girls tiptoed through numerous corridors until they reached a secluded courtyard, designated by the family for Wen Shu's talisman crafting, remote and tranquil, ensuring that even the slightest commotion would go unnoticed. Upon entering the room, the astonishment on Wen Shu's typically serene face brought a glimmer of pride to Wen Xuanning. At merely 13 years of age, she remained innocent and carefree, unlike the future when she would weather storms, masking her emotions and cultivating a profound depth of thought that would render her inscrutable to others. She turned around and carefully closed the door, gazing intently at the furnishings within the room. "This is my secret base. Can you keep it a secret for me, Shu?" Wen Shu, momentarily taken aback, regarded her with a look of confusion, yet solemnly nodded her head. She even extended her pinky finger, declaring, "Let us make a pact." "All right." Wen Xuanning thought it somewhat childish, but dared not voice her thoughts for fear of displeasing Wen Shu. Thus, she quickly adjusted her demeanor. "Let us make a pact." She too extended her pinky, earnestly linking it with Wen Shu's, successfully sealing this solemn confidentiality agreement. "I wasn't just kidding when I said I'd show you my treasure." A hint of pride adorned Wen Xuanning's face. Wen Shu exuded an aura of warmth that drew her in, contrasting the mature composure she exhibited during interactions with the family elders. At this moment, she unconsciously revealed emotions befitting her age. "Let me share a secret with you. I am actually an alchemist." Fearing that Wen Shu might not believe her, she retrieved a bottle of qi-gathering pills from her bag and opened it. The exquisite aroma of the pills wafted through the air, filling the entire room. How impressive! Wen Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, as if recalling her earlier act of giving Wen Xuanning a pill, her expression shifted to one of slight embarrassment. After a moment, she whispered, I hope you don't think less of me." Wen Xuanning was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the other party might have misunderstood her intentions. She hastily explained, Shu, I did not summon you today to boast or to ridicule the ordinary quality of the elixirs you provided me. I merely wish to convey that I am an alchemist, capable of concocting a multitude of potions. In fact, Shu, you may still reserve your share for yourself and discreetly offer it to me." Her gaze narrowed slightly as she capped the vial and handed it to Wen Shu, adding, "However, there is a condition. Since I have accepted your elixirs, you must not decline my goodwill." Wen Shu hesitated for a moment, but then seemed to resolve herself. Accepting the vial with determination, she looked earnestly at Wen Xuanning and stated, such a significant matter should not be shared lightly with others. After pondering for a moment, she added, "Not even with the elders of our clan. Should they pressure you, how could you possibly withstand it with your current level of cultivation?" Her tone conveyed an unprecedented sense of urgency and concern. "Logically, you should not have disclosed this to me, but..." She quickly reaffirmed her resolve, saying with solemnity, "Now that I am aware, I will certainly protect you." "Very well. Henceforth, I shall take on the role of alchemist while you diligently cultivate and safeguard my personal safety." Witnessing Wen Shu's reaction, Wen Xuanning felt not amusement but a profound sense of gratitude. Indeed, she had not misjudged her companion. Seating herself on the mat, Wen Xuanning resolved to delve into the day's topic. She inquired, Shu, have you encountered any challenges in your recent cultivation?" "Well, I have recently discovered that I seem to have reached an impasse. I often feel on the verge of breaking through to the third level of qi training. Yet each time I attempt to do so, it feels as though something is amiss, resulting in my efforts being in vain. My teacher suggested that my spiritual energy might be insufficient, so I have increased my practice time, striving to compress my spiritual energy. However, even with this effort, there are no signs of the bottleneck easing. For Wen Shu, cultivation was a novel experience. Were it not for the instinctive application of her meditation techniques in this body, she might struggle even with the most fundamental absorption of the world's spiritual energy. Out of fear of exposing her inadequacies, she refrained from consulting the teachers in her clan regarding her cultivation obstacles, and she was hesitant to engage in reckless practice. Wen Xuanning listened attentively, stroking her chin thoughtfully. She recognized that Wen Shu indeed possessed remarkable talent. Unlike herself, who had the fortune of opportunity, this realm was deficient in spiritual energy. Yet Wen Shu had achieved the second level of qi training at such a young age and was on the brink of another breakthrough. Reflecting on her own past potential, she mused that even the thought of advancing beyond the qi training phase or even drawing energy into her body would have been exceedingly challenging. Shu, give me your hand. Let me assist you." Even though Wen Xuanning merely displayed the strength of the second level of qi training, Wen Shu obediently extended her hand, allowing her to channel her spiritual energy into her meridians, a testament to the profound trust she placed in Wen Xuanning. It is essential to recognize that the meridians represent the most fragile yet pivotal aspect of a cultivator's being. Should an outsider intrude upon them, even the slightest misstep could lead to a severance of the meridians, thus obliterating the path of cultivation. However, Wen Shu remains unperturbed, for her counterpart is the heroine. How could she possibly falter? In stark contrast to Wen Shu's calm demeanor, Wen Xuanning does not dare to be careless. Despite her foundational cultivation level allowing her to effortlessly discern the meridian pathways of the qi refinement stage, she meticulously controls her spiritual energy, transforming what should be a swift investigation into a considerably slower endeavor. After a prolonged moment, Wen Xuanning releases Wen Shu's hand, exhaling softly, and furrows her brow, saying, Shu, I have detected some issues with the flow of your spiritual energy. Wen Shu's heart skipped a beat, silently praying that her lack of cultivation knowledge would not be exposed. After all, she had only been introduced to the world of cultivation for a mere month. It would indeed be peculiar if her meridian pathways were functioning correctly. Fortunately, Wen Xuanning refrains from probing further and gently grasps Wen Shu's small hand once more, softly instructing, Shu, close your eyes and truly feel the path of my spiritual energy flowing through your meridians. With that, she resumes channeling her spiritual energy into Wen Shu's meridians. Wen Shu dared not to be careless, diligently committing every detail to memory. After her cultivation, her memory had remarkably improved. Wen Xuanning merely traversed 2 cycles of the heavens and had completely memorized the path. The contrast to her previous route was nothing short of astounding. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Xuanning had already linked the error in her cultivation path to the covert rivalries within their grand family. Wen Shu, believing she had narrowly escaped disaster, felt a sense of smugness. However, as soon as Wen Xuanning released her grip, she intended to proceed with the technique as before. Yet, Wen Xuanning halted her, retrieving a medicinal pill from her spatial pouch. Consume this purifying pill, and then attempt it again. Half an hour later, Wen Shu exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of stagnant energy. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented lightness and buoyancy in her body, akin to a person who had been submerged underwater for an eternity, finally being brought to the surface. She realized that if she continued her practice in this manner, it would not be long before she transcended to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Raising her gaze to Wen Xuanning, gratitude radiated from Wen Shu's eyes. She stood, sincerely expressing her thanks. Xiaoning, thank you. She then added, I had always thought my insufficient absorption of spiritual energy was the issue, not realizing that the fault lay within my cultivation path. But how could such an error have occurred? Before Wen Xuanning could respond, Wen Shu posed the question herself, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Chapter 5. Breakthrough when an individual finds themselves unable to elucidate a matter due to a sense of guilt. The most prudent course of action is to redirect the question to another. Indeed, upon hearing Wen Shu's words, Wen Xuanning fell into contemplation. The cultivation techniques practiced by the descendants of the family prior to establishing their foundation are all based on the qi absorption method, fundamental yet far from ordinary, universally applicable across the continent. If one were to claim that the technique was flawed, it would imply that the error originated from the very beginning. It is important to recognize that Wen Shu's misguided path did not exhibit any significant flaws at crucial junctures. Rather, it merely veered unnecessarily at certain inconsequential energy points, leading to superfluous detours. Continuing down this path of cultivation would not inflict any genuine harm upon Wen Shu's body or her practice. Yet it would significantly disperse the spiritual energy she had accumulated within her meridians. For instance, if water could be efficiently channeled through 2 pipes, introducing several slender tubes around the pipes would only prolong the process unnecessarily, even though water would still eventually flow from the other end. In the long run, while the pace of cultivation may decelerate, the total accumulation of water within the pipes would indeed increase, yielding the benefits of a substantial reserve of spiritual power ready to be unleashed. However, there lies a crucial stipulation. This erroneous path cannot persist indefinitely. The qi absorption method has been validated countless times by the numerous eminent sages of the cultivation world. As a fundamental technique designed for those in the foundational stage, it is inherently suitable only for cultivators who have yet to reach this critical juncture. Throughout the realm of cultivation, whether among nobility, the prodigies of celestial alliances, or the ordinary scattered cultivators, the qi absorption method serves as the bedrock upon which they establish their foundational paths. After the foundational stage, the myriad of cultivation techniques is an elevation and derivation based upon the breath-nurturing method. Establishing a solid foundation is paramount for any cultivator, and one must tread carefully to avoid missteps. Fortunately, Wen Shu has yet to establish her foundation, As long as she can correct her cultivation path in the future, there will be no hindrance. Otherwise, the scattered spiritual energy would remain diffused throughout her meridians and acupoints, unable to coalesce. Consequently, whenever Wen Shu seeks to break through, the spiritual energy would disperse, leading to insufficient reserves at the crucial moment of breakthrough. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Shu's lack of understanding and cultivation leads her to rely solely on her body's instincts, engaging in a conservative self-practice. Meanwhile, Wen Xuanning conjures an elaborate family drama in her mind. However, this is merely her own conjecture, and she refrains from sharing it with Wen Shu. At least the cultivation route has its pros and cons, and for now, it will not have a significant impact, merely delaying Wen Shu's foundation establishment for a while. Thus, she cautions Wen Shu to be vigilant and to avoid such cultivation practices in the future. I understand. Wen Shu nods in agreement. The best way to forge a friendship is to share a common secret. With their shared secret, both Wen Shu and Wen Xuanning feel that their friendship has reached a new level of profundity, especially for Wen Shu. If she were to possess a system to enhance the protagonist's affection, it would undoubtedly chime with notifications. Greetings, you need to increase the protagonist's affection to 111111. Unfortunately, Wen Shu lacks such a system. She doesn't even have the standard golden finger that one would expect from a time traveler. Since fate has not bestowed her with a golden finger, Wen Shu resolves to create one for herself. For instance, the protagonist. Wen Shu firmly believes that as long as she clings to the leg of the protagonist's father, he will become her most significant golden finger. Returning to her small courtyard, Wen Shu excitedly wraps herself in a tiny quilt, rolling about on her bed, completely devoid of sleep. A supreme gathering chi pill. She muses joyfully. With a look of adoration, Wen Shu retrieves the jade vial from her bag of holding and gives it a fervent kiss. Though gathering chi pills are not particularly rare, a supreme grade 1 possesses effects several times more potent than those of mid-tier or even upper-tier pills. Even the most skilled alchemists in her family have not managed to concoct more than a few in their lifetimes. If they do exist, they are reserved solely for the family's golden core elders. While at Wen Xuanning's place, she was too shy to count them, but now, with no one around, Wen Shu cautiously opens the vial, releasing a rich fragrance that fills the air. She gingerly counts them. There are exactly 20, all of supreme quality. Breathing in the medicinal aroma greedily, Wen Shu feels a wave of comfort wash over her, as if she were basking in a warm bath. She carefully extracts just one pill, sealing the vial once more. Gazing at the iridescent pill in her palm, Wen Shu reflects, indeed, the protagonist's father is of a superior caliber. Even his gathering chi pills start at the supreme level. Unbeknownst to her, Wen Xuanning had indeed cultivated both superior and medium-grade chi gathering pills. However, she had no intention of presenting Wen Shu with anything less than exceptional, as that would be quite unbecoming. With drowsiness evading her, Wen Shu decided to rise and engage in her practice. Upon ingesting the pill, she felt a powerful yet gentle surge of spiritual energy swiftly coalescing in her dantian. Instantly, she activated the correct chi absorption technique, dispersing this potent energy throughout her meridians. Unlike the usual sluggish flow of spiritual energy, this force moved with remarkable speed, effortlessly opening all the acupoints. Before she could fully comprehend the experience, a wave of natural spiritual energy surged in from the outside, propelling her to break through to the third level of chi training. Wen Shu smacked her lips, feeling as though she had not yet had the opportunity to savor the essence of the Tao. The moment of her breakthrough had been fleeting yet exquisite, and before she could grasp and understand it, it dissipated into the ether. Reflecting on her current status as merely a chi training novice, she realized that perhaps, with the deepening of her cultivation in the future, her comprehension of the Tao would grow more profound. At that moment, the dawn light began to break outside her window. Wen Shu promptly leaped off her cushion, completed her morning ablutions, and made her way to the clan school. The elderly instructor, hands clasped behind his back, hummed an indiscernible tune from a bygone era as he strode into the grand classroom. Upon entering, he immediately discerned that Wen Shu had achieved the third tier of chi training. His heart swelled with joy, and his spirits lifted. Even when Wen Xuanning arrived late, he merely chuckled and exchanged a few light-hearted remarks with her. Shu, you have broken through. Wen Xuanning was filled with joy. Indeed, as long as the cultivation methods were appropriate, Wen Shu's pace of advancement posed no issues. Yesterday, moved by a profound thought, she achieved a breakthrough. A rare smile graced Wen Shu's face, although she would never reveal that the reason behind her success was the elixir she had consumed. Instead, She exchanged a knowing smile with Wen Shu, a secret understood solely by the two of them. Humph, a sycophant. In the backseat. Wen Ling felt a pang of jealousy and muttered under her breath, her voice barely audible, yet just loud enough for the two in front to hear. However, Wen Shu remained unperturbed, as she was engrossed in her meditation and cultivation, unwilling to squander precious time on trivial matters. Wen Shu shared the same sentiment. It was not yet time for their instructor's lecture, so she donned a serious expression on her exquisitely crafted face and opened her textbook to prepare for the lesson. Chapter 6. The Heart of the Tao. Recently, the esteemed instructor had been expounding upon the principles of the I Ching. Today, he was poised to discuss the laws governing the operation of the heavenly way. The way of heaven is never distant. It is ever-changing, fluctuating incessantly, traversing the void, and exhibiting both permanence and transience. The interplay of rigidity and flexibility cannot be codified. Rather, it is defined by adaptation to change. This implies that in the realm of existence, where there is change, there exists constancy. Where there is constancy, there exists change. The heavenly way manifests its eternal and unchanging principles through this very flux, while simultaneously revealing its adaptable laws within the continuum of constancy. Such principles constitute the laws governing the operation of the heavenly way. With a twinkle in his eye, the instructor remarked, "Dear students, you must understand that all things in this world are in a constant state of flux. The only unchanging element is the law of the heavenly way itself. Therefore, all transformations in the world must adhere to the principles governing the operation of the heavenly way." "What of us cultivators, then, master?" A disciple posed a question. To which the venerable elder responded with a gentle smile, "The cultivator emerges from the realm of mortals. The sage is the leader of all beings and an integral part of the myriad creations beneath the celestial order. Naturally, there is no distinction. Since the principles of the heavenly way remain unaltered, humans ought to emulate this celestial order, adhering to its rhythms and adapting harmoniously to the changes of time. Only then can one achieve longevity." Under the firm insistence of Wen Shu to attentively engage in the lesson, Wen Shu bit the end of her brush, and upon hearing the discourse on the heavenly way, was involuntarily reminded of the scenes from her own inheritance, where countless powerful beings fell under the oppressive weight of the heavenly way, sending a shiver down her spine. Even such formidable existences could not withstand the heavenly order and ultimately vanished amidst the cosmos. With her heart filled with uncertainty, she spoke up, "Master, if in the future the heavenly way seeks my demise, must I still comply with it?" The elder looked somewhat perplexed, asking, "If you do not contravene the heavenly way, how could it possibly seek your end?" She continued, "If the time comes for me to attain enlightenment and ascend, and the heavenly way unleashes a tribulation of thunder, should I fail to endure it, does that not signify my destined fall? What then is the purpose of our arduous 1,000-year cultivation?" At that moment, Wen Shu articulated the doubts that lingered in Wen Shuening's heart. "Ah, you certainly have a long-term perspective," he replied. "As it is said, man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the way, and the way follows nature. Our cultivation is fundamentally an emulation of the laws of nature. The reason the cosmos endures is that it does not seek self-existence. Hence, it achieves longevity. This implies that the universe is an existence of neither birth nor extinction, allowing it to persist endlessly. How can one be so certain that when a practitioner perishes, they completely vanish from the realm of existence? Perhaps they merely transform the nature of their being. It is essential for all to understand that we, as mortals, engage in the art of cultivation, which could be deemed as defying the heavens to alter our fate. Let us not overlook the arduous and protracted journey towards enlightenment, a path seldom trodden over countless millennia. Yet it is worth contemplating that the descent of celestial thunderous laws is not without reason. Life encompasses the cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death, which align with the principles of nature and humanity. In our practice of cultivation, it may appear as though we are opposing the heavens, altering our age, dispelling calamities, and attaining extraordinary powers that could reshape the very fabric of existence. Engaging in such actions that seemingly contravene the natural order, one might assume that we would incur the wrath of divine law. However, why must this be interpreted as punishment? If we were to perceive it instead as a trial from the heavens, might it not render more sense? Every phenomenon in this world possesses its own rationale for existence. We find ourselves beneath the celestial decree and simultaneously within its embrace, as integral components of the universe. Since the heavens tacitly permit our cultivation, our existence must align with the principles governing the cosmic order. Throughout history, there have been a select few who have transcended to higher realms. This indeed substantiates that if one successfully navigates the celestial trials, their existence is acknowledged. Conversely, failure indicates a lack of depth in one's cultivation. The gentleman suggests that, in truth, there is no such thing as defying the heavens in the practice of cultivation. A student poses this inquiry. There exists no act of defying the heavens, only individuals who rebel against it. Thus, one must introspect upon their heart and their path. The venerable elder stroked his beard, chuckling softly as the students pressed on with further inquiries. The elderly gentleman patiently elucidated each point, ultimately casting the book he held into their midst, urging them to scrutinize the annotations he had meticulously penned. His visage radiated kindness and benevolence as he gazed upon them all. Some were engrossed in the text, while others appeared contemplative. Wen Shu furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Wen Shu, with utmost diligence, wielded her brush to record the lessons on paper. Nodding inwardly in approval, they were all good children. As she took notes, she pondered the essence of the gentleman's words, and deep down, she did not entirely concur with his interpretations. The paths to enlightenment are manifold. Each individual must traverse their own journey, and her path was the pursuit of unrestrained freedom. Whether in the realm of the divine or among mortals, the concept of immortality is merely a reflection of one's unwillingness to fade away into the cosmos. If a person relinquishes desire, becoming devoid of wants, they become akin to the wind that sweeps past one's ears, rendering their existence indistinguishable from the ethereal sky or the boundless ocean. The notion of coexisting with the heavens is merely to adorn the celestial order with a fade crafted by human transformation. The way of the celestial is fundamentally about integrating a person into the cosmic fabric. Thus, that individual ceases to be merely human and becomes part of the celestial order. Some harbor patriotic sentiments, some embrace the world, while others perpetrate evil. For Wen Shu, as long as she remains true to her conscience, that suffices. Life is life, and death is death. Should she not perish, she intends to live as her true self. If death should come, it would merely signify closure. The consideration of whether she would dissolve into the formless essence of existence thereafter held no significance for her. Yet, for the esteemed elder, Wen Shu felt a profound respect emanating from the depths of her heart, not to mention the true identity of the venerable gentleman. His unwavering commitment to imparting knowledge to his disciples within the clan's academy, treating all students with equal regard and generosity, is profoundly admirable. Each time this esteemed teacher conducts a class, Wen Shu diligently prepares herself, fully engaged, even when comprehension sometimes eludes her. She meticulously records every word spoken by him, understanding that each lesson missed is a precious opportunity lost. Aware of the narrative unfolding, she realizes that the time for this teacher is fleeting, though he appears vibrant and spirited. He is, in truth, nearing the end of his journey. In just a few days, he will transcend to the beyond. Remarkably, the old gentleman maintains a positive outlook, even in his final moments, wishing to impart wisdom to the younger generation of his family for a little while longer, believing it to be the most significant contribution he can offer to his clan. For a family, the greatest treasure has never been rare elixirs or precious artifacts, but rather the individuals within it, those children on the path of growth. As long as a family endures, so too does its legacy. If the youth are nurtured with care, the family need not fear for its future. Chapter 7. An unexpected encounter with Gong Su-yun upon leaving the clan academy. Wen Shu first glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then discreetly passed her notebook from under the desk to Wen Shu, while maintaining a facade of indifference. Wen Shu's hand stealthily accepted the notebook beneath the table. The clan academy also assigned homework, and Wen Shu's notes, elegantly pinned and well-organized, were perfect for copying assignments. Shu, do you have anything planned for this afternoon? Wen Shu inquired, her head leaning in with eager anticipation. Of course, I shall be practicing. Wen Shu felt a touch of grievance. Shu practices diligently every day and hardly has time to spend with me. How about this afternoon? You accompany me to E-City to shop? Yes, I will go with you. Wen Shu calculated the days in her mind and realized that today was, in fact, the 15th of March mentioned in the book, and thus she nodded in agreement. She understood that Wen Shu intended to visit a pharmacy today. The family was unaware of Wen Shu's proficiency in alchemy, so it was improbable that they would prepare materials for her to concoct elixirs. In reality, the family academy offered elective courses in alchemy, but they merely allowed students to follow the pharmacist in crafting some basic healing potions. It is essential to note that the medicinal herbs suitable for alchemical concoction were exceedingly expensive. The family could not afford to supply these materials to every disciple. Only those who possessed a fire's spiritual root and exhibited remarkable talent in identifying herbs would be sent to the alchemy elder for specialized training. Although Wen Shu was merely an honorary disciple, the family generously provided resources commensurate with the status of a direct elder. In terms of financial standing, Wen Shu was, in fact, far wealthier than the impoverished Wen Shu. City, located at the easternmost edge of Nanyang City, was bustling with people and vehicles. The distribution of power here was notably complex. To maintain a low profile, they wore veils atop their heads and refrained from shopping at the Wen family's pharmacy. "Young man, is there any stock left of the dragon heartgrass from last time?" Wen Shu led Wen Shu through familiar paths to a relatively secluded pharmacy, which, while not large, was adequately stocked. Large pharmacies tended to be expensive and difficult to navigate without offending esteemed customers, while smaller shops risked being untrustworthy, potentially taking their money without providing quality goods. Such a moderately sized chain herbal medicine shop is most suitable should any issues arise. One can conveniently lodge a complaint with their parent trade association. "Miss, is that you?" The young attendant at the door immediately recognized Wen Shuening's voice and ushered her inside. As they walked, he remarked, "Today, you are indeed fortunate. My father has just received a new shipment, and the quality of the Longshin grass is particularly exceptional. He was just mentioning a price increase." After saying this, he cast a furtive glance at Wen Shuening and lowered his voice. "However, do not worry, dear miss. As a valued regular, you shall certainly receive it at the previous price." Wen Shu inwardly sighed, acknowledging the young man's acumen in business, while she surveyed the shop's interior. The spacious hall featured exquisite and comfortable seating, while neatly stacked wooden boxes on the shelves were secured with ornate golden locks, each accompanied by a small plaque inscribed with the name of the precious herbs within. These wooden boxes, rich in hue and subtly fragrant, clearly held extraordinary contents. Ordinary boxes would not suffice to preserve the potency of these spiritual medicines. The establishment, known as Xiao Pavilion, is a property of a certain sect within the cultivation community. Located in Nanyang City, it boasts a diverse array of medicinal materials at reasonable prices, earning a commendable reputation. Not only in Nanyang City, but numerous branches can be found in various locales, attracting visitors even to its somewhat remote location. Wen Shuening skillfully declared, "Very well. I shall retrieve it for you at once." In the attendant's eyes, children like Wen Shuening, who come to purchase herbs on behalf of their elders, are quite common. For safety's sake, they typically do not buy in large quantities or acquire overly precious materials. Although the qi gathering pill is quite fundamental and the materials are reasonably priced, the quantity purchased by Wen Shuening is not insignificant, thus resulting in a considerable income. Consequently, the young attendant is exceedingly attentive. "Unfortunately, I am not of the fire singular root." As I stuffed the packaged herbs into the chinkoan bag, Wen Shuening mused while following the attendant to the accounting office for payment. For cultivators lacking a fire root or possessing multiple roots with only one being fire, the creation of elixirs necessitates the use of dragon heartgrass, which is generally quite costly. However, this herb is not intended for alchemical concoction, but rather for consumption to stimulate the alchemical flame. Despite possessing a fire root, along with a dual wind and fire root, Wen Shuening still cannot independently condense her alchemical flame, unless fortune allows her to cleanse her wind root in the future. Thus, the path of alchemy remains reliant on external aids. Meanwhile, Wen Shu, waiting outside, feels quite content, accompanying Wen Shuening on this journey. She takes advantage of the attendant's preparation of the herbs to observe and familiarize herself with several rare and precious spirit herbs. These extraordinary herbs are encased in sturdy wooden boxes, placed prominently in the center of the hall, shielded by a resplendent glass cover. This allows for a clear view while preserving their medicinal properties. Beside the cover, plaques inscribe the names and uses of the spirit herbs. Truly, as described in the texts, they are exceedingly beautiful. As Wen Shu gazes at a spirit herb named Firefly Flowing Beauty, she reflects in admiration and inquires of the young attendant who followed Wen Shuening out of the accounting office. "Young sir, is this herb for sale?" She certainly did not genuinely intend to make a purchase. Not only was it beyond her means, but even if she were to buy it, it would serve no purpose at present. It is worth noting that the Firefly Flowing uniqueness is quite precious, yet few apothecaries are willing to stock it, primarily because it is the principal ingredient in the formulation of the foundation establishment pill. In Nanyang, very few loose cultivators manage to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The prominent families, of course, possess their own spiritual herb gardens or have access to channels through which they acquire spiritual herbs. The young clerk had not anticipated that this medicinal herb would attract a significant buyer merely 2 days after being displayed, and he immediately brightened with joy. Just as he was about to summon his father, the head of the household, a melodious feminine voice interrupted. "Miss, I am referring to this place." A young maid clad in a pink robe lifted the curtain, allowing a girl of similar stature, adorned with a gauzy hat, to enter. Upon her arrival, the girl's gaze was instantly drawn to the firefly-flowing uniqueness, her expression radiating delight. She turned to her maid and exclaimed, "You did not mislead me. This place indeed has the firefly-flowing uniqueness." The maid, filled with pride, was about to instruct the clerk to package the spiritual herb when she noticed Wen Shu and Wen Shu nearby. Instantly, her countenance fell, and she despondently remarked, "You two surely do not intend to purchase it as well." Wen Shu, still reeling from the shock that Wen Shu also planned to acquire the firefly-flowing uniqueness, observed Wen Shu nodding nonchalantly. Indeed, that is the case. However, on this second day, the master and servant duo arrived with a leisurely demeanor to prepare for their purchase. For a moment, she felt somewhat at a loss. Her gaze filled with remorse as she looked towards her mistress. The young lady expressed her urgent need for the spiritual herb, inquiring if it might be possible to acquire it. "Certainly," Wen Shu replied, nodding amiably. Chapter 8. Timely Loss Mitigation. According to the original narrative, it was Wen Shu who intended to purchase the luminous herb, firefly-flowing grass, with the aspiration of attempting to concoct a foundation establishment pill. Although the firefly-flowing grass is precious, its demand is relatively low, rendering it a rare sight in herbal shops. Practitioners generally refrain from crafting foundation establishment pills themselves. They prefer to procure finished pills from Treasure Pavilion or seek the expertise of renowned alchemists, often at a considerable cost, which is significantly less than the expenses incurred from personal experimentation. While a single firefly-flowing grass, combined with auxiliary materials, could yield several successful pills, the scarcity of skilled alchemists is a notable concern. Even among prominent families, only 1 or 2 alchemists might be revered. Thus, upon noticing this remarkably exquisite spiritual herb labeled as firefly-flowing grass, Wen Shu began to deliberate. In the original tale, the protagonist graciously offered the firefly-flowing grass to the young lady of the Gongshu family. Gongshu successfully utilized the herb to save her beloved, leading to her profound gratitude towards the protagonist, who was discreetly inquired for her name, with hopes of future encounters. In the narrative, Wen Shu regarded this girl, who exhibited exceptional poise and courtesy, as well as her maidservant, who was not of a domineering disposition, as a rare find, ultimately feeling reassured in forming a friendship. However, this seemingly innocuous bond ultimately led to the demise of her parents, instilling in Wen Shu a profound wariness towards friendship henceforth. Gongshu's beloved is a soul cultivator, a core disciple of the Eastern Extreme Soul sect. Severely injured, he sought refuge in the back garden of the Gong family, where he was rescued by Gongshu and secretly nursed back to health in her private residence. Unbeknownst to her, the identity of this young man was shrouded in mystery, yet she found his strikingly handsome appearance hard to associate with any malevolent intentions. Once the young man regained consciousness, a mutual affection blossomed between them, one driven by intention and the other by circumstance. The primary use of the firefly-flowing jade is typically in the refinement of foundational elixirs, but it also serves as a medicinal herb for cultivating soul techniques, capable of restoring the fluctuations of the spirit. The soul sect places great emphasis on soul cultivation, resulting in an increased demand for firefly-flowing jade. However, this matter is kept under wraps, and the average person remains unaware unless they are particularly observant. Although Gongshu did not comprehend why he requested the firefly-flowing jade, she was willing to procure it, as long as it could aid her beloved's recovery. To avoid alarming any potential threats, she refrained from asking her family for assistance and discreetly sent her maid to gather information. In the original narrative, upon acquiring the spiritual herb, Gongshu mentioned it to the soul cultivator. Noticing her keen perceptiveness, he pondered what sort of girl would take it upon herself to purchase firefly-flowing jade. If her soul had not been harmed, then the herb's application would be for alchemy, and an alchemist would typically have the support of a sect or family, rendering personal expenditure unnecessary. This suggested that the girl must possess some fortuitous opportunity, perhaps a legacy from a renowned alchemist. As greed stirred within him, he outwardly expressed to Gong Shuyan, "Once I have regained my strength, let us find an opportunity to invite her to a banquet as a token of our gratitude." Gong Shuyan, ever accommodating, often invited Wen Shu to the Gong family home, fully aware that she hailed from a modest lineage. Meanwhile, a soul cultivator observed her from the shadows, already formulating a scheme. As the protagonist, Wen Shu inevitably possessed the prowess to turn misfortune into fortune, ultimately vanquishing the malevolent soul cultivator. However, this revelation of her strength inadvertently antagonized Gong Shuyan, who perceived Wen Shu's justifications as mere fabrications to conceal her crime against her beloved. Coupled with the soul cultivator's subtle manipulations, Gong Shuyan became convinced that Wen Shu harbored feelings for him, leading to jealousy and murderous intent. If not for that, why would she conceal her powers and approach me with such calculated intent? Gong Shuyan thought with a fierce determination. She resolved to make Wen Shu experience the anguish of losing a cherished one. On the surface, Gong Shuyan feigned understanding and even expressed gratitude for Wen Shu's role in eliminating the wicked soul cultivator. Yet, she swiftly utilized the Gong family's considerable influence to deliberately target the Wen family. The Gong clan, second only to the four great families in power, had previously led to the untimely demise of Wen Shu's parents, murdered in broad daylight without a trace of the assailants. Had it not been for the unwavering support of the Wen family, who stood resolutely by Wen Shu's side, she might have succumbed to darkness, transforming into a ruthless and cold-hearted anti-heroine. Viewed merely as a narrative, such a plot is thrilling and captivating, as audiences revel in the protagonist's trials and tribulations, all while maintaining a glimmer of hope within, ultimately leading to profound growth and resilience. However, if such events were to transpire in one's immediate vicinity, compared to the treasures obtained from vanquishing soul cultivators, Wen Shu was far more concerned about Wen Shu's perilous situation and the potential loss of her parents. Wen Shu was her friend. To Wen Shu, she was no longer merely a character within the pages of a novel, crafted through countless words by an author, but a tangible being with flesh and blood. Wen Shu had aided her immensely and treated her with unwavering sincerity. Thus, she could not be ungrateful and stand idly by, merely observing with detached indifference. "This girl is truly kind-hearted," the little maid exclaimed joyfully. Why has Shu suddenly decided to purchase the firefly flowing pearl? Puzzled, Wen Shu, who had been pulled to the doorway, expressed her confusion, only to see Wen Shu gently shake her head. "I have always possessed a keen sensitivity to scents. During our time at the border, my parents once slain a soul cultivator, and the girl just now bore a scent reminiscent of that very soul cultivator." Soul cultivators predominantly congregate in mass graveyards, where phantoms abound. They can utilize a unique treasure to extract these essences to forge their soul weapons. Thus, they often become tainted with the foul stench of decaying corpses. "Are you suggesting that the girl is a soul cultivator?" Wen Shu inquired, somewhat astonished. "Not necessarily. It could also be that she frequently associates with soul cultivators and has merely acquired that scent." Wen Shu remarked, "The master has stated that the regulations dictate that neither cultivators of the righteous path nor those of the demonic path should easily interfere with the mortal realm. This border is intimately connected to the mundane world, and the demon practitioners dare not tread lightly. Only a sect of soul cultivators, seemingly malevolent, yet not entirely wicked, practices the art of soul cultivation. They wreak havoc among the various factions in the mortal realm, yet remain elusive to capture. Thus, we must exercise heightened caution in our ventures." I sensed an unusual aura emanating from that girl, and her desire to procure the firefly essence raises suspicions of her potential connection to those soul cultivators. What could possibly link the firefly essence to the soul practitioners? Furthermore, if that were the case, why would Shu relinquish the firefly essence to her? Wen Shu then produced a recording talisman from her bag, a simple rune array used for inscribing basic texts, which is not uncommon. You see here, the firefly essence not only serves as a crucial ingredient for the foundation establishment pill, but is also vital for concocting the soul-nourishing pill. However, most cultivators focus on spirit cultivation rather than soul nurturing. It is only the soul practitioners who require such a remedy. Moreover, that young lady appears to be from a prestigious family. If she were in need, why wouldn't she seek assistance from her own kin instead of venturing out to procure it herself? The talisman Wen Shu displayed was inscribed with the details regarding the firefly essence. With utmost seriousness, she continued, I sensed that peculiar fragrance as soon as she entered. I casually mentioned my intent to purchase the firefly essence, and that young girl immediately lifted the curtain to enter. When Xuan Ning widened her eyes in realization. If this girl did not come to purchase the firefly essence, then you may indeed need to acquire it yourself. Wen Shu, with a serious expression, remarked, "If I am mistaken, I shall purchase it and present it to you for alchemy. It is not a matter of wealth, for boasting incurs no cost." Chapter 9. The schemes of the four great families in the grand residence of the Li family, one of the four prominent families of Nanyang. The elder with white hair gathered together, while a younger member audaciously occupied the main seat, casually tossing a spirit fruit in his hand. Xiaosheng, is this information reliable? Is the Wen family truly the same one from hundreds of years ago in the central continent's Buzhou city? One elder inquired eagerly. Pretty much, replied the youth known as Li Yuxing. This young man, strikingly handsome with sword-like brows and starry eyes, possessed an exceptional demeanor. After taking a bite of the spirit fruit, he continued nonchalantly, "I was drinking with my master uncle, who, in his drunken state, let slip this information. My master uncle hails from Buzhou city in the central continent, with a respectable lineage, though his aptitude is somewhat ordinary. Unwilling to remain merely a steward in the family's outer circle, he leveraged connections and prepared generous gifts to gain entry into our Taiyang sect's inner sanctum. His words carry considerable credibility. The Taiyang sect is one of the 5 great alliances of the eastern extreme continent, holding a position of high esteem, second only to the Tianqing sect." Upon hearing this, the assembly of elders erupted in excitement, their eyes gleaming with greed at the thought of the potential wealth left behind by such a prestigious family. Li Yuxing squinted, his tone laden with nostalgia. Reflecting on the illustrious days of the Wen clan in the central continent, it is lamentable how they met with such a catastrophic demise, leaving no direct descendants behind, while only the lesser-regarded collateral kin managed to escape. Who would have thought that they would find themselves fleeing to this very place? Whether the collateral descendants of the Wen family have inherited the primary lineage remains uncertain. Presently, the Wen clan is quietly regaining its strength, hardly more than a modest family in the eyes of the Li clan. Given that they might possess something of value to us, it would be prudent to consider absorbing this family into our own. When that time comes, we shall ascertain whether they indeed hold what we seek. As the Li clan began to devise plans regarding the Wen family's assets, Wen Shu was preoccupied with concerns about the upcoming family competition for new members. This competition primarily targets disciples aged 10 and above, who are in the Qi refinement stage but not yet in the foundation establishment stage. Last year, due to her insufficient age, Wen Yuning could only attend the introductory class at the clan academy, as only those above 10 could partake in the admissions test to become formal students. Having only recently traversed into this world, Wen Shu found herself grappling with her cultivation methods and diligently studying the intricate and often convoluted incantations. However, time was exceedingly short, and there was much she had yet to master, including the sword techniques in which Wen Yuning excelled. Not to mention, she was about to engage in a duel. Despite her cultivation, she lacked even the most fundamental spells. I must devise a plan, Wen Shu thought anxiously. The forthcoming competition is of paramount importance to Wen Shu. Should she fail to secure a position within the top 10, entry into the family's secret realm will be denied. Without access to this sacred domain, she cannot ride the coattails of the heroine's fortune to unearth hidden treasures. Lacking these treasures, her cultivation will stagnate, and without advancement, she will be unable to accompany the heroine in her departure from this place. If she cannot follow the heroine as she ascends to dominion over the immortal realm and ultimately achieves divinity, Wen Shu's aspirations will be rendered futile. The mere thought of potentially being confined to the small city of Nanyang propels her from her bed with fervor. This cannot be allowed. Gritting her teeth, she dons her training attire and stealthily makes her way to the training room. Typically desolate at this late hour, she treads lightly, fearful of exposing her lackluster agility. As for the machinations of the Li family, Wen Shu has her own strategies. The heroine's father need only focus on refining elixirs and enhancing his skills, facilitating her future endeavors to cling to his influence without guilt. The advantage of diligent practice lies in the vitality it bestows. Wen Shu dedicates the entire night to her training manual, and with a brief meditation, she revitalizes her spirit. Initially intending to practice swordplay, she recalls that mastering the sword necessitates a foundation in fist techniques, as the essence of swordsmanship lies in the fundamentals of martial arts. Thus, throughout the night, She commits herself solely to the practice of basic fist techniques. Fortunately, this body is inherently suited for swordsmanship, possessing commendable foundational qualities. With 2 months remaining until the competition, Wen Shu contemplates familiarizing herself with the essential moves before advancing to sword techniques, believing this approach will prove less daunting than starting anew. While she has considered seeking instruction from the heroine, she cannot fathom how to explain her sudden ineptitude. It appears that she must rely solely on her own efforts. It was not without consideration that I contemplated excavating the enigmatic spirit pill mentioned within the tome, for it lay concealed in a gorge not far from Nanyang City. Wen Shu was aware of its existence, owing gratitude to the soul cultivator referenced yesterday, who had caused Wen Xuanning to lose her parents and ultimately met his demise at her hands. The spirit pill was marked on the treasure map that adorned his being. This exquisite pill, classified within the realm of third-tier spirit elixirs, possessed a value akin to several hundred superior spirit stones, and only a third-tier alchemist with a mental prowess reaching the could concoct it. Consuming this elixir could elevate the cultivation of any practitioner below the golden core stage by 3 tiers in an instant. The optimal moment for utilizing this pill was at the 7th layer of foundation establishment, enabling one to achieve complete mastery in the blink of an eye. However, it could only be consumed once in a lifetime, with no adverse effects. Yet, she ultimately chose to relinquish the notion. Although the elixir could instantaneously enhance one's prowess, it resembled the muscle-bound individuals who inject nutrient solutions. They may appear formidable, but would falter when confronted by those who have honed their strength through diligent training. The same principle applied to cultivation. Possessing mere prowess was insufficient against those of equal standing who excelled in various aspects. In such encounters, one would find themselves at a disadvantage. It is best to tread the path of diligence, for shortcuts inevitably lead to significant setbacks. Good morning, little Shu. Upon entering the grand hall of the clan academy, she encountered a fellow female disciple named Wen Yu. At 17 years of age, she had only attained the 3rd stage of qi cultivation. Every day, she arrived at the academy before dawn to meditate and refine her skills, making use of the spirit-gathering array present therein. It is unfortunate that Wen Yu is inherently lacking in talent, possessing merely 4 spiritual roots, and thus she is compelled to dedicate herself diligently to her studies and cultivation. There is no alternative. Should she fail to attain the 5th level of qi refinement by the age of 20, even as a direct descendant, she would be forced to leave the clan academy and be assigned to a branch of the family. Wen Shu silently nodded in agreement and chose a seat closer to the front. With ample time remaining before class commenced, she closed her eyes and began to meditate, channeling her energy. Thanks to the superior qi-gathering pills provided by Wen Shu, who possessed decent aptitude herself, absorbed spiritual energy with remarkable ease. She gritted her teeth, reflecting on how her sister, Wen Shu, possessed greater talent yet worked tirelessly. What right did she have to be complacent? Henceforth, she resolved to exert even greater effort, sacrificing sleep at night and minimizing her time spent in the library during the day, compressing all her hours into meditation and cultivation. The old master arrived early today and was heartened to witness the two diligently engaged in their practices. He chose not to disturb them, instead taking his seat at the front of the classroom, silently adjusting his breath. Recently, his health had been declining further. Although he was in the late stages of the nascent soul realm, the nascent soul within his dantian was barely hanging on. As the last surviving direct descendant of the Wen clan in the city of Buzhou, he had been grievously injured and had struggled to survive for over 300 years. And now he found himself on the brink of exhaustion. The old gentleman sighed within, contemplating that his own demise was of little consequence. Yet, he lamented the increasingly arduous existence that awaited the Wen family, now devoid of a yuaning cultivator to safeguard them, leaving their future shrouded in uncertainty. As these thoughts consumed him, his gaze fell upon Wen Shu, a girl he had observed long before. Ever since this unfortunate child had entered the main sect a year ago, her diligent practice had been evident to all. Recently, it seemed her cultivation speed had significantly accelerated. Chapter 10. Taking a master as a powerful yuaning cultivator, Old Wen could discern that when Xuanning had already transcended the foundation establishment stage, it was likely that she had fortuitously acquired the legacy of some ancient sage. Achieving such prowess at a tender age undoubtedly signified immense fortune. However, when Xuanning bore numerous secrets that eluded Old Wen's comprehension, which rendered him hesitant to engage too closely with her. The clan leader's own sons were of ordinary talent. While their desire for progress was commendable, They were burdened by a frivolous nature and a lack of diligence, barely managing to reach the 5th layer of chi refinement before the age of 20. And that was only with the aid of spiritual herbs, a source of great embarrassment to him. In contrast, Wen Shu was different. Her father was the clan leader's younger brother, who had voluntarily withdrawn from the struggle for leadership years ago for the sake of familial harmony. Subsequently, he and his wife willingly took on the responsibility of guarding the borders of the Wen family for decades, ultimately sacrificing their lives in this noble endeavor, dedicating their entire existence to the family. Wen Shu was their sole offspring, the rightful heir of the clan, possessing commendable talent and an unwavering work ethic. If he were to choose a disciple to inherit the mantle, he could scarcely conceive of anyone more suitable than Wen Shu. As soon as the thought arose, it sprouted rapidly like willow buds. The old gentleman soon devised a plan in his heart. He calmly completed today's lessons, and only after announcing the end of class did he smile warmly at Wen Shu, saying, "Little Shu, I have a question for you. Later, remember to find grandfather in the central courtyard for a chat." Naturally, Wen Shu responded obediently, though a hint of anxiety stirred within her. Could it be that the gentleman intended to inquire about her parents? After all, she was merely an unrefined novice, undoubtedly ignorant on such matters. Shu, the teacher wants to speak with you." Wen Yu chimed in, a tinge of envy in her voice. "I wonder if he might offer you some special guidance." It was indeed a rare opportunity for a foundational cultivator to provide personal instruction. Her own father, a peak chi refinement practitioner, had been stuck on the brink of foundational stage for many years, often disheartened and unable to offer her much assistance despite caring for his daughter, who lacked exceptional talent. Ultimately, she would have to rely on her own efforts. Perhaps it was for the best that her reserved nature deterred many from approaching her, thus concealing her mediocrity. If she were to display a more amiable disposition, what if a classmate sought her out to discuss cultivation? With just over a month of experience as a novice, how could she possibly withstand the barrage of questions? After class, she returned a book at the library and shared a meal with Wen Xuanning. With a heart full of trepidation, Wen Shu clutched the token given by the old gentleman and stepped into the central courtyard. The ancestral courtyard serves as a sanctuary for the clan elder and the patriarch to cultivate their spiritual practices, featuring a formation that gathers spiritual energy, with a concentration comparable to that of the clan's academy. Wen Shu inhaled deeply and approached the door of the elder's courtyard. The door stood ajar, and out of respect, she gently knocked. The elder, known for his simplicity and self-sufficiency, declined the attendance of maids sent by the family, resulting in an atmosphere of profound tranquility. "Little Shu has arrived," he called out. The elder and the young one sat together on chairs. With a warm smile, the elder inquired, "Little Shu, do you have any doubts regarding your cultivation?" Wen Shu, mentally preparing her thoughts, cautiously replied, "Recently, my cultivation has been relatively smooth. However, being young, my understanding of the heavenly principles remains limited. I believe that as I age and accumulate experiences, my comprehension will improve." Upon hearing this, the elder nodded in agreement, stating, "You possess commendable talent. Although you are not a singular spiritual root, your dual water and wood roots are quite balanced. If managed well, you may prove to be as exceptional as those with singular spiritual roots." He then offered guidance on several aspects of her cultivation. As a genuine nascent soul practitioner, the elder found it effortless to instruct Wen Shu, a mere chi refinement stage practitioner. His few words illuminated her mind, dispelling many of her confusions. Coupled with the recent intake of medicinal herbs, a wave of enlightenment washed over her, hinting at an imminent breakthrough. Without hesitation, she settled into a meditative posture, solidifying her spiritual energy state through this newfound clarity. After a considerable time, Wen Shu opened her eyes, gazing gratefully at the kind elder. A peculiar sensation enveloped her. She felt as though the elder's demeanor towards her had shifted in a remarkable way today. In his daily teachings, the old gentleman primarily imparts cultural knowledge and the principles of conduct to his students. He emphasizes a natural approach to cultivation, occasionally offering guidance, yet largely preferring that his pupils derive their own insights. However, today is markedly different, as he is evidently directing her cultivation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the special attention bestowed upon her, Wen Shu was about to express her thoughts when the venerable old man, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Little Shu, would you be willing to take me as your master?" At this, Wen Shu was overwhelmed with joy, experiencing a dizzying sensation akin to being struck by a pie falling from the heavens. In haste, she discreetly pinched herself, the sharp pain affirming that this was no dream. This was a being of immense power, a Yuanying master. Moreover, he was not merely a Yuanying, but the last living direct descendant of the Wen family from the central continent's Wuzhou city. To become his personal disciple could potentially grant her access to the martial legacy that had once allowed the Wen family to stand proudly above the world, a tradition that had endured for millennia. What Wen Shu did not know was that although the Wen family of Wuzhou city was renowned for their swordsmanship, the true essence of their core inheritance lay not in the sword arts. In the original narrative, the old gentleman did not leave behind his legacy, perhaps due to the absence of a suitable successor or his belief that the Wen family could thrive without such teachings. However, he recognized the fortuitous destiny of Wen Shu and, considering the future of the family, imparted some teachings to her during his final days. He merely hoped that, in gratitude for the upbringing provided by the Wen family, she would, in time, look after the family's interests. Wen Shu has already established her own legacy, and her innate talent lies in swordsmanship, which stands in stark contrast to the core inheritance of the Wen clan. Thus, she is not suited to be a disciple of the venerable Elder One. However, to everyone's astonishment, the old gentleman directly inquired of Wen Shu whether she would be willing to become his apprentice. Overwhelmed with joy, Wen Shu promptly knelt down, reverently knocking her forehead 3 times on the ground, and earnestly declared, "Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects." Elder Wen was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wen Shu would acquiesce so swiftly. To him, his outward identity was merely that of a foundational practitioner skilled in teaching, and it was common for esteemed direct descendants to aspire to be apprentices of Golden Core elders, hardly considering him, this aged individual. What a remarkable child! Elder One, momentarily touched, found himself at a loss for words, hastily assisting Wen Shu to her feet while repeatedly expressing his approval. Wen Shu exhibited extraordinary talent and relentless diligence. Moreover, her demeanor towards both Wen Shu and himself revealed a character of impeccable virtue. Elder Wen's eyes grew moist. Heaven has not forsaken the Wen clan. He, Wen Wuchang, now finds himself with a worthy successor. Chapter 11. Abandoning the sword for the brush for a cultivator, the matter of mentorship is of utmost significance. Only through apprenticeship can one inherit the lineage and its teachings. A teacher may have countless disciples throughout their lifetime, yet the true heir, the one who inherits the mantle, is often but a singular individual. The apprenticeship ceremony for Wen Shu was remarkably straightforward. After knocking her forehead 3 times, presenting tea, and pledging her vows under the watchful gaze of the celestial Tao, she discreetly became Elder Wen's devoted disciple. Wen Lao, whose full name is Wen Wuchang, is the sole surviving direct descendant of the illustrious Wen clan, which thrived for millennia. Centuries ago, gravely injured and yet undeterred, he personally led the collateral descendants to escape peril, choosing instead to recuperate and establish roots in the resource-scarce boundary between the mortal and the celestial realms. In order to remain inconspicuous, even though a withered camel is larger than a horse, Wen Wuchang opted for the Wen clan to remain dormant. They lived modestly, refraining from displaying any ambition for dominance over the prominent families of Nanyang. For 3 centuries, their numbers expanded only slightly, devoid of any aspirations to conquer. Had it not been for the attempts of several smaller families a century ago to conspire against the Wen clan, the latter would have had no intention of revealing their possession of a nascent soul ancestor. Consequently, many speculated that he had long since passed into enlightenment, and gradually, those with ulterior motives began to stir once more, eyeing the Wen clan's hidden treasures. Wen Shu, the close disciple of Wen Wuchang, was privy to these familial secrets, which Wen Wuchang divulged without reservation. Although Wen Shu occasionally displayed surprise, her acting skills were not particularly refined, leading Wen Wuchang to perceive her demeanor as somewhat composed. Observing her earnest attempts to feign astonishment, Wen Wuchang mused to himself that, at such a tender age, she remained unfazed by praise or blame, demonstrating remarkable poise, a sign that she would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. He then proceeded to discuss the broader currents of the world, elucidating the hierarchy of the cultivation realm, where humanity reigns supreme, alongside the demon, beast, and sea races, as well as the celestial beings and fiends. This realm is known as the Tianyuan realm, which encompasses a continent named Tianyuan continent. Millions of years ago, a cataclysmic war between gods and demons shattered the continent, resulting in the present-day division into 5 distinct lands. There exist the Eastern continent, the Southern continent, the Western continent, the Central continent, and the Northern continent. Among them, The northern continent is rife with monstrous beasts and is characterized by a harsh climate, rendering it scarcely trodden by humanity. Situated at the northernmost edge of the eastern continent is Nanyang, a realm that borders the mortal world on one side, the eastern continent on another, and is flanked by the endless mountains, which are a labyrinth of towering peaks. Nanyang serves as the frontier nation of the Kingdom of Shao, with its capital located therein. To the north of the Kingdom of Shao lies the endless mountains, aptly named as they appear boundless, shrouded in perpetual darkness and devoid of light throughout the year. Even the beasts lurking at the fringes of these mountains are overwhelming in number, launching large-scale assaults on human territories every year or two. Consequently, both the royal family of Nanyang and the families of smaller cities are compelled to dispatch at least 2 foundation-building cultivators to guard this perilous border, with a rotation period of 50 years, unless one meets their demise in battle. Wen Shu's parents were the previous guardians of the border from the Wen family, having perished last year under the claws of a beast king during a beast tide. The former occupant of Wen Shu's body devoted himself to arduous cultivation, having witnessed the atrocities of the monstrous beasts from a young age. Vowing to establish his foundation and rushed to the border to slay the beast king and avenge his kin. The eastern continent is the rightful domain of human cultivators, encompassing both righteous and demonic practitioners, who are often in conflict with one another. While it is commonly believed that demonic practitioners are bloodthirsty and cruel, deserving of extermination, the path of cultivation has never truly distinguished between righteousness and malevolence. It is the human heart that becomes truly demonic. The Western continent is the realm of Buddhism, where bodhisattvas abound and the sounds of sacred chants resonate, maintaining considerable interaction with the Eastern continent. The Antarctic continent, in comparison to other landmasses, is relatively smaller, surrounded on all sides by vast oceans teeming with countless marine creatures, among which the dragon species reigns supreme. Here, the realms of humans and demons intertwine, and an abundance of rare spiritual entities exists. Historically, the Antarctic continent has been the most chaotic, perilous, and yet irresistibly alluring region within the entire cultivation world. When Wen Wuchang spoke of the central continent, he did so with a sense of gravity, refraining from elaborating on the reasons behind the downfall of the Wen clan. If ever you find yourself in the central continent, exercise utmost caution, he advised earnestly. As twilight descended, he turned to Wen Shu and inquired, "Little Shu, have you been practicing the way of the sword?" A chill ran through her heart at the thought that her master might be testing her swordsmanship, just as her mind raced with uncertainty on how to respond. Wen Wuchang chuckled, stroking his beard, and said, "Most people devote themselves to sword techniques, and it is common to see sword cultivators in the realm of true cultivation. For centuries, many have known that the core of my clan's esteemed prowess in the world of cultivation lies in our profound mastery of the sword. However, this is a misconception. The founding patriarch of the Wen family was, in fact, a painter." As he spoke, he retrieved a jade brush and a roll of silk from his bag of holding. With a flourish of his hand, the painting floated into the air, moving gracefully without a breeze. With the jade brush, he began to sketch, and layers of ink swirled in the air. In an instant, a multitude of shimmering images materialized around them, transforming the surroundings into pavilions, towers, and ethereal fairies. A spectacle of exquisite beauty. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Wen Shu found herself utterly immobilized. The so-called stroke of genius, unparalleled in the world, is named the ink splash melody. It transforms painting into a battlefield, ink into bonds, forming a lethal array. Do not underestimate this seemingly delicate and exquisite scroll of earthly beauty. Its exterior is resplendent, yet within the splashes of ink lie delicate lotus buds and fish frolicking amidst the serene lilies. These picturesque scenes are fraught with hidden perils. A moment's inattention could lead to an invisible demise. With shackles cast aside, Wen Shu opened her eyes wide, for this technique was utterly unprecedented, yet so wondrously captivating that it ensnared the heart and soul. Our lineage is known as the path of painting. Subsequently, Wen Wuchang imparted the heart method of the path of painting to Wen Shu. The array's principles were succinct. Some concepts she could comprehend immediately, while others would require her to reach the foundational stage of cultivation, such as the mental methods of practice, observing her earnest effort to memorize. When Wuchang felt a wave of emotion, "Fortunately, you are still young. It is not too late to abandon the sword for the brush. From now on, do not practice the sword techniques of the past. Instead, devote yourself to the arduous practice of calligraphy and painting, leaving no room for complacency." The art of painting and calligraphy forms the foundation. To ensnare others with a painting array, one must render the scenery as if it were real, capturing not only its form and color, but also the essence of the subject. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Wuchang added, "From this day forth, after leaving the clan's academy, you shall come here to study for half a day." He felt acutely aware that time was short, and, having long since relinquished fear of life and death, was unexpectedly struck by the desire to take on a disciple. Now, with a cherished student in his care, Wen Wuchang naturally wished to avoid passing away quietly. Thus, he employed a mysterious technique, sacrificing his own cultivation to extend his lifespan by several months. For one on the brink of death, such cultivation was ultimately of little consequence. Wen Wuchang understood that he would not be able to witness Wen Shu establish a solid foundation in the art of calligraphy and painting, nor her gradual growth. He merely hoped to utilize these extra months of life to diligently instruct her, imparting the legacy of the artistic path as well as the entirety of his lifelong knowledge. As for how much she could absorb and accept, that lay entirely in Wen Shu's own destiny. Chapter 12. Rigorous cultivation. This entire day had been filled with an overwhelming array of experiences, leaving Wen Shu's emotions in a state of complexity. Initially, she had been troubled by her inability to articulate her proficiency in the swordsmanship. However, the matter was effortlessly resolved when she discovered that the Wen family's inheritance bore no relation to swordsmanship. To her astonishment, the Wen family's secret arts were fundamentally based on painting. This aspect had not been mentioned in the original text. Wen Shu felt both astonished and delighted. It is noteworthy that prior to her transmigration, she was born into a family renowned for their expertise in calligraphy and painting, with her elders being celebrated figures in the art circles of Country Z. From the tender age of 2, she had begun to learn the art of painting, dedicating nearly 2 decades to her practice, ultimately attending a prestigious art academy in her homeland. Little did she expect that this skill, which she had previously considered to be of little value, would become her sole asset in this new world. It is important to note that in the present world, most children begin their literacy education at the age of 5. By the age of 10, their proficiency in reading and painting remains at a relatively rudimentary level. Particularly for those disciples with aptitude for cultivation, the time spent on calligraphy and painting is significantly reduced, as long as they can recognize characters and produce legible writing. Along with creating recognizable artworks, they are deemed to have achieved considerable success. Thereafter, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to the study of martial arts and the pursuit of spiritual cultivation. It was only natural for Wen Shu to make the most of her inherent advantages. In the days that followed, to Wen Wuchang's astonishment, Wen Shu began to display unparalleled artistic talent. Although she initially concealed her skills, producing rather hasty and casual work, she swiftly progressed under Wen Wuchang's guidance. Witnessing Wen Shu's astonishing growth, akin to a cheat in a game, Wen Wuchang felt both surprise and deep satisfaction. This child was indeed destined to inherit the legacy of the Wen family. Such remarkable talent, if he had not discovered it in time, would have been a grave oversight. Even after becoming a wisp of lonely spirit in the world, Wen Wuchang would surely lament and pound his chest in regret. In the small courtyard of Wen Xuanning, she stood on the sidelines, observing, while Wen Shu took up her brush, her brow furrowed in concentration. In the realm of artistic inheritance, the techniques available during the qi refinement stage are exceedingly limited, primarily due to the scant spiritual energy that cultivators can store in their dantian, insufficient to form a sea of qi. During the qi refinement stage, one cannot set up formations. The techniques available for soul painting are strictly divided into defensive and offensive strategies. Using the painting as a shield and the brush as a spear, one can overcome rigidity with flexibility, triumphing through unexpected tactics, concealing sharpness within softness. With one hand gripping the brush and her spirit focused, Wen Shu endeavored to channel the spiritual energy from her dantian to gather at the brush's tip. Utilizing spiritual energy as ink, the jade brush danced lightly, creating ripples of ethereal resonance in the air. In an instant, Wen Shu's aura surged. With a gentle twist of her wrist, the tip of the jade brush swiftly traced a blade of spirit in the air. Crack! The ethereal blade soared through the air, effortlessly transcending a formidable wall, cleaving down a gnarled tree on the opposite side. Victory! Wen Xuanning felt genuine joy for Wen Shu. Having witnessed her embark upon a transformative journey over a mere month, relinquishing the path of the sword to embrace the enigmatic and wondrous art of painting. In Wen Xuanning's eyes, despite Wen Shu's tender years, her perceptiveness was remarkably profound, albeit still a touch lacking. with a gentle furrow of her brow. Wen Shu spoke softly, though inwardly she exhaled a sigh of relief. She had finally acquired a technique capable of confronting others. This technique, known as the ethereal blade, harnessed the essence into a blade, employing a unique method to wield energy as a weapon, capable of striking from a distance. Initially, Wen Shu could easily execute the ethereal blade but struggled to control its force, resulting in erratic and impulsive attacks. Now, she had finally begun to see some results. Deeply moved by her own perseverance, tears welled up in her eyes. Yet, she dared not to relent. After merely a few breaths of respite, she resumed gathering her spiritual energy, practicing tirelessly. Truly, she was a relentless cultivator. When Xuanning, who had intended to urge her to take a break, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. Inspired by Wen Shu's dedication, she found herself extending her own practice sessions significantly longer than before. Renowned for her diligence within the clan, Wen Shu often labored day and night to refine her spiritual energy, devoting herself to both her painting studies and meditation. With the recent addition of practical combat training, in addition to the imminent grand competition for new students, Wen Shu, well-versed in the intricacies of the narrative, was acutely aware that the Wen family would soon face an overwhelming crisis. Although the presence of the protagonist would undoubtedly allow them to evade disaster, she recognized this as an opportune moment to demonstrate her own strength and worth to the leading character. Aspiring to follow in the footsteps of the heroine, she relied solely on the belief that diligence could compensate for her shortcomings. Wen Shu felt the constraints of time pressing upon her, thus meticulously organizing her daily training regimen. Whenever her spiritual energy surged, she immediately resorted to medicinal remedies and engaged in meditation for cultivation, and as soon as she regained her composure, she tirelessly continued her practice with the spiritual blade. She was, of course, acutely aware of the adage that one should not be greedy and attempt too much at once. And so she refrained from hastily practicing the myriad techniques that Wen Wuchang had instilled in her mind. Instead, she prudently selected the most fundamental and straightforward spiritual blade techniques for rigorous, devilish repetition. She was confident that 2 months would suffice for her to master at least 2 foundational combat skills. Regarding the matter of inheritance, Wen Shu had not concealed anything from Wen Xuanning, knowing that her friend would safeguard the secret regardless of her reminders. The advantages of this transparency were evident. It not only solidified their friendship and deepened their mutual trust, but it also allowed her to utilize Wen Xuanning's quaint courtyard for clandestine practice of the soul painting technique. With Wen Xuanning overseeing her training, she could immerse herself fully in her cultivation and insights. Occasionally, when Wen Xuanning was not engaged in alchemy, talisman crafting, or sword practice, she would delight in sparring with Wen Shu. Wen Xuanning strictly restricted her cultivation to the second layer of qi training and refrained from employing any other techniques. Relying solely on a peach with sword to engage in combat practice with Wen Xuanning practiced the art of swordsmanship. Her mental technique, named Tai Chu Tai I Dong Huang Ju, the Tai-Yin sword energy, was exceedingly domineering, with a blade that was both cold and sharp, rendering it nearly impossible to guard against. Initially, Wen Shu found herself at a disadvantage, unable to counter with her superior cultivation level, as Wen Xuanning wielded a mere wooden sword with remarkable force. Consequently, she altered her strategy, choosing to adopt a defensive posture. Acknowledging her inability to surpass Wen Xuanning, she sought ways to utilize her spiritual blade to withstand the onslaught of sword energy. As a result of this back-and-forth engagement over the course of a month, she experienced a notable enhancement in both the speed and intensity of her spiritual energy accumulation. With less than a month remaining until the family's grand competition, Wen Shu felt a mix of emotions. In response to Wen Xuanning's concern, she maintained a calm exterior while internally grappling with a sense of discouragement. She felt she was failing to meet the expectations of Elder One, as her rate of progress was regrettably slow, although she understood that one cannot achieve greatness overnight. The prospect of attaining a significant breakthrough in just 2 months seemed rather unrealistic. The thought of her master announcing her apprenticeship to the family upon the competition's commencement loomed over her, amplifying her anxiety about potentially disappointing her mentor. Some progress has been made, she mused, before signaling for Wen Xuanning to draw her sword, ready for another bout. Their frequent duels had led to a gradual improvement. Although Wen Shu still found herself in a subordinate position, she managed to endure longer with each encounter and occasionally mount a counterattack. Witnessing this, Wen Xuanning felt a blend of sympathy and pride. I must strive even harder, she resolved silently. Chapter 13. The The failed scheme 2 months swiftly elapsed. Now, Wen Shu not only adeptly wielded her spiritual blade, but had also mastered the water-based spell, Stitching Needle. At first glance, the principles of this spell appeared straightforward. However, its execution was fraught with complexity. Consequently, Wen Shu dedicated considerable time to its practice, depleting numerous pots and pans in the courtyard. This technique required the practitioner to harness their affinity for water elements, using a spiritual brush as a medium, along with special incantations to disperse and then coalesce the water elements from the surrounding air, transforming water into ice. With ice shards as blades, she conjured a flurry of delicate ice needles that fell like rain, leaving no refuge for her adversaries. At this juncture, Wen Shu had successfully advanced to the 4th layer of Qi training, even reaching its pinnacle. With just a single surge of energy, she could achieve another breakthrough. As the upcoming new student competition approached, the clan scholars began to meticulously prepare their favored magical tools and talismans. On this day, when Xuanning planned to venture to Yi City to procure materials for refining weapons and specifically sought Wen Shu's company, she readily agreed. But with a firm reminder to Wen Xuanning, aside from the money for purchases, her Qiankuan bag should contain nothing else, particularly not those spiritual pills, which must remain at home. I have heard that thieves have been particularly rampant in Yi City lately. We must take precautions to avoid significant losses. Wen Shu explained with an air of calm. Wen Xuanning, somewhat bewildered by this news, had not heard of any audacious thieves daring to pilfer the Qiankuan bags of cultivators. Nevertheless, under Wen Shu's persistent insistence, she complied dutifully. Let us first visit the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, Wen Xuanning exclaimed with enthusiasm. After diligently crafting talismans for her family for an extended period, Wen Xuanning finally amassed a considerable sum of savings, allowing her to embark on her own journey of artifact refinement. On the path of cultivation, wealth, companions, and spiritual practices are indispensable. Although she serves as the esteemed patron of the Wen family, receiving a substantial monthly stipend, the demands of alchemy consume a significant amount of medicinal materials. Now that she wishes to refine artifacts, her purse feels woefully insufficient. In the realm of treasures, they are categorized into magical tools, spiritual instruments, and divine artifacts. Each category is further divided into 3 grades: low, middle, and high, resulting in a total of 9 tiers. Among these treasures, magical tools are relatively affordable, making them suitable for cultivators in the Qi refining stage, while spiritual instruments require at least a foundation establishment level. The formidable master that Wen Xuanning inherited her skills from is a renowned artifact refiner. Crafting a superior-grade magic sword for herself would be a trivial task. The Spirit Weapon Pavilion not only sells expensive finished magical tools, but also offers semi-finished product blanks for disciples with a talent for refinement to practice on. Numerous apothecaries exist. Yet within the entirety of Nanyang City, there is but one Spirit Weapon Pavilion, a branch of the Spirit Weapon General Pavilion from the Eastern Extreme Continent. This general pavilion adapts to local conditions. In a remote place like the Shao Kingdom, it suffices to operate a single branch, as few foundation establishment cultivators reside there. Consequently, it seldom offers finished spiritual instruments, although it boasts a wide variety of magical tools at varying qualities and prices. In the Shao Kingdom, artifact refiners are exceedingly rare, primarily due to the exorbitant costs involved in their training and the low success rates in producing artifacts. Therefore, prominent families must rely on the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, as the magical tools and spiritual instruments within their families can only be procured at high prices from this establishment. The Lingbing Pavilion stands majestically, located adjacent to the largest medicinal hall in Nanyang City, complemented by a talismanic hall nearby. These 3 edifices are situated at the very heart of Nanyang, representing the most grandiose structures within the city, their scale surpassing even that of the royal palaces. The presence of a formidable deity ensures the stability of the Shao Kingdom's royal family. In the realm of cultivation, the royal authority seldom interferes with local families, generally allowing them to flourish as long as they fulfill their tax obligations punctually. The royal family typically refrains from meddling in the internal affairs and development of these families. And even in cases of misconduct, as long as the perpetrators manage their affairs discreetly, the authorities tend to turn a blind eye. Consequently, in the power-centric Shao Kingdom, many families in the capital, Nanyang, find their internal matters in disarray, with power struggles leading to heinous acts, including fratricide and patricide. The competition for fame and fortune is rampant. In stark contrast, The Wen family exhibits harmony and unity, standing as a cohesive front, with close-knit ties among its various branches. As solid as an iron barrel. Aside from external disciples, it is nearly impossible for other families to infiltrate the Wen lineage with spies. On this occasion, the two visitors donned veils that obscured their true features, presenting an appearance of opulence. Upon arriving at the Lingbing Pavilion, they were promptly attended to by the staff. Welcome, esteemed guests. What sort of magical artifacts are you interested in purchasing? Our establishment boasts a comprehensive array of swords and knives, as well as an ample selection of soft whips, zither, and flutes suitable for ladies. The young attendant, a practitioner at the second level of qi cultivation, could not discern the cultivation levels of the two young women, yet he presumed they were likely from prominent families, prompting him to extend his utmost courtesy. We wish to acquire weapon molds. Wen Shu, without any superfluous words, directly stated her intention. Indeed, having spent an extended period in the company of Wen Shu, she too had grown taciturn. Apart from her interactions with Wen Shu, she remained aloof with others. What type of raw materials do you seek? The young attendant maintained an unwaveringly courteous demeanor, showing no disdain for the customer, merely wishing to purchase relatively inexpensive materials. The mere act of procuring raw materials indicated the customer's intent to forge their own artifacts, and whether they were buying on behalf of an elder or for personal use. Such intentions warranted respect. What categories are available, and what are the respective prices? Wen Shu inquired. Please take a look. The attendant, displaying commendable professionalism, promptly produced a catalog adorned with illustrations of various raw materials, meticulously detailing each item, from model types to quality distinctions, concluding with pricing, leaving nothing unexplained. Wen Shu quietly assessed her financial capacity and ultimately opted for 2 medium-grade sword blanks and a high-grade pin barrel devoid of bristles. Upon settling the transaction, she found her pockets woefully empty, a sense of despair washing over her. The high-grade jade pin barrel, crafted from fragments of superior spiritual stones, would have been beyond her means had it not been a mere semi-finished product. Wen Shu was not surprised by Wen Shu's willingness to spend a considerable sum on a jade pin. She was certain that she had become, aside from Wen Shu's biological parents, the closest person in her life. The protagonist's father had always been one to protect his own. After purchasing some fine items, the two of them discussed where to dine as they strolled outside. Suddenly, a dashing young man rushed towards them with remarkable speed and collided with Wen Shu, who had inadvertently stepped in front of Wen Shu. Their bodies tumbled together in a chaotic heap. The young man hastily rose from Wen Shu without offering an apology and proceeded directly towards Lingbing Pavilion. Seeing this, Wen Shu quickly helped Wen Shu to her feet, at which point her scarf had fallen, revealing her strikingly beautiful visage. Scoundrel! Wen Shu silently cursed. Yet she felt a flicker of relief upon noticing Wen Shu's worried expression. How fortunate she was to have reacted swiftly. Otherwise, it would have been Wen Shu who had suffered indignity. Despite her youth, Wen Shu was still a girl, and such disrespect was intolerable. Wen Shu assured her companion that she was unharmed and urged her not to worry, brushing off her attire as she attempted to lead Wen Shu away. Stop! To her surprise, the very young man who had knocked her down returned, audaciously calling out to her with an arrogant demeanor. Was it you, girl, who deliberately crashed into me? Hand over my jade pendant at once. Chapter 14. Provocation failed. Here he appeared, intending to provoke the female protagonist, seeking to incite her anger as a prelude to targeting the Wen family. Wen Shu felt a surge of excitement within, yet maintained an outwardly calm facade. Using the telepathic technique she had recently mastered, she intervened just as Wen Shu was about to explode in outrage. Her gaze was indifferent as she glanced at the young man, speaking in a tone devoid of any emotional nuance. Esteemed friend, our human race does not resemble the demonic clans. We always demand evidence when we speak. With this single statement, she firmly established the moral high ground. Should the other party refuse to present evidence, it would imply that he is akin to the denizens of the demon realm. Firstly, regarding the earlier incident, it was you who initially collided with my two sisters. There is no need for you to rush into explanations. She raised her hand and shushed, effectively silencing Li Yuqing's attempt to retort, and then continued. To commemorate our inaugural visit to the Spirit Weapon Pavilion to purchase weapon molds, I specifically brought along a recording stone to document the entire process of our purchase. Coincidentally, it also captured your earlier infringement upon us. The crowd, including Wen Shu, stared in astonishment as Wen Shu slowly retrieved a recording stone from her cosmos bag. This stone, originally intended for temporary note-taking, could record merely 1 hour of footage and would only preserve the images for a maximum of 5 hours. To maintain the recording long-term, one would need to find new stone symbols for repeated engravings, rendering it rather impractical. As Wen Shu displayed the footage for all to see, she continued her narrative with an unperturbed demeanor, taking into account the time it took for us to respond, to rise from the ground, to reassure one another. In your return, I calculated it took approximately 10 breaths. She then produced an hour stone, which indeed confirmed the recording of 10 breaths. Regardless of how she discerned that the man was indeed a foundational stage cultivator, the expressions of those who had witnessed the imagery darkened in concern. It was evident that if he were a foundational stage cultivator, he should have been able to detect any item that had fallen into the possession of these two mere chi-refining stage youths without delay. Wen Shu removed her hat as a gesture of her upright identity. We are disciples of the Wen clan, and for 3 centuries, the Wen clan has stood in Nanyang without engaging in any despicable acts. This, I believe, has been evident to all over the years. Subsequently, her hand reached for the bag at her waist. Many anticipated that she would draw her sword, pointing it at the man who had instigated the conflict. Instead, she merely unfastened her bag and then removed Wen Xuanning's bag from her waist as well, presenting both with both hands to an elder of considerable age. The elder, clad in a blue robe and exuding an air of dignity, was surrounded by several attendants from the spirit weapon pavilion, clearly indicating his high status within the establishment. Once the elder had his attendants collect the 2 bags, Wen Shu's gaze swept across the crowd, her tone transforming into one of righteous authority as she declared, "These are our 2 bags. Not only this esteemed elder, but any fellow cultivator present may take them, open them for inspection, and ascertain whether the jade pendant belonging to this young gentleman is among the contents." After all, Wen Xuanning's purse is already empty, and she was instructed not to carry any pills before leaving. As for myself, my bag has always been devoid of any possessions. If there are still concerns regarding our potential concealment of items on our persons, feel free to conduct a search right here. Although we are young, we are indeed women. Therefore, any search must be conducted by the women present. After stating this, she confidently cast her gaze around the young men. Noticing the sudden appearance of the servants and warriors, each a robust man, originally intended to bolster the stature of their young master. "Do you still recognize yourself as a woman?" Li Yuqing exclaimed, utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated such an outcome, nor the unexpected reaction from the other party. It was as if they had foreseen his intention to confront them, even bringing a recording stone along. Meanwhile, the crowd had grown, chattering and pointing, with several individuals recognizing him. Those who frequented the spirit artifact pavilion were mostly affluent or noble, far from ordinary. Li Yuqing turned his attention to the elder, who was now furrowing his brow, causing a stir of anxiety within him. Recently, the Wen family had been diligently preparing for the upcoming newcomer grand competition, with each member striving hard in their cultivation. Senior disciples ventured out in groups, while younger ones rarely left. It was only after a report from the subordinates that 2 direct disciples had ventured out alone, positioned right at the spirit weapon pavilion. This was indeed a prime location for escalating matters. If they could substantiate the charges of theft against the other party within the spirit weapon pavilion, not only would the Wen family incur the wrath of the Li family, but the spirit weapon pavilion would also be inclined to take action against them. Yet he did not anticipate that, in the face of such circumstances, the girl would exhibit not a trace of trepidation or indignation. Instead, she remained remarkably composed, articulating a clear analysis of the situation. Though it had already been established that he was in the wrong, she was willing to publicly surrender her Qianquan bag to demonstrate her innocence, even consenting to a search in broad daylight. Such conduct is hardly reminiscent of a typical woman. Moreover, the girl he had knocked down, though still a child in stature, had already matured into a young lady. This young woman, subjected to unwarranted advances, not only refrained from any significant reaction but also surveyed him with an odd gaze, as though he were the one at fault. Li Yuqing was not foolish. His initial scheme involved masquerading as a debauched scoundrel to incite a dispute, hoping to provoke the other party into anger, thereby igniting a conflict, should a quarrel ensue. Ideally escalating into a scuffle, he would exploit his companions to provide false testimony, thus solidifying the blame upon his adversary. Subsequently, he intended to disseminate rumors that the direct descendants of the Wen family disregarded the dignity of the Lingbing Pavilion. instigating discord within its walls and intentionally provoking the Li family. Such slander would tarnish the reputation of the Wen clan. As the saying goes, words can be formidable. This would provide the Li family with a pretext for any future actions against the Wen family. However, the outcome proved contrary to his expectations. After the elder of the Lingbing Pavilion instructed his subordinates to inspect the Qianquan bag, they swiftly confirmed that it contained only a few items purchased from the Lingbing Pavilion. I suspected there was something amiss with this young cultivator's behavior. Since it is Elder Lin's assertion, it is bound to be infallible. These two children of the Wen family do not appear to be the type to provoke trouble. Just observe, here is a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. A grown man, how could he dare to bully two little girls? The murmurs among the crowd grew increasingly pronounced. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Li Yuxing managed to utter, "It must have been misplaced elsewhere." His demeanor suggested a struggle between restraint and frustration, yet he felt utterly powerless. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his attendants to disperse, and amidst the pointed fingers and whispers of the onlookers, he reluctantly offered an apology before hastily retreating. These two children are indeed quite intriguing. After turning the corner, a peculiar smile briefly flickered across Li Yuxing's lips, only to be swiftly replaced by a scowl as he hurriedly vanished from sight. Chapter 15. The Diligent Wen Yu within the family training grounds. In addition to the new disciples of this year's clan academy, there were also previous graduates who had already ventured across the realms of Shao country to fulfill their respective missions. Most of them had attained at least the 5th level of Qi refinement, with some even reaching the foundation establishment stage as core disciples. These individuals not only guided the new students in their early stages of cultivation, but also engaged in mutual sparring, demonstrating sword techniques and spells. The emergence of such a scenario clearly indicated that the impending clan competition was not the sole reason for their gathering. Rather, it was due to the increasingly precarious situation at the border city of the Endless Mountains. As the number of ordinary people and cultivators besieged by monstrous beasts continues to rise, the royal family has finally issued a notification through the government to all families in the Shao Kingdom. This notice elaborates on the perilous situation at the borders and predicts that the next tide of beasts will occur in the late summer of this year. In other words, it is highly likely that, after merely a year and a few months, the beast tide will once again descend during the hottest months of summer. Moreover, this impending tide is anticipated to be more ferocious than any in previous years. Each royal beast possesses combat prowess equivalent to the peak of the foundation establishment stage cultivators. And if there are large numbers of savage beasts comparable to golden core cultivators, or even demonic beasts akin to those of the divine transformation stage, the consequences of this beast tide could be catastrophic. Should the border city walls collapse, thousands of monstrous beasts would rampage, devouring town after town. Advancing southward towards the capital of Nanyang, the royal decree mandates that this battle is not solely the responsibility of Nanyang City. All families within the borders of the Shao Kingdom must contribute. In particular, several prominent families in Nanyang City are required to dispatch at least 200 cultivators of the Qi refinement stage, 40 cultivators of the foundation establishment stage, and 5 cultivators of the golden core stage to the borders to defend the city walls. Smaller families may adjust their contributions accordingly. For emerging families, such as the Wen clan, they must at least provide 100 Qi refinement cultivators, 20 foundation establishment cultivators, and 2 golden core cultivators. Such a directive is not merely for the benefit of the royal family of the Shao Kingdom, but also for the countless citizens who rely on the kingdom for their survival, and indeed, for the well-being of all families themselves. The royal decree naturally demands a leading role, with the official announcement stating that the royal family shall contribute 100 foundational warriors, 10 golden core offerings, and even a singular powerful being at the nascent soul stage. As for the selection of individuals to venture to the borders, each family must make its own choice, leading to a grand familial competition among all clans to identify the most suitable disciples for this expedition. Consequently, the Wen family promptly revised the rules for this year's competition, allowing all members of the Wen clan to participate, irrespective of whether they are newly inducted this year. At this juncture, no one would choose to send their least qualified and weakest disciples into battle. These exceptionally talented disciples must seize this opportunity to undergo the baptism of blood, for those who are accustomed to languishing in the greenhouse shall never grow. Everyone is acutely aware that once the beast tide concludes, the family will incur significant losses, yet those who successfully survive will undoubtedly be the battle-hardened elite. The cream of the crop. In a corner of the Wen family's martial arts arena, Wen Ling, with a tone laced with scorn, remarked, "I see you practicing day in and day out, yet your progress is hardly perceptible. If you lack talent, you should accept your fate, if mere diligence sufficed. What need would there be for talent and spiritual roots?" In the face of Wen Ling's derisive comments, Wen Yu, wielding her staff, practiced her techniques with fervor and determination. The force of her strikes was fierce and invigorating. With a sense of urgency in her heart, she was compelled to sacrifice her already scant rest time entirely to refine her agility and staff skills. Lacking talent for swordsmanship, she could only resort to the relatively simpler staff techniques. Despite the sting of Wen Ling's harsh words, she merely responded with a smile, remaining unfazed. Wen Ling is the cousin of Wen Yu, sharing a close bloodline as their fathers are brothers. Unlike Wen Yu's father, who has only reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, her uncle, Wen Ling's father, had long ago surpassed the late foundation establishment stage and recently seems to show signs of approaching the peak of foundation establishment, likely to achieve the golden core within a century. After completing a set of staff techniques, she finally stowed her weapon, wiping the sweat from her brow, and remarked with a smile, "It is precisely because I understand that hard work outweighs innate talent that I must strive even harder. Humph. In my opinion, with your current level of cultivation, venturing to the frontier would only lead to your demise. It would be better to abandon that thought and remain at home, as it is surely preferable to death." Upon finishing her statement, Wen Ling turned away, noticing that Wen Yu merely smiled, seemingly unperturbed by her words, which prompted an eye roll from her before she departed. Wen Yu lowered her gaze, spotting a small vial of spirit-gathering pills left on the table, and shook her head helplessly before cautiously collecting the elixir. "That girl, always like this," Wen Yu murmured softly. If she were truly to perish at the frontier, it would be Wen Ling, her childhood companion, who would suffer the most. To her, Wen Ling was a sharp-tongued yet warm-hearted individual. Although she spoke harshly, her intentions were not malicious, especially towards her cousin. Beneath her mocking words lay genuine concern for Wen Yu's safety, as she had secretly amassed countless precious pills to give her over the years. Yet, Wen Yu's resolve remained steadfast. She had been taught since childhood to never retreat and never give up, faced with the perilous journey to the border, which could very well cost them their lives. Not only was Wen Yu undeterred, but the entire Wen family, all its disciples, harbored no intentions of retreating. Everyone yearns to live and relish the splendors of wealth and prestige. Wen Yu shook her head, murmuring to herself, as a disciple of the Wen family, "I have never nurtured those who fear death. I refuse to be like a timid turtle, allowing outsiders to look down upon me." Meanwhile, after confronting Wen Yu and finding her resolute stance unyielding, Wen Ling, feeling incensed, stormed out to the training grounds, where she unexpectedly encountered Wen Shu and Wen Xuanning, who had come to practice. The thought of Wen Shu's current demeanor towards her filled Wen Ling with discontent. It was not long ago that she and Wen Shu were of the same age. Despite being a triple spirit root, she had diligently pursued her cultivation. At that time, she was at the first level of qi refinement, while Wen Shu was at the second. The previous year, they had been desk mates in the introductory class, where Wen Shu had initially arrived aloof, a wooden-headed individual wholly devoted to his training. She had cleverly employed several sword techniques taught by her father to charm him, and from then on, they had consistently attended classes together. However, ever since Wen Xuanning enrolled in the clan school, a fellow triple spirit root, she had outshone Wen Ling in every aspect during the entrance examinations. Originally, Wen Ling had boasted confidently, having overheard some exam questions, assuring her classmates in the introductory class that she would undoubtedly secure the top position. Yet, the outcome had left her both envious and disdainful, as she found herself unable to surpass Wen Xuanning. In just a few months, Wen Shu has ascended to the 4th level of qi cultivation, and Wen Xuanning has reached the 3rd level, leaving only herself stagnating at the 1st level, trapped in a bottleneck. The more Wen Ling contemplated, the more discontent she felt. As the two passed by her, she snapped at Wen Xuanning, "I heard you were disrespected at the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. I was somewhat concerned, yet you seem unfazed. Could it be that you have taken a liking to that debauched scion?" Upon hearing this, Wen Xuanning halted in her tracks, her expression one of utter astonishment. Without hesitation, she retrieved a jade mirror from her universal bag, scrutinizing her reflection before turning to compare it with Wen Ling's visage. After a moment, she exhaled softly, then generously tossed the mirror to Wen Ling, her tone brimming with self-satisfaction. "It is indeed my fault for being so extraordinarily beautiful that it incites envy. After all, some individuals appear utterly devoid of any worth that would warrant being coveted." Wen Shu nearly choked, struggling to maintain her composure, endeavoring to uphold her facade. Her expression remained blank, as though Wen Xuaning's words were mere figments of imagination. As Wen Ling instinctively caught the mirror, she heard Wen Xuaning's taunt, her face flushing with indignation. "Who are you saying lacks value?" Wen Xuaning readily acquiesced. "Oh, I didn't specify anyone. Since you claim to possess worth, then so be it. If you truly do have value, why not seek someone to flatter you? What is the need to envy me?" As she observed the surrounding clan members stifling their laughter behind their hands, Wen Ling's reaction, albeit slightly delayed, finally caught up. "You? How dare you? How dare you say that?" Noticing Wen Ling's cheeks flushed with indignation, Wen Xuanning touched her nose, feeling rather amused. "Such a child," she murmured, before taking Wen Shu's hand and departing. Ever since being together with Wen Shu, Wen Xuanning sensed a remarkable softening of her temperament. Had it not been for her unwillingness to burden Wen Shu, she would have undoubtedly drawn her sword and struck, thereafter departing in solitude. Chapter 16. Wen Ling's countenance was grim as she entered her courtyard. Her gaze darkened. The Wen family upheld a strict code of conduct, and although she felt wronged, she had no intention of confiding in her father. For even if he were to learn of her plight, he would likely respond with a dismissive remark. The Wen family advocates healthy competition should conflicts arise between clan members. They may resolve their differences at the sword testing platform in the martial arts arena, ensuring that no harm comes to life. The defeated party must unconditionally apologize to the victor. If she were truly capable of winning, why would she choose to sulk alone? Upon returning to her courtyard, Wen Ling ignored the approaching maidservants and made her way directly to her room, retrieving a delicate box of spirit orbs from her small treasury. The box was exquisitely crafted and rather petite, yet contained a considerable number of spirit orbs within. In the realm of cultivation, spirit pearls serve as the fundamental currency. One can procure a spirit pearl for 100 taels of gold. 10 spirit pearls can be exchanged for a spirit coin, and 10 spirit coins can be traded for a low-grade spirit stone. Subsequently, 100 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for a medium-grade spirit stone, and 100 medium-grade spirit stones for a high-grade spirit stone. The rarest of all are the supreme spirit stones, which are primarily utilized for refining artifacts or for cultivation, with few willing to part with them for trade. For instance, the chi-gathering pills that cultivators typically carry, even those of low grade, range in price from 100 to 200 spirit pearls. With determination, she gathered all her possessions and placed them into her cosmic bag, gritting her teeth as she hurried towards the entrance. Young and inexperienced, Wen Ling seldom ventured alone to the market. Most transactions were handled by her attendants. Even on the rare occasions she did go, she traveled by carriage accompanied by maids. This time, however, she took a convoluted route, inquired of several passers-by, and spent the better part of the day before finally locating the apothecary in the heart of the city. Thankfully, the apothecary's sign was sufficiently prominent, easily visible from a distance. Wen Ling felt the weight of her cosmic bag in her pocket, steeling herself as she strode into the apothecary. Dressed in the training garb of the Wen family's direct descendants, she was quickly recognized by a clerk, who greeted her with warmth and ushered her to a private room without inquiring about her intended purchases, merely stating, "Esteemed guest, please wait. My young master will arrive shortly." Rather than basking in the privilege of such attention, Wen Ling was consumed by an unsettling apprehension, her heart racing as beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. Sitting upright in the elegant chamber, she forced herself to maintain a facade of composure, though her mind was fraught with anxiety. "Oh dear, little girl, fret not, for I shall not devour you." As Li Yuxing stepped through the door, he beheld Wen Ling, who sat motionless in her chair, her brow slightly furrowed, resembling a wooden figure. "I have heard whispers of discord between you and your two companions. Coincidentally, I find myself at odds with them as well. Hence my invitation to you. I seek your assistance in teaching them a lesson. You are that frivolous scion of Wen Xuanning, are you not?" Wen Ling's demeanor instantly shifted to one of caution. "Frivolous, you say? That was merely an unfortunate incident. How would you have me assist you?" Internally, she braced herself for the encounter, yet outwardly feigned interest. Noticing her intrigue, Li Yuxing smirked, realizing she was but a child. "My intentions are not particularly nefarious. I merely wish to dispatch someone to give her a good thrashing. All I require from you is to lure the two of them to Pingjiao Alley come morning. As a token of gratitude, whatever you desire today shall be on my account. Then I shall request 20 superior chi-gathering pills, and I demand 10 first-grade spirit-breaking talismans. Is that agreeable?" Wen Ling's eyes widened, shimmering with excitement. Very well. Li Yuxing appeared somewhat pained, yet readily acquiesced. As the saying goes, one must be willing to part with the child to ensnare the wolf. Given the considerable bounty he had promised, it was unlikely that Wen Ling would renege on her commitment. After much effort, he had gleaned the details of this girl's exploits and understood the contentious nature of her relationship with Wen Shuining, thus devising an excellent pretext to confront the Wen family. He beckoned and, pursing his lips, said, "Bring the items and prepare them for Miss Wen." Wen Ling, clutching the items, dared not linger and swiftly made her exit. What a fool! Who could possibly assist you in deceiving Wen Shuining? Not to mention, she was utterly unaware of the whereabouts of the flat-angle alley. Morning was a crucial time for classes at the clan academy. Who would have the time to skip lessons for such a venture? She carefully tucked away the chi-gathering pills and the spirit-breaking talismans. With the high-grade chi-gathering pill, she should be able to successfully break through to the second level of chi refinement before the clan competition. Armed with the spirit-breaking talismans, even when facing opponents of superior cultivation, she would remain invincible. She longed to show those who usually looked down upon her that she, Wen Ling, could also shine brilliantly in the clan competition. The following morning, Wen Ling proceeded to the clan academy for her lessons, as usual. At the teacher's command, she opened her textbook, and the sound of recitation filled the crisp morning air, wafting far with the breeze. Suddenly, a clamor erupted from outside as the door swung open. Everyone set aside their books, witnessing the clan leader enter with a solemn expression, followed by several clan elders, including Wen Ling's father. Father? As she saw her father approach, a wave of unease washed over Wen Ling. What was the matter? Wen Ziwen, with his hands clasped behind him, observed the hint of guilt that inadvertently crossed Wen Ling's face and understood to some extent. He sighed, shook his head, and said, "Linger, you have caused a great calamity." Wen Ling was taken aback. Logically, since she had not followed Li Yuxing's instructions to deceive Wen Shuining, there should be no reason for anything to go amiss. Wait a moment, could it be? Upon contemplating this possibility, Wen Ling's eyes widened, and she abruptly rose to her feet, disregarding the curious gazes of her fellow students, exclaiming, "This is bad. Father, I have been schemed against. Li Yuxing's target has never been Wen Shuining or Wen Shu, but rather me, Wen Ling. There is no time to lose." Wen Ziwen glanced at the clan leader, who sighed and said, "Early this morning, a disciple of the Li family reported to the authorities, claiming that our Wen family members had stolen property from the Li clan. The officials came to investigate and, indeed, found within Lingo's chamber pills and talismans engraved with the Li family insignia. Anyone with discernment could see the deceit. The Li family had executed this plan seamlessly, clearly premeditated. Yet, with the evidence so compelling, the Wen family was left speechless. Chapter 17. Our Wen family looks down upon Li Yuxing. Li Yuxing is the most gifted disciple of the current generation of the Li family, possessing a singular affinity for the metal element. At merely 25 years of age, he has already established a foundation. 5 years ago, when the Taiyang sect was broadly recruiting disciples in the eastern extreme continent, despite his youth and exceptional talent, Li Yuxing was only admitted as an outer disciple. However, within just 5 years, he successfully established his foundation and became an inner disciple of the Taiyang sect. Hailing from a small border nation, he had once prided himself on being part of a prominent family, but upon arriving in the eastern extreme continent, he realized he was merely a frog in a well. The vastness of the universe is indeed boundless, teeming with countless extraordinary individuals. It is said that even those with merely a common purity of spiritual roots, such as a single root, can find their counterparts among the esteemed disciples known as the heavenly roots. Within the inner sanctum, many such distinguished figures exist. Take, for instance, the venerable Yuan Ing elder from Nanyang, who can stir the winds and command the heavens. Upon arriving at the Taiyang sect, he is but an ordinary elder. Beyond the Yuan Ing realm lie the stages of Huashun, Lian Su, He Ti, and Decheng. The master of Tai Chi Peak, for example, is a formidable being at the Lian Su level. The sect leader of Taiyang has even attained the pinnacle of He Ti. Just when he believed he had reached the zenith, he heard tales of the central continent, where heroes vie for supremacy and the winds of fate are fiercely contested. Once, the Wen family stood as a paragon among the elite clans of the central continent. He finds it hard to believe that such a prominent lineage, after its dissolution, would leave no legacy for its descendants. Although the Wen family today bears little resemblance to its former grandeur, The essence of its heritage and depth can still be discerned upon closer inspection. Even in this remote borderland, the Wen family upholds its stringent values, with its disciples embodying self-discipline and propriety. In stark contrast to the multitude of sordid families in Nanyang, their distinction becomes all the more pronounced. It is often said that a notorious villain, having spent a lifetime in wickedness, may perform a solitary good deed on a whim, and people will regard him as having undergone a transformation into a virtuous being. Conversely, if the world's most virtuous person, having lived a life of goodness, were to err and commit a single misdeed, others would deem him to have harbored a sinister heart, skilled in deception, thus branding him as a villain. The reputation of the family is similarly precarious. The Wen clan has long enjoyed a pristine name, yet a single blemish, once substantiated, can unleash a torrent of scandal upon them. Even if such slanders are entirely baseless, the sheer volume of rumors, coupled with compelling evidence of past misdeeds, inevitably sways public belief. Thus, the Li family seizes this opportunity with alacrity. While the Li clan is relentless in their pursuit, the Wen family is resolute in their refusal to succumb easily to adversity. In the original narrative, it was Wen Xuanning who fell victim to opportunistic defamation and extortion. However, this time, due to Wen Shu's actions, Wen Ling has become the leverage that the Li family seeks to exploit against the Wen clan. At this moment, Wen Ling is at a loss, her tears brimming as she recounts the events of the previous day in meticulous detail, expressing her discord with Wen Xuanning. With a trembling voice, she states, "We merely had a minor dispute. We are not mortal enemies. How could I possibly conspire with outsiders to torment my own kin? You have done nothing wrong. As a disciple of the Wen family, I would never ally with outsiders against my own brethren." Wen Ziwen nods in agreement, turning to the elders of the clan, proclaiming, "Linger has been ensnared in this plot, and I refuse to let this matter rest. We must not allow them to have their way." The clan leader, slightly calming Wen Ling, furrows his brow and responds gravely. The Li family's representatives await an explanation in the outer hall, prompting the clan leader to advise Wen Ling to remain patient and accompany them for confrontation, ready to act as the situation unfolds. As the crowd disperses, the previously tranquil classroom erupts into a cacophony of chatter. The students buzz with excitement, their discussions animated, particularly as the incident involves Wen Xuanning and Wen Shu, leading many to cast furtive glances in their direction. Meanwhile, Wen Shu maintains her composure, focused intently on her textbook, unperturbed by the unfolding drama. Wen's family is far from being a soft target. The elders are astute individuals. There is no need for concern on their behalf. As long as the matter does not implicate Wen Xuanning, it remains irrelevant to her. Conversely, the collaboration of the four great families to undermine Wen's family after the grand competition is indeed a source of vexation. However, with the heroine present, a peaceful resolution is assured. Wen Shu raised her gaze, meeting the calm eyes of her master on the podium. Upon noticing her glance, he offered a reassuring nod before addressing the crowd. "All right, let us settle down. In just a moment, we shall be dismissed." The students begrudgingly refocused on their studies, their minds wandering yet again. Soon, the clan school was adjourned. As Wen Xuanning packed her belongings, a sense of reflection washed over her. She turned to Wen Shu and remarked, "Although I harbor no fondness for that girl, I cannot bear to witness our kin being bullied by outsiders. What does Xiao Ning imply? For the sake of the family, assist her this once, and thereafter, limit your interactions." Agreed. Besides, I have never granted her wishes in this lifetime. Seeing Wen Shu in accord, Wen Xuanning took her by the hand and led her to the outer hall. With the decision made to sell the qi-gathering pills, it was inevitable that her alchemical talents would be revealed. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to ensure the family acknowledges her contribution. In the outer hall of the Wen family, several proud disciples stood behind Li Yuxing, whose demeanor was surprisingly gentle. He sat comfortably in the guest seat, leisurely fanning himself, exuding an air of contentment. As the patriarch of the Wen clan brought forth Wen Ling, he chuckled, "Though these are but a few insignificant items, theft is nonetheless reprehensible, and such behavior must not be condoned. Since you, my dear girl, have committed this act, you must own up to it." "You deceitful man," Wen Ling exclaimed indignantly, but was silenced by a mere glance from the patriarch. He stroked his beard and continued, "Wen Ling is my direct disciple of the Wen clan. She receives a spirit pearl daily, a mid-grade gathering elixir monthly, and 2 broken spirit talismans each year. From childhood to now, her inventory shows thousands of spirit pearls, 5 bottles of mid-grade gathering elixirs, and 15 broken spirit talismans. along with 2 high-grade gathering elixirs. Li Yuxing furrowed his brow, remarking, "The treatment for direct descendants of the Wen clan is indeed quite generous." The patriarch chuckled again. "Precisely. That is why I find it implausible that Wen Ling would covet such trifling possessions." "Trifling?" Li Yuxing retorted, his voice laced with barely contained frustration. "That amounts to 20 high-grade gathering elixirs and 10 broken spirit talismans. Even within my Taiyong sect, such items would constitute several months' worth of allowances for inner disciples. And what of it?" Before the patriarch could respond further, when Xuanning entered through a side door, placing a spatial pouch in the center of the table. Noticing the curious gazes directed at her, she opened the pouch and began retrieving jars and bottles, stopping only after producing over 100 containers. Each of these jars had already been opened, revealing high-grade gathering elixirs within. Each jar contained no fewer than dozens of these elixirs. And the potent aroma of the medicine filled the entire outer hall, leaving one with the surreal sensation of dreaming. When Xuaning's eyes flickered with disdain as she flipped her hand to reveal a stack of tattered spirit talismans, slamming them onto the table with an air of arrogance. Addressing the stupefied Li Yuxing, she declared, "Merely a handful of superior qi-gathering pills, which your Li family seems to treasure so dearly. I am a first-rate alchemist of the Wen family, as well as a first-rate talisman master. I can refine 100 superior qi-gathering pills in a single day and create dozens of first-rate talismans. Wen Ling is my kin, thus. We are certainly not lacking in resources. Do you truly believe she would resort to thievery for a mere few pills? What a farce. Those inferior quality pills and shabby talismans are hardly something the scions of the Wen family would covet." Chapter 18. In those years, whether as a first-rate talisman master or a first-rate alchemist, neither title is particularly novel within the realm of cultivation. However, when both talents manifest in a single young woman, it garners considerable attention. Excelling in both the art of talismans and alchemy demands an exceptionally rigorous mental acuity, and to master both simultaneously is nearly an insurmountable feat. Yet, when Xuanning has achieved it, as a disciple with extraordinary mental prowess, she would be regarded as a core disciple in any sect, whether in the small locale of Nanyang or across the eastern extreme continent and even the central continent, receiving utmost cultivation and support, especially given her tender age. A mere 13-year-old girl possesses the extraordinary identities of both a talisman master and an alchemist, roles that ordinary cultivators could scarcely hope to attain in a lifetime. She can effortlessly concoct exquisite first-grade elixirs and talismans. Li Yuxing swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding creeping over him, as he sensed that failing to secure his future might lead to an impending catastrophe. Faced with a prodigious talent endowed with limitless potential, if he lacked the means to strike a decisive blow to prevent her fall, he could only seek her favor. For offending her would be utterly unwise. It was laughable that he had been contemplating how to exploit the wealth of the Wen family. Now, with Wen Xuanning as an exceptional disciple, should she align herself with a formidable power and ascend to a core disciple, the Li family would appear but a petty clown. With thoughts swirling, Li Yuxing quickly altered his demeanor, cautiously stating, "Your words hold truth, Mississippi. This time, my Li family has acted rashly. Might I offer my sincere apologies?" However, when Xuanning was unmoved by his feigned humility, with a grave expression, she replied, "You have wronged my Wen family, nearly tarnishing the reputation of our disciples. Mere apologies will not suffice. You must go to the authorities, retract your accusations, and clarify that you have falsely accused us." Meanwhile, Wen Ling, puffed up with indignation, added from the side, believing that perhaps this was a well-orchestrated strategy devised by her father and the clan leader to repel their enemies. Feasible, indeed. Once the Li family members departed in a dejected manner, the others present from the Wen family remained momentarily stunned. While the Li family was present, they exercised utmost restraint, presenting an air of strategic mastery, as if everything lay within their control. But as soon as the outsiders left, they relaxed, gazing at Wen Xuanning with incredulity. "You are an alchemist. You are truly an alchemist?" An elder and the clan leader inquired in unison, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. "Truly?" In response to the elder's probing gaze, the clan leader felt somewhat aggrieved. "I did not intentionally conceal this. I merely recognized that Ning'er possessed exceptional talent in talismans, and she preferred not to disclose her abilities. After discussions with a few others, we quietly appointed her as a family devotee, never anticipating that she also had the gift for alchemy. Truly, the heavens have favored the Wen family." An elder could not help but weep tears of joy. No one questioned Wen Shu about her reasons for concealing her talents, nor did anyone ask where she had learned her craft. The fact that she was willing to reveal her secret in front of the Li family to safeguard the Wen clan was already a testament to her loyalty. At that moment, several elders and the clan leader regarded Wen Shu with even more tenderness than they would their own granddaughter. "Wonderful, simply wonderful," the clan leader exclaimed. Yet he refrained from inquiring further about her elixirs and talismans, nor did he mention any expectations for her to serve the family. Instead, with a kind demeanor and gentle tone, he asked, "Ning'er, in 5 years, when the major sects of the eastern extremity expand their recruitment of disciples, do you have any intention of participating? With such extraordinary talent, Wen Shu undoubtedly transcends the confines of this humble borderland. Should she choose to establish her presence in the realm of cultivation, flourishing therein, she could discreetly look after the Wen clan. Conversely, should her journey prove arduous, the Wen family would readily embrace her, offering their unwavering support as her steadfast backing. Once, the Wen clan basked in grandeur, possessing a cadre of exceptionally gifted prodigies. Yet, 3 centuries ago, a massacre decimated the direct descendants, leaving naught but sorrow in its wake. Even the venerable ancestors, who had attained the late stages of the Tao, could not elude the ensuing catastrophe. The individual responsible for the annihilation of the Wen clan's direct lineage, for reasons unknown, spared the lives of the collateral descendants. When Ziwen took the dazed Wenling away, once everyone had entered the inner hall, including Wen Shu and several elders, the clan leader erected a barrier and began recounting the history of the Wen family from 3 centuries past. The Wen clan has stood in the city of Zhoqing for millennia, striving for strength, inevitably attracting rivalries, and, with great stature, incurring numerous foes. However, the individual responsible for our plight remains a mystery to us. At that time, I was merely a lowly foundational disciple from a collateral branch of the family, entirely oblivious to the specifics of that fateful day or its origins. It was only later, as Mr. Wuchang bore grave injuries, yet valiantly urged our family's fated divine vessel to carry us to safety, that I learned of the calamity. Perhaps it was due to the presence of only collateral descendants aboard the divine vessel that the assailant did not pursue us to the bitter end. Upon reaching a place of safety and quietly inquiring, we discovered that the once mighty Wen family had ceased to exist. In recent years, whispers have circulated regarding my lineage within the Wen clan, as various individuals covet the core inheritance of the Wen clan in the city of no return. Little do they realize that when we escaped, we possessed nothing at all. As for the inheritance, Master Wenchang once proclaimed that the Wen clan stands tall in the world. Even in the absence of secret treasures, as long as we remain steadfast in virtue, disciplined in self-restraint, and prioritize humanity, how could we despair of rekindling our former glory? The clan leader and several esteemed elders have reached the golden core stage and are descendants of the branch family that escaped to ascend. Their vision is far from myopic. Although they currently conceal themselves, if they persist in this state of low profile, they will lack the capacity to resist should the enemy seek to annihilate them. Thus, they are determined to wholeheartedly support an exceptional disciple like Wen Shu, who is a rare gem in a millennium. Conversely, Wen Shu presents a different case. The clan leader turned to Wen Shu, his gaze imbued with complexity, yet predominantly filled with astonishment. Naturally, Master Wen Wuchang would not conceal his acceptance of Wen Shu as a disciple from the core figures of the Wen clan. The very existence of the core inheritance of the Wen clan in the city of no return has always hinged upon a single thought of Master Wen Wuchang. In bygone days, he led the branch family disciples to establish a new clan, providing them with elixirs, talismans, spirit stones, and other resources. He even brought forth a secret realm that originally belonged to the direct line of the Wen clan in the city of no return, to be utilized for the training of the new clan's disciples over the years. No one knows how he survived during those tumultuous times, nor how these treasures were preserved beneath the ruins of the Wen clan's downfall. He remained silent, and no one dared to inquire further. For 3 centuries, Old Man Wen had intervened on behalf of the Wen clan only once. All other crises were resolved by the clan members themselves. Wen Wuchang concealed his identity, dedicating himself to teaching and nurturing the family's youth within the clan's academy. He placed a high value on the character of his kin but seldom guided their cultivation. Decades ago, the clan leader, unable to contain himself, brought forth the most gifted disciple of the family before Old Man Wen, suggesting that he take on an apprentice. However, Wen Wuchang merely smiled and shook his head, expressing his reluctance. Little did he know that, after merely a few decades, his own niece, Wen Shu, would become that destined individual. Chapter 19. A gesture of goodwill. Painting cultivation is a distinct school, akin to swordsmanship, knife techniques, musical cultivation, physical training, and soul cultivation. The art of painting souls emphasizes the concept of soul. The soul embodies intention. Just as a sword is imbued with sword intent, so too does painting possess its own artistic essence. As a branch of the painting cultivation path, the essence of painting souls excels in creating painting formations, wherein spirit serves as the array and the heart draws the design. Each stroke of ink takes form, blurring the line between reality and illusion, reminiscent of the divine brush of Ma Liang, making it difficult to discern the truth. This art possesses the power to captivate hearts and awaken inner demons. The greatest adversary of the One clan has never been a particular force or sect, but rather a solitary individual. No one knows his identity, nor has anyone glimpsed his appearance. They remain oblivious to whether this person perished alongside the ancestral figure of the Wen clan from years past. In any case, thereafter, the realm no longer bore witness to the Wen clan of Yuzhou, nor did that enigmatic figure ever resurface. 3 centuries have elapsed, and through recuperation and rejuvenation, the new Wen clan gradually regained its vitality. Although it may not be as formidable as before, there remains a glimmer of hope as long as there are still those who endure. Wen Shu has inherited the legacy of the painting spirit from the city of Buzhou, thus becoming the last legitimate disciple of the Wen clan. At over 600 years of age and still recovering from severe injuries, old Wen's days are surely numbered. The clan leader of the Wen family gazes at Wen Shu and then at Wen Xuanning, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia and reflection. These 2 children may very well embody the hope for the Wen family's resurgence and triumphant return in the future. In the afternoon, Li Yuxing indeed honored his promise. This time, he did not arrive with a retinue of followers. Instead, he came alone, bearing a storage ring. With great care, Li Yuxing presented the ring to Wen Xuanning, feeling little remorse despite its containing the majority of his savings accumulated in the eastern extreme continent. After all, forging a beneficial relationship with a future master alchemist or talisman master would be a wise investment, even if such a relationship cannot be cultivated. Ensuring that it does not turn adversarial is imperative. Currently, the status of the Wen family's Yuanying ancestor remains uncertain. If the Li family wishes to eliminate the threat at its inception, they would need to deploy their own Yuanying cultivators. However, even in battles between Yuanying practitioners, should one of them be willing to risk mutual destruction, the eventual outcome could still lead to the family's downfall. Nevertheless, safeguarding Wen Xuanning would not pose much of a challenge. If she were to escape and ascend to a higher power, it would spell calamity for the Li family. He could not afford to gamble or act impulsively. Although numerous families in Nanyang have set their sights on the Wen family, this time, he has communicated with the elder members of the clan and ultimately decided that the Li family must stand behind the Wen family. Whether 2 families can successfully form an alliance naturally depends on the communication between their leaders. At this moment, he has come to eliminate the estrangement with Wen Xuanning. He does not seek to turn adversaries into friends, but it is imperative that the other party does not harbor resentment. At this juncture, Wen Xuanning accepted the storage ring, recognizing it as an item that only the top sects of the eastern extreme continent possess. The ring, small and silver, was engraved with intricate patterns, appearing both simple and unadorned. The storage ring is exceedingly precious, capable of holding a space many times greater than that of a storage pouch. She probed with her consciousness to inspect its contents. Although the number of elixirs and talismans was pitifully small, the quantity of spirit stones was quite substantial. With over 20 low-grade spirit stones, several spirit pearls, and a variety of miscellaneous spirit herbs and materials, along with some treasures whose names she could not currently recall. Overall, the sincerity was evident. Wen Xuanning nodded, feeling satisfied with Li Yuxing's gesture of apology. She sensed that the Li family might indeed be inclined towards an alliance with the Wen family, and thus she said, "Let this matter be put behind us, brotherly. Let us keep in touch in the future." Li Yuxing did not anticipate that the other party would so readily forgive him, and after a brief moment of astonishment, he felt immense joy in his heart, though he merely smiled slightly on the surface and replied, "I will not. Allow me to refine 2 swords for practice first, and once they are completed, we shall go to East City to purchase spirit brushes. I am fine with it." Wen Shu shook her head and said, With the beast tide approaching, it would be prudent to find a way to exchange for a superior magical artifact, so that Xiao Ning can fully exert her strength. Do not worry about Shu Shu. Upon hearing her words, Wen Shu retrieved a sword from her Chinquan bag, its blade shimmering with a mystical light, revealing it to be a low-grade spiritual weapon. With a smile, Wen Shu remarked, "With a superior magical brush in hand, Shu Shu can elevate her strength, thereby ensuring my protection." Can she not? Indeed. Now that the protagonist's father possessed a capable weapon, Wen Shu naturally ceased her pretenses and readily agreed. The two of them arranged to visit the E-Market again that afternoon. Although she possessed a medium-grade magical brush gifted by Wen Wuchang, the protagonist's father's prowess could undoubtedly forge a high-grade magical artifact. The low-grade spiritual weapon was exceptionally precious, especially considering the high quality of the talismans and qi-gathering pills crafted by Wen Shu, which were sufficiently valuable. The clan leader would certainly ensure she did not suffer any loss. Furthermore, only foundational cultivators were permitted to wield spiritual weapons. By entrusting this spiritual weapon to Wen Shu, the clan leader sent forth an unspoken message. The clan elders had already discerned Wen Shu's true cultivation level, yet they chose not to expose her. Nor did they intend to pry further. Instead, they would cautiously safeguard her secret, steadfastly supporting her from the shadows as she flourished. I am grateful for Shu Shu's protection. I shall commence forging now. With all materials prepared, Wen Shu eagerly rubbed her hands together, brimming with anticipation. Several hours later, the evening glow filtered through the branches of a grand old tree in the courtyard, casting fragmented rays through the window paper. As the protagonist, Wen Shu had only utilized ordinary refining materials to craft a few low-grade magical artifacts, yet she swiftly found her rhythm. Coupled with the advantage of inherited memories, she successfully forged 2 medium-grade magical swords from the 2 medium-grade sword molds and refining materials. The quality of the magic sword is exceptionally superb, its brilliance shimmering, and it stands as a superior specimen among the mid-grade magic swords. Upon entering, Wen Shu was astonished. If this were to reach the ears of other weaponsmiths in the realm of cultivation, they would undoubtedly be left aghast. Even a 9th-grade weaponsmith, with thousands of years of experience in crafting spiritual tools, would find it impossible to achieve such a flawless execution. Yet, Wen Shu not only accomplished this without a single error, but also maximized the utility of the materials, meticulously refining each fragment of fine iron to perfection. The quality of the finished product was unparalleled, and the speed of its creation was remarkably swift. It is well known that one of the greatest challenges faced by weaponsmiths is the excessive time required for crafting, coupled with a low success rate. Generally, a weaponsmith capable of producing a magic tool of superior quality from 100 materials within a month is considered exceptionally talented. However, Wen Shu managed to craft 2 commendable mid-grade magic swords in just one afternoon, with a flawless success rate. Despite the completion of the sword forging, Wen Shu displayed no particular exhilaration. For her, this crafting session was merely a practice exercise. She promptly tidied her workspace, glanced at the sky, and urged Wen Shu to accompany her to the market. If they tarried, the spirit beast market would soon close. True to her word, having promised to forge a magic brush for Wen Shu, now that she had honed her skills and confirmed her technique was sound, she was eager to head to the market to select a suitable spiritual hair for the brush handle. Chapter 20. Spiritual hair. Spirit beasts, demon beasts, king beasts, wild beasts, and magical beasts are collectively referred to. Sometimes, it specifically denotes the beast tribes that have been tamed by humanity. In general, the first tamed beasts are not of high rank, typically falling below the level of first-tier magical beasts. Those of a higher tier have awakened intelligence, possessing their own thoughts and will, making it increasingly difficult for cultivators to capture them. Beasts with strength comparable to the foundation-building stage of human cultivators are collectively known as king beasts, which are categorized into low-level, mid-level, and high-level king beasts, corresponding to the early, mid, and late stages of human foundation building, respectively. Beasts that possess strength akin to the golden core stage of human cultivators are referred to as wild beasts, further divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level wild beasts. Mid-level wild beasts are comparable to the pinnacle of the golden core stage, while high-level wild beasts attain the strength of the nascent soul stage. Beasts that surpass the nascent soul stage and have developed intelligence are collectively called magical beasts, which are classified into 5 levels. First-level magical beasts shed their beastly forms, capable of human speech, and transform into human forms. Demonstrating power akin to that of human cultivators in the transformation stage, most magical beasts are reluctant to take on human forms. Second-level magical beasts can comprehend the heavenly way, learn human cultivation techniques, and integrate them with their innate beastly heritage, exhibiting strength comparable to human cultivators in the void refinement stage. Third-level magical beasts are akin to human cultivators in the combined body stage, at which point their human forms gradually merge with their true bodies, mastering the essence of heaven and earth, allowing for blood rebirth. Fourth-level magical beasts are comparable to human cultivators in the Great Ascension stage, harnessing the void and traversing through space, their actions indistinguishable from those of human cultivators. Upon reaching the fifth level, magical beasts stand at the precipice of ascension, mere steps away from becoming celestial beasts. Their cultivation is on par with that of human cultivators in the tribulation stage. They are revered as beast lords. Currently, there are only two beast lords, one from the feathered serpent clan and the other from the werewolf clan. Alongside the beast clan, there exists the demon clan, a lineage imbued with a plethora of spirits, possessing innate intelligence and embodying both benevolence and malevolence. It is said that the celestial lords residing in the heavens share a common ancestry with the demon clan. Those demons acknowledged by the Tao are elevated to the celestial ranks and referred to as demon immortals, while those unrecognized by the Tao become targets for extermination by all. Behold, fresh from their shells, the platypuses, whether raised for consumption or gifted to children, are considered the finest choice. Although the day has begun to wane, the spirit beast market remains abuzz with activity. This marketplace offers an extensive array of spirit beasts, each more peculiar and fantastical than the last. Among them, the unicorn stands out as the most renowned, celebrated for its impressive sales figures. The unicorn is a low-tier herbivorous beast, known for its gentle demeanor, remarkable endurance, and swiftness that surpasses that of horses, all while requiring minimal sustenance and boasting a striking appearance. Despite its relatively high price, this does not deter the nobility from adoring it. As they passed by the unicorn enclosure, Wen Shu noticed Wen Shu lost in thought, gazing at the unicorn. She chuckled, "If you desire it, Shu, why not purchase one?" However, Wen Shu gently shook her head, replying with a hint of disdain. "It is ostentatious yet lacking substance." The purpose of Wen Shu and Wen Shu's visit was to seek out a specialized pavilion within the spirit beast market, renowned for selling rare spirit beasts. There, not only could one procure ordinary rare spirit beasts, but there were also several king beasts, and even a wild beast. Typically, the higher the grade of the spirit beasts for used in crafting a magical brush, the more potent the magical effects the brush can wield. Upon entering the beast pavilion, the first sight that greeted them was an array of exquisite spirit beast cubs, including horned deer, spirit wolves, and even a small griffin flapping its wings in a futile attempt to escape its cage. For larger sects, traveling often entails the use of spirit vessels, while for smaller families, the griffin serves as an excellent choice. At that moment, the proprietress of the beast pavilion had just concluded a business engagement and was reclining in a chair, slightly relaxed. Upon noticing the newcomers, she let out a rather exasperated sigh. Seeing this, Wen Shu stepped forward with utmost courtesy and inquired, "Respected elder, might you have any beast suitable for crafting a magical brush?" "A magical brush? Are you an art cultivator?" The proprietress perked up immediately. Known as Chunshursi, the owner of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, she was a peak nascent soul cultivator, teetering on the brink of transformation, possessing stunning beauty. She outwardly displayed only the cultivation level of an early-stage foundation establishment. Upon Wen Shu's nod, she languidly stretched, rising with a slow grace and casting a flirtatious glance at the two, her tone decidedly languorous. "Who is your master?" "That is a secret," Wen Shu replied softly. Even though the pavilion was nearly closing and devoid of other patrons, she had no intention of revealing her master's name. Chun Shursi regarded her with a serious expression, taking a sip from her spirit smoke pipe and exhaling a cloud of mist. In this world, it is indeed a rarity to encounter a painter of such caliber. However, many years ago, I once knew an individual who diligently pursued the art of painting. After a brief moment of contemplation, she composed herself and stated, "There exists a plethora of spiritual brush types. My dear girl, you are merely in the chi refinement stage and are unable to wield brushes of a higher caliber. Here, I possess two types of spiritual beast brushes that would be more suitable for you. One is the Blaze Feather Wolf brush, and the other is the Spring's Embrace Yao brush. The Blaze Feather Wolf brush is derived from the fiery fangs of the Blaze Feather Wolf found in the depths of the extreme volcano. Its texture is relatively sturdy, producing strokes that are both powerful and elegant. If your focus lies in offensive combat, this would be an appropriate choice. Conversely, the spring's embrace Yao is a type of spiritual deer. It's for a blend of strength and delicacy. Although it is somewhat ethereal and difficult to control, it would serve you well if you specialize in formations. Wen Shu pondered earnestly for a moment and then replied, "Thank you for your guidance. I shall choose the spring's embrace Yao brush." "Very well, I shall procure it for you," she affirmed. Yet, despite her words, Chun Shirsi did not immediately take action. Instead, she beckoned a spiritual monkey to her side. Within the shop, there were no other assistants aside from two agile spiritual monkeys. These monkeys, though their rank was unknown, appeared quite intelligent, comprehending their master's commands, and were remarkably swift in their tasks, earning the owner's fondness. Chun Shirsi affectionately caressed the monkey's head, took the brush, and addressed the two, saying, "I, Chun Shirsi, have always conducted my business with fairness. This brush is crafted from the softest hairs of the spring's embrace Yao, a spiritual beast equivalent to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage among human cultivators. Its soft hairs are produced only once a year. I shall charge you 20 low-grade spirit stones. That is not excessive, is it?" "Not at all," came the reply. When Xu Wenning had inquired beforehand and found that the beast pavilion offered fair prices, devoid of deceit, thus, she paid willingly. Seeing her promptness, Chun Shirsi was in high spirits and, on rare occasion, offered some advice. After expressing their gratitude, when Xu Wenning carefully stored away the spirit brush and took her leave. Upon returning to her courtyard, unlike her previous attempts at crafting mid-grade magical tools, when Xu Wenning approached this endeavor with exceptional seriousness and meticulousness. She refrained from purchasing ordinary spiritual springs from the treasure pavilion, opting instead to secretly extract some from her own small spatial realm. At that moment, when she was outside, guarding her, allowing Wen Shu to focus on the task at hand without fear of exposure, as she gradually refined the spirit stone into a brush handle. This crafting process consumed the entirety of the night, and as dawn broke, when Shu stepped outside, she found it inexplicable that she could create an exquisite high-grade spirit brush using materials meant for low-grade magical tools. Although she understood it was due to the advantages of the spatial spiritual spring, she could not articulate this truth. Thus, she chose to exude excitement, exclaiming to Wen Shu in delight, "Shu Shu, it seems I have crafted a low-grade magical item." Chapter 21. The plan of the three prominent families. Wen Shu, having acquired a spirit brush, was momentarily at a loss whether to rejoice or lament. Ultimately, she felt a surge of astonishment. However, despite the rarity of the magical item, only those with a foundational cultivation stage and a sufficient qi could wield it, while Wen Shu was still at the qi refining stage. For her, the spirit brush was, for the time being, rendered useless. Wen Shu was aware of this predicament and found herself equally perplexed. She initially believed that crafting something for Wen Shu required utmost diligence and care, striving to elevate the quality of the magical brush to the pinnacle of superior artifacts. However, to her astonishment, the potent effects of the spatial spiritual spring directly transformed the primary component of the brush shaft, originally a medium-grade spirit stone, into a superior-grade spirit stone. Furthermore, since Ta Chun Yao was a foundation-building spiritual beast, its spiritual bristles naturally possessed a commendable quality. The amalgamation of these factors inadvertently enhanced the grade of this magical artifact, resulting in the creation of this exquisite spiritual brush. This brush, resplendent in its pure white hue, exhibited subtle, flowing illusions within, although classified merely as a lower-grade magical instrument. Its spiritual essence had already attained the status of an exceptional piece within that category. When compared to medium-grade instruments, it was hardly inferior. Carefully stowing the spiritual brush away, Wen Shu opened her mouth to express her gratitude, only to be promptly halted by Wen Xuanning. Hadn't it been previously established that there was no need for such formalities between them? If Shu Shu genuinely wished to show her appreciation, she should strive to reach foundation building soon and utilize this spiritual brush to protect her, thus justifying the hardships of the past night. Agreed. Wen Shu, not one to be overly sentimental, nodded earnestly, signaling her commitment. In the Lord's Manor of Nanyang City, if one were to determine the most challenging position for a city lord, it would undoubtedly be those situated within the imperial capital, where royal authority looms above and influential clans keep a watchful eye below. A single misstep could lead to disfavor from both sides, resulting not only in the loss of one's official title but also in the peril of becoming a scapegoat, risking one's very life. The previous city lord had resigned not long ago, and the newly appointed lord of Nanyang City, Yin Guiyun, was soon faced with his first official task following his appointment. The allocation of garrisons for each family to defend against the beast tide at the border was a task of paramount importance. Yin Guiyun, a late-stage golden core cultivator, though still young at only 180 years of age, emerged as a rising star among the talented youth of Nanyang City. The previous city lord had tendered his resignation, fully aware of the complexities involved in this allocation. A misstep could severely weaken any faction, leaving him in a precarious position. Consequently, Yin Guiyun, who had served as the deputy city lord, was thrust into this challenging role. At this moment, Yin Guiyun furrowed his brow, his fingers tracing the contours of a vast border map, mulling over how to distribute the responsibilities in a manner that would offend as few as possible. Just then, one of his subordinates entered, kneeling respectfully with gravitas, and announced, "My lord, the young masters of the Zhao, Su, and Sun families request an audience. Please, let them in." He replied, "Yes." The three young masters entered with an air of confidence. Among them, the straightforward Zhao family scion wasted no time, stating, "City Lord Yin, our three families have devised a plan and wish to know if you would be willing to cooperate." The Zhao Su, Sun, and Li families ranked as the most powerful factions in Nanyang City, and indeed throughout the entire Shao Kingdom, with three of the four major families' heirs presenting themselves. One would expect the city lord to extend a warm welcome. However, Yin Guiyun, a cultivator of independent origin, was not swayed by the usual sycophancy of officialdom. As a dignified golden core practitioner, he saw no reason to show deference to these younger generations. Intrigued by Zhao's proposition, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Pray tell, what is this plan?" "I would be most interested to hear the details from young Master Zhao." Waving his hand, he instructed the servants to serve tea to the three young gentlemen. However, unbeknownst to him, the trio had come with ulterior motives, showing little interest in the tea. Repeatedly gesturing for Yin Guiyun to dismiss the attendants. Complying, Yin Guiyun soon sent the servants away. The three young gentlemen casually chose their seats, and it was Zhao Gongzi who spoke first. "Lord Yin, we have received urgent news from the border. Reports indicate that the beasts at the edge of the endless mountains have been increasingly restless, with royal beasts frequently circling several city gates, preying upon solitary cultivators. Our families estimate that the arrival of the beast tide is imminent." Beside him, Su Gongzi, perhaps annoyed by Zhao's lengthy discourse, interjected, "My family strategists predict that within a month, the beast tide will descend. The Lord must dispatch disciples without delay." Upon hearing this, Yin Guiyun's expression turned grave as he nodded. "We have indeed been informed. The authorities are currently making arrangements for this matter." Zhao Gongzi, dissatisfied with Su Gongzi's interruption, refrained from expressing his discontent, instead continuing to address Yin Guiyun. "This matter still requires careful consideration." Yin Guiyun hesitated. "Time waits for no one." Su Gongzi urged, "Lord, do not deliberate any longer. Aware of the difficulties you face regarding this issue, we three families have conferred in advance, and we have devised an excellent plan of action. I wonder, is the Lord interested in hearing it?" Zhao Gongzi was no fool, although he was resolute in his intentions. He outwardly maintained a demeanor of respect towards the Lord, as if he were merely offering counsel to alleviate his burdens. Yin Guiyun, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow slightly, feeling displeased yet choosing to exercise patience. "Please, continue," she urged. Young Master Zhao took a moment to gather his thoughts and cleared his throat before speaking. "There are 4 border towns, each corresponding to the main thoroughfares leading to the endless mountains. One of these routes is perilous and intricate, safeguarded by a natural river. Our proposal is to relinquish this easily defensible town to the authorities and the royal family." This statement took Yin Guiyun by surprise. He had initially believed that the allocation of the relatively easier to defend town would be the most contentious, as every faction would strive to minimize their own losses. Yet, he had not anticipated that these 3 families would so readily express their willingness to concede. If this was indeed the case, with the 3 prominent families taking the lead, the smaller clans across other towns in Shao Nation would have no choice but to acquiesce. However, one must remember that nothing comes without a price. The willingness of these 3 families to forfeit such a substantial advantage could not be without ulterior motives. Indeed, young Master Zhao continued, "However, we have a request. The 2 other moderately challenging thoroughfares should be divided among our 3 families, while we hope that the most arduous town will be entrusted to the Wen and Li families." As he concluded, a fierce glint shone in his eyes. No one had anticipated that the Li family would turn against the burgeoning Wen family. He was acutely aware of Li Yuqing's character. The young man had traveled all the way from Taiyang's sect, originally intending to partake in the benefits of the Wen family. Now, his voluntary withdrawal from the alliance of the four great families and his decision to side with the Wen clan clearly indicated that he had obtained some tremendous advantage. It was even possible that the Li family aspired to monopolize the Wen family's resources. This could not be allowed to transpire. I must first consult with the royal family regarding this matter. Thus, I shall await the city lord's favorable news. Young Master Zhao respectfully inclined his hands towards Yin Guiyun, and before his departure, discreetly slipped a small vial beneath the tea table. Inside were 10 exquisite qi-gathering pills. He believed that had he offered Yin Guiyun any other item, it would surely have been cast aside, but the exquisite qi-gathering pills, he was certain would be accepted. While qi-gathering pills are not particularly precious to golden core cultivators, these exquisite ones were a different matter. Although they were technically first-grade qi-gathering pills, their efficacy rivaled that of second-grade inferior spirit-gathering pills. Yin Guiyun found them to be quite useful, and their acceptance would not tarnish his reputation, for the inspectors by the city lord's side could only perceive them as first-grade qi-gathering pills. Without bringing them, they would not discern the specific grade, leaving him with no reason to refuse. Therefore, it was imperative that this task, even at great cost, be executed flawlessly. Chapter 22. Undercurrents rising. The family competition among the various clans commenced with great fanfare amidst the tense atmosphere of undercurrents swirling in Nanyang City. The recent family competition of the Wen clan involved all cultivators above the qi refinement stage within the family. The top 100 selected cultivators must bear the grave responsibility of confronting the beasts at the border. In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of previous years, this competition is imbued with a solemn gravity. The official announcement has designated the Wen family to the most challenging fourth city gate, a decision that comes as no surprise. As a burgeoning force in the last century, the Wen clan may possess some connections within the government, primarily with individuals whose interests align with theirs and who hold esteemed positions. However, this time, they seem entirely disinclined to challenge this decree from the royal echelon. On the contrary, some gentry have begun to shun the descendants of the Wen family, perhaps sensing the palpable tension amongst several prominent families. Many of Wen's enterprises have been adversely affected. A few rival factions have even begun to incite disturbances deliberately. Fortunately, the Wen family maintains a respectable reputation, and many of its disciples have garnered goodwill over time. Although no smaller families dare to publicly support the Wen clan, few have stooped to exacerbate their plight. In response to the malicious provocations from rival factions, the Wen family promptly made the decision to shutter all their enterprises and shops, uniting as one to confront this crisis. Meanwhile, the family competition of the Wen clan commenced with fervor. Given that the number of foundation-building cultivators is inherently limited, the 20 foundation-building slots were filled within half a day. The qi refinement cultivators, on the other hand, engaged in free matches against one another. Individuals may select their preferred disciples to challenge, subsequently registering with the elder responsible for officiating the matches. Under the elder's supervision, the two disciples will engage in combat on the duel platform. Unlike previous encounters, this duel is not merely a formality. The exchanges are bound to be perilous. Yet as long as no lives are endangered, the elders will refrain from interference. With Wen Xuanning providing regular training and Wen Wuchang offering guidance, Wen Shu, despite enduring numerous setbacks, has managed to secure a position among the top 100 disciples in the qi refining stage. At this moment, the 100 distinguished qi refining disciples and 20 foundation establishment disciples stand attentively in the family plaza. None of the disciples expressed dissatisfaction regarding their participation in the upcoming Beast Tide defense. Even in the face of imminent danger, they are eager and ready for the challenge. Accompanied by the esteemed clan elders and the clan leader, Wen Wuchang ascends to the highest point of the family plaza. The disciples below, though surprised, exhibit decorum by refraining from whispers. Each individual present has benefited from Elder Wen's teachings, and even the few late-stage foundation establishment disciples hold him in high regard. Elder Wen stands firm on the platform, gazing down at these exemplary youths of the clan, filled with emotion. The haunting memories of the Wen family's tragic demise 3 centuries ago linger vividly, yet through the family's cherished traditions, he has successfully nurtured a remarkable group of disciples distinguished by both character and cultivation in merely 300 years. They are all exceptional youths. Wen Wuchang let out a gentle sigh. This time, the allocation at the city gate is shrouded in uncertainty, with numerous forces presumably intermingled. Lacking the confidence to outright annex the Wen family, they have resorted to such tactics, aiming to undermine the elite disciples of the Wen clan. However, the peril of the beast tide is severe. Dispatching the less capable disciples of the family would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Only the astute and battle-hardened elites of the family possess the potential to significantly mitigate the likelihood of a breach at the city gate. The three major families are not naive enough to entrust the most perilous city gate solely to the Wen clan. Should the defenses falter, the lurking beast would launch a side assault, leaving them equally vulnerable. Thus, they devised a plan to station the Li family, another of the four prominent families, alongside the Wen clan for defense. This arrangement not only diminishes the chances of a breach, but also serves to wear down the strength of both families, effectively achieving two objectives with one stroke. Yet, the reality did not unfold as the three families had anticipated. The Li family is no pushover. Before the official announcement was disseminated, Li Yuxing, a disciple from the inner circle of Taiyang sect, entered the imperial city overnight. Within a few days, various parties reached a consensus. In the final decree issued by the authorities, the first city gate would be guarded by the royal family and the government, the second by the Zhao and Su families, the third by a coalition of various families, and the final gate, besides the Li and Wen families, would also include the Sun family from the four prominent clans. Li Yuxing is exceptionally astute. He understands that the art of rulership ultimately hinges on balance. The royal family would never allow a single clan to monopolize power, nor would they permit several families to conspire in unison. Consequently, while the allocation still places the fourth city in a disadvantageous position relative to the previous plans of the three great families, it spares the Wen and Li clans from plunging entirely into crisis. The Sun family ranked fourth among the four great clans, along with the other two families who barely meet their objectives, would not deliberately incite the royal family against them for the sake of the Sun family. The Zhao and Su families tacitly acquiesced to this arrangement, inevitably breeding resentment within the Sun family towards both clans. Among the four great families, two have already fallen into discord, which aligns perfectly with the ambitions of the royal family of Shao. In the square, before the eyes of all, including envoys dispatched by the four great families and the royal family to witness the event, when Wuchang's aura coalesced, and the overwhelming pressure of a nascent soul cultivator cascaded downwards. The crowd felt a sudden constriction in their chests, their legs trembling, nearly unable to stand. Is this the might of a nascent soul master? Although the disciples of the Wen clan were astonished, they quickly reconciled the fact that when Wuchang had taught in the Clan S Academy for over 300 years, possessing vast knowledge, the realization that he is the Clan S nascent soul ancestor became readily acceptable. However, the envoys from foreign clans were taken aback. They had anticipated this visit to be merely a routine observation, tasked with assessing the strength of the Wen clan. They were unprepared for the unexpected emergence of the Clan S nascent soul ancestor. They could scarcely afford to linger for their original purpose of investigation. With a nascent soul ancestor overseeing the clan, no matter how exceptional the younger generation might be, they would invariably fall short of surpassing the nascent soul stage. When Wuchang keenly observed the reactions of the foreign envoys, they remained remarkably composed, managing to maintain their footing without revealing their inner thoughts on their faces. When Wuchang, aware that his time was limited, intended to announce his seclusion following this competition, hoping that his appearance could afford the Wen family a few years of respite to allow the younger generation to flourish. At this moment, the objective of instilling awe had been achieved. He retracted his imposing presence and, with a gesture, summoned Wen Shu forward. Chapter 23. The opening of the secret realm. Once the formidable aura of the late-stage nascent soul was unleashed, when Wuchang's identity became indisputable. However, the crowd was left perplexed when he singled out Wen Shu. Soon after, Wen Wuchang provided clarity. Today, I must announce something, he stated with a smile. His countenance flushed with a hint of joy. Wen Shu, a disciple of the Wen family, is now my sole apprentice. You should have observed her prowess during the previous competition. She is a master of painting. This decision has been endorsed by several clan elders and the clan leader, and it has been recorded in our family genealogy. By lineage, she shall henceforth be your senior sister. The sudden announcement of a senior sister, so young in age, left the disciples in the square with expressions of astonishment. However, upon noticing the composed presence of several golden core elders standing silently at the high platform, They swiftly closed their mouths, refraining from voicing any objections. Although many disciples were inadvertently discontent, Wen Wuchang, being a formidable figure of the nascent soul stage, had every right to designate his direct disciple as the elder sister of several Golden Core elders. Even so, the younger generation had no choice but to accept this hierarchy. Paying little heed to the stirring expressions of the disciples below, Wen Wuchang continued with a smile, "This child, Wen Shu, is a descendant of our illustrious clan. Endowed with exceptional talent and admirable character, her diligent practice is evident to all. Now, as she embarks on the path of artistic cultivation, it is due to her extraordinary gifts. Henceforth, all of you, regardless of your cultivation level, shall regard her as your elder sister, learning from her and striving diligently for the prosperity of the One Clan." "Elder sister," the crowd responded with cupped hands, exclaiming in unison. Wen Shu, overwhelmed, felt a surge of anxiety. At merely 10 years old, how could she bear such a grand title? She wished to voice her thoughts, but found herself met with the kind gaze of Wen Wuchang. Instantly, she straightened her back, her resolve firm. Age and cultivation would inevitably grow. She could not show weakness. With guests present, she must uphold her master's dignity. Witnessing Wen Shu's performance, Wen Wuchang felt a sense of satisfaction and nodded approvingly. He continued, "After this grand competition, I shall retreat for cultivation, entrusting the affairs of our clan's scholarship to several learned elders. For many years, I have sensed your curiosity regarding the connection between our Wen clan of Nanyang City and the Wen clan of the Central Continent's Wuzhou City. Today, I shall reveal to you that as the founder of the Wen clan in Nanyang City, I, Wen Wuchang, am a practitioner of painting, and my direct disciple, Wen Shu, shall likewise be a painter. The Wen clan of Wuzhou City primarily practices the sword, their disciples renowned for their exceptional swordsmanship, a fact not difficult to ascertain. My declaration signifies that the painting techniques I have cultivated are uniquely my own, acquired through fortune and perseverance, and I have passed them to Wen Shu solely due to her exceptional constitution and innate talent. The rumored inheritance from the Wen clan of Wuzhou City does not exist here. Each family possesses its own measures to prevent calamities and misfortunes. The art of painting spirit, known only to the legitimate firstborn sons of the clan leaders, diverges from the outwardly acknowledged heir of the Wen family. The true identity of the legitimate firstborn has remained concealed among the ordinary direct descendants. Unless faced with a crisis capable of annihilating the clan, he would never reveal his identity. Once he marries and begets children, his firstborn will continue the legacy of the painting spirit. This lineage of the painting spirit, exclusively passed down through the legitimate firstborn sons, serves as a contingency plan prepared by the Wen family for their own preservation, once the family faces its inevitable demise. The true eldest son, concealed among the ordinary direct descendants, would assume the identity of a painter, establishing a new lineage. The Wen family of Nazu City, renowned for their mastery of sword and tint, would find this painter's identity effectively delineating him from their legacy, creating a clear distinction. In a world where the practitioners of painting are few and sword cultivators dominate, it is noteworthy that among the 10 human immortal lords of the cultivation realm, 5 are sword cultivators, while only 1 is a painter. This immortal lord bears no ties to the Wen family. Otherwise, he would not remain passive while the Wen family faced obliteration. Thus, when Wen Wuchang articulated this notion, even the envoys from foreign clans could not help but feel perplexed. Could it be that this Wen family is indeed unrelated to the Wen family of Nazi City? Should Wen Shu, as the sole disciple of Wen Wuchang, truly abandon the path of the sword to embrace the life of a painter, it may well substantiate that, at least within Wen Wuchang's domain, there exists no such inheritance from the Wen family of Nazu City. At this moment, apart from a few clan elders who were already privy to the truth, many were left utterly astonished. The sudden emergence of the family's nascent soul elder, declaring his identity as a painter and announcing an 8-year-old child as his direct disciple, presented an overwhelming influx of information that was difficult to digest. Conversely, the clan leader's sons displayed remarkable composure. They possessed the self-awareness to recognize their own lack of aptitude for cultivation. Achieving the 5th layer of qi refinement was already a testament to their father's influence. Young Wen Shu, with her exceptional talent and greater ambition, being chosen as a disciple by Elder Wen was not particularly difficult to comprehend. When Wuchang concluded his speech and directed his gaze towards the several envoys, choosing to remain silent, the envoy representing the Shao Kingdom, displaying discernment, promptly bid farewell to the principal stewards of the Wen family with a respectful gesture and departed with alacrity. However, several representatives from prominent families, unwilling to concede, sought to linger, only to be courteously ushered out by a blue-clad elder of the Wen family, who stated, "What follows is the secret realm assessment of the Wen family. I kindly request that you gentlemen take your leave. Each family possesses its own secret realm, and despite their reluctance, the remaining envoys could only bow in deference towards the direction of Wen Wuchang and take their leave one by one." The news of the Wen family's ancestor, still in the late stage of yuanying, is of paramount significance to both the royal family and other clans, possessing the potential to alter numerous previous strategies. In past years, the annual competition for new disciples was initiated by the clan leader, allowing the newcomers to explore the periphery of their family's secret realm for 3 days, culminating in a ranking based on the quantity and rarity of treasures acquired. This time, however, with 20 foundation-building cultivators and 2 gene and elders participating in the secret realm. Wen Wuchang personally took charge and opened the entire realm. A droplet of luminescent water materialized in his palm, which he gently raised, exclaiming, "Go." The droplet then soared into the air, rapidly expanding until, upon touching the ground, it transformed into a swirling cloud measuring 2 zhang in length. "I wish you all good fortune." Wen Wuchang, with a benevolent visage, observed as his disciples entered the secret realm in succession. Within this mystical domain lies the divine brush left behind by the first patriarch. One wonders if the young Wen Shu possesses the fortune to uncover it. When Xuanning revealed her cultivation level at the 3rd stage of qi refinement, astonishingly defeating 2 of her kin who had reached the 4th stage. A remarkable achievement that secured her a position among the top 100 practitioners, ranking 94th, merely 2 places beneath Wen Shu. For the Wen family, Wen Xuanning, at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, is a pivotal asset whose capabilities, if utilized wisely, could yield unexpected results. The clan leader and several core elders of the Li family deliberated on this matter and ultimately decided to keep her talents and cultivation concealed. Presently, few are privy to Wen Xuanning's true prowess. Perhaps some have heard whispers of her aptitude for talisman crafting, yet specifics remain elusive. Chapter 24, Find Her. The family's secret realm originates from the Wen clan of Buzhou City, a fact unknown to outsiders, yet well known among the direct descendants. The treasures and wealth contained within this secret realm are unparalleled, eclipsing all that the entirety of Nanyang City possesses. However, this realm can only be accessed once a year, lasting merely 3 days, with no restrictions on cultivation levels, though the number of entrants is limited to 200. Upon entry, disciples are randomly deposited on an island surrounded by a sea of snow and mist. This expansive isle is adorned with countless exotic flowers and plants, all shrouded beneath a thick blanket of snow, while beasts of varying ranks guard its periphery, rendering the environment perilous. In previous years, only the periphery of the island was accessible, shrouded in a thick mist that concealed its inner sanctum. However, the entire expanse of the map has now been unveiled, presenting an array of new places to explore, albeit with increased peril. Should a disciple find themselves outmatched, they may shatter the talisman in their possession, allowing for a swift escape in life-threatening situations. Wen Shu descended upon a vast, snow-blanketed expanse. Unlike other families that thrived on competition and mutual destruction, the Wen clan forbids its disciples from battling one another within the secret realm. Thus, they emphasize collaboration over solitary exploration, favoring the formation of teams to vanquish ferocious beasts, with rewards distributed according to individual contributions. Often, the collective gains of a group far exceed those of a lone wanderer. Yet, among these underachieving solitary adventurers, one stands apart, Wen Xuanning. Wen Shu donned her pre-prepared white cotton robe and surveyed her surroundings. The area was desolate, devoid of human presence, with only the faint outline of a hill visible several miles away. Without hesitation, she channeled her spiritual energy and sprinted toward the hill. It was imperative to locate her fellow clan members promptly, whether it be Wen Xuanning or other disciples. Their company would certainly provide greater safety than venturing alone. Although the novel roughly described the location of the treasure, its treacherous terrain was beyond the reach of an ordinary qi refinement stage cultivator. Naturally, as the protagonist, Wen Xuanning was the exception. In the novel, Wen Xuanning, with her foundation-building cultivation, unexpectedly found herself in the heart of an island that even nascent soul practitioners find perilous to enter. Beneath the treacherous depths of Huiyin Mountain, she discovered a millennia-old stone stalagmite, a relic abandoned by the celestial deities. This stalagmite, having been refined by the searing magma for thousands of years, reached an unparalleled concentration of fire elemental essence, making it one of the rare treasures capable of enhancing one's innate abilities, an exceedingly rare find in the realm of cultivation. With this extraordinary artifact, Wen Shu was able to purify her spiritual root, achieving a purity of 100% in her fire element single spiritual root. Wen Shu, possessing water and wood spiritual roots, found this stroke of fortune irrelevant to her own path. However, she hoped to reunite with Wen Shu, believing that by following her into the heart of the island, she might also benefit from some invaluable treasures. As Wen Shu sought Wen Shu, the latter was equally determined to locate her companion. With a swift motion, Wen Shu severed the throat of a demon wolf with a single hand, her spiritual sword remaining sheathed. Compared to the caution exhibited by Qi refining stage practitioners, foundation-building cultivators enjoyed a far greater safety in the periphery. Although she was merely at the mid-foundation stage, Wen Shu found it effortless to dispatch even late-stage foundation beasts with a single strike. Where could Shu be now? She pondered, storing the demon wolf's carcass in her spatial pouch, her brow furrowed in concern. Before entering the secret realm, they had agreed to use the stars as their guiding beacon, heading northward in hopes of a serendipitous reunion. Thus, Wen Shu remained motionless, patiently awaiting the arrival of nightfall. She was resolute in her determination to locate her companion swiftly. Wen Shu contemplated the precarious situation of early-stage Qi refinement cultivators within the secret realm, where they were at a distinct disadvantage. The outskirts were predominantly inhabited by late-stage Qi refinement beasts, typically requiring the combined efforts of several disciples to vanquish. Should Wen Shu, akin to herself, become isolated, her current predicament would be exceedingly perilous. Wen Shu's concern stemmed from her deep-seated affection for Wen Shu, whom she regarded as a sister. According to the ancestral guidance, the secret realm of the Wen family harbored numerous treasures left behind by the divine being from whom she inherited her legacy. Treasures that could assist her in purifying her spiritual roots. This was the very reason for her entrance into the Wen clan's academy. Only by becoming a core disciple of the Wen family could she participate in the grand competition, thereby securing an opportunity to enter the secret realm. Wen Shu possessed water and with spiritual roots, alleviating Wen Shu's worries about their joint venture. She believed that the fire element's spiritual treasures would not misidentify their master simply because there were two individuals present. Furthermore, the distribution of other spiritual treasures held little significance for her, as she viewed Wen Shu as one of her own. In her eyes, whether she or Wen Shu acquired those treasures made little difference. After spending half a day, Wen Shu arrived near a small hill. The area was devoid of people, yet the ground was marked with the unmistakable, large paw prints of monstrous wolves. The clarity of the prints, unmasked by the heavy snowfall, indicated that the wolf pack had departed not long ago. Wen Shu pressed her lips together, clutching the magical brush tightly, holding her breath as she cautiously stepped into the thicket. A rustling sound overhead suggested something was darting through the foliage. Instinctively, she dropped to the ground, her eyes widening as she fixated on a nearby clump of grass. Suddenly, a platypus burst forth from the grass, its round eyes darting left and right. It quickly spotted the unmoving figure of Wen Shu, who lay flat on the ground, appearing lifeless. With a swagger, the platypus ambled over and nonchalantly stepped on her head. The creature let out a series of triumphant calls, seemingly believing it had vanquished the bipedal beast before it. Wen Shu held her breath, daring not to move, as if she were truly a corpse, allowing the audacious platypus to prance about her. Just then, a shadow shot forth from the treetops, swiftly and precisely seizing the platypus by the throat. The platypus had no time to struggle before it met its demise at the jaws of its predator. The shadow cast a haughty glance at the play-dead Wen Shu, appearing to disdain her emaciated form, lacking even the interest to sniff her out, before hastily retreating with its plump prize. Phew, the demon badger indeed does not consume carrion. After a lengthy pause, Wen Shu finally exhaled quietly, relieved. The demon badger was a formidable beast of the late Qi refining stage. Should a confrontation arise with the talismans provided by Wen Shu, she would not be without the means to fight back. However, her primary concern remained the potential attraction of nearby demon wolves drawn by the sounds of battle and the scent of blood, rising from the snow-laden ground. Wen Shu shook off her robe, scattering a flurry of snowflakes around her. She sought refuge, pondering that when night fell, if snow did not descend, she could ascertain her direction by the stars above. With this thought, she quickened her pace, careful not to leap, lest she attract nearby beasts. She cautiously navigated through the snow-covered underbrush, her robe as white as the snow itself, rendering her inconspicuous unless one looked closely. Although the nocturnal forest harbored greater dangers than the bright of day, she could not remain motionless, for even if she failed to locate Wen Shu, she refused to squander the precious 3 days allotted for treasure hunting. Chapter 25. The mysterious figure. As a gust of wind swept through, the night swiftly descended. Wen Shu dispatched a nest of demonic rats with a talisman, boldly claiming their lair nestled within a thicket. She then employed her magical brush to sketch a simple umbrella formation above her head, which significantly diminished the biting winds. This formation, the most rudimentary of arrays, was formed from gathered spiritual energy, serving solely to shield against the elements, devoid of any protection against magical or physical attacks. On this night, heavy snow fell, enveloping the sky in a gray haze, obscuring any trace of the stars. Wen Shu huddled beneath the thicket's shelter, her gaze fixed upon the swirling snow. Yet her mind remained focused, diligently absorbing the spiritual essence of the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the abundance of water's spiritual energy was palpable, and Wen Shu envisioned streams of ethereal energy composed of myriad water spirits, continuously converging into her reservoir of vital energy. The wind stirs the snowflakes, causing them to dance an indescribably beautiful ballet against the backdrop of the frigid night, as if even the biting cold breeze has softened considerably. Wen Shu halts her meditation, extending her arms toward the swirling snowstorm, allowing the snowflakes to settle in her palms, yet she feels no trace of chill. The exquisite snow crystals drift and tumble within her grasp. With utmost care, Wen Shu cradles them, even channeling her spiritual energy in an attempt to envelop them. But suddenly, the delicate crystals shatter, transforming into a cool puddle of water upon her palm. Ice melts into water, water vaporizes into mist, mist coalesces into rain, and rain freezes into ice. In the depths of her being, Wen Shu senses an awakening. Her consciousness races, striving to capture this fleeting thought. Yet it eludes her like the drifting snowflakes, dancing and dodging in the air. As dawn breaks, the storm has ceased. With a rustling sound, Wen Shu emerges from the snowdrift, shaking her head to dislodge the snowflakes clinging to her hair. Enveloped in the snowfall throughout the night, she finds her clothes remarkably dry, feeling not a hint of cold. Rejuvenated after her breakthrough, Wen Shu brushes off the snow from her attire and cautiously surveys her surroundings, only to discover an expanse of white, devoid of hills or vegetation, where sky and earth seem to merge into a singular, blinding canvas of white. Uncertain of her whereabouts, Wen Shu steadies her mind and steps onto the snow, astonished to find her feet do not sink. They rest firmly atop the soft snow, as if walking on solid ground. Hee 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 hee. A melodious laughter, reminiscent of an ethereal sprite, echoed behind Wen Shu. A chill coursed through her as she realized that someone had stealthily approached her without her notice. Who are you? She feigned composure, yet an indescribable dread surged within her. Before her stood a spectral image of a girl, mirroring her own appearance from before her journey through time. The apparition tugged at her oversized athletic pants, seemingly displeased with their excessive looseness, and adjusted the waistband with a cheerful grin, playfully inquiring, hee hee hee, who are you? A phantom, or perhaps a mischievous spirit? The world teems with such enigmatic beings, adept at unearthing the deepest secrets of the human soul. And the most clandestine secret harbored by Wen Shu was undoubtedly her origins. The sprite furrowed her brow in contemplation, musing aloud. You are Wen Shu, but who am I? In an instant, her expression transformed into one of delight. Wen Shu, I recognize you. She floated around Wen Shu in a playful circle, lifting her chin and nose, leaning in to take a deep whiff at her neck. Wen Shu, I recognize you. It's the same scent. At that moment, an odd sensation enveloped Wen Shu as she observed a version of herself, drifting and swaying beside her, speaking in a language that felt strangely foreign yet familiar. Much like that of a child, the sensation was inexplicably eerie. Scent. The whimsical creature, adorned with a joyful visage, exuberantly exclaimed, and with a playful grin, seized Wen Shu by the collar at the back of her neck, whisking her away in an instant. Suddenly, Wen Shu found herself enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Where could this place be? A wave of trepidation washed over her, in her desperation to tear apart the talisman. She sorrowfully realized that she could not locate it. Anxious within, she endeavored to maintain an air of composure, preparing to cast a spell for illumination. When the surroundings swiftly brightened, gasping in astonishment, Wen Shu beheld a resplendent palace before her, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, draped with delicate silks. The floor was laid with exquisite spirit crystals, their luminous brilliance causing her vision to blur. Treasures of nature's bounty lay scattered about, seemingly without value, their exquisite craftsmanship rendering her speechless. The whimsical creature then darted around the hall, its excitement palpable as it pointed out the treasures, declaring them to be Wen Shu's. No, no, Wen Shu calmly shook her head. I do not recall ever possessing these. Not yours. The creature suddenly zipped before her, disbelief etched across its face, only to be replaced by profound despondency as it began to whimper. Woe is me. You are not Wen Shu. Who is Wen Shu? Then who am I? The creature ceased its weeping, its large eyes fixated intently on Wen Shu. Huh. Tell me, if you are Wen Shu, then who am I? You are Wen Shu. Perceive the essence beyond mere appearances. The ethereal creature transformed into a visage reminiscent of her past life, exclaiming that its essence mirrored that of Wen Shu. It was evident that she was ensnared within an illusionary array. Unperturbed by the treasures surrounding her, Wen Shu's mind raced with thoughts. Since this being wished to embody her, she decided to acquiesce to its desire. With a gentle tone, she declared, I am Wen Shu. Indeed, I am Wen Shu. The creature appeared to comprehend her words, but continued its monologue, seemingly oblivious to her presence. After a considerable pause, it turned its gaze back to Wen Shu, exclaiming, I remember. Yet it refrained from revealing what it had recalled, instead pitifully inquiring, where do you wish to go? I shall escort you there. Wen Shu's spirits lifted instantly as she ventured. I wish to visit Wen Shu Ning. She then produced an image of Wen Shu Ning from her cosmic pouch, presenting it to the creature. Look, this is the girl. Have you seen her? The creature pondered. I believe I have seen her before. A girl? It gazed at Wen Shu with a peculiar expression but offered no further comments. Instead, it retrieved an inconspicuous brush from the depths of its loose trousers and placed it into Wen Shu's hands, stating, Take this, I shall guide you. Wen Shu, taken aback by the unexpected favor, accepted the brush without a moment to scrutinize it, only to have her collar seized by the creature. A wave of dizziness washed over her. She was alive again. After standing in stunned silence for what felt like an eternity, Wen Shu finally realized that her former self had vanished. Only then did she allow herself to release the anxious tension that had gripped her heart. Heaven knew how anxious she had been moments ago, fearing that a single misstep could cost her life. Just as she was about to examine the brush more closely, a familiar and joyous voice called from behind her, Shu, is that you here? Chapter 26, Jade smoked to her astonishment. This spirit creature had indeed brought her to the side of Wen Shu Ning. Self-assured in her escape from peril, Wen Shu felt an overwhelming surge of joy. However, she endeavored to maintain her composure outwardly. Turning to approach Wen Shu Ning, she spoke lightly, It's a long story. At that moment, the night was deepening. Yet Wen Shu Ning instantly recognized Wen Shu amidst the darkness. She raised her fingers to conjure a burst of fireworks, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliance. Under the radiant glow, she scrutinized Wen Shu from head to toe. Aside from her cotton robe being slightly wrinkled and dusted with snowflakes, she appeared to be unscathed, which eased Wen Shu Ning's concerns. She affectionately ruffled Wen Shu's hair and exclaimed, I was so worried about you. Subsequently, the two made their way to the campsite where Wen Shu Ning had previously set up behind a massive stone. Once she re-established a magical formation around them, they both settled into a cross-legged position. With excitement, Wen Shu Ning inquired, Shu, how did you find me? With her father, the protagonist, present, Wen Shu felt a profound sense of security. At that moment, her racing heart began to calm. She quickly composed her thoughts and recounted her recent experiences in detail. Finally, she retrieved the brush gifted to her by the spirit creature from her pocket and pondered aloud. I haven't had the chance to examine this closely, nor do I know its purpose. Under the illumination of the flickering flame, Wen Shu's brush became distinctly clearer. Rather than merely a brush, it resembled a jade pen of a rich emerald hue. Unlike a spirit brush, this jade pen lacked luster, rendering it seemingly indistinguishable from an ordinary writing instrument. However, its handle exuded a robust and ancient quality, while the bristles were supple and smooth, radiating an aura of antiquity and resilience shaped by the passage of time. Wen Shu Ning took the jade pen, examining it closely. For reasons unknown, this seemingly mundane jade brush evoked a sense of familiarity within her. The last time she felt this way was during her inheritance of the divine legacy, yet she sensed that this object did not belong to her. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Shu Ning returned the jade pen to Wen Shu, speaking earnestly. Shu, while this pin appears ordinary, it likely possesses extraordinary qualities. You should attempt to infuse it with a drop of your vital essence. I will provide protection for you. Wen Shu nodded repeatedly. If she were to acknowledge the pin in the presence of the protagonist, she would indeed believe that it was a serendipitous opportunity encountered in the secret realm. Thus, she sat upright, retrieved a sharp blade, and with a determined resolve, she swiftly pierced her heart. Withstanding the excruciating pain, she concentrated on controlling her chest muscles and blood, ultimately extracting a single drop of her vital essence. Although Wen Shu was merely at the qi refining stage, she should not have been so reckless in drawing forth her vital essence. The essence of a cultivator is a precious commodity, especially that which resides at the heart. Were it not for her unexpectedly stable breakthrough, it would have been perilous for any cultivator to extract their vital essence without caution. For a misstep could lead to a decline in their cultivation level, and in severe cases, jeopardize their foundational practice. Yet, driven by her unwavering trust in the protagonist's father, Wen Shu acted without hesitation. She swiftly allowed her vital essence to drip onto the jade brush, and soon, an indescribable sensation surged within her heart. A wave of dizziness enveloped her, and she found herself slipping into a deep slumber. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, she had forsaken sleep in her pursuit to keep pace with the protagonist, and it had been a considerable time since she had truly rested. In her dreams, the world appeared vast and indistinct, resembling the mystical realm of her current surroundings, shrouded in a dense mist. To her astonishment, she realized she had grown taller. Adorned in a simple, flowing robe, impervious to fire and sword, its material unknown to her, she ran through the snowy expanse, as if in pursuit of something, or perhaps being chased by an unseen force. Gradually, a shadow emerged in the distance, hazy yet tantalizingly close, as if it could be grasped, yet seemingly light years away. Shu, the shadow called, its voice ethereal and distant, indistinguishable in gender. The scene shifted abruptly, the surroundings transformed into a raging inferno, where dozens of phantoms floated amidst the flames. Wind and fire roared through the torrential downpour, and Wen Shu found herself plummeting into a damp, muddy swamp. Lightning cracked across the sky, and torrential rain fell, while chaos reigned all around her. Demoness, you should have anticipated this day. A thunderous shout crashed into her ears like a boulder, causing her head to throb painfully. She struggled to rise, yet her limbs felt immobilized, and she could not summon the vital energy within her core. She could feel an unimaginable power surging within her at that moment, a tumultuous sea of energy. Yet she remained utterly motionless, unable to summon even a drop of spiritual force. Amidst the crackling thunder and blinding flashes of lightning, a myriad of fireworks and electric light enveloped her in an instant. Wen Shu lost consciousness. After a while, akin to the tender caresses of her mother during her childhood, a warm and gentle light roused her. As she surveyed her surroundings, the scenery shifted and transformed. She found herself in a tranquil valley, filled with the fragrance of flowers, the songs of birds, and a gentle breeze. Before her lay a crystal-clear spring, and astonishingly, a jade brush floated upon its surface. Wen Shu reached out to touch it, only to discover that she had become an indistinct shadow, unable to grasp the tangible object. In her anxious state, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby grass, and a young girl appeared. The girl's features were blurred, rendering her visage unrecognizable. She joyfully approached Wen Shu, yet remained unseen by her. With a radiant smile, she plucked the jade brush and uttered, "Yu Sheng Yin. Yu Sheng Yin." A sudden wave of headache struck Wen Shu. Why did this name evoke such familiarity? Yu Sheng Yin. Yu Sheng Yin. This jade brush was named Yu Sheng Yin. It was as if a dam had been breached, unleashing a flood of memories not belonging to Wen Shu. The zither has 50 strings, each string a pillar of reminiscence of youth. Zhuangzhou dreams of butterflies at dawn, and the emperor's heart in spring is entrusted to the cuckoo. In the moonlit vast sea, pearls shed tears. On the warm day in Lantian, jade gives rise to smoke. Shu. Someone was calling her. Wen Shu murmured softly, "It seems I have drifted off to sleep and even dreamt." Drifted off? Wen Xuanning was somewhat astonished. "I noticed your dazed expression and intended to call out to you, yet in the blink of an eye. How could you have fallen asleep? Are you implying that it was merely for a brief moment?" Wen Shu's tone was tinged with uncertainty. Chapter 27. The origin of the divine artifact. Wen Shu's gaze settled upon the jade brush in her palm. After recognizing it with her blood, she found herself spiritually connected to the jade brush, their essences intertwined. Though the enigmatic memories swirled chaotically within her mind, remaining indistinct and ineffable, She could now distinctly identify this jade brush. It was named Yu Sheng Yan, a potent artifact, yet sealed away. At present, the existence of this artifact was irrevocably linked to Wen Shu's life and her cultivation realm. A fragment of memory within her consciousness revealed that when her cultivation reached the qi refining stage, the jade brush would unlock its first layer of sealing, elevating it to a rank akin to the finest low-grade spiritual tools. Now, having reached the sixth layer of the qi refining stage, Wen Shu instinctively comprehended the correct method to activate this jade brush, thereby unsealing a portion of the chaotic memory's inheritance of techniques. However, this inheritance was solely applicable to the foundation establishment stage. At her current qi refining stage, Wen Shu was still unable to fully decipher it. Curiously, the content of this portion of inheritance bore a striking resemblance to the painting soul inheritance imparted to her by her master, Wen Wuchang, albeit with subtle differences. Yet, this inheritance proved to be more comprehensive and obscure than that taught by Wen Wuchang, particularly regarding the foundational techniques meant for establishing a solid base in one's cultivation. While the content may be roughly comparable, the heart method imparted by Wen Wuchang is significantly more concise and refined, infused with numerous personal insights and interpretations. In contrast, this particular transmission is evidently more extensive, more primitive, and far more comprehensive. This merely constitutes the foundational chapter of the transmission. Subsequently, once Wen Shu transcends the foundational stage, an additional layer of the seal upon the jade brush shall be lifted, elevating it to a quality akin to that of the finest among mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Thereafter, she will acquire techniques suitable for the golden core stage. Upon her advancement to the golden core stage, the quality of the jade brush may ascend to that of the finest among upper-grade spiritual artifacts, granting her access to Taoist teachings appropriate for practitioners at the nascent soul stage. In the eastern extreme continent, the classification of a cultivator's weaponry is divided into three primary categories: magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, and divine artifacts. Each category is further segmented into three tiers: lower, middle, and upper grades, with the utmost quality being exceptionally rare. Typically, cultivators below the foundational stage are restricted to the use of magical artifacts, while those who have established their foundation may employ spiritual artifacts. Foundational stage corresponds to the use of lower-grade spiritual artifacts. Golden core stage corresponds to middle-grade spiritual artifacts. Nascent soul stage corresponds to upper-grade spiritual artifacts, and the transformation stage corresponds to lower-grade celestial artifacts, and so forth. The tier of spiritual artifacts a cultivator can wield is intrinsically linked to the capacity of their qi. The higher the tier of the spiritual artifact, the greater the requirements for the reservoir of spiritual energy within the cultivator's qi. It is not to say that lower-tier cultivators cannot utilize higher-tier spiritual artifacts. However, engaging in such practices often results in the rapid depletion of their spiritual energy by the artifact. For instance, an ordinary foundation-building cultivator, when attempting to wield a mid-grade spirit tool that only a golden elixir cultivator can manipulate, would find that even exhausting all the spiritual energy within their dantian would only allow them to unleash a single strike with the mid-grade spirit tool. However, the jade brush is exceptional. It transcends the limitations of one's actual cultivation level, enabling Wen Shu to manifest the quality of a superior mid-grade spirit tool while she is still only capable of utilizing a low-grade instrument. This situation presents two possibilities. Either she must strive diligently to expand her dantian, ensuring that her spiritual energy is abundant and far exceeds that of her peers, thus allowing her to wield the jade brush successfully, which is no small feat, or this inheritance is particularly unique, granting her the ability to enhance her dantian's capacity through cultivation, thereby achieving the capability to utilize spirit tools beyond her current tier. The jade brush is sealed with a total of 10 layers, each corresponding to the 10 stages of cultivation in the realm of practitioners: qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, Tao integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. This implies that as long as Wen Shu progresses steadily, with each significant breakthrough, she will not only acquire a transcendent spirit tool, but will also unlock a layer of the chaotic memories sealed within her mind. She will successively inherit the legacy of the jade brush's creator, ultimately culminating in the complete acquisition of the creator's memories. Once Wen Shu reaches the tribulation crossing stage, She will be able to fully unseal the jade brush and gain the complete inheritance of this divine artifact's creator, thereby uncovering all the knowledge she yearns to possess. It feels as though I am still dreaming, Wen Shu mused, filled with a sense of poignant anticipation. In an unexpected turn of events, Wen Shu found herself in possession of an evolutionary artifact akin to those only the heroine of a novel could wield. This revelation left her somewhat taken aback. She was aware that during this expedition into the secret realm, Wen Xuanning would acquire her destined divine sword, the Yi Shui Jian. This sword was a remarkable weapon capable of growth, evolving in tandem with the heroine's own cultivation. Though Wen Shu's jade brush was already classified as a top-tier artifact, it too required the gradual unlocking of its full potential through her own cultivation. While the two artifacts differed in essence, they ultimately occupied a similar echelon in terms of performance and utility. In her heart, Wen Shu felt a surge of joy. Although she maintained a calm facade while explaining the origins of the jade brush to Wen Xuanning. This brush was originally meant to belong to the creator of this secret realm, she murmured. Based on a sudden influx of memories, I have discerned that it is indeed an artifact. Wen Xuanning listened intently to Wen Shu's insights regarding the mysterious jade brush, feeling no trace of jealousy or envy. Instead, she was genuinely delighted for her younger sister. With utmost seriousness, she advised Wen Shu, this matter must remain confidential. Should you later establish your foundation, you will be able to learn the heart techniques. For now, however, make do with the spirit brush I have crafted. Although it is of inferior grade, its actual quality is comparable to that of a mid-grade item, and it requires only the spiritual energy that a foundational practitioner can sustain. Once we join a formidable faction and attain the golden core stage, you may reveal it then. I shall refine a concealing talisman for you, and you may treat it as an ordinary mid-grade spiritual artifact. Thus, even if it is discovered that Wen Shu is, in fact, utilizing a top-tier spirit artifact beyond his means, the presence of a formidable power backing him, coupled with his cultivation being at the golden core stage, significantly mitigates the risk. Wen Shu nodded in agreement, understanding the adage that wealth should not be ostentatious and nobility should not walk alone. In the absence of absolute strength, possessing extraordinary treasures can easily invite envy and theft. Currently, Wen Shu is merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Yet his jade brush has already unlocked the first layer of its seal, qualifying it as a superior low-grade spirit artifact. While such artifacts are indeed precious, they typically do not attract the covetous gaze of high-ranking cultivators. However, should he break through to the foundation establishment stage, the seal will be further lifted, transforming it into a mid-tier spirit artifact, which would undoubtedly incite the greed of countless golden core cultivators. Whether it be the jade brush crafted by Yu Xingyan or the superior low-grade spirit brush refined by Wen Xuanning, he is currently unable to wield either. Thus, Wen Shu carefully stored the jade brush away and continued to employ the mid-grade writing brush provided by Wen Wuchang. Contemplating that the female protagonist would soon reach the late foundation establishment stage, Wen Shu silently vowed, my cultivation is still too low. I must strive harder. Chapter 28. Firethorn Beast, having absorbed an overwhelming amount of information and expended a drop of his vital essence, Wen Shu's mind began to ease, and he finally felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. This weariness stemmed from mental exertion, not something that could be alleviated through meditation or the consumption of elixirs. Beneath the shimmering starlit sky, a campfire flickered, surrounded by undulating shadows. These shadows flitted about, yet under the intimidation of the beast-simulating aura array set by Wen Xuanning, they dared not draw near. Wen Shu gently rested her head upon Wen Xuanning's shoulder, drifting into a light slumber. For a brief moment, Wen Xuanning's body stiffened, but she soon relaxed. The girl's soft breathing rhythmically brushed against her arm, causing a slight tickle that prompted her to glance over. Unlike her usual serious demeanor, Wen Shu, often seen as the epitome of focus and diligence, had finally let down her guard, appearing unguarded and peaceful, her youthful visage embodying the innocence of a genuine 10-year-old child. The realization of such unwavering trust from her companion stirred profound emotions within Wen Xuanning. She cast a fleeting glance at the campfire nearby, which, seemingly ordinary, subtly flickered in response, cautiously dimming its flames by half. As dawn broke, Wen Shu let out a small yawn, having not slept so soundly in ages. Opening her eyes, she was surprised to discover she had spent the night leaning against the arm of the protagonist's father, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Alas, it seemed she had been utterly exhausted the previous day. Upon noticing her awakening, Wen Shu smiled and inquired, Shu, you're awake? How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Much better, Wen Shu replied, finally taking in her surroundings, realizing they were in a stony valley, surrounded by jagged rocks blanketed by thick layers of snow, which softened the sharp edges of the stones beneath. At this moment, the campfire had long extinguished, leaving only a spiny fire beast with a few flickering flames dancing on its back. This creature, a high-ranking king beast equivalent to the late stage of Foundation establishment, now crouched pitifully in the corner. Its hind legs stood upright, while its front claws were cradled as if a farmer were holding them, staring wide-eyed at Wen Shu, licking its lips and occasionally swallowing its saliva. Wen Shu then took out an apple, nourished by the spatial spiritual spring, from her Qiankuan bag and tossed it to the beast. The fire beast was elated, clasping the apple, which was as large as its own head, with its forepaws and eagerly gnawing at it, reflecting on the fact that she had peacefully coexisted with a king beast throughout the night. Wen Shu cast a fearful glance at the composed Wen Shu, who was feeding the king beast. She mused to herself, only a versatile heroine's father could command a majestic king beast as if it were but a mere campfire. Sensing the peculiar gaze transmitted from Wen Shu hastily clarified, it still has some utility, otherwise I would have roasted it for breakfast for Shu. The fire beast seemed to comprehend, displaying a mix of trepidation and indignation. However, unable to retaliate and reliant on this bipedal creature for sustenance, it dared not express its fury. Instead, it continued to nibble at the apple in its claws, letting out a series of discontented chirps that resembled the mating calls of a small sparrow, baring its teeth in a disgruntled manner towards Wen Shu. Wen Shu, the cultivator, absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and after establishing a foundation, they can essentially attain the realm of fasting, as exemplified by Wen Shu, who can almost go years without food or water, with no adverse effects on her bodily functions. However, Wen Shu is merely in the qi refining stage and still requires sustenance. Favoring Wen Shu, she soon produced a first-grade spiritual fruit, cultivated entirely from the essence of a spatial spiritual spring, and offered it to Wen Shu. The fruit exuded a rich aura of spiritual energy, its entire being radiating an enticing fragrance. The fire-spike beast in the corner widened its eyes, watching as Wen Shu held the fruit and took eager bites. It mimicked her, smacking its lips, only to glance down at its own apple, which suddenly seemed far less appealing. The spiritual fruit was crisp and sweet, and upon finishing it, Wen Shu felt a surge of spiritual power instantly fill her dantian. The effects of this first-grade spiritual fruit were vastly superior to a day spent in meditation. Given her current cultivation level, she could only consume one first-grade spiritual fruit a day, as exceeding this limit risked an explosion of spiritual energy. Wen Shu, advising caution, handed Wen Shu a bag filled with dozens of these spiritual fruits, without elaborating on their origins, a silent understanding between the two. Having satisfied their hunger, they set off once more, now on the second day, needing to hasten their search for the elusive treasure. The exit of the stone valley opened into a sea of snow, where one could faintly discern snow snakes slithering within, their pale scales nearly blending into the snowy expanse. Should one venture in without caution, it would be all too easy to fall prey to the jaws of a serpent. Beyond the sea of snow lies the true heart of the secret realm, where not only the number of royal beasts increases, but there may also be savage beasts and even magical creatures lurking within. Shu, please draw a boat, Wen Shu requested, as she retrieved large chunks of spiritual wood from her cosmos bag. Naturally, she did not expect Wen Shu to conjure a small vessel from thin air, for even a spirit painter in the qi refinement stage could not perform such miraculous feats as the legendary Ma Yang. However, by employing the exquisite properties of the spirit painting technique and combining it with spiritual energy, she aimed to sketch a three-dimensional structure of a boat in the air. She then shaped the spiritual wood into various forms to fit the design. Obediently, Wen Shu crafted the boat, and soon the spiritual vessel took shape. After inscribing a magical array onto the hull, Wen Shu gave it a gentle push, and the spiritual boat gracefully floated upon the sea of snow. She took Wen Shu's hand and leaped aboard, while the fire-spiked beast, fearing abandonment, hastily followed suit. Wen Shu did not deter it, being a fire-type royal beast. It easily countered the ice-type royal beasts within the sea of snow, thus conserving her strength. The spiritual boat swayed and drifted toward the opposite shore. Suddenly, a harsh scraping sound echoed from beneath the vessel. The fire-spiked beast perked up its ears warily, its spines igniting in readiness. With a fierce expression, it bared its teeth at the bottom of the boat. Then, with a resounding splash, a gigantic python, at least 2 zhang long, emerged from the snow sea, sending snowflakes flying in every direction. The massive serpent opened its gaping maw, hissing ominously down at the fire-spiked beast from its elevated position. A sense of vigilance mingled with trepidation enveloped the colossal python, its silver-white form glistening under the shimmering light of ice shards, the hardened scales radiating brilliance. Wen Shu found it to be exquisite, perfectly suited for crafting a set of inner armor for Wen Shu. With a raised brow, she signaled to the fire-spiked beast, which promptly understood her intention. Without hesitation, it unleashed the spines from its back, each imbued with searing flames. With a crack, the first spine precisely pierced the eye of the snow python. Before the creature could struggle, a second and then a third spine swiftly followed, penetrating its throat, and the demon core nestled within its abdomen. The snow python let out a mournful cry, collapsing limply onto the deck of the spiritual vessel. The vessel, though modest in size, was largely dominated by the python's massive corpse. Despite both being high-tier royal beasts, the snow python stood no chance against the fire-spiked beast due to the elemental dominance at play. It was perplexing why the python had ventured forth knowing it was outmatched. Only when several juvenile pythons surfaced in the snowy sea did the two realize the answer. Yet, such is the nature of the cultivation realm, where the survival of the fittest reigns and unwarranted sympathy could lead one into peril. Had she known the snow python bore no malice and acted out of benevolence, Wen Shu might not have been so resolute in her lethal decision. However, there are no ifs in this world. The grievous deed had been committed, and with the young pythons witnessing their mother's demise, she was left with no choice but to eliminate the threat to prevent future retribution. Chapter 29. The spiritual ape, perhaps the formation inscribed upon the small vessel, had begun to manifest its effects. After Wen Shu stored the snow python's remains within her spatial pouch, only the presence of the fire-spiked beast remained aboard the vessel. Although the fire-type royal beast and the ice-type royal beast were inherently incompatible, if one party did not provoke the other, they could coexist in mutual disdain, remaining entirely unperturbed by one another. The intricate patterns on the small vessel serve a dual purpose. They not only conceal the aura and cultivation level of the human practitioners, but also restrain the formidable energy of the fire-stinger beasts, classified as high-tier royal beasts. This strategy effectively intimidates the surrounding demonic creatures while avoiding provocation of more advanced wild beasts. While array masters are a rarity in the world, Wen Shu shows no hesitation in confiding in Wen Shu, reflecting her profound trust in him. With the support of the protagonist's father, their journey is remarkably fortuitous, as they encounter no wild beasts patrolling their territory, allowing them to drift safely to the opposite shore. As soon as Wen Shu's feet touch the ground, an eerie chill envelopes him. This coldness, distinct from the frigid air outside, is far more penetrating, imbued with the dark and sinister aura of the demons within the secret realm. In comparison to the multitude of demons present in the depths of this secret domain, the beast tied at the periphery of the endless mountains seems insignificant. The key difference lies in the fact that the demons within the secret realm are eternally sealed, serving as a training ground for the members of the Wen family. Should any disciple find themselves outmatched, they may simply shatter their talisman to escape unharmed. The narrative portrays the secret realm as an island of extreme cold, where snowflakes dance through the air. As the power of the sun has been absorbed by a legendary sword, the Yishui sword, entombed at the base of Huiyin Mountain deep within the secret realm. Despite the presence of the character water in its name, the Yishui sword is indeed a fire-type divine sword, embodying the essence of utmost yang and fortitude. It is said that only this extraordinary sword can withstand the protagonist's father's innate spiritual fire, the Eastern Emperor's golden crow flame. Once the sword is drawn, the secret realm will revert to its natural cycle of seasons. The ancient grove of trees, standing for a millennium, is blanketed in ice and snow. Its branches, lush and verdant, have been transformed by the frigid air into glistening blades of ice. Should one tread carelessly among them, these icy shards would fall in droves, piercing the heart and lungs of any passerby. When Shu proposed, perhaps if we invert the small boat, it could serve as a grand protective canopy. When Xuanning, who had just drawn her magical sword and was prepared to charge forth, found merit in this suggestion. Consequently, she sheathed her sword and retrieved a talisman pen, making slight modifications to the spiritual patterns on the small vessel. In no time, The boat began to levitate of its own accord. Wen Shu felt no remorse in utilizing the fire-spiked beast for this purpose. The exoskeleton of such a creature was tough and resilient. Even if it were to be struck by the icy blades, it would merely suffer superficial wounds, far from risking any serious injury. As anticipated, the small boat ascended like a great balloon, floating gently above the trembling fire-spiked beast. No matter how many ice blades fell, they could only strike the robust hull of the vessel, leaving it unscathed. Content with her ingenuity, Wen Shu nodded in satisfaction, realizing that their plan was indeed feasible. The fire-spiked beast, clutching an apple, opened its mouth wide to take a bite, but whoosh. Its claws grasped at nothingness, leaving it bewildered. Cautiously, it glanced at Wen Shu, only to see the two bipeds drawing their weapons, their expressions rife with caution. Oh. The spirit monkey clung to a tree branch with one foot while grasping the apple with the other. Remarkably, the sharp ice blades littered on the dense branches could not harm it in the slightest. Oh. This mischievous spirit monkey darted about above the two, brandishing its claws and shaking off a cascade of ice shards, even spitting at them in playful defiance. Wen Shu's expression was grave. This spirit ape, if her memory served her correctly, was a wild beast. Its cultivation was comparable to the peak of the golden core stage. Several broken spirit talismans suddenly appeared in her palm. She observed the spirit ape arrogantly devouring an apple, then glanced at the broken talismans in her hand. And an idea struck her. She exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Shu, transferring the broken talisman to Wen Shu, who took cover behind her. The two stealthily retreated. Wen Shu reached into her chinkoan bag and, after a considerable time, retrieved another apple. Cautiously, she took a small bite from the edge before feigning to offer the apple to the fire-thorn beast. The spirit ape on the tree hesitated momentarily, but reasoning that the two low-ranking bipedal creatures posed no real threat, it swiftly snatched the apple away with a whoosh. Infuriated by the repeated theft of its apples, the fire-thorn beast erupted with rage, its barbed thorns shooting flames toward the spirit ape. The spirit ape easily dodged, becoming even more arrogant. It playfully tugged at its lower eyelid and made a grand face at the furious fire-thorn beast before brazenly stuffing the apple into its mouth. In a blink of an eye, as soon as Wen Shu saw it swallow, she detonated the broken spirit patterns inscribed on the apple seeds. With a resounding bang, the spirit ape let out a howl and plummeted down. The seeds were not singular. Once one exploded, it triggered a series of subsequent detonations. Bang, bang, bang. The spirit monkey's abdomen erupted with several large orbs, rendering its belly as round and taut as a ball. With a mournful cry, the creature prepared to leap into a frenzied attack, yet soon let out another anguished wail and collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Shu unsheathed her sword, unleashing a torrent of piercing and searing sword intent that rained down upon the spirit monkey. Wen Shu followed closely behind, hurling her broken spirit talismans with fervor. The spirit monkey, grievously injured, was overwhelmed by excruciating pain that rendered it incapable of resistance, ultimately bowing its head in agony as it looked to Wen Shu for mercy. However, Wen Shu was not inclined to show clemency. She raised her enchanted sword, poised to strike once more, only to be halted by Wen Shu. In the original narrative, this spirit monkey had once been a treasured guide for the heroine, its robust hide and resilient flesh making it nearly indestructible. Thus, it seemed more prudent to spare it in exchange for a more favorable condition. Noticing the puzzled expression on Wen Shu's face, Wen Shu smiled gently. She cautiously approached the spirit monkey and retrieved a spirit fruit from her pocket, its aura radiating with ethereal energy. The spirit monkey's eyes glimmered with desire as it fixated on the fruit, though it quickly appeared to recall something and decisively shook its head, retreating a few steps in trepidation. "Fear not, this fruit will not explode. It is safe for you to consume," she assured. Yet the spirit monkey continued to shake its head, adopting a demeanor that conveyed its firm resolve not to be deceived again. "In that case, let us strike a bargain," Wen Shu proposed. "We possess many of these spirit fruits. If you wish to partake, you must offer us treasures you have collected in exchange. What say you?" Observing the spirit monkey's cautious hesitance, she escalated her intimidation, her tone icy and foreboding. "Should you refuse, I shall command her to continuously detonate the broken spirit patterns within your belly, leaving you in a state of perpetual torment, unable to live nor die." Chapter 30. It desired to exchange in pursuit of acquiring treasures collected by the spirit monkeys. Wen Shu believed that this was a most equitable exchange and gladly endorsed Wen Shu's decision. The interior of the forest was shrouded in gloom and chill. Ordinarily, it would be filled with the eerie cries of malevolent spirits and the flapping of fiery bats, whose crimson eyes would occasionally pierce through the shadows of the thickets. Yet now, an uncanny silence prevailed. The spirit monkey, as the undisputed sovereign of this woodland realm, commanded an air of intimidation during its patrols, causing lesser beasts to sequester themselves with the utmost caution, fearful of encountering this untamed entity. Confrontation was futile. One could neither withstand its might nor escape the inevitable punishment and plunder that followed. Wen Shu and Wen Shu trailed behind the spirit monkey, meandering through the forest with unimpeded ease, devoid of the usual disturbances from other beasts. This was indeed an unexpected delight. The fire spike beast, emboldened by its association, boldly leapt onto the spirit monkey's shoulder, nonchalantly crossing its legs while chattering away, wearing an expression of triumph, as if the thieving monkey deserved its misfortune for pilfering its apples. At last, as they ascended the robust vines to the treetop, their vista expanded magnificently. The snow-white canopy cradled an enormous nest, yet no birds were in sight. Instead, it was adorned with shimmering golden objects. The spirit monkey let out a series of resounding calls, signaling that this was its old abode. Naturally, this nest was not constructed by the spirit monkey itself. The formidable wilderness beasts could effortlessly seize a nest. The vastness of this nest indicated that its previous owner was a creature of considerable rank among raptors, and the spirit monkey's ability to usurp it attested to its formidable prowess. Had it not been for their gluttony and the underestimation that led them to fall into the cunning trap set by these two individuals. With the cultivation levels of Wen Shu and Wen Shu, there was absolutely no possibility of triumphing over the spirit ape in a direct confrontation. True to her word, Wen Shu produced a spirit fruit, tossing it lightly in her hand. After a moment's contemplation, wary of the spirit ape's treachery, she conjured a handful of broken spirit talismans in her other hand. Subsequently, dozens of these shattered talismans were hurled forth, resulting in a thunderous explosion as a small ice mound in the distance was obliterated. Observing the talismans, the spirit ape's expression turned to one of sheer terror, as it swallowed hard and nodded hastily. What manner of beings were these, who possessed the audacity to utilize first-grade talismans in such a manner, throwing them by the handful rather than one by one as any ordinary human would? The spirit ape possessed an abundance of treasures, both recognized and unrecognized, glittering with golden light, captivating to the eye. After deliberation, Wen Shu and Wen Shu selected several inferior spirit artifacts, an unnamed inferior spirit herb, a temporarily sealed storage ring, 2 jade slips, and even 4 superior spirit stones from among the ape's hoard. These items were of no use to the spirit ape. Their collection was merely a testament to their aesthetic appeal, much like its cherished treasures, the statue of its beloved mother ape, the ice-sculpted banana, the crystal grapes, the monkey wine, and its pet golden ants, none of which garnered a glance from these two humans, to ensure the spirit ape did not suffer loss. Once they had gathered their desired possessions, Wen Shu generously placed 10 spirit fruits in the spirit ape's nest before calling to Wen Shu and carefully descending the tree. This was indeed a transaction marked by fairness. The spiritual fruits are not only beneficial to practitioners like Wen Shu in the chi refining stage, rather, the higher one's cultivation level, the greater the spiritual power feedback received from consuming these fruits. Even the spiritual ape, akin to the pinnacle of the golden core stage, would derive immense advantages from consuming these 10 spiritual fruits. The spiritual ape cautiously picked up one of the fruits, closed its eyes, and placed it in its mouth. The fruit melted instantly, its taste as sweet as celestial nectar, accompanied by a surge of potent spiritual energy that remarkably healed its internal wounds significantly. Oh, this delectable flavor is maddening. Startled, it swiftly leaped down from the treetop to intercept them. Wen Shu, on high alert, instinctively positioned herself in front of Wen Shu and inquired, "What? Are you going back on your word?" The spiritual ape shook its head vigorously like a wave, gesturing towards a direction and then to its mouth, anxious that the two might not comprehend. It flailed its arms in a frenzied manner, making urgent sounds of oh-ah. Wen Shu stroked her chin and remarked to Wen Shu, "I believe it thinks that 10 spiritual fruits are insufficient and wishes to trade more from treasures hidden elsewhere." Upon hearing this, the spiritual ape immediately nodded, pointing towards a location while patting its chest vigorously, as if to convey that the treasures there would surely please them. In the original tale, the female protagonist had utilized several spiritual fruits to coerce and inadvertently lead the spiritual ape to Fire Extension Mountain. This time, with the spiritual ape taking the initiative to propose the exchange, Wen Shu felt a surge of joy within. Would there be enough spiritual fruits? She appeared somewhat concerned as she produced the cosmic bag that Wen Shu had previously given her, remarking that she still had 9 left. Naturally, this was more than sufficient. Wen Shu was in high spirits. She instructed Wen Shu to stow away the cosmic bag and with a grand gesture address the spirit monkey with enthusiasm. As long as the treasure is of good quality, you may request as many spirit fruits as you desire. The spirit monkey darted up and down with remarkable speed, leaving Wen Shu struggling to keep up. Had it not been for Wen Shu's firm grip, she might have been left behind. The rugged mountain range stretched endlessly before them, and fortunately, they encountered no demonic beasts along the way, allowing them to swiftly reach the base of Huiyin Mountain. Wen Shu recognized this area as Huiyin Mountain due to its strikingly iconic scenery. The texts had described, on the island of extreme cold, covered in ice and snow, there existed one exception, the Huiyin Mountain, which sealed the Ishui's sword and nurtured the millennia-old stone pillars. Huiyin Mountain was surrounded by a profusion of trees, their branches adorned with tender, vibrant green leaves, alongside vast expanses of blooming flowers, each petal radiating with vivid splendor. The scene before her, reminiscent of an early spring, perfectly embodied the essence of Huiyin Mountain. Chapter 31. Foolish humans. The spirit monkey guided the two of them to the summit of Huiyin Mountain, where lay the mouth of a dormant volcano. Over the years, the gaping crater had transformed into a shimmering lake, its waters sparkling in the light. The area surrounding the volcano was lush and verdant, teeming with flourishing plant life. And occasionally, the melodious songs of spirit birds could be heard echoing through the air. They pointed a claw towards the lake before them, holding its breath, and with a splash, it leapt into the water. As a being of the water with spiritual root, was naturally unafraid of the water. However, hesitated on the shore for a moment, ultimately steeling herself, stuffing something into her mouth, and followed suit into the lake. The water was remarkably clear. From the shore, one could distinctly see the corals and pebbles at the lake bed. Yet, upon diving in, they discovered that the lake was, in fact, quite deep, and the water was icy cold, especially as they swam towards the center. As they descended further, the surroundings grew increasingly dim. Enveloped herself in spiritual energy, slightly dispelling the chill. She carefully trailed behind, glancing around occasionally to guard against a sudden attack from the aquatic beasts lurking at the bottom. However, it was evident that the status as a wild beast afforded them considerable protection, for the two women encountered no threats. Eventually, they arrived at a rocky outcrop, where deep red stones emanated waves of warmth beneath the frigid lake waters. They pointed to a cave beneath the rocks, gesturing towards itself and shaking its head, as if to convey that it could not enter. Cautiously swam closer. The cave was not large, too small for them to navigate, yet she could fit. Instinctively, she glanced down at which trembled and quickly swam away, shaking its head vigorously. Coward. Internally scorned it before boldly leading the way into the cave. Knew that with its mysterious constitution, she would not be hindered by the formations within the fiery rock, but she was uncertain whether she too could pass through unscathed. After a moment of hesitation, she steeled herself and followed her companion into the depths. As the fire-prick beast witnessed the two individuals entering, the spirit ape, feeling the intense heat, swiftly began to paddle its limbs towards the surface of the lake. Whether it was concern for its safety as a fire-type king beast in the murky depths, or fear that any misfortune might befall the two, thereby jeopardizing its pursuit of the spiritual fruit, the fire-prick beast flailed its claws and resolutely followed into the cave. The environment within the fire rock reef was dim and the rocky walls exuded heat, while the lake water was scalding, as if it threatened to boil a person alive. Yet, when Xuanning seemed impervious to the oppressive heat, swimming expressionlessly deeper, whereas Wen Shu had to continually channel her water spirit energy to cool herself down. When her spiritual energy waned, she would pop a spiritual rhythm pill into her mouth, when Xuanning had generously supplied her with plenty of these exquisite pills, essentially ensuring an ample supply. The fire prick beast, being of the fire element, felt no fear of the heat. It merely followed cautiously at the rear, apprehensive of any sudden appearance of sea monsters, ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Only Wen Shu understood that the heat within the fire rock reef was far beyond what they experienced, and that a formidable barrier was in place. In earlier years, Even during the time when the One Clan still existed in the unraveled city, formidable beings at the Yuanying stage, and even at the Huashan and Fanshu stages, had attempted to breach this formation, only to return empty-handed. She speculated that perhaps it was due to her association with Wen Shu, benefiting from the halo of the protagonist, that they were able to navigate through the barrier's obstruction with such ease. The rocky path was not lengthy, and as the beams of light ahead grew increasingly radiant, the trio soon found themselves in an expansive circular chamber. The surrounding stone walls glowed a brilliant red, while beneath them, waves of scorching magma churned. Most captivating of all was a resplendent sword, shimmering in gold and jade, floating majestically atop the molten river. It was indeed the one. When Ning mused inwardly, swiftly identifying the sword before her based on the memories imparted through her lineage. She cautioned Wen Shu to remain at the entrance, urging him not to act recklessly, while she gradually approached the magnificent blade. Suddenly, a violent eruption occurred as magma splashed violently, and from the depths emerged a colossal fire dragon. Unlike the traditional Eastern dragons of ancient cultures, this creature resembled a Western mythological beast, adorned with wings and akin to a lizard of gargantuan proportions. Wen Shu could scarcely believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. The original narrative had not described such a spectacle. It merely stated that Wen Ning, after numerous trials and overcoming intricate mechanisms, would acquire the unparalleled divine sword. Yet here, before him, stood a dragon of Western lore. Was this not a tale rooted in Eastern fantasy? Had they wandered into the wrong narrative? The dragon, cloaked in a deep crimson hue, exhaled flames from its nostrils, its visage exuding an aura of ferocity. Yet it bore no intention of attacking Wen Shu. Its immense size rendered it laborious to ascend the rocky shore, and Wen Shu could distinctly observe it rolling its eyes in exasperation as it climbed. Finally, the fire dragon settled heavily onto the ground, with one foot precariously hovering above the lava. One of its formidable claws grasped a magnificent silver sword, while the other clutched a grand bronze shield, both of Western design, radiating a celestial glow. Despite their peculiar forms making them difficult to identify, their extraordinary nature was unmistakable. The dragon appeared exceedingly weary, yawning mightily and releasing bursts of fiery breath, before apathetically inquiring of Wen Shu, "Oh, foolish human, which have you lost, the silver sword or the bronze shield?" Wen Shu, cautious yet resolute, clasped her hands in reverence towards the fire dragon and pointed at the golden sword floating amidst the lava, declaring with unwavering determination, "Esteemed elder, I require that sword." Though somewhat perplexed, Wen Shu ultimately succeeded in making contact with the golden sword. The moment her fingers grazed its blade, the resplendent golden surface trembled violently, shattering to reveal the true essence of the sword, its body a profound black. Drawing the sword from the water, the icy blade of Ishue gleamed with an imposing, fiery spirit, yet bore the gentle name reminiscent of water, a curious juxtaposition. As the divine sword emerged from its sheath, a radiant light enveloped it for a fleeting moment before dissipating, leaving it appearing merely as a finely crafted, lower-grade black spiritual sword to the untrained eye. When Ning closed her eyes for a moment, familiarizing herself with her surroundings, and upon opening them, she found herself plunging headlong into the surging lava. The expression on the beast face of the fire-spiked beast was one of disbelief. If this were not beneath the water, would you still consider gnawing on a spirit fruit? Chapter 32. Fire Spiritual Root. Wen Shu observed calmly as the scalding hot lava engulfed Wen Ning. The concept of spiritual roots has always been predicated on innate talent. Although Wen Ning steadfastly believed that through this encounter, she had purged herself of other spiritual roots and impurities, Wen Shu, having read the original novel, understood through the author's descriptions that the transformation of spiritual roots was a myth. Wen Ning ultimately became a singular spiritual root, not because of a metamorphosis, but because she was inherently a singular spiritual root. This indicated that the other spiritual roots within her were artificially imposed false roots. Whether it was the power of inheritance gained at the time of receiving a legacy or the ancient stone milk buried beneath the boiling lava, they could enhance one's cultivation potential and cleanse her body of the false roots, yet they could not fundamentally alter a person's spiritual root. The churning lava gradually quieted, and it visibly began to recede. After a considerable time, the lava diminished, the fiery glow slowly extinguished, until ultimately, only murky sediment remained in the great pit. The loss of heat would eventually cause lava to solidify into igneous rock, However, the lava of the cultivation world defies scientific validation. The lava before her, upon cooling, not only failed to congeal, but instead transformed into a turbulent flow of muddy rock. It appeared that someone had inadvertently removed a plug from below, causing the mudslide to whirl incessantly, transforming into a colossal vortex that gurgled as it flowed through the opening beneath. Ultimately, in the enormous pit devoid of lava, the elusive figure of the dragon was nowhere to be seen. Only Wen Shu, now covered in mud, slowly rose to her feet, swimming towards the clearer waters while shaking her body in an attempt to rid herself of the adhering sludge. The cave, now shrouded in darkness due to the absence of light, provided Wen Shu with the perfect opportunity to change her attire. She then retrieved a luminous pearl, illuminating the entire cavern. At that moment, the cave resembled an ordinary deep pit beneath water, save for a small hole at the bottom, now completely obstructed by mud, rendering it unremarkable. Just moments ago, with her eyes closed, Wen Shu had relied on her physical sensations and quickly located a millennia-old stalagmite beneath the lava. The stalagmite melted at her touch, swiftly transforming into a stone milk that her body absorbed. Immediately afterward, she felt a chilling sensation in her dantian, as if her internal organs were on the verge of being frozen by that coldness. Consequently, her body instinctively began to absorb the fire elements from the lava, relentlessly devouring the abundant fire spirit energy that surged into her dantian. It continued until she had completely assimilated the fire elements that had settled for thousands of years within the lava. Only then did Wen Shu feel a modicum of comfort within her abdomen, even letting out a burp that bubbled with mud. In the depths of the unknown, it felt as though something within her shattered, revealing a spiritual essence that had long been encased in ice. This essence surged forth like a wild stallion finally freed from its restraints, racing wildly through Wen Shu's body, causing her meridians to fracture while simultaneously mending themselves. She felt as though she was enduring the most excruciating of tortures, a pain that pierced her to the very core, yet she persevered. It was not until the spiritual essence was fully absorbed by her body that her meridians expanded several-fold, and her internal organs were reforged anew. With a sigh of relief, Wen Shu meticulously examined her physical form. The elemental wind within her had vanished entirely, replaced by a vibrant and searing fire element. She understood that from this moment forth, she would embody the fire attribute of a heavenly spirit root capable of cultivating true fire. Upon the pearl illuminating the cave, the first sight that met her eyes was the face of Wen Shu, fraught with worry and urgency. The fire-spiked beast, witnessing her swift change in expression, swallowed hard in silence, instinctively sensing the raw energy emanating from Wen Shu, which she had yet to contain. Its eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that this bipedal creature, against all odds, had not perished in the lava, but had instead turned misfortune into fortune, breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Now, with her enhanced cultivation, the fire-spiked beast feared that it would find itself even more ensnared in her grasp, unable to escape her clutches, and resigned to continue its burdensome existence as a mere beast of labor. With these thoughts in mind, the fire-spiked beast, visibly distressed, gnawed at its own claws, pondering whether, after relinquishing the small treasury, the esteemed biped beast might reward its unwavering loyalty with a few spirit fruits. Shushu need not worry. I am unharmed. The divine sword was sheathed, the ancient stone milk absorbed, and the lava had vanished, none of it truly a misfortune. It felt as if it were suffocating. Had it not been for the sustenance of spiritual energy, such prolonged immersion would surely have led to its demise. As a fire attribute spirit beast, the flames on its barbs flickered, causing its fur to become fluffy and plush once more. When Xuanning dried her clothes with her spiritual energy and effortlessly cast a small spell to dry Wen Shu from head to toe. At that moment, the sky was clear, tranquil, and devoid of any peculiar aquatic creatures to disrupt their peace. Only an occasional spirit sparrow flitted by overhead and under the warm sunlight. It seemed even the surrounding lake waters had lost their chill, breathing in the fresh air and gazing at the spirit monkey waiting eagerly by the lakeside. When Xuanning felt elated, she affectionately ruffled Wen Shu's little head and exclaimed with joy, "Shu Shu, I have broken through." Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, the ice and snow of the entire secret realm began to quietly melt away. Perhaps it would not be immediately apparent, but when the Wen family reopened the secret realm next year, they would be astonished to discover that the once frigid domain had undergone a transformation. complete with the changing of the seasons. Every year, when the grand competition for new students commences, the world outside basks in the warmth of summer. Correspondingly, within the mysterious realm, one would behold a brand new island, blazing under the sun, adorned with lush vegetation, towering trees, and rugged stones fraught with peril. Chapter 33. A fortuitous find. The horse demon fish, with its grotesque visage, horse-like head and fish-like body, boasts a low rank and a notably diminished intellect. Nevertheless, its substantial size compensates for its venomous nature, as its flesh is remarkably tender. The spirit ape, momentarily filled with elation, seized the fish by its tail and struck its head against a rock. With a gentle shake, the horse demon fish became disoriented, succumbing to dizziness. The spirit ape possesses an affinity for vibrant, luminous objects, and its sensitivity to the existence of hidden treasures is exceptionally acute. Although the spirit ape sensed a remarkable treasure lurking beneath the water, both it and the ancient crocodile tortoise, rulers of their respective territories, initially clashed due to territorial instincts. However, they soon realized that neither could best the other, and thus neither could claim the treasures hidden within the fiery reef cave. By the time the spirit ape returned, the ancient crocodile tortoise had taken to a deep slumber, disinterested in engaging with it, having lived for over a millennium and witnessed countless humans before being sealed away. The spirit ape recognized that these two human children, despite their modest cultivation, were capable of easily subduing it. Furthermore, the presence of such an exquisite treasure as the spirit fruit indicated that they were indeed favored by fortune, and thus they were not to be trifled with. The spirit ape led Wen Shu to this place, harboring no malicious intent. It merely wished to take a gamble, to test its fortune. Perhaps these two individuals were the fabled chosen ones. If so, it would be a stroke of luck, for following the chosen ones would grant it access to the coveted spirit fruits. Who would still desire to consume the grotesque and repulsive horse demon fish? Not only is it fraught with spines, but its venom is also difficult to eliminate, leading to days of gastrointestinal distress post-consumption. Should they prove to be mere human children with ill fate, it would be a pity for those exquisite spirit fruits to go to waste. Wen Shu pulled Wen Shu ashore, honoring her promise by retrieving 20 spirit fruits, placing them in a small basket, and offering them to the spirit ape. Her actions were not born of stinginess. Once the fruits leave the nurturing embrace of the mother tree within their realm, the spirit energy they contain can only be preserved for a month. Should she offer more than that, the spirit ape would be unable to store them, resulting in waste. She earnestly reminded the spirit ape to consume them within the month, for unlike human cultivators, spirit beasts cannot refine the energy within the fruits through cultivation techniques. Thus, they could consume only one each day, requiring their bodies to absorb the essence naturally. She then produced another spirit fruit, presenting it to the fire spine's beast as a reward for its companionship on this journey. Having lingered in the underwater cavern for quite some time, they were unaware that it had already been the third day of their expedition into the secret realm. Consequently, the two immediately shattered their protective talismans, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The spirit ape and the fire spine's beast exchanged puzzled glances, their mutual disdain evident, before promptly scurrying off in opposite directions. The spirit ape, with one massive paw covering the basket and the other clutching it tightly, leaped and bounded with remarkable speed. It could not afford to let the opportunity slip away. If we linger too long, the old creature in the water might awaken, catch a whiff of the spirit fruit, and spring forth, only to realize that the treasures beneath the surface have vanished, inevitably leading to yet another fierce battle. The firethorn beast found a corner to conceal itself, crunching away at the spirit fruit in its claws within mere moments. Reclining upon a stone, it patted its little belly, digesting the essence of spiritual energy within, and suddenly perceived that the creature known as Wen Shu was not entirely malevolent. Should fate allow them to cross paths again, it would bestow upon her a few treasures it had collected, as a token of goodwill. It stroked its whiskers and chuckled, "Disciples, you may now present the treasures you have acquired to the elders for the exchange of points. The points vary according to the grade of the treasures. And rest assured that after the point calculation, the treasures will be returned to you. Disciples with higher points will receive additional rewards from the family." Upon hearing this, the disciples below erupted in jubilant cheers. In previous years, the spoils from the new student competition and the secret realms had to be surrendered to the family. But this time, they would belong to themselves, along with extra rewards. Particularly, several foundation-building disciples, despite considering themselves elders and needing to maintain a dignified demeanor, could not suppress the upward curve of their lips. Only 2 elder cultivators at the golden core stage remained indifferent, bowing slightly to Wen Wuchang. In presenting a few moderately valuable Yunxian fruits, we do not seek to compete for any rankings with these young ones. We shall generously contribute these Yunxian fruits to the family without calculating points. The 2 elders, both in the late stages of the golden core realm, hurriedly emerged from their seclusion primarily to assist their family in fortifying the borders against the impending beast tide. During their venture into the secret realm, they fortuitously discovered several high-quality Yunxian fruits, known for their efficacy in concocting various medicinal elixirs for healing injuries. They planned to discreetly present these fruits to Wen Shu for refinement into pills, thereby providing additional assurance for the safety of their disciples in the border conflict, thus rendering their expedition worthwhile. Wen Wuchang nodded with satisfaction, his gaze lingering on Wen Shu and Wen Shu, particularly fixating on Wen Shu for an extended period. Noticing her recent breakthrough to the 6th layer of the qi refining stage, a gentle and gratifying smile adorned the corners of Wen Wuchang's eyes. Meanwhile, Wen Shu and Wen Shu engaged in a hushed discussion, ultimately leading Wen Shu to opt for a modest approach. This was not a deliberate attempt to conceal her abilities, but rather a strategic decision given the current turmoil among various factions and the necessity for each family to report their standings and the strength of their members to the royal court following the grand competition. By remaining inconspicuous at this juncture, she could achieve an unexpectedly advantageous outcome when it mattered most. Thus, although Wen Shu had exchanged numerous treasures with the spirit ape, she selected only 2 items that were neither particularly precious nor entirely ordinary spiritual herbs. After securing her points, she attained a respectable ranking, remaining under the radar and avoiding underestimation from other disciples. The clan elders were aware of Wen Shu's status as a first-grade talisman master and even a first-grade alchemist. However, apart from the clan leader and Wen Wuchang, none were privy to her status as a foundation establishment cultivator. Consequently, they did not find her offerings of spiritual herbs to be out of place. In contrast, Wen Shu, as Wen Wuchang's direct disciple, had astounded many by achieving a breakthrough to the 6th layer of the qi refining stage during this expedition into the secret realm. She retrieved a lively mare demon fish. Although the mare demon fish is rather clumsy, it is nonetheless a formidable beast, comparable to the peak of the qi refinement stage among human cultivators. Once the toxins are removed, its flesh can be utilized in medicinal concoctions. Wen Shu's achievement in successfully capturing it alive is quite remarkable among the qi refinement disciples of her family. This mare demon fish was, of course, caught by the spirit ape, which carelessly discarded it, but Wen Shu meticulously salvaged it. The fish was already unconscious, showing no signs of struggle, allowing Wen Shu to easily store it in her Qiankuan bag. Chapter 34. The Award Ceremony. Wen Shu ranked 5th among the qi refinement disciples, following only a few at the later stages of qi refinement. Wen Shuning held the 49th position. The first-place disciple was a tall young man named Wen Zixian, whose exceptional talents and sharp intellect set him apart. He possessed both thunder and fire spiritual roots, a rare combination. At merely 15 years of age, his strength had already reached the pinnacle of the later qi refinement stage. Originally, Wen Zixian was the most likely candidate to be accepted as a disciple by Wen Wuchang. However, as a sword cultivator with extraordinary aptitude for swordsmanship, he had been practicing sword techniques since childhood. Now, at this age, abandoning the sword for painting seemed rather late, regardless of any potential talent in painting. He did not feel any discontent. Had Wen Wuchang's legacy been in swordsmanship, he would have eagerly pursued it. Yet, since it was painting, he was more inclined to focus on solidifying his foundation, hoping to join one of the 5 great immortal sects of the Eastern Extreme Continent in 5 years. If he could enter the inner sect like Liu Cheng, it would undoubtedly elevate the standing of the Wen family within the kingdom of Shao. In previous years, the Wen family had not been devoid of disciples who pledged allegiance to various sects within the Eastern continent. However, most of them, occupied with their own pursuits, found little time to contribute to the family, resulting in a situation where the family was compelled to continuously extend resources to support them. Their sole recourse was to adhere to strict self-discipline and engage earnestly in their cultivation. They dared not provoke disputes or offend those in power, lest they invite calamity upon themselves and, in turn, bring misfortune to the family. During this expedition into the secret realm, each disciple, to varying degrees, reaped some rewards. Even those who did not uncover treasures experienced moments of enlightenment and breakthroughs in their cultivation, leading to a collective sense of joy that dispelled the looming clouds of impending conflict at the borders. Wen Wuchang observed as the elders distributed rewards. Setting aside the 2 golden core elders, among the foundation establishment cultivators, the first prize was awarded to a key member of the family's core team, named Wen Ziren. His reward was a low-grade spiritual sword, which, among low-grade spiritual artifacts, was of superior quality compared to his previous low-grade inferior sword, proving to be much more suitable for his needs. The second prize was claimed by another key member of the family, Wen Ziwen, who also received a low-grade spiritual sword, albeit one of slightly lesser quality than that of the first prize winner. He appeared more composed and collected, receiving his reward with neither joy nor anger, simply choosing to quietly stow away the artifact. Wen Ziwen is the father of Wen Ling, who, regrettably, did not have the opportunity to participate in this grand competition. Although she harbored no malicious intent, her own greed nearly brought catastrophic consequences upon the family. Consequently, she has been ordered to remain at home in reflection, dedicating herself to her cultivation. The reward for the third place in the foundation establishment stage is a low-grade spiritual weapon, which is of moderate quality among its kind. This splendid water-based spiritual sword glimmers with a chilling light, and its recipient is the sole female elder of the clan. Although she secured the third position in this secret realm expedition, it does not imply that her prowess is inferior to that of the first-place winner, Wen Ziren. On the contrary, this elder is acclaimed as the most likely candidate among the foundation establishment cultivators of the Wen family in the past 50 years to be the first to transcend to the golden core stage. Subsequently, those who ranked from 4th to 20th received 5 bottles of mid-grade Qi gathering pills and 1 high-grade Qi gathering pill as their rewards. Following this, the rewards for the Qi refining stage disciples were presented. The first prize for this stage is a high grade, which stands out as a superior quality weapon among high-grade artifacts. Wen Zishuan, infatuated with his sword, couldn't bear to part with it from the moment he held it, even rushing to a nearby open space to wield it, his handsome face illuminated with uncontainable joy. The second place was taken by a gentle and refined female disciple, aged 25, who, despite possessing only 3 spiritual roots, has already achieved peak cultivation in the Qi refining stage at such a young age. She too received a high grade, slightly inferior to Wen Zishuan's. The third place was claimed by a robust disciple, his muscular physique exuding strength. He possesses both earth and wood spiritual roots, is 20 years old, and has reached the late stage of Qi refining. His reward was a high grade, which is of moderate quality among high-grade artifacts, and his face radiated satisfaction, clearly pleased with this reward. Subsequently, those ranked 4th to 10th each received a refined magical artifact tailored to their individual needs. However, the quality of these artifacts, while classified as superior, was merely of the lower tier among their category. Nonetheless, the considerable value of even the inferior superior artifacts elicited joy and excitement among these 6 disciples. Following this, disciples ranked 11th to 50th were rewarded with 2 bottles of superior Qi gathering pills, while those from 51st to 100th received a bottle of medium-grade Qi gathering pills each. Each jade vial contained 5 Qi gathering pills, and a bottle of medium-grade pills was equivalent to the usual allocation for 2 months. The breadth of this reward distribution was unprecedented, ensuring that everyone received something. Unlike previous years when only the top 3 disciples were honored, this generous distribution was motivated by the impending beast tide, aiming to enhance the strength of all disciples significantly. In the ensuing moments, several elders delivered speeches, encouraging the younger generation of their clan. The family competition concluded amidst a jubilant atmosphere. Prior to the elders' addresses, Wen Wuchang had departed, sending a message for Wen Shu to visit his small courtyard later. Once the elders finished their speeches, Wen Shu called Wen Xuanning to wait for her in the dining hall and hurriedly made her way to Wen Wuchang's courtyard. Known for her aloof demeanor, Wen Shu's coldness only heightened the curiosity surrounding her sudden elevation to the position of senior sister, but her unapproachable air inevitably deterred others. Wen Zishuan, however, was different. He approached and scrutinized Wen Shu from head to toe, ultimately appearing somewhat bashful as he inquired, "Little Sister Shu, may I propose a time for you to employ your painting techniques? I will suppress my cultivation to the 6th level of Qi refinement, and we can engage in a friendly sparring session. Would that be agreeable?" "Certainly," Wen Shu responded with alacrity, and after a moment's contemplation, she added, "Tomorrow at noon in the training grounds." At present, Wen Shu stood as the foremost individual in the Wen family's qi refinement stage. Even if he were to lose, it would not be disgraceful, for Wen Shu was merely 10 years old, and her cultivation level spoke for itself. "Very well, I shall await you at the training grounds tomorrow at noon." Upon receiving this affirmation, Wen Shu was elated. Although Wen Shu possessed a rather aloof demeanor, he held no aversion towards this little sister who dedicated herself entirely to her training. Every individual endowed with exceptional talent, coupled with relentless diligence, earns the respect of all. Chapter 35. The Unpredictability of Life, Part 1. In recent months, Wen Shu's only combat experience stemmed from her unwavering daily dedication to studying the art of painting and meditating, along with the occasional practice sessions with the father of the female protagonist. While these sessions could be regarded as sparring, they were akin to hands-on instruction from Wen Shu. Although the father of the female protagonist demonstrated remarkable agility and Wen Shu exhibited rapid improvement, by the time the family competition commenced, she remained, in comparison to those Wen family members who had diligently practiced their techniques since childhood, merely a novice after 20 years as immortal. To this day, she still faced numerous deficiencies in terms of agility, speed, and her own reflexes and sharpness during combat. Had it not been for her unexpectedly remarkable identity as a painter from Nanyang City, where such talents are exceedingly rare, and most disciples of her lineage had never engaged in combat with a painter, many were bewildered at the outset of the contest when they observed Wen Shu entering the fray not with a sword, but wielding a jade brush. This peculiar choice afforded her a slight advantage, enabling her to take the initiative and pursue further victories. It seemed implausible that, within merely a few months of effort, she could surpass her kin who had been diligently honing their skills for over a decade. Fortunately, unlike the original narrative where one must secure a position among the top 10 in the grand competition to access the secret realm, the rules had been amended this year due to the anticipated ferocity of the beast tide. Under these exceptional circumstances, she merely needed to place within the top 100 of the qi refinement stage to accompany the female protagonist into the hidden domain. Although Wen Shu ultimately achieved a remarkable ranking, she felt it was somewhat undeserved. In the final moments, the only monster fish she managed to capture was one she had personally selected. Even then, Wen Shuening had played a significant role in her success. Without Wen Shuening's prior conquest of the spirit monkey, none of the subsequent events would have transpired. After all, the spiritual fruit belonged to Wen Shuening, who intended to share the spoils with Wen Shu, only to be met with a resolute refusal. Wen Shu had exerted considerable effort to follow along, primarily to align herself with the female protagonist's father, hoping to benefit from the fortune that seemed to accompany the protagonists. Yet, upon encountering treasures, she yearned to attain them through her own merit. Should she fail to grasp them, she would not attribute it to bad luck, but rather acknowledge her insufficient strength. As for reaping rewards without labor, Wen Shu indeed harbored a desire to do so. However, if she becomes accustomed to hiding behind her father's shadow in the future, it will be exceedingly difficult for her to develop independently. The inadequacy of Wen Shu's combat experience is evident to all. This is a fact she cannot conceal, nor can she endeavor to do so. Fortunately, she is a phoenix rising from the ashes, starting anew. Most will perceive that Wen Shu's sudden shift in her path and her limited time for cultivation in the art of swordsmanship have rendered her somewhat inexperienced in battles, perhaps even leading them to believe that she is at a disadvantage. In the original narrative, Wen Shu is portrayed as a person of lofty ambitions, possessing a righteous spirit and remarkable integrity. His innate talent for the sword is among the finest within the Wen family, second only to Wen Shuening. In a world teeming with sword cultivators, Wen Shu will inevitably engage with them in the future. By agreeing to spar with Wen Shu, she stands to gain invaluable experience. As Wen Shu entered the courtyard of Wen Wuchang, she found him standing beneath a grand tree, gazing upwards at the dappled light filtering through the branches, lost in thought. He had erected a barrier within the courtyard and beckoned her to sit upon the stone pedestal in its center. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the warm glow of a teapot resting on a circular table. "Master, you." Sensing an unspoken tension, Wen Shu did not take a seat. Instead, she stepped forward boldly and knelt upon the ground with a thud, her heart heavy with sorrow, though she fought valiantly to suppress it. Wen Wuchang, however, bore no resentment or anguish typical of those facing death. His demeanor was remarkably serene. In a calm and soothing tone, he addressed Wen Shu. Silly child, it is a natural part of life to face death. My time has come, and since we cannot alter this fate, it is better to embrace it with composure. Master. Wen Shu's eyes brimmed with tears, though she fought valiantly to hold them back. Even though she had known from the outset that Wen Wuchang's days were numbered, the reality of this moment stirred a profound sense of reluctance within her, rendering acceptance exceedingly difficult. Reflecting on the past few months, she recalled her master's earnest teachings. The visage of the elderly man before her radiated warmth and kindness. He had generously imparted his wisdom, ensuring she comprehended each lesson by elaborating numerous times and tailoring his instruction to her needs, guiding her with utmost diligence. Wen Wuchang held great satisfaction in his disciple, his affection for her evident in his gaze. He poured forth all his knowledge, trusting that she would not need to fully digest it within a few months. As long as she retained it in her mind, it would serve her well on her path, even in his absence. He gently assisted her to her feet, tenderly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. His tone remained gentle as he inquired, "Good child, did you encounter anyone in the secret realm?" "Who?" Wen Shu paused for a moment, as if recalling something, and hastily began to recount her experiences in the secret realm, how she had overcome challenges and encountered mystical beings, sharing the parts she deemed appropriate with Wen Wuchang. Wen Wuchang listened to her quietly, his expression somewhat dazed. He sighed, saying, "Silly child, she is not a mere spirit. She is the founder of the Wen clan of Wuzhou City, the first patriarch of the Wen family. It is indeed a remarkable coincidence that her name is also Wen Shu. This is perhaps the reason why I feel an inexplicable familiarity and warmth upon meeting her." Thousands of years ago, the Wen clan of Wuzhou City stood tall in the central continent, largely due to the exceptional contributions of Patriarch Wen Shu. Though she has since passed into the void for a millennium, her lingering influence remains, bolstered by the divine beast she left behind to safeguard our lineage. It is this legacy that has allowed the Wen family to maintain its proud stature in Wuzhou City. 3 centuries ago, on that fateful day of bloodshed and chaos, had it not been for the inexplicable disappearance of the divine beast, my family would not have been left defenseless. Wen Shu, bewildered, asked, "Master, why would the guardian beast of our family vanish? Since the esteemed patriarch has already transcended, why do you claim that the being in the secret realm is her?" Chapter 36. The Uncertainty of Life, Part 2. Wen Wuchang shook his head, a hint of guilt and sorrow evident in his expression. Ultimately, this calamity is of the Wen family's own making. He chose not to mention the matter of the mythical beast's disappearance, instead continuing, within the secret realm. What you encountered was, in truth, a fragment of the spirit of clan leader Wen Shu. This fragment has been sealed within the secret realm for a millennium, lost in a haze with memories that have blurred over time. However, as my most cherished disciple, bearing the blood of the Wen clan and having cultivated the soul-painting inheritance reserved for the firstborn of our lineage, she will undoubtedly sense your presence. Whether she is willing to emerge and meet you, however, is your own fate. Wen Shu appeared contemplative as she produced the spirit of the founding patriarch and handed it, via her jade brush, to Wen Wuchang. His pupils dilated in astonishment, and with trembling fingers, he accepted the jade brush, disbelief etched across his face. "She actually entrusted this to you." Wen Wuchang raised his gaze to the heavens, tears streaming down his aged face. "This is the will of heaven. It must be so. The lineage of soul painting is indeed not destined for annihilation." After a long while, he finally regained his composure, refraining from inquiring whether Wen Shu had received the inheritance of the founding family head. Instead, he grasped her hands firmly, imparting a grave admonition. "Now that the divine brush is in your possession, until you possess absolute power, this matter must remain a closely guarded secret. I understand, but master, how am I to wield it in the future? This task is not difficult." Wen Wuchang produced a jade talisman and gently tapped it upon the jade, which instantly transformed into a delicate and exquisite spirit pin, entirely white and emanating a lustrous glow, its true quality indiscernible. Visually, it had become even more beautiful than before. And at this moment, even cultivators at the nascent soul stage could no longer discern its true nature. Many years ago, numerous individuals recognized this divine pin. It was the innate artifact of the clan leader Wen Shu. By sealing its original appearance, it became less likely to attract attention. "Thank you, master." Wen Shu expressed her gratitude, feeling a deep sense of guilt for being unable to repay Wen Wuchang, who had cared for her as both a teacher and father. However, he merely smiled and shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he softly patted Wen Shu's head. I am nearing the end of my journey. Though I have publicly announced my retreat, I can only conceal it temporarily. I cannot hide it for a lifetime. Little Shu, time is short. You must grow quickly to bear the weight of reviving the Wen clan. I understand, master. Wen Shu replied through her sobs. Following this, Wen Wuchang patiently taught her how to unlock the secret realm. Previous clan leaders had only known how to access the periphery of the realm. To fully open it required two conditions. One was the special secret method imparted by Wen Wuchang to Wen Shu, and the other was that the practitioner's cultivation must be at least at the nascent soul stage. Little Shu, you are a good child, but there are certain matters I must earnestly caution you about. In the end, Wen Wuchang's aura grew increasingly ethereal, his form becoming more transparent. Yet his expression turned serious as he looked intently at Wen Shu. Wen Shu immediately knelt upon the ground, solemnly declaring, Master, please speak. Your disciple shall obey. Wen Shu, you must always remember that as a member of the Wen family, we stand with integrity and conduct ourselves with utmost transparency. Bear this in mind. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one provoke me, I shall eradicate the threat entirely. Remember this. On the path of cultivation, treat others with kindness and engage in virtuous deeds. Never resort to treachery or allow your selfish desires to disrupt the order of the world. Especially refrain from turning against friends or family, and from plundering your own kin, lest you follow in the footsteps of those who fell 3 centuries ago. Upon the final words, Wen Wuchang's figure dissipated completely. Thereafter, this person ceased to exist in the realm, leaving only the shadows cast by the branches of the trees, which fell upon the desolate stone platform, a reminder that someone had once sat there. Wen Wuchang's last words were, in truth, his hopes for Wen Shuening and for all members of the Wen family. Wen Shu remained kneeling for a long time, not rising. Only when her knees began to feel numb did she channel her spiritual energy to clear her meridians. Rising while furrowing her brow in contemplation, what could following in the footsteps of those who fell 3 centuries ago possibly mean? Fortunately, from what was evident, the main narrative remained intact. Even if Wen Shu no longer possessed the advantage of foreknowledge, as long as she firmly clung to the leg of the female protagonist's father, she would likely fare reasonably well. Moreover, she had now become a successor of formidable power, aware that he would soon attain enlightenment. Wen Wuchang naturally informed the current leader of the Wen family beforehand. The leader approached discreetly, for this matter could not be made public, and even the core elders of the family were kept in the dark. He respectfully bowed in front of Wen Wuchang's courtyard, and upon rising, he saw Wen Shu emerging. With a sigh, he gently reminded her, Xiao Shu, regarding the matter of your master no longer being with us, it is imperative that you keep it confidential. I understand, Wen Shu replied earnestly. When she arrived at the cafeteria, indeed, Wen Shuening was still waiting there. The mealtime had passed, leaving the cafeteria rather desolate, with only a few steamed vegetarian buns warming in the steamer. Xiao Shu, you've come to eat so late. The cafeteria lady, having just finished washing the dishes, stepped out from the side door. Upon seeing Wen Shu enter and glancing at Wen Shuening, who had been there for a while without eating, she couldn't help but suggest, shall I prepare a couple of bowls of noodles for you? Thank you, Auntie, but I'm not very hungry. Wen Shu politely nodded in acknowledgement, reaching for 2 warm buns from the steamer before pulling Wen Shuening outside. What is wrong with Shu Shu? Wen Shuening keenly sensed that something was amiss with Wen Shu, a rarity that prompted her immediate concern. Are you feeling down? Or is there something wrong with your health? Wen Shu gently shook her head, making an effort to smile. Thank you, Xiao Ning, I'm fine. It's just that I have a secret I cannot share with you. Wen Shuening waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she was unconcerned. It doesn't matter. Just tell me when you're ready. Although Wen Shu expressed such sentiments, Wen Shuening sensed that something must have transpired. She could feel a melancholic aura enveloping Wen Shu, a side of her that had never been witnessed before, fragile and vulnerable. Typically, Wen Shu exhibited an air of indifference and resilience, as if nothing in the world, save for cultivation, could sway her emotions. Yet, she was merely a 10-year-old girl, burdened with immense expectations, forced to shield herself with a facade of coldness, living with the tenacity and determination of an adult. This realization tugged at Wen Shuening's heart, igniting a resolve within her to strive harder. She firmly thought that if she could achieve the golden core, the nascent soul, or even transcend to the divine transformation stage, she would be able to safeguard her sister Wen Shu beneath her wings, ensuring that such sorrow would never touch her again. Chapter 37. Reflecting on oneself. Life and death are indeed constants in the realm of existence. The path of cultivation is slow and lengthy, necessitating a forward gaze. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to extend a sincere apology. When Ling lowered her head, her eyes devoid of the arrogance they once held. I am sorry, Xuanning. I should not have spoken to you with such disdain in the past. Regardless of whose daughter you are, we are both members of the Wen clan, sharing the same roots and origins. We ought to support one another rather than looking down upon you due to my lineage and harboring jealousy over your greater talents. These words were imparted by Wen Ziwen, who, in his previous singular focus on his own cultivation, had neglected the moral education of his daughter. Upon realizing that his daughter had nearly succumbed to such negative thoughts, he promptly summoned her for a profound lesson. He did not reprimand her, rather, he patiently elucidated the principles of their kinship. As members of the same clan, their fates were intertwined. When one flourished, all flourished. When one suffered, all suffered. If Wen Shu were to achieve greatness in the future, would it not be the case that she, as a fellow clanswoman, would also reap the benefits? Conversely, should a clansman encounter misfortune and bring calamity upon the family, none would escape unscathed. When Ling truly recognized her fault this time, and discovered that Wen Shu possessed a remarkable magnanimity, in contrast to her own pettiness. Wen Shu had repeatedly chosen not to hold grudges against her, and had later repaid malice with kindness, rescuing both her and their family. I did not take it to heart. When Ling's apology caught Wen Shu somewhat off guard, yet she was inherently generous. When Ling was merely a young girl with a few trivial thoughts, she had not genuinely taken any actions to harm her, so naturally, Wen Shu would not bear a grudge. And, thank you for the last incident. Wen Ling deeply bowed and hurriedly pressed a small box into Wen Shu's arms. Her face flushed as she dashed away. Inside the box lay Wen Ling's savings accumulated over the years, a gesture of sincere apology for an ordinary direct descendant. Without hesitation, Wen Shu tucked the offering into her Qiankuan bag. Although it was not of great significance to her, even the friliest mosquito leg is still flesh. Saving up could allow her to purchase some supplementary materials. Coupled with the snow python skin obtained from the secret realm, she could craft some inner armor for Shu. Upon returning to the courtyard, as she had arranged to duel with Wen Zixuan the following noon, Wen Shu sought counsel from Wen Shu regarding strategies. During the grand competition, she had deliberately accompanied Wen Shu to observe several matches featuring Wen Zixuan, whose challengers were mostly disciples in the later stages of Qi training. Wen Shu could only perceive a dazzling display of blades and swords on the stage. Despite her earnest efforts to comprehend the spectacle, she remained unable to discern any discernible pattern, instead observing the combatants' agile forms and rapid swordplay. The duels featuring Wen Zixuan were typically exhilarating, characterized by a back-and-forth exchange and bursts of fiery light, as both parties possessed formidable strength and cultivation levels. Such contests stood in stark contrast to those involving disciples of lesser skill or vastly differing abilities, where spectators often found themselves bewildered. The match concluded before they could fully grasp the action, unlike Wen Shu, who felt somewhat lost in the chaos. Wen Xuanning had the privilege of witnessing the entire family competition, even being discreetly permitted to observe the foundational rounds. She paid meticulous attention, analyzing the techniques employed by the combatants while juxtaposing them with her own learnings, validating and augmenting her understanding. The conclusion of the great competition left her immensely enriched. Though she possessed an extraordinary inheritance and had reached the later stages of foundation establishment, her prior comprehension and experience of combat techniques had largely remained theoretical. Due to the necessity of concealing her true capabilities, she had often practiced alone, aside from her time spent with Wen Shu. Even though she had previously engaged in numerous battles against various demonic beasts within the secret realms, the low intelligence of these creatures, who primarily relied on brute force, offered little tactical insight for her encounters with human practitioners. Despite her exceptional talent in the sword arts, Wen Xuanning was still in the nascent stages of her journey. Merely 13 years of age, she has yet to step beyond the confines of the novice village, remaining oblivious to the vastness of the world. Although she possesses the cultivation of the late foundation establishment stage, the disparity becomes glaringly evident when compared to those seasoned practitioners who have fought their way out of blood-soaked battles. This competition has allowed her to observe the duels between various sword and saber cultivators, broadening her horizons and filling Wen Xuanning with immense delight. Though she lacks first-hand experience in combat against him, her observations reveal a recurring pattern, the defeated often succumb due to impatience when breaking through obstacles, making them susceptible to manipulation. In the face of such unpredictable and intricate sword techniques, the wisest course of action is to remain steadfast amidst the chaos, evading rather than confronting. As long as one refrains from engaging, any technique employed becomes futile. Yet, being a competition, constant evasion is not a viable strategy. Despite him restraining his cultivation to the 6th layer of qi refinement, the reservoir of spiritual energy within his dantian remains at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. His experience surpasses hers, and his spiritual power is more enduring. She cannot compete. When Xuanning stroked her chin, deep in thought, I believe Wen Zixian must have observed your matches, and he is undoubtedly well acquainted with your techniques. Winning will be a formidable challenge. Yet it is not impossible to lose gracefully. However, Shu, you will need to present some novel techniques to achieve this. Wen Shu furrowed her brow in contemplation. Her mind was overwhelmed with an abundance of information, stored like a vast archive within her brain, ready to be retrieved when needed. Most of the profound techniques required at least the foundation establishment stage to be learned in conjunction with the appropriate artistic insights. Unfortunately, there are far too few that are suitable for those still in the qi refinement stage. Fortunately, she has now reached the 6th level of qi refining, and the reservoir of spiritual energy within her dantian has multiplied significantly since her initial days. Although the spells suitable for the qi refining stage are scarce in her mind, with a little contemplation, she can always identify a few. Eureka! A wave of joy surged within Wen Shu as she realized her diligent efforts had finally borne fruit. She had discovered a highly useful spell that was within her current capabilities to master. This spell, to be precise, is an illusion technique that can only be learned during the foundation establishment stage, yet it does not necessitate the accompaniment of a specific mental formula for its execution. While employing a mental formula would enhance its effectiveness and prolong its duration, it can still be performed solely with spiritual energy, albeit for a shorter span of time and with stringent demands on the practitioner's mastery of spiritual energy and artistic skills. Nevertheless, Wen Shu is more than capable of meeting these requirements. It is called the art of the mirror image. As its name suggests, it creates the illusion of an additional self, as if a mirror reflects her presence. By concentrating her spiritual energy through a brush, she can conjure an alternate version of herself, a technique primarily used to confound adversaries, rendering them unable to discern her true form and thereby achieving a surprising advantage. This technique is particularly suited for Wen Shu in her current state. The effectiveness of the art of the mirror image is intrinsically linked to the practitioner's cultivation level. At present, although Wen Shu can successfully manifest an identical doppelganger, this apparition is merely a transient illusion, devoid of any offensive capabilities or strength, serving solely to bewilder her foes. However, if she successfully establishes her foundation thereafter and employs this technique, she will be able to carry a certain degree of defensive power, allowing her to withstand some damage on behalf of her true self. Upon reaching the golden core stage, she could even harness a portion of her own abilities, akin to the shadow clone technique in Naruto, to engage in battle alongside herself. Once she attains the nascent soul stage, she might even be able to prematurely invoke abilities typically reserved for divine transformation, placing a fragment of her consciousness within this illusion, granting her the capacity to perceive everything visible to that phantom. Nevertheless, the beings conjured through the mirror technique lack their own thoughts. Ultimately, they remain mere phantoms composed of condensed spiritual energy, and thus cannot exist indefinitely. The duration of the phantom's existence is intrinsically linked to Wen Shu's cultivation. The higher her cultivation, the more abundant her spiritual energy reserves, and consequently, the longer this aid can persist. In Chapter 38, Wen Shu brandishes her spiritual brush. As it stands, she now possesses 4 weapons. The first was a parting gift from Wen Wuchang after her apprenticeship, a high-grade spiritual brush of medium quality. The second was a spiritual brush crafted at great expense by Wen Xuanning, classified as a top-tier low-grade spiritual tool. The third is the inherited artifact, Yu Shengyan, which has now had its first layer of seal lifted, also equivalent to a top-tier low-grade spiritual tool. The fourth is a reward from the recent family competition, a low-grade superior spiritual brush. Among these, both Yu Shengyan and the spiritual brush refined by Wen Xuanning require at least the foundation establishment level of cultivation, which Wen Shu is presently unable to utilize, leaving her with only the high-grade medium spiritual brush and the low-grade superior spiritual brush to choose from. Wen Shu cautiously stowed away the mid-grade magic brush gifted to her by Wen Wuchang, placing it in an exquisite box. The significance of its existence transcended its mere classification. Wen Wuchang, a paragon of integrity, devoted his entire life to the Wen clan, embodying the essence of selflessness. Despite being a formidable master in the late Yuanying stage, when he presented her with the gift after her apprenticeship ceremony, he could only produce a mid-grade magical item, a testament to the lack of other painters in the family who might utilize such a brush. His own fated weapon had been destroyed 3 centuries prior, rendering this mid-grade magical artifact his sole remaining personal possession. For the sake of the Wen clan, Wen Wuchang had sacrificed his life savings, dedicating the ensuing 300 years to selflessly teaching the clan's disciples the arts of poetry, literature, propriety, and the I Ching, all while refusing to accept even the offerings due to his esteemed position as the Grand Elder. Severely wounded and with his foundations compromised, he understood that his aspirations for transcendence had been irrevocably dashed, leading him to forego the resources of future generations. A simple cup of tea and an old house comprised his entire worldly wealth. To Wen Wuchang, the most vital treasures were never material possessions, but rather the heritage within his mind and the youth of his family. Having imparted all his knowledge, he entrusted the future of the Wen clan, which he cherished above all, to Wen Shu. This weighty gift, laden with expectation, rested heavily upon her heart, constantly urging her to strive harder and persevere with unwavering determination. Wen Shu closed her eyes, mentally simulating the method of casting the mirror technique. She soon opened her eyes again, her right hand firmly grasping the magical brush, channeling her spiritual energy while silently reciting the incantation. With a gentle movement of the brush tip, she sketched a few strokes in the air, and a vivid, ethereal figure swiftly emerged from the void. As the surrounding spiritual energy continued to coalesce, this apparition gradually took form, its facial features becoming increasingly distinct. Before long, a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Wen Shu appeared, her expression blank as she floated motionless in midair, akin to a statue. Although the illusion before her was unable to move, the onlooker, Wen Xuanning, was nonetheless astonished. After Wen Shu retracted the magic brush and calculated the time, approximately a dozen breaths later, the apparition completely dissipated. The outcome of her first attempt was quite satisfactory to Wen Shu, unlike the act of portraying herself. Even at the golden core stage, the mirror technique could not replicate Wen Xuanning's abilities. Wen Xuanning felt a surge of delight as she scrutinized the doppelganger that mirrored her appearance. Although there were subtle differences in temperament, when she held up a mirror for comparison, she found it surprisingly challenging to distinguish between herself and the illusion. Nodding in approval, she remarked, "This technique is truly remarkable. Shu, if you practice diligently tonight and manage to animate this apparition to mirror your movements, it will undoubtedly provide significant assistance in tomorrow's competition." Wen Shu wholeheartedly agreed and promptly isolated herself, dedicating her efforts to mastering this spell. On the following day, at noon, Wen Xuanning accompanied Wen Shu to the martial arts hall. This matter was kept discreet, as most disciples were seizing the last moments to meditate and cultivate at home, resulting in a notable decrease in the number of individuals present in the hall. "Little Shu, Xuanning," Wen Zixian exclaimed joyfully as he approached them. "Little Shu, do not feel pressured. This duel stems from my curiosity about painting cultivation. It is not meant to be a life-and-death struggle. We shall merely engage in a friendly spar." "I understand. Please proceed." Wen Shu nodded and leaped onto the competition platform. The surrounding disciples, noticing the commotion, gathered to watch. "It's Little Shu. The match between the senior sister and the senior brother is bound to be interesting." Wen Zixian, at the pinnacle of the later stages of qi refinement, is picking on a little sister who is merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. Isn't that a bit unfair? Who are you calling a little sister? Little Shu is now, without a doubt, the rightful senior sister. The senior sister is truly fortunate to have been accepted as a direct disciple by the ancestor. What more could she wish for in this lifetime? Why do I lack such good fortune? How envious. You may have her luck, but you certainly lack her innate talent. She has reached the 6th level of qi refinement at the tender age of 10, nearly rivaling the Wen Zixian of yore. The surrounding disciples engaged in lively chatter, their remarks devoid of malice, yet inadvertently tinged with envy, as if 1,000 lemons had invaded their hearts. Once both parties entered the state of combat, neither dared to lower their guard. Wen Zixian did not underestimate Wen Shu. He raised his magical sword and initiated the first attack. The newly acquired sword was far more suited to him than the previous one, boasting greater offensive capabilities and the capacity to channel more spiritual energy. Wen Shu deftly evaded, wielding her brush to unleash a spiritual blade. Yet when Zixuan effortlessly cleaved it asunder with his sword, the residual light of the blade hurtling towards her. With a resounding thud, Wen Shu stood her ground, taking the full brunt of the sword's edge, causing her form to ripple and then dissipate into thin air. It was but an illusion. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, for they had never witnessed such a spectacle in a confrontation during the qi refinement stage. Soon after, the true Wen Shu manifested behind Wen Zixuan, deftly maneuvering her brush to carve several spiritual blades in the air. When Zixuan narrowly evaded, in that fleeting moment of surprise, he realized he had fallen into a trap, his expression growing grave as the two engaged in an increasingly earnest duel. Ultimately, it was no surprise that Wen Shu succumbed in the contest. However, despite her cultivation being merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, she managed to contend against the suppressed prowess of Wen Zixuan for a considerable duration, earning the respect of the disciples below. Indeed, the art of painting was truly enigmatic. Were it not for the exceedingly rigorous training conditions and the high demands placed upon an artist's skill, coupled with the necessity of possessing a water affinity spirit root, practitioners of this art would not be so rare in the world. What was that technique called? It was the mirror technique, designed to reflect one's essence through the lens of heaven and earth. Wen Shu explained this to Wen Zixuan, who, although grasping the literal meaning, remained oblivious to the underlying principles. He could only commend the wondrous nature of the art of painting, adding, "Once little Shu establishes her foundation, we shall engage in a serious duel once more." Wen Shu acquiesced, and he departed with a joyful heart. Chapter 39. A tragedy triggered by an invitation the following morning. Wen Shu received an invitation, signed by Gong Shu Yun. It was a mystery how that girl had come to know of her affiliation with the Wen family. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Since the invitation had presented itself, it was an opportune moment to address this impending threat once and for all. Although only a few months had passed, Wen Shu's disposition had undergone a profound transformation. Realizing that evasion was futile, she resolved to take the initiative. Now endowed with the legacy of the painting spirit, she was no longer the defenseless individual she had once been upon her arrival. With her mastery of the art of painting, replete with myriad wonders, and her familiarity with the narrative, she could employ a multitude of strategies to ensure that the soul cultivator would be utterly exposed. When Wen Xuanning entered, she beheld delicate paper petals fluttering in the air, arousing her curiosity. Who had sent the correspondence? Gong Shu Yun. Wen Shu replied nonchalantly. The person from the Gong Shu family? The woman who may have been entangled with the soul cultivator a few months ago? Wen Xuanning gasped. You must keep your distance from her. Wen Shu nodded in agreement. As her friendship with Wen Xuanning deepened, her resentment towards Gong Shu Yun and the soul cultivator, who had led to the ruin of Xuanning's family in the original tale, intensified. Had Gong Shu Yun possessed the wit to cease her interference, it would have sufficed. However, given the passage of time, it was evident that the soul cultivator remained unrelenting, compelling Gong Shu Yun to inquire about her origins with the intent of luring her in. A chill coursed through Wen Shu's heart. They had brought this upon themselves. She had not troubled Wen Xuanning directly. She had merely borrowed a concealment talisman to obscure her own presence. She did not inquire further and obediently drew the talisman to hand over to Wen Shu. As night fell, Wen Shu stealthily departed from the Wen residence. She employed her newly acquired invisibility technique, quietly arriving at the entrance of the Gong Shu family. The invisibility spell required the use of secret methods, enveloping her entire being with spiritual energy to create a miniature spirit realm, subsequently drawing the environment of this realm to blend harmoniously with her surroundings, akin to the principles of a chameleon. However, this invisibility technique was merely a minor spell. By altering the colors of the small spirit realm, it visually produced an effect reminiscent of invisibility. In combat, it proved of little utility, as it did not render Wen Shu a true specter, even when concealed. She remained a tangible presence, and the spirit realm offered no defensive properties. To reveal her true form, a broad area attack would suffice. Yet, for endeavors requiring utmost secrecy, this spell was indeed quite suitable. Wen Shu did not infiltrate the Gong Shu residence, but merely paused at the entrance, stealthily slipping a letter through the crack of the door. The letter was penned with her left hand on the most ordinary paper available, yet it had been inscribed with a talismanic array by Wen Xuanning. rendering the rider's aura imperceptible. All these preparations were meticulously orchestrated to ensure that the Wen family could extricate themselves entirely from the incident, leaving no trace of suspicion. The letter was addressed to the head of the Shu family, and Shu Yun, unaware of the soul cultivator's identity, would naturally be unguarded. The letter disclosed the location of the soul cultivator's concealment, warning that this individual harbored malicious intentions, seeking to control the young lady of the Shu family and to seize their family fortune. It further mentioned that the soul cultivator possessed a treasure map, stolen from the Sacred Sound sect of the Eastern Extreme Continent. In a fervent plea, it is hoped that the master of the Shu family will rescue the young lady from her perilous predicament and subsequently deliver the vile scoundrel to the Sacred Sound sect. This soul cultivator, having previously sustained grave injuries, had gone into hiding after purloining a treasure map belonging to an elder of the Sacred Sound sect. The location indicated on the map lies not far from Nanyang City, within a secluded gorge. Initially, the soul cultivator intended to wait until his wounds had healed before embarking on a treasure hunt in the gorge. However, his intentions have since shifted, causing him to delay his departure. Unbeknownst to him, the treasures, including the coveted Xianling pills, have long been retrieved by Wen Shu, leaving behind merely a box of ordinary stones within the cavern. The Xianling pill, a third-grade spiritual elixir, can only be concocted by a third-grade alchemist at the foundation establishment stage. Consuming it allows cultivators below the golden core stage to elevate their prowess by 3 minor realms. Nevertheless, Wen Shu has no intention of relying on such pills to enhance her cultivation, nor does she have any use for the blades and spiritual instruments contained within that box. Instead, she intends to store these items, awaiting an opportunity to sell them in the future, using the proceeds to procure alchemical materials for Wen Xuanning. It is worth noting that these treasures rightfully belong to Wen Xuanning, and the means of their retrieval were painstakingly devised by the author for her benefit. As a good friend, Wen Shu feels a sense of reluctance to monopolize them. On the following day, as the first light of dawn broke, the letter was delivered to the master of the Shu family. The letter bore a seal that could only be broken by a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Rather than opening the letter personally, the master summoned the family's array master, who carefully set up a defensive array around the letter, maintaining a safe distance. Subsequently, a shadow guard was called upon to cast the necessary spells to unveil its contents. The Shu family, renowned and prosperous, had encountered numerous treacherous plots. Faced with this mysterious letter, caution was imperative. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an ordinary correspondence. Who could possibly inscribe such a complex array of symbols upon a mere letter? The head of the Shu family felt a surge of confusion as he examined the missive, only to be overwhelmed by tumultuous thoughts. Externally composed, he recalled that his daughter had indeed been frequenting outings recently, causing his heart to sink. This matter was of great significance, intertwining with the revered Sacred Sound sect of the Eastern Continent. Thus, it was better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss it entirely. He promptly instructed his shadow guards to deploy a team of late-stage foundation establishment experts to discreetly infiltrate his daughter's residence, ensuring no one was alerted. Should a foreign male be found residing there, he was to be apprehended alive. Despite the soul cultivator's meticulousness, even knowing that Shu Yun would not expose his presence, he had set a trap outside the residence. However, being only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, his trap was insufficient to deter the late-stage shadow guards. Once triggered, the soul cultivator sensed danger immediately and fled without a second thought. Unfortunately, the exterior of the residence was ensnared in an elaborate web. He was swiftly captured. In a state of profound shock, he struggled to comprehend where he had erred, convinced he had taken every precaution. Unless it was Shu Yun who had uncovered his secret, prompting this pursuit. Assuming these individuals were agents of Shu Yun, he felt a semblance of calm and declared, "I wish to see Xiaoyun." The shadow guards remained silent, swiftly binding him tightly before escorting him before the head of the Shu family. The master of the Shu family turned his back on him, his tone devoid of emotion. "I have heard that you wish to meet my daughter?" Upon hearing this, the soul cultivator immediately grasped the identity of his captor, his heart sinking. Yet, he did not wish to concede defeat. His mind raced with calculations. On the surface, he knelt resolutely upon the ground, a visage of determination. "Master Shu, please see clearly. My feelings for Xiaoyun are sincere and profound." Chapter 40. The decision of the Shu family, his declaration of righteousness echoed as though he were the villain in a tale, intent on separating a pair of lovers. The master of the Gongshu family found it amusing. I am not the naive girl Xiaoyan is. Regardless of what you say at this moment, I shall not be swayed. Your desire to uncover who you have offended and why your identity was revealed is of no concern to me. I will not divulge that information, nor do I intend to learn anything from you. Ultimately, once I deal with you, the principal perpetrator, all matters will resolve themselves. What he needed to do was simply hand over this soul cultivator to the Shinin sect. As for the identity of the messenger or the intricacies involved, the master of the Gongshu family was disinclined to investigate further. Some matters, when probed too deeply, could trigger a cascade of unforeseen consequences. He had no desire to become a mere instrument wielded by others for their own ends. Even regarding the treasure map mentioned in the letter, he harbored no intention of pursuing it. The Gongshu family was affluent enough not to offend the Shinin sect over a trivial treasure. The messenger from last night was shrouded in mystery, their abilities unknown, leaving no trace behind. This alone was sufficient to incite trepidation, for the Gongshu family was no ordinary household. Regardless of day or night, the ancestral residence of the Gongshu family is perpetually surrounded by no fewer than 30 shadow guards. At the slightest disturbance, none can evade their vigilant gaze. However, last night, whether it was the concealed foundational realm shadow guards or the elder of the Golden Core realm on night watch, none detected the presence of a certain individual, neither his arrival nor his departure. Though this person's intentions remain shrouded in mystery, it is evident that he does not pose a threat to the Gongshu family. Otherwise, with such an uncanny ability to infiltrate unnoticed, he could have easily ventured within the estate to undertake far more significant actions, rather than merely lingering at the entrance. This incident, for the Gongshu clan, could either herald fortune or misfortune, entirely contingent upon the decisions made by the head of the family. In his mind, he envisioned Wen Shu as a mysterious cultivator, at least of the late Golden Core stage, unaware that her reluctance to enter was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to do so. Standing outside the gates, she could still elude the scrutiny of the Golden Core realm cultivators. But to step inside would mean confronting the formidable powers of the Gongshu family's late nascent soul stage experts. The soul cultivator did not anticipate the head of the Gongshu family would respond in such a manner. His carefully devised retorts became futile in an instant. Leaving him flustered and desperate, he could only exclaim, "If I am suddenly taken away, Xiaoyan will undoubtedly be heartbroken." The head of the Gongshu family gazed at him in confusion. "How do you know you were taken?" In an instant, a thought crossed his mind, and the soul cultivator was struck with terror. Just as he was about to struggle, a wave of dizziness washed over him. A talisman master affixed a charm to the back of his head. The soul cultivator, his eyes vacant, staggered to his feet and approached the writing desk. Following the instructions of those around him, he penned a farewell letter. This talisman, known as the puppet talisman, was a second-tier charm that allowed its wielder to seal the subject's spiritual power, rendering them controllable for the duration of a mere incense stick's burn. However, the puppet talisman could only govern the physical body and could not compel the subject to divulge any secrets they held. To extract the secrets from his mind, one would need to employ the soul-searching technique, which, while effective, would irreparably damage the soul, leaving the subject in a state of foolishness upon awakening. Such a task was best left to the esteemed members of the Shinin sect. Thus, this incident proved to be a blessing rather than a curse, and the decision made by the head of the Gongshu family was remarkably astute. Although he relinquished a precious artifact, he seized the opportunity to curry favor with an elder of the Shinin sect. In 5 years, the 5 great alliances of the eastern extreme continent would be recruiting disciples, and the Shinin sect, being the sole music cultivation sect, was perfectly suited for Gongshu Yun, who had devoted herself to mastering the art of music since childhood. As for his daughter's clandestine meetings with a young man, as long as he feigned ignorance, it was as though the affair had never transpired. That evening, as was her custom, Gongshu Yun stealthily slipped away to the other courtyard, only to find it deserted, save for a single farewell letter. The letter conveyed that he had urgent matters to attend to within the sect and would be heading to the eastern extreme. He expressed his hopes that Gongshu Yun would diligently cultivate, assuring her that they would reunite in 5 years' time in the eastern extreme. The purpose of this writing is, of course, to inspire Gongshu Yun to diligently cultivate her skills, ensuring that when she participates in the initiation test of the Divine Sound sect in 5 years, she does not disappoint anyone. She harbors a sense of grievance in her heart, silently vowing to exert herself in her training. striving to gain admission to the premier celestial alliance of the Eastern Extreme Continent. When they meet again then, she will surely confront him and demand answers. Having resolved the matter, Wen Shu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it settled, Wen Xuanning was aware that Wen Shu had many secrets she had not disclosed. Whether it was the first time she had sensed the aura of soul cultivation emanating from Gongsu Yun while procuring medicinal herbs, or the second time when she accompanied her to select refining materials, during which she had preemptively brought a recording stone to substantiate their innocence. However, she did not regard these details as significant. She too had many secrets she had not shared with Wen Shu, as long as their friendship remained unblemished. Such trivialities were inconsequential. What truly mattered to her was Wen Shu's safety. 5 days later, as reports from the border arrived one after another, the beast tide surged to a level that overwhelmed the disciples stationed at the frontier. The families of Nanyang City began to send their members to the front lines in succession. On this day, the head of the Wen family took the lead in sending off the disciples from their clan who were heading to the border. With a serious expression, Wen Shu mounted her spirit steed. As the eldest sister, she must stand at the forefront of the group. Now, Wen Shu was the most gifted disciple in her family. Having reached the 6th level of qi refinement at the tender age of 10, and being a direct disciple of the Yuan Ying ancestor, her willingness to venture to the borders and fight alongside her comrades was already enough to inspire great morale. Without elaborate rhetoric or tearful farewells, everyone bore resolute expressions, and with only a few brief words, they parted ways. Wen Shu guided her horse, turning it around with a squeeze of her legs, and the petite spirit steed let out a long sigh before galloping forth, leading a lengthy procession behind her. Among the group, Wen Shu was the youngest, followed closely by her 13-year-old sister, Wen Xuanning. Although their family had arranged for a carriage, Wen Shu, embracing her role as the eldest sister, refused to burden the team with the slower pace of a vehicle. Instead, she requested a smaller spirit steed and, over the span of a few days, mastered the art of riding. They raced onward until nightfall, at which point they sought refuge in a large inn. Upon entering their room, Wen Shu felt a sharp ache in her thighs, but she paid it no mind. Popping a healing pill into her mouth, she climbed onto the mat, seizing the moment to meditate. The wind howled outside, causing the paper windows to rattle. The Wen family's entourage comprised over 150 individuals, including 100 disciples in the qi refinement stage, 20 in the foundation establishment stage, and 2 golden core elders leading the charge, while the rest managed miscellaneous duties and logistics. Wen Yu, having failed to qualify in the grand competition, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and implored her father to secure her a role within the logistics of the expedition. The beast tide posed significant peril, and for many, this journey was fraught with the likelihood of death. However, as the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. Only those willing to take risks can create opportunities, and the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Every decision on the path of life has the potential to alter one's destiny. And the Wen family instilled in them from a young age that a cultivator must possess an indomitable spirit. Unyielding and resolute, one advances without retreat. When faced with adversity, one must not falter. When opportunity arises, one should strive to seize it. The beasts are treasures in their entirety, and the tide of beasts is both a calamity and a trial, as well as a chance for growth. They have dwelled in the tranquility and comfort of the capital for far too long. As cultivators, they have yet to endure the true lessons wrought by bloodshed. Should they venture forth into the world in search of fortune, encountering perilous crises, this tide of beasts may not claim them. Yet those with ulterior motives among other cultivators may well bring about their demise. Chapter 41. Traitors and Heroes. Judging by your attire, young lady, you must belong to the main clan, correct? As Wen Yu was feeding a spirit horse, a seemingly earnest and composed middle-aged male cultivator approached. He poured the water from a wooden bucket into a trough and, upon noticing the young girl tenderly tending to the horse, expressed his astonishment. At this late hour, why is a girl like you not practicing in the safety of your home, but instead laboring here? Are you not here as well? We are all disciples of the Wen clan. The main sect and the outer sect are, in essence, not so different. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head, abruptly snatching the fodder from her hands and gesturing dismissively. But young lady, you are of the same age as my son. If you apply yourself, there is a chance you may attain the 5th level of qi refinement before turning 20. Do not cling to these mundane tasks, lest you find yourself, like me, making no progress. With that, he ceased to engage with her, focusing instead on feeding the horse. His words carried weight, if given a choice. She would indeed prefer to meditate and cultivate. On a sweltering summer night, amidst the warmth, Wen Yu found herself devoid of any water spiritual roots, leaving her incapable of cooling down autonomously. She endeavored to meditate and calm her mind for a while, yet tranquility eluded her. The sound of the wind rattling outside compelled her to open the window for a breath of fresh air. The disciples responsible for logistics had arranged the guest rooms in the outer courtyard of the inn, while Wen Yu's chamber was positioned at the far left of the building. By merely opening the window, she would have a view of the dimly lit official road beyond the inn. Rising from her seat, she refrained from lighting a lamp, reaching instead to pull the window open. Suddenly, a swift shadow darted past outside with a whoosh, startling her. She forced herself to remain silent, paralyzed by fear. Swallowing hard, she gripped a signal flare tightly and cautiously moved toward the direction of the fleeting shadow, hoping it was merely a stray cat. The night breeze rustled the branches lining the road, and Wen Yu could feel her heart pounding vigorously. As she proceeded, she realized that the path ahead led to the stables. An idea struck her, prompting her to quicken her pace, using the sound of the wind to mask her footfalls as she sprinted forward. One hand grasped the door railing, striving to suppress her aura, while the other firmly held the signal flare, ready to shatter it at the slightest disturbance. "Are you certain there is no one else here?" a deep male voice inquired. "I have taken measures to send them away," another man replied in hushed tones. "Ah, this potion will take effect 5 days hence. I trust your information is accurate. The Wen family's contingent must arrive at the border town no later than 5 days prior, lest it proves ineffective and inadvertently alerts the enemy." Observing the hesitance in the other party's demeanor, he ominously added, "It is too late for you to reconsider now. In this beast tide, your role as support is merely that of cannon fodder. My master is a man of his word. Should this endeavor succeed, your son's future in cultivation will be assured, free from worries about spirit-gathering pills. Ponder this carefully. Without an ample supply of spirit-gathering pills, you will find it impossible to break through to the 5th layer of qi cultivation before the age of 20. For young cultivators, the 5th layer represents a critical juncture. Failing to achieve it before turning 20 will severely limit his potential for future accomplishments in the path of cultivation. I shall go at once." The cultivator gritted his teeth in agreement, accepting the vial and pouring its contents onto the fodder, feeding it to one spirit steed after another. The Wen family's spirit steeds recognized their own. They refused to consume anything offered by outsiders. This potion is colorless and tasteless, difficult to detect, and will only take effect after 5 days. If the Wen family's disciples have reached the town by that time, once the potion takes effect, all spirit steeds will become frenzied, emitting a scent that provokes the beasts, inevitably attracting a horde of monstrous creatures and resulting in catastrophic consequences. Little did he expect, as he merely turned away, he would find himself unable to move again. "Young lady, having come this far, why would you wish to depart?" A deep-voiced man emerged slowly, his expression marked by evident displeasure as he cast a reproachful glance at the man beside him, seemingly blaming him for failing to ensure that everyone had been eliminated. As the two approached, Wen Yu finally discerned the identity of the traitor, none other than the middle-aged cultivator who had benevolently fed her spirit horse not long ago. "You traitor!" Wen Yu spat venomously. The middle-aged cultivator, however, merely lowered his head, clenching his fists in silence. "Little girl, you must not act rashly. If you fall victim to my master's spirit sealing powder, any movement on your part will lead to your immediate demise. Do not worry, as long as you behave." "You madman." Before he could finish, his demeanor shifted drastically. Wen Yu flashed a confident smile and, without hesitation, crushed the signal flare in her hand. As the flare shattered, a stream of radiant light shot into the sky, erupting into a dazzling display of fireworks against the pitch-black night. Simultaneously, Wen Yu's body exploded with a resounding bang, collapsing softly to the ground, her internal organs shattered, and blood spilling everywhere. Realizing the dire situation, the cultivator turned to flee. However, he had hesitated for a moment, and in that instant, sensing that a direct disciple was in mortal peril. 2 golden core elders from the Wen family detected the crisis immediately. Within mere breaths, they arrived at the scene. With 2 beams of sword light descending from above, they pierced through the cultivator's shoulder blades, pinning him firmly to the ground. This cultivator was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and, as he prepared to resist, he was no match for the 2 formidable golden core elders. At this moment, not only was she completely immobilized, but her spiritual energy was also sealed. Even the thought of self-destruction was rendered impossible. It was Wen Yu. As the other disciples arrived upon hearing the news, they successfully subdued the traitor, only to behold Wen Yu lying in a pool of blood. However, at this juncture, her breath had grown faint. She clung to her final moments, recounting the sequence of events with clarity before succumbing to the void. Even as the anxious disciples hastily fed her numerous spiritual pills, it proved futile. "Traitor, I shall slay you," cried one disciple, fury igniting within him as he drew his sword and lunged at the betrayer. Yet, he was thwarted by a golden core elder. The onlookers erupted in dissent. "Elder, why do you shield such a heartless wretch? Indeed, slay him. Avenge Wen Yu. Yes, kill him for Wen Yu's sake. Elder, the people's wrath cannot be quelled. This scoundrel must not see the light of dawn." Several Foundation establishment disciples were already consumed by rage, one of whom boldly intoned such sentiments. "Everyone, please remain calm," the golden core elder proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. "My fury in this matter is no less than yours, yet we must momentarily spare this traitor's life. Once the two of us have completed our soul-searching, you shall have your way with him. Very well, let us search his soul, uncover his secrets." The crowd rallied in agreement. Meanwhile, as the traitor was being dealt with and bound, Wen Shu, accompanied by several female disciples, solemnly lifted Wen Yu from the ground and placed her upon a stretcher. This occurrence was not depicted in the original text. Wen Yu is merely a supporting character whose name has scarcely been mentioned. Yet her presence has significantly altered the narrative and the destinies of many. Wen Shu feels a profound sense of guilt. She must take action. After all, had it not been for Wen Yu's selfless sacrifice and timely warning, the consequences of the thief and traitor's schemes would have been unimaginable. With Wen Yu's organs shattered beyond repair, survival seemed utterly impossible. At this critical juncture, however, when Xue Ning discreetly informs Wen Shu that she can perceive Wen Yu's spirit still lingering within her physical form. If her body remains uncremated, there is a considerable chance she could become a restless, malevolent spirit. Nevertheless, if they were to plant a soul-nurturing tree at her burial site, given time, she might have the opportunity to transform into a ghostly cultivator. Chapter 42. Divided forces. Though Wen Shu harbors a disdain for the archetype of the self-righteous savior, she cannot help but feel genuine gratitude towards Wen Yu after her sacrifice saved everyone. One yearns for such a person to disregard their own safety and come to one's rescue in times of peril. One can entrust their back to her without fear of betrayal, rather than worrying about potential ambushes while bravely facing the enemy. The realm of cultivation is fraught with peril, and human nature can be treacherous. Strength reigns supreme, and the powerful command respect. In such a bloody and brutal world, a hero willing to lay down their life to protect others is an invaluable rarity. Indeed, the majority of those who despise the self-righteous are often merely hypocrites who exploit others' interests while feigning altruism. However, for a selfless hero like Wen Yu, the title of saint is certainly not a derogatory term. A true saint is virtuous and benevolent, just and magnanimous. She is willing to sacrifice her own interests for the sake of others, and is prepared to bear full responsibility for her choices. Unlike those hypocritical pretenders, who merely position themselves on a moral high ground, urging others to forsake their own benefits to shoulder the burdens of others, and when faced with their own dilemmas, they conveniently wash their hands of the matter, remaining unaffected and aloof. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, everyone had already packed their belongings and mounted their spirit steeds, ready to embark on their journey. The two elders in the late stage of golden core cultivation set off first. One swiftly escorted a prison cart filled with foul criminals to the royal palace in Nanyang, while the other hurriedly transported a similar cart to the first city gate, governed by the royal family. After searching the soul of the traitorous male cultivator the previous night, the disciples, now ablaze with fury upon uncovering the truth, mercilessly inflicted 1,000 cuts upon the traitor, reducing him to ashes. Yet even this was insufficient to quell their wrath. From the memories of the traitorous male cultivator, it became evident that he was unaware of the true identity of the foundation-building thief. He only knew that the adversary was formidable, possessing mid-level foundation-building skills. This foe had leveraged his only son and a gathering spirit pill to coerce him, not only compelling him to relay messages concerning the Wen clan's convoy, but also to poison the spirit steeds of all Wen clan disciples. Through meticulous identification by Wen Xuanning, it was determined that the primary ingredient of this poison was derived from the three souls uniting grass. The soul-connecting grass is a perennial wild herb that flourishes in desolate burial grounds, drawing sustenance from the malevolent energies of restless spirits. Typically, if a spiritual beast inadvertently ingests this herb, it may merely become irritable. However, should its components be extracted and refined to 100-fold purity, one can only imagine the potency of its medicinal properties. After 5 days, once the toxic powder enveloping the concoction has fully dissolved, the dense aura of malice will permeate the spiritual steed's vital organs, ultimately provoking its inherent ferocity as a demonic creature. At that point, over 100 spiritual steeds would engage in a frenzied brawl to the death, potentially signaling the beast horde outside the city gates to join in a deadly confrontation. This would incite the external demons to retaliate with even greater ferocity. The malevolent intent of the instigator is, without a doubt, evident. After promptly inducing vomiting in the few spiritual steeds that had been poisoned, Wen Shu and Wen Xuanning, both elders of the Golden Core stage, along with several core disciples privy to the situation, gathered around the long table, none daring to speak initially. After a prolonged silence, Wen Shu, the eldest sister, broke the stillness. Esteemed elders, my suggestion is that we refrain from executing him today. This vile scoundrel's actions in provoking the beast to attack the city are tantamount to treason. We should bind this rogue and deliver him to the imperial palace of Nanyang City tomorrow, allowing the royal family and the officials to render judgment. I share the same sentiment, came the consensus. Wen Xuanning nodded in response, addressing her esteemed elders. As you have all witnessed, after his capture, this rogue has repeatedly sought death. Had we not discovered him in time, sealing his energy center and shattering his teeth, he would likely have taken his own life by now. This indicates that he is undoubtedly a man of desperation, burdened with secrets and entangled in vast networks, with formidable forces backing him. Unlike dealing with a traitor from our own ranks, where we could simply extract their soul, this thief's connections are likely extensive. Even without soul extraction, I sense their implications. Hence, it would be more prudent for the royal family to handle the soul-searching affair. One elder of the Golden Core stage expressed his concerns. I am well aware of this rationale, yet I fear that prolonged delay may lead to unforeseen complications. If we do not eliminate him now, we may face unpredictable changes on the road ahead. I am not afraid of an opponent at the Golden Core stage, but I dread the prospect of a nascent soul cultivator arriving to silence him. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuanning's expression turned grave. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. If we can easily summon a nascent soul expert to intervene, it suggests that the forces behind this matter are far more intricate than we initially perceived. Thus, we cannot take his life at this juncture, nor can we afford to let our intentions slip. Instead, let us first strip him of his spiritual power and bind him securely with spirit-tying ropes to prevent any further attempts at self-destruction. I shall create 2 false puppets, infusing them with his essence. Before we embark on our journey tomorrow, you will disguise the puppets to resemble him and confine them within the prison cart. One will be escorted personally by the Grand Elder towards the first city gate at the border, while the other will be accompanied by the second elder to the royal palace in Nanyang. The true villain shall be escorted by Shu and myself under the veil of night to the Divine Marquis's residence in Nanyang, seeking the protection of the royal ancestral guardian. Should the accomplices of that scoundrel discover our ruse, they would undoubtedly assume that we are merely a diversion. For it is inconceivable that 2 disciples at the Qi refinement stage would be tasked with escorting the genuine culprit. They would surmise that the miscreant is either confined within a prison cart escorted by the Grand Elder or one led by the Second Elder. If this conjecture holds true, should the Grand Elder and the Second Elder encounter an ambush, they must forsake the battle at once, abandoning the prison cart. The Grand Elder shall hasten towards the royal palace in Nanyang, while the Second Elder makes a swift retreat to the first city gate, under the royal jurisdiction. Their scheme to incite a beastly attack on the city gate has evidently transgressed the royal threshold. Even if the adversary is a nascent soul cultivator, they would lack the audacity to challenge the royal authority, realizing they have fallen into a trap. Should the pursuer have been tracking the Grand Elder, he would immediately reverse course to pursue the Second Elder, who by now would likely have arrived at the nearest first city gate, seeking refuge among the royal guards. Conversely, if the one being pursued was the Second Elder and he recognized the trickery, he would swiftly redirect his efforts towards the Grand Elder, who would have already reached the royal city to sound the alarm and solicit justice. As for the remaining disciples, they will adhere to the original plan, with the esteemed seniors at the peak of Foundation establishment leading the charge towards the fourth city gate for which we bear responsibility. Upon careful contemplation, the assembly grew convinced of the plan's viability. In the dead of night, a carriage quietly emerged from an inconspicuous direction, hastily making its way towards Nanyang City. As the sun ascended, the spirited steeds galloped forward, raising clouds of dust that obscured the fierce rays of the sun. Since morning, the atmosphere within the procession had been somber and subdued, with most disciples choosing to silently commemorate Wen Shu. Once perhaps an unremarkable disciple of ordinary talent, she had, during the previous night, with her youthful life, exemplified an unprecedented conviction and courage to the world. With one individual leading the way, it was certain that more disciples of the Wen clan would follow her faith, uniting to forge a collective spirit, which would soon manifest unparalleled strength and impact in the battle against the tide of demonic beasts. Should they return safely from this journey, one disciple mused, I shall pay my respects at her grave and drink to her memory for an entire day. Stop! A figure clad in black suddenly obstructed the path of Wen Shu. The necessity of driving the carriage slowed their pace considerably. Unlike the previous day when each individual rode their own spirited steed, even by midday of the following day, they still had half the distance to cover to reach Nanyang City. Perhaps the opposing forces deemed it unnecessary to mobilize a larger force against mere children in the Qi refinement stage, as they had merely dispatched a black-clad individual in the early foundation establishment stage to block their way. When Xuan halted the carriage, timidly speaking, Elder, we must continue on our journey. I kindly ask you to let us pass. Child, what is it that you carry within this carriage? Upon witnessing that Wen Shu was indeed only at the third level of Qi refinement, the figure in black felt a sense of relief. She is my sister. Open the curtain. I must inspect. The figure commanded, as the black-clad individual sheathed his sword and gradually approached. Wen Shu rubbed her forehead. In truth, she harbored no desire to take lives, yet, with a swift motion, the knife fell, without even drawing the Ishui sword. A mere encounter led to the black-clad figure's severed head rolling to the ground, lifeless. Wen Shu stowed away her dagger, preferring not to tarnish her sword with the blood of these foes. Is he dead? Wen Shu inquired, peering out of the carriage window. She cast a brief glance at the corpse on the ground and reminded, Xiaoning, remember to eliminate the evidence. All right, I understand, Wen Shu replied, her face contorting in disgust as she unleashed a fireball upon the black-clad body. The corpse was reduced to ashes, and only then did Wen Shu resume her journey, the carriage rattling as it made its way toward Nanyang City. By evening, in the desolate outskirts several dozen miles from Nanyang City, the Grand Elder descended from the sky upon his flying sword, accompanied by an unfamiliar old man. Upon sighting Wen Shu, the Grand Elder exclaimed with excitement, My dear girl, you were indeed correct. They dispatched a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul. Had it not been for your wind talisman, I would have met my demise today. Wen Shu circled around the Grand Elder, meticulously verifying his true identity to ensure he was not an imposter. Once she was satisfied with her findings, she summoned Wen Shu, apologetically clasping her hands together, and handed over the captured brigand to the venerable white-haired gentleman of the nascent soul stage. The alchemists of the golden elixir are capable of flying on swords, yet they cannot carry others with them. The ability to manipulate the universe within one's sleeves is a skill reserved for those of the divine transformation stage. Even a nascent soul practitioner, when wishing to transport another, must resort to the use of a divine vessel. However, the cost of deploying such a vessel is exceedingly high. Thus, the four travelers were compelled to continue their journey in a horse-drawn carriage at a steady pace. The concerns of the Grand Elder were not unfounded. During their return, they indeed encountered yet another ambush, and this time, an alchemist of the golden elixir was involved. Fortunately, with the presence of the venerable Mr. Bai, a nascent soul practitioner, the assailant was swiftly subdued. Within the borders of Shao Nation, golden elixir practitioners are scarce. Mr. Bai recognized the assailant at a glance, and his countenance darkened. Nonetheless, out of respect for the dignity of the golden elixir practitioner, he refrained from binding him with ropes. Instead, he temporarily sealed the assailant's spiritual energy, instructing him to remain quietly in the carriage. Mr. Bai, I believe this is surely a misunderstanding, the golden elixir practitioner stammered, drenched in cold sweat. He had just arrived in this place and had not had the chance to act before encountering Mr. Bai. Realizing he had no means of escape, and lacking the courage to resist, he could only inwardly curse the strategist responsible for this debacle. This individual had proposed such a foolish plan, repeatedly leading them to failure. He ought to be captured and turned into mincemeat to feed the dogs. "Silence, have you no shame?" Mr. Bai reprimanded in a voice as cold as ice, causing the golden elixir practitioner to immediately bow his head, afraid to utter another word. Accompanying their elders. This was the first time when Shu had entered the imperial palace located at the easternmost edge of Nanyang City. The palace walls were towering, and the halls vast and imposing. However, it did not possess the opulence one might have imagined. The royal family of Shao Nation, though modest and averse to extravagance, has maintained a prestigious reputation for centuries and must not be underestimated. There have been instances when powerful clans have entertained ambitions against them, yet the royal lineage, under the protection of an ancestor at the divine transformation stage, remains as steadfast as a mountain. At this moment, the patriarch and elders of the Wen family are already awaiting in the Grand Hall. The recent incident has brought shame not only upon them, but also upon the royal family. The Wen clan has ventured to the borders ostensibly to protect their homeland. Yet there are those who would exploit this situation for nefarious purposes, disregarding the safety of the populace and the consequences of a breached city. Using ferocious beasts against their own kin, such malevolence is even more abhorrent than the beasts themselves. The populace detests not merely the external foes, but rather the treacherous traitors lurking behind them, ready to strike when one is most vulnerable. This matter must be addressed with utmost care, otherwise, it will be impossible to justify to the families that have dispatched their disciples to the front lines. A moment's carelessness could even undermine the morale of those stationed at the border. Murongzi, the current sovereign of Shao Nation, possesses remarkable talent and has attained the golden core stage at merely 100 years, marking him as a young prodigy. Although the royal family of Shao Nation boasts abundant resources, its remote location pales in comparison to the myriad of celestial alliances on the eastern extreme continent. Consequently, emperors of past generations have only ruled for a century at most before passing the throne to their heirs and seeking their own fortunes in the east. When the venerable Mr. Bai cast the rogue and the golden core cultivator into the Grand Hall, no one emerged to defend them. The two, with vacant expressions, realized they had become discarded pawns. In the current predicament, one must either honestly confess, knowing that those behind the scenes may take action against their descendants, or succumb to the soul-searching technique, rendering oneself a fool. A child can be born again, but if one becomes a simpleton, the path to immortality is irrevocably lost. Bah! A foundational cultivator beside him spat derisively, mocking a dignified golden core cultivator devoid of any integrity. "I wonder how you have progressed to this point." However, the figure seated at the head, Murongzi, sneered coldly, "Integrity? In your eyes? Your loyalty lies with the Zhao family, not with the kingdom of Shao. Your actions yesterday could be deemed treasonous. Do you truly believe such conduct aligns with your so-called integrity?" The foundational cultivator turned his head away in silence. Chapter 44. Murong Baixian. Now that the golden core cultivator has implicated the Zhao family, matters have become simpler. Summon the representatives of the Zhao family for an audience. Upon hearing the emperor's summons, the Zhao family delegation, already awaiting outside, swiftly entered, faced with the accusations that they had instigated foundational cultivators to poison the elite of the Wen family under the cover of night. The Zhao representatives categorically refused to acknowledge any wrongdoing, even with the foundational cultivator having undergone a soul search by the royal family. They obstinately insisted that someone else had exploited their family's name to gain this individual's trust and orchestrate the act. Moreover, the golden core offering had long harbored ulterior motives. This framing of the Zhao family was merely a ploy to extricate himself, while simultaneously seeking to drag his former masters down with him. Such slander. Upon hearing this, the golden elixir cultivator was filled with fury. In his former role as the esteemed guardian of the Zhao family, he had long been aware of their insidious intentions. However, he never anticipated their audacity, nor their ability to distort the truth so shamelessly. They seemed assured that Murongzi would not take action against them. With the impending beast tide growing fiercer, their absence would significantly diminish their formidable strength. "Your Majesty, I, an old man, am willing to vow with my heart's demon that my actions in this matter are entirely in accordance with the directives of the Zhao family patriarch. They covet the Wen family's legacy, yet tremble at the presence of the Wen family's nascent soul, fearing to confront them openly, thus resorting to such insidious tactics." Upon witnessing the golden elixir cultivator swearing by his heart's demon, the Zhao family representative appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this. With a calm demeanor, he replied, You claim that this matter was directly assigned by my Zhao family's patriarch. Do you possess any evidence? Was it truly my family head who instructed you? Or was it someone else relaying the message? Gentlemen, you must understand that my Zhao family has recently attracted much attention and numerous parties seek to ensnare us. How can you be certain that the one who informed you of your course of action is indeed a member of the Zhao family? The golden elixir cultivator, furious yet incredulous, retorted, by your reasoning, everyone I encountered while serving your Zhao family, everyone I conversed with, cannot possibly be a member of your clan? The Zhao family representative nodded, his expression unyielding. I have stated that all matters must be substantiated by evidence. Very well, I shall provide you with evidence. With that, the golden elixir cultivator retrieved a tiger talisman from his waist. Behold, is this talisman not from your Zhao family? Beneath the tiger talisman lies the character Zhao, which belongs to you Zhao. Before he could finish his sentence, a look of horror spread across his face. He gazed at the talisman in his hand, which had once borne the inscription of Zhao. Now, its base had become smooth, erasing all traces of the original characters. You all. The golden elixir cultivator was left speechless, his finger trembling as he pointed at the Zhao clan's delegation, momentarily at a loss for words. The expression on the face of the Zhao clan representative was inscrutable. We? Are you suggesting that you would use this dubious talisman to implicate my Zhao family? Despicable and shameless. The golden elixir cultivator's face flushed crimson, and he cursed vehemently but found himself utterly helpless. At this moment, the elder of the Wen family could no longer contain himself. With a frigid tone, he remarked, the marks on the talisman may fade, yet the memories of men endure. I witnessed with my own eyes your Zhao family's ancestor pursuing, nearly losing his life. Could it be that this nascent soul ancestor has also been impersonated? The Zhao clan possessed two nascent soul ancestors. One was in the late stage and the other in the early stage. Faced with the elder of the Wen family demanding the latter to come forth for confrontation, the Zhao representative maintained an air of arrogance. Our ancestor has been traveling for quite some time. Where would we find him to confront you? Seeing their shamelessness reach such heights, even Murongzi could no longer bear it. He decisively declared, if you wish to prove your Zhao family's innocence in this matter, it is quite simple. During this beast tide, your Zhao family shall defend the fourth city gate alongside the Wen family. After some contemplation, he issued a warning. I shall assign the shadow guards to discreetly monitor your every move. I hope you will demonstrate some wisdom and refrain from any further tricks. Were it not for the current ferocity of the beast tide necessitating manpower and the Zhao family's deep-rooted influence in Shao country, one would be unwise to act rashly. Murongzi would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. However, the members of the Wen family expressed profound dissatisfaction with the emperor's decision, suggesting that the Zhao family should join them in guarding the fourth city gate. Was it not enough to fear the treachery lurking behind them? Wen Shu observed everything with a detached demeanor, yet her thoughts wandered to Wen Xuanning, who had just visited the Duke of Divine Favor. The Duke's residence is dedicated to the venerable ancestor of transformation, who remains secluded from the world, yet Wen Shu believed that if the visitor were Wen Xuanning, the Duke might be inclined to grant an audience. The original narrative featured a close bond between Wen Xuanning and the Duke, stemming from an unexpected encounter that led the Duke to wish to engage with her as an equal. This was a foreshadowing laid by the author, hinting at possible explanations for the Duke's unusual behavior later in the story, though Wen Shu had yet to delve into it. The text reveals that the Duke, Morong Bei Xian, treated Wen Xuanning with utmost sincerity, personally guiding her in her cultivation and imparting his most secret techniques, a privilege even his own grandson had never received. However, due to Wen Shu's presence, many plot lines had undergone significant alterations, and this time, she could not guarantee whether Wen Xuanning would still enjoy the Duke's favor. When did my Morong royal family become so timid? As Wen Shuzheng pondered this matter, a resounding whistle echoed from the horizon. Suddenly, a young man clad in dark robes, with striking features, descended from the sky. With a flourish of his sleeve, he released Wen Xuanning. Your Highness. Upon seeing Morong Bei Xian, Murongzi was filled with delight. He had heard that his royal uncle was in seclusion, and he never expected him to emerge at this moment, seemingly poised to intervene in the affairs of the Wen family. I am but a feeble child. I humbly beseech your guidance, Your Highness. Standing before the pillar of the Murong clan, Murongzi wore an expression of deep admiration. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and intrigues were rendered futile. Elder Morong, the elder of the Zhao family, who had been quietly observing the movements of the imperial palace, felt a sense of foreboding as the royal deity intervened in the matter. He hastily tossed a special pass to the soldiers guarding the palace walls and hurried inside, exclaiming, "Elder Murong, this is all a misunderstanding." Hearing this, Murong Beixian raised an eyebrow. A misunderstanding? The evidence is irrefutably clear, and yet you, Zhao, dare to deny it? Even though Zhao Shifei is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator on the brink of transcending, he still felt a hint of trepidation when faced with Murong Beixian, a mid-stage transformation god. However, he mustered his courage and sought to smooth over the situation, stating, "Senior Murong, this matter is indeed the folly of a few inexperienced juniors from the Zhao family. I assure you that I will impose severe punishment upon them. What I previously referred to as a misunderstanding is certainly not an unwillingness to acknowledge this issue, but rather a matter of principle. The implication that the Zhao clan would betray our nation is utterly unfounded. The Zhao family has stood firm in Zhao country, practicing benevolence for millennia, benefiting the nation and its people with diligence, and has never entertained thoughts of treason or harming the populace." Chapter 45. The Zhao family's explanation. Had they known that the Wen family had such a formidable ally in Murong Beixian, they would never have dared to covet the Wen family's foundations. Nevertheless, it cannot be ruled out that the Wen family, in an act of self-preservation, might have voluntarily offered that treasured legacy to the imperial family in exchange for protection, regardless of the motivations behind it. Zhao Shifei understood all too well that now that Murong Beixian had intervened, the Zhao family would likely have to pay an exorbitant price to extricate themselves from this predicament. This affair was not solely a scheme of the Zhao family. He could not expose the co-conspirators, for doing so would mean offending not just the Wen family. This incident was indeed a stroke of misfortune for the Zhao family, and they must swallow their grievances. As long as the conditions proposed by the Wen family are not excessive, Zhao Shifei is prepared to acquiesce. Of course, regarding the inconveniences and losses inflicted upon the Wen brothers, the Zhao family will take full responsibility. If the Wen family has any requests at this moment, please do not hesitate to voice them. The elders of the Wen clan exchanged glances, and ultimately, the clan leader stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke solemnly. "Were it not for the selfless sacrifice of one of our direct descendants, who risked his life to deliver the warning, our Wen family would have faced the total annihilation of 120 elite disciples in this beast tide. The principle of retribution for murder is a fundamental truth. Our family does not seek material compensation, beyond the two confirmed culprits before us. We demand that all disciples of the Zhao family involved in this heinous act voluntarily present themselves to His Majesty to face charges of treason and collusion with the enemy. As for the subsequent punishment that His Majesty shall impose, we trust in the imperial family and in Elder Murong to make a decision that will not leave us disappointed. Although the laws of the Zhao kingdom may not be stringent, treason and collusion with the enemy have always been met with exceptional severity. Historically, those involved in such treachery have seldom escaped death, and even those who manage to survive often find their cultivation obliterated, reduced to living out their remaining days as mere mortals." This, Zhao Shifei hesitated. According to the clan leader's intent, anyone privy to this incident, including the current head of the Zhao family and several elders at the Golden Core stage, would be unable to evade justice. The Wen family had calculated his limits, recognizing that demanding the confession of another nascent soul ancestor was somewhat unrealistic. Hence, they urged him to present this list voluntarily, especially targeting the mastermind behind this incident. For as long as this individual lives, the resentment within the Wen family shall remain unquenched. Zhao Shifei understood that once this matter escalated, it would no longer be merely about providing an explanation to the Wen family. It would also require an account to the imperial family and to all the families in the Zhao nation, whose numerous disciples were valiantly battling at the front lines to fend off the beast tide. It seemed that little Zhao could not be preserved. In Zhao Shifei's mind, the little Zhao referred to the current head of the Zhao family, his direct descendant across 4 generations. Although his cultivation talent was somewhat ordinary, he excelled in managing family affairs. Each Gold Core cultivator served as a pillar for their family. Losing even one would be a significant blow, let alone this time, which would entail sacrificing several Gold Cores along with at least a dozen foundation establishment cultivators, including the direct line elders. Zhao Shifei's heart ached at the thought. Yet he knew he possessed no leverage to resist. With Murong Beixian present, it was entirely possible that he would demand Zhao's life in exchange for the situation. In a desperate bid to preserve the larger picture, Zhao Shifei quickly reached a decision. He sighed and replied, Rest assured, Brother Wen, I shall not act with partiality in this matter. He presented a list that included 4 gold core cultivators from the Zhao family's direct line, accounting for half of their total number, with only one being an external loose cultivator. Like the previous gold core cultivator, he had come to the Zhao family seeking resources, honored as an elder due to the family's support and patronage. The remaining dozen or so were Foundation establishment shadow guards, born and bred within the Zhao family, serving their lineage loyally for generations. Even when summoned to face death, they harbored no grievances. The shadow guard is exceedingly rare and difficult to cultivate. After this incident, it is likely that the Zhao family will not only suffer a significant blow to their vitality, but also endure a tarnished reputation, making it increasingly challenging to attract suitable golden elixir period disciples in the future. The architect of this scheme is none other than this young man. Zhao Shifei cast one of the blue-clad youths aside, and to everyone's astonishment, this youth's cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of qi refining. Yet he possessed the ability to manipulate the entire Zhao clan with ease. Were it not for Zhao Shifei's reputation for integrity, he would not have dared to engage in deceitful acts at such a moment. All present were left in disbelief. The youth, cast out at the 3rd level of qi refining, displayed an utter lack of respect for his elders and offered no apologies, instead surveying the crowd with an air of cold indifference. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, while an elder from the Wen family stared, aghast, pointing at him with trembling fingers. "It is you." As the crowd turned their gaze upon him, the Wen elder managed to compose himself slightly before elucidating. "This individual, several months prior, pursued a young lady from my Wen family. Although he hails from the Zhao clan, if he possessed good character and demonstrated diligence, my family would not have objected. However, do you all know? This fellow, while appearing extraordinary, is, in truth, a notorious womanizer. At merely 17 or 18 years of age, he already boasts a dozen concubines. He has seduced them all with his silver tongue, revealing his lack of ambition and penchant for trivial manipulations with the fairer sex. Such a wayward youth. How could my Wen family ever acquiesce to his actions? I never anticipated this scoundrel would harbor resentment, wishing to see my Wen clan's 120 elite disciples perish. What a contemptible old fool. My affection for Wen Rou is mutual. It is often said that fortunes shift every 30 years. Do not underestimate the youth in his impoverished state. The day you tore us apart, you should have anticipated the day of reckoning would come. This aspiring cultivator, brimming with arrogance, likely realizes his impending demise, yet he does not plead for mercy. His demeanor exuding an air of haughty defiance. He speaks of mutual affection, yet where are the numerous concubines in his household? When Xuanning finds this youth utterly intolerable, and thus discreetly conveys to Wen Shu, this boy is exceedingly arrogant. Since he dares to plot against the Wen clan, allowing him to perish would be too lenient. He speaks of a future life. I shall ensure his wishes are thwarted. Xiaoning, do you possess the means to prevent his reincarnation? Wen Shu, momentarily taken aback, thinks to herself, truly, the father of the protagonist is remarkable. In such a brief time, he has already mastered the unparalleled secrets of the Murong clan and understands the importance of applying knowledge practically. Unbeknownst to Wen Xuanning, Wen Shu is silently admiring her, as she continues to explain through their telepathic communication. Wen Shu soon adopts a look of astonishment, which she quickly conceals, scrutinizing the arrogant youth. He appears utterly unperturbed by the impending severe punishment, seemingly harboring a hint of anticipation. Furrowing her brow, Wen Shu suddenly contemplates a possibility, hastily tugging at Wen Xuanning's sleeve and whispering, "Xiaoning, I sense this individual is far more complex than he appears." Chapter 46. Lousy. My name is Zhao Ritian. Upon reflection, the number of alchemists in the Shao kingdom is rather scarce, and they are exceedingly proud, often looking down upon the idea of deigning to study the creation of medicinal powders and potions. Furthermore, even if an ordinary apothecary were to conceive the notion of enveloping the purified Three Souls heart grass with medicinal powder, they would lack the skill to achieve the precise ratio that would allow it to dissolve perfectly in 5 days. Is that potion your creation? Noting that the inquirer was a stern-faced young girl, the boy raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms over his chest, and replied in a rather unfriendly tone. The 5-day heart-eating powder. Indeed, it was crafted by my own hands. What of it? Do you wish to become my disciple? Wen Shu appeared unfazed, her expression impassive. I heard from the alchemists in my family that the process of creating this poison is exceedingly complex, unlike the concoctions made by ordinary apothecaries. Are you truly an alchemist? An alchemist? What of it? What does it matter? The boy smirked with interest, yet his sharp eyes darted toward Wen Shu's companion, Wen Xuanning, as he brazenly scrutinized her. I am about to be eliminated, so if your Wen family wishes to take the opportunity to recruit me, you must act swiftly. My demands are not high. As long as you agree to marry this beautiful sister over here, everything can be negotiated. Silence, you impudent brat. Wen Xuanning remained largely unresponsive, but Zhao Shifei let out a low snort. The boy felt a sudden jolt to his spirit, and with a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. You old scoundrel, you. Zhao Shifei fixed his icy gaze upon him. The Zhao family had suffered substantial losses, while the Wen family was backed by the divine transformation of the royal family of Shao Nation. Although the Zhao clan had disciples within the Eastern Extreme Immortal Alliance, provoking the Wen family at this juncture was decidedly imprudent. He stared intently at the youth before him and coldly cautioned him. This young man was indeed a source of considerable vexation for Zhao Shifei. Strangely, despite his initially poor spiritual roots, he had ascended to the third level of qi refinement within merely a year of entering the realm of cultivation. Though he indulged in carnal pleasures, he had not wholly forsaken his training. Aside from teasing the beautiful maidens of his family, he diligently practiced meditation and swordsmanship. The Zhao family had never anticipated that this disciple with 5 spiritual roots would achieve any significant success in cultivation. Yet, he demonstrated some talent in alchemy and possessed a keen intellect, often providing strategies for the family over the past year. Consequently, Zhao Buqing gradually began to rely on his eldest son. However, this time, in his attempt to gain an advantage, he found himself outwitted instead. After all, this youth had the potential to become a first-rate alchemist. Witnessing his current frenzy, Zhao Shifei assumed he was simply rendered dumbstruck by fear. Although he felt a tinge of regret, it was evident that even Zhao Buqing could not escape the consequences this time. When it suited their purposes, they hailed him as the pillar of the family, coaxing him into producing favorable results. But now, when trouble arose, they cast him aside to take the blame. Now, he faced the specter of death. The old curmudgeon would he even allow him a fleeting taste of relief? The youth shot a venomous glance at Zhao Shifei, harboring resentment and utterly disregarding the esteemed status of his own ancestor's nascent soul. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Logically speaking, a youth capable of concocting the formidable 5-day heart-devouring powder must possess considerable cunning. Thus, he should not appear as he does now. Although treason is an unforgivable crime, His Majesty has yet to decree his death sentence. Nonetheless, the youth incessantly utters words of death, as if he eagerly anticipates it, truly perplexing. Senior, what is his name? Wen Shu inquired, casting a glance at Zhao Shifei, who had nearly succumbed to the impulse of striking a decisive blow to clear the premises. This lad, it seems, still holds some utility for the Wen family. Zhao Shifei, who lacked the assurance to eliminate and silence someone under the watchful eyes of a transformation god practitioner, grappled with his thoughts. His face fluctuated between crimson and pale. After a painstaking effort to compose himself, he lowered his gaze to Wen Shu, his expression grim. Why inquire of his name when he stands on the brink of death? The youth's original name was Zhao Hao, but he later renamed himself Zhao Ritian, claiming that Hao was a name of the heavenly emperor and thus could not be usurped. Hence he split it, deriving Ritian to convey the meaning of sun and moon sharing the same sky. Wen Shu regarded Zhao Ritian, appearing outwardly silent, yet inwardly, tumultuous waves surged within him. Why not simply call yourself Zhao Hao? Hao signifies the sun in the sky. To change his name to Zhao Ritian was one thing, but to boldly adopt such a name, could it be that he is yet another traveler from Earth? As the saying goes, when fellow countrymen meet, a dagger may be drawn from behind. Zhao Ritian's reputation was formidable. Only 2 others in this world could rival him, Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen. With the addition of Zhao Ritian, the trio established a formidable equilibrium. Wen Shu, hesitant to probe too openly, boldly inquired, "What is your sister's name?" Such directness not only seemed impudent, but might also arouse Zhao Ritian's suspicion. However, the name of Zhao Ritian's sister was the sole clue that could reveal the origin of the novel from which he hailed. Wen Shu discreetly conveyed a message to Wen Xuanning. "Xiaoning, I wish to ascertain whether Zhao Hao has a sister, and if so, what her name is." Wen Xuanning pondered for a moment before communicating directly with Morong Beixian. Morong Beixian, taken aback, promptly questioned Zhao Shifei, this brash youth. Does he not fear implicating his immediate family? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shifei sighed and shook his head, This young man is none other than Zhao Buqing's eldest son, the current head of the Zhao family. In the recent calamity befalling the Wen family, Zhao Buqing cannot evade responsibility. The sins of the father and son are intertwined. Truly a grave matter. Wen Xuanning, recognizing that Wen Shu rarely acted without certainty, understood that her inquiry must be grounded in some discovery. Thus, she clasped her hands and stated, "Does he have any other legitimate siblings? Elder Zhao, please ensure a thorough investigation. We must not let any culprit slip through the cracks." Zhao Ritian, visibly enraged, a hand pressed against his severely injured chest, retorted, "What purpose does your question serve? I have but one legitimate sister, and she is entirely oblivious to these matters. Do not attempt to drag her into this." Zhao Shifei furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Indeed, he has a legitimate sister named Zhao Linger, who happens to be my devoted disciple. She has been in seclusion for over a year and is genuinely unaware of these events." Zhao Linger. Upon hearing the words, Wen Shu's eyes flickered with realization. She recalled a particular novel wherein the protagonist, Zhao Hao, had a sister named Zhao Linger. However, these two characters did not originally belong to the realm of endless immortal path, but rather existed within a male-oriented narrative titled Indestructible Medicine Sovereign. The protagonist, Zhao Hao, though a scion of the Zhao family, one of the four prominent clans of the Heavenly Dragon continent, was deemed a failure due to his lack of cultivation talent, and thus neglected for over a decade in the family estate. Subsequently, he fell victim to the machinations of fellow clan members, plummeting off a cliff. Upon awakening, he found himself possessed by a transmigrator bearing a potion-making system. Wen Shu felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that this world was not solely confined to endless immortal path, but rather a grand tapestry that interwove various narratives, with endless immortal path as its core? Although Wen Shu had not completed endless immortal path, she had read through Indestructible Medicine Sovereign. Should she encounter other illustrious protagonists she recognized, it would serve as an advantage, enabling her to cling to the leg of Wen Xuanning's father while discerning potential perils with astuteness. She aimed to pursue benefits while evading harm. Not that she intended to ingratiate herself with those esteemed figures, but she certainly sought to avoid unnecessary antagonism. After all, not every protagonist in a tale is a naive and simple-minded character. Cunning and resourceful leads abound, and none of them are benevolent. Characters like Wen Xuanning, with their gentle disposition and sound moral compass, are indeed rare. Yet what of it? If those individuals posed no threat to her, and merely sought their own interests, it would suffice. However, with someone like Zhao Ritian attempting to place a dull blade upon her head, even if he were the protagonist, Wen Shu would devise every means to eradicate him entirely. Although she currently lacks the strength to confront an established protagonist, it is evident that Zhao Ritian has only recently seized his opportunity, his cultivation not yet enhanced. According to a certain plot in the Immortal Pill Sovereign, his haste towards death following the exposure of his deeds is likely due to his prior preparations. He intends to utilize the alchemy system at his disposal to preserve his main soul within a ring. After all, this current body is utterly useless. Rather than exhaust precious resources to nurture it, he would seize this chance to shed his skin. Relying on the divine body of the alchemy god he has drawn from the beginner's gift pack of the system to re-emerge in the world. In this realm, alchemists hold a prestigious status. With the assistance of the alchemy system and the alchemy god's body, a fire-based spiritual root, given time, he will undoubtedly ascend to become the sovereign of this domain, and this minuscule Shao kingdom could be effortlessly obliterated. Since in this life he is called Zhao Ritian, he shall embody his name, stirring the winds and clouds of the world. Let the world know only him, and be oblivious to the heavens. However, the primary condition for all these ambitions to materialize is whether he can indeed escape this predicament. As if feigning disinterest, Wen Shu's gaze drifted over the mysterious ring on his finger, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 47. No debts of gratitude. The alchemy system is intrinsically linked to Zhao Ritian's soul, with the mystic ring serving merely as a fade. However, this time, Zhao Ritian has entrusted his primary soul to the ring, consequently sealing the system within as well. Should this physical form meet its demise, he must promptly extract the fragment of his soul that governs the current body, merging it with the main soul within the ring, and swiftly seek a new vessel that resonates with his spirit, thereby allowing him to be reborn. Such a formidable ability to defy fate is beyond the capabilities of a mere cultivator at the third level of chi refinement. It necessitates the aid of Zhao Ritian's extraordinary advantage, the system. The alchemy system is a habitual reference after consuming numerous works by Wen Shu. It originally bore a rather illustrious title, the apothecary god system. Nevertheless, even if Wen Shu were to successfully acquire this system, she would hesitate to utilize it. Systems that require attachment to one's soul and have an ambiguous origin are fraught with peril. Who can ascertain whether there is a hidden puppeteer behind this system? Once bound to one's soul, severing that connection would only be possible through death. Wen Shu does not wish to live in constant trepidation, wary of when the system might take control of her. While Wen Shu indeed covets the extraordinary advantages possessed by others, she still has the formidable support of Wen Xuanning. As for the apothecary god system, it is best left untouched, with no further inquiries to make. Wen Shu nodded at Wen Xuanning, who understood and conveyed telepathically to Morong Beixian. This Zhao Ritian need not be spared. Upon hearing this, Morong Beixian waved his hand, signaling the soldiers waiting nearby to escort these individuals away. I have a few words I wish to share with Xiaohao. At this moment, Zhao Buqing, the head of the Zhao family, who had remained silent as a mere backdrop, unexpectedly spoke up. Please, go ahead. As the emperor, Morong Zi exhibited extraordinary tolerance. Despite Zhao Ritian's insolence, he was unwilling to stoop to the level of a deceased individual. Allowing his elderly father a farewell could also serve to display his magnanimity before the imperial uncle. Zhao Buqing was keenly aware of the intricacies of the Morong clan. Although the royal family appeared just and righteous on the surface, they were, in truth, treacherous and cunning, always seeking personal gain. The number of golden core cultivators in the Shao kingdom was already scant, with the current beast tide necessitating more hands. Both he and several other golden core practitioners, despite having encroached upon the royal family's boundaries, still held their positions due to their formidable cultivation levels. Nurturing a golden core cultivator was an arduous endeavor, and the royals would not readily dispose of them. The ultimate judgment would likely entail requiring them to sign a master-servant contract with the royal family. Although this would mean sacrificing their freedom and living their lives in anonymity under the royal's command, it was preferable to facing death or being stripped of their cultivation. However, Zhao Ritian was different. He was merely a novice in the qi refinement stage. Perhaps he possessed some talent in alchemy, yet he had never successfully produced a finished first-grade elixir, indicating that he was not a true alchemist. The chasm between one with mere aptitude for medicine and a legitimate first-grade alchemist was indeed vast. Moreover, as the mastermind behind this affair, Zhao Ritian, regardless of any potential for further utility, could not possibly be allowed to see another dawn by the royal family. Spare me your insincerity. Disgusted by the other party's demeanor, Zhao Ritian shot him a scornful glare, perceiving the old man as exceedingly hypocritical. In the face of his son's malevolent gaze, Zhao Buqing seemed entirely unfazed. He even regarded Zhao Ritian with a tenderness he had never before shown, softly uttering, "Little Hao, I understand the resentment you harbor. You loathe me for casting you into the mortal realm due to your inadequate aptitude. In truth, it is not that I undervalue you. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and given your limitations, I feared the tribulations you would face in the future. Your mother passed away shortly after giving birth to you and Linger, and I have never taken another legitimate wife. You are, after all, my only legitimate son, and I wish for you not to live your life under the scorn and pity of our kin. Thus, even if one day the Zhao clan collapses due to its own avarice, you shall still lead a stable life among mortals, preserving our lineage." Regrettably, Zhao Ritian was no longer the original master of this body. Zhao Buqing's words failed to evoke any semblance of emotion within him. "Have you finished?" He coldly surveyed the gaunt middle-aged man before him, then turned away and extended his hands, urging the soldiers who were about to imprison him, "Hurry up and take me away." With Zhao Ritian and the others clanking into custody, the enmity between the Zhao and Wen families came to an end. Regardless of their inner acceptance, the royal family's decisive action, coupled with the Zhao family's resolute severance, indeed afforded the Wen family considerable face. Before departing, Morong Beixian intended to gently stroke Wen Xuaning's head, only to be swiftly evaded by her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he could only awkwardly smile and say, "Xiaoning, do visit the Shen often." Wen Xuaning clung to Wen Shu's arm, whispering her discontent. That old man, despite his age, still attempts to take advantage of young girls. Externally, Wen Shu maintained a neutral expression, but internally, he couldn't help but smile. In the novel, the relationship between Wen Xuaning and Morong Beixian was exceedingly amicable, yet devoid of romantic undertones. After all, there existed a generational gap of over 1,000 years between them, leaving one to ponder why Murong Beixian insisted on considering himself a contemporary of Wen Shu. Upon returning to the Wen family, the clan was engulfed in sorrow, solemnly conducting a dignified and grand funeral for Wen Yu. That night, after subtly inquiring about the general location of the mass grave, Wen Shu quietly made his way there. The mass grave was ominously foul, littered with bones, and even in the dead of night, one could hear the mournful weeping of vengeful spirits. Cautiously, Wen Shu approached the periphery of the grave, where fresh corpses, recently discarded, lay scattered. In the narrative, the system required light to function, with no moonlight present. The medicine god system could not absorb energy and thus remained dormant. However, once dawn broke, it would automatically activate, following the predetermined program set by the host to extract a wisp of the secondary soul from the corpses. Pinching his nose, Wen Shu quickly spotted Zhao Ritian in a corner. Zhao Ritian had evidently been executed not long ago. His body was still fresh, without the disgusting little worms that typically infest the deceased. The ring worn by Zhao Ritian was entirely black, devoid of any patterns, exuding an air of simplicity and ordinariness that rendered it unremarkable. Thus, it attracted no covetous gazes. At that moment, it snugly adorned the pallid, stiff fingers of Zhao Ritian. Wen Shu unleashed a spirit blade, shattering the secondary soul that hovered above Zhao Ritian's lifeless body, swiftly extracting the ring from his finger before making her hasty retreat. The secondary soul could not stray from the primary soul for more than a day. Otherwise, it would transform into a remnant soul. Should the primary soul lose its secondary counterpart, it would become incomplete, and even if resurrected, it would be reduced to a state of foggy-mindedness and folly. Wen Shu cast the ring into her spatial pouch, aware that her spiritual awareness was still feeble, and she dared not probe its depths recklessly. She resolved to wait several days, allowing the primary soul within the ring to weaken significantly due to its prolonged separation from the human body, after which she would devise a method to eradicate it entirely. The soul-converging wood, also known as the gathering soul wood, predominantly thrived in the ghostly valley of Wanchuan, thus rendering it exceedingly rare. It was said that high-grade gathering soul wood could consolidate the spiritual essence of cultivators for a century without dissipating. However, the Wen family possessed only an ordinary first-grade gathering soul wood. This particular grade had been artificially cultivated by the forces of the Spirit Herb Pavilion to simulate the environment of Wanchuan. Although expensive, its efficacy in gathering the souls of cultivators was rather limited. This material was primarily utilized in the mortal realm, primarily to ensure that the deceased could find their way home during the critical 7 days after death. Conversely, cultivators in the realm of immortality often perished outside. In the event of an ambush, there was a 95% likelihood that their souls would be shattered, leaving no trace of their remains. Consequently, families in the cultivation world did not adhere to many formalities and lacked customs, such as keeping vigil for the deceased during the 7-day period. In broad daylight, Wen Shu summoned Murong Beixian to uphold justice for the Wen family, decisively punishing the treacherous Zhao clan. Following this incident, it is likely that no other family will dare to provoke the Wen family for the next century. Consequently, the elders and patriarch of the Wen family gazed at Wen Shu with increasingly benevolent expressions. Upon hearing her request, without hesitation, they retrieved a first-grade soul-gathering wood from the family treasury and entrusted it to her, permitting her to personally plant it beside Wen Yu's grave, hoping that one day, when Wen Yu's soul returned, she would see that her family had avenged her. Wen Shu, having received the soul-gathering wood, did not rush to plant it. Instead, she quietly immersed it in her spatial spring for a while. Soon, this seemingly ordinary first-grade soul-gathering wood underwent a transformation, rapidly growing with branches sprouting from its roots and several tender, vibrant green leaves emerging. Once all the disciples who had come to pay their respects had departed, she carefully planted the soul-gathering wood and inscribed a concealed formation around it to obscure its radiance. This cemetery served as the ancestral resting place of the Wen family, frequented monthly by numerous disciples who came to honor their kin, and she could not allow this special soul-gathering wood to attract unwarranted attention. Having completed all of this, Wen Shu silently regarded Wen Yu's tombstone. In truth, her memories of Wen Yu were quite vague. She could even say she only learned her name after her death. Yet, this girl undeniably earned her respect. The spirit horse, in its fury, attracted a host of demonic beasts to attack. regardless of whether she would find a way to escape. Wen Yu had indirectly saved everyone, including Wen Shu and Wen Shu. Wen Shu harbored an aversion to the feeling of indebtedness. Thus, she sought to bestow upon herself an opportunity. Chapter 48. Tribulation and Opportunity. The following morning, after meticulously reorganizing their belongings, Wen Shu, and several foundational cultivators previously tasked with escorting Wen Yu once more mounted their spiritual steeds, swiftly making their way to the border amidst the watchful gazes of the crowd. The Grand Elder had departed the previous night with the rapid flight speed of a golden core cultivator. He would soon catch up with the elite forces of the Wen clan, who were advancing towards the fourth city gate. In the near future, the elite of the Zhao family would also converge upon the same location, and it was imperative for him to relay the events that had transpired here to prevent any potential disputes between the two factions. 3 days later, the weary travelers finally arrived at the border, the imposing and robust walls of the fourth city gate coming into view. Wen Shu cast a cleansing spell upon herself and Wen Shu, enhancing their appearances. Observing this, the nearby foundational disciples mimicked their actions, and when the city guards beheld them, all presented themselves with vigor, their attire immaculate. The sentinels lowered the barriers, and once the group had entered, they hastily secured the heavy gates, turning to explain. To prevent any ferocious beasts from breaching the front defenses, this rear entrance must be vigilantly guarded. When Shu nodded in understanding, what of the others? They have already proceeded to the front lines for support. Was the situation truly this dire? Indeed, the fourth city gate has always suffered from a lack of personnel, plagued as it is by an abundance of demonic beasts. Unlike the first city gate, which is naturally fortified by sheer cliffs, the dense forest offers no such advantage in terms of defense. Consequently, few are willing to come here. Just yesterday, upon their arrival, they had scarcely unpacked their belongings and set up their tents before the commanding officer dispatched them elsewhere. I have heard that this morning, a high-level feral beast suddenly emerged from the dense thicket. Had it not been for the timely arrival of 2 golden core elders, the situation would have been dire. We must go to their aid. Upon hearing this, several Foundation establishment cultivators exchanged glances, swiftly drawing their weapons and rushing towards the other city gate. When Xuan watched their retreating figures, her expression grave. Little brother, will the situation improve once reinforcements arrive? The disciple guarding the gate, his brow furrowed with concern, replied. The waves of beasts come relentlessly, growing increasingly ferocious, as if they can never be vanquished. Many of our chi refining brothers have already sustained serious injuries, and we are currently relying on the valiant efforts of the Golden Core elders and our Foundation establishment seniors at the forefront. Then I shall join as well. Seemingly resolved, when Xuan handed her bag of belongings to Wen Shu and, alongside the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, she crossed the city wall and ventured into the depths of the forest, where thick black smoke and flames billowed ominously. On the surface, Wen Shu's prowess appears limited to the 3rd layer of chi refinement, yet in reality, she stands at the late stage of Foundation establishment. If she were to engage in a one-on-one battle with fellow practitioners of the same level without employing talismans, the outcome would be difficult to determine. However, when confronting the formidable high-ranking royal beasts of the Endless Mountains, there is no need for elaborate tactics that might compromise her attack potency. Ultimately, moderation is essential. In dealing with demonic creatures, she can unleash her full capabilities without reservation, able to single-handedly match the strength of multiple opponents. The gatekeeping disciples, unaware of Wen Shu's true strength, were apprehensive upon witnessing a chi refinement disciple recklessly following Foundation establishment practitioners into combat against monsters. Just as they were about to rush after her to call her back, they were halted by Wen Shu's steady grip. Turning around, they met her calm and composed gaze. Do not worry, she will be fine. As expected, once Wen Shu entered the fray, she swiftly turned the tide of the chaotic and arduous battle. With a single stroke of her sword, she cleaved a high-ranking royal beast in half, allowing the Foundation establishment disciple, who had been struggling against the beast, to breathe a sigh of relief. The Golden Core practitioners needed to focus on dealing with the savage beasts, leaving the remaining royal beasts for the Foundation establishment disciples to tackle alone. However, this act inevitably revealed Wen Shu's true abilities to all present. This was unavoidable. Having resolved to assist her family in combating the beast tide, she could not simply stand by, displaying only her 3rd layer of chi refinement while witnessing her fellow disciples being torn apart by the monstrous jaws of the royal beasts. As when Xuanning just stepped into the dense forest, she found herself face to face with a ferocious giant spider king beast. Before she could unsheath her sword, a foundation-building disciple swiftly rushed in front of her, shielding her securely. With a flick of his long sword, he severed one of the beast's antennae and shouted, "Step back. There are 3 high-level king beasts in this area. It is far too perilous for you. I can hold it off for a moment. You must take the opportunity to retreat to the wilds near the city gate. There are no king beasts there." However, when Xuanning drew the Yishui's sword, its cold gleam cutting through the air, effortlessly cleaving the giant spider king beast in half. Dark green blood gushed forth, saturating the ground and releasing a pungent stench. Unfazed, when Xuanning solemnly replied, "I am unharmed. You go over there to protect the other Qi refinement disciples." The foundation-building disciple hesitated briefly, but at that moment, another Qi refinement disciple had faltered, with a high-level demon beast breaking through their formation and charging into the inner circle. Without further contemplation, he nodded vigorously and dashed away, sword in hand. The Wen family had unexpectedly produced a 13-year-old in the late foundation-building stage. Such extraordinary talent at merely 13 could not be merely described as monstrous. Even in the talent-rich Eastern Extremity continent, such outstanding disciples were rare. Had it not been for this incident, no one would have known that when Xuanning had the formidable backing of Murong Beixian. In the future, she would likely face numerous covert schemes. After all, for other prominent families, a prodigious young girl of such caliber, if not aligned with their own faction, must be eradicated at all costs. As allies of the Wen family, the Li clan breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yuxing felt immensely fortunate, having discerned early on that Wen Xuanning was far from an ordinary individual, and thus made the judicious choice to cultivate amicable relations with the Wen family. Not only was Wen Xuanning a first-rate alchemist, but she was also a first-rate talisman master, possessing exceptional innate talent. Such a prodigy should not be confined to the humble confines of Shao country. In the future, Wen Xuanning would undoubtedly establish herself in the eastern extremes or even the central continent, making a significant name for herself. One could not help but wonder if Li Yuxing might be fortunate enough to bask in her glory and gain some opportunities. In contrast to Wen Xuanning, who was slaying foes with great renown beyond the city gates, Wen Shu, with her cultivation at merely the 6th level of Qi refinement, diligently stood guard alongside other Qi refinement practitioners, safeguarding the thicket closest to the city gates. The group of 8 formed a circular formation, with each member tasked with confronting a single beast. Should any member find themselves lacking in spiritual energy, they would promptly retreat, allowing the disciples behind them to take their place. Although the royal beasts were formidable adversaries, the most abundant among the tide of beasts were those equivalent to Qi refinement practitioners of the human race. Utilizing the trees for cover, Wen Shu concealed her presence, her movements fluid as she unleashed a series of spiritual blades. The moonlight-like blades sliced through the dense branches, finding their mark with precision. Piercing the tough hide of the celestial star bull, the beast let out a pained howl, quickly realizing the source of its suffering hid among the foliage. It stomped the ground with its hooves, its eyes a fierce crimson, charging furiously towards Wen Shu. With remarkable agility, she gathered a surge of spiritual energy beneath her feet and leaped upward, causing the celestial star bull to miss its target and tumble into a massive pit she had previously excavated. In the blink of an eye, before the creature could regain its footing, Wen Shu swiftly wielded her brush, murmuring an incantation to invoke the needle of embroidery. Instantly, countless sharp ice needles, formed from concentrated water elements, descended like a meteor shower, piercing the wounds and eyes of the celestial star bull with relentless precision. Seizing the opportune moment, she silently whispered, "Break." The spiritual energy within the ice needles detonated explosively, shattering the bull's bones and flesh. With a mournful cry, it swiftly succumbed to its fate. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Wen Shu stored the bull's lifeless body into her Qinquan pouch. At this moment, her spiritual energy was entirely depleted, and she retreated as another disciple at the peak of Qi refinement stepped in to take her place, resuming the defense of this position. The celestial star bull, a formidable beast at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, was notoriously difficult to contend with due to its tough hide and robust physique. However, Wen Shu had strategically prepared the pit and covered it with branches and hay. Being small and light as a swallow, she could traverse it without risk. Unlike the massive celestial star bull, in this wave of beasts, the spoils of vanquished creatures belonged solely to the cultivators. The celestial star bowl, rich in valuable resources, would yield a fortune when sold to the treasure pavilion, enough to rival all of Wen Shu's prior savings. It is no wonder that various families, despite knowing the dangers, chose to come and defend. This beast tide was indeed a calamity, yet simultaneously a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 49. The Reluctant Child and the Uncatchable Wolf. The relentless tide of beasts from the endless mountains has persisted for millennia, and its origin remains an enigma. Yet for Wen Shu, this world has transcended the confines of mere fiction. It has evolved into a vast, expansive, and mysterious reality. The inhabitants here are no longer mere words on a page. They possess flesh and blood, articulate thoughts, and bear unique life experiences that are vivid and authentic. Every event has its cause and effect. The ferocity of this beast tide is palpable, with creatures surging forth from the depths of the endless mountains as if pursued by an even more terrifying entity. The borders of Shao Nation, adjacent to the mountains, have endured relentless disturbances from these beasts for centuries. While previous beast tides were indeed numerous, they would typically erupt only once every couple of years. There was a discernible pattern to these assaults, with most of the attacking beasts being of lower ranks, occasionally accompanied by a few royal beasts. However, this time is markedly different, as the number of royal beasts has surged, and there are even sightings of previously unseen primal beasts. Fortunately, there has been no sign of demonic beasts thus far. Otherwise, the situation would be beyond the capability of Shao Nation to handle, necessitating assistance from the various great alliances of the Eastern continent. Given the numerous alterations in the subplot, Wen Shu cannot ascertain whether this beast tide will follow the narrative of the novel, which suggested that the beasts would enter a hibernation period come winter. To thoroughly resolve this issue, it is imperative to trace the root cause behind the frenzied uprising of these myriad beasts. Wen Shu single-handedly vanquished 5 royal beasts and a multitude of high-ranking demon beasts, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Shu, you are truly remarkable. I never anticipated your swift breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. How come there was not a whisper of this beforehand? Are you foolish? If word had leaked out, little Ning would have been in peril. A burly man of the foundation establishment retorted, delivering a heavy thump to his own chest. When Zishuan coughed from the impact, his mind instantly sharpening as he rubbed his chest, repeatedly apologizing. Indeed, the safety of Sister Shuening is of utmost importance. Several disciples eagerly engaged in animated discussion. From afar, I witnessed Shuening dispatching royal beasts, as if slicing through tofu. She must be at the pinnacle of foundation establishment now. Indeed, who would have thought that our family's greatest asset is Shuening? Her sudden strikes left the demon beasts utterly unprepared. Sister Shuening exudes an aura of majesty and power. I wonder which family would dare to claim that the Wen family lacks talent now. The so-called 4 great families must be seething with jealousy. Who was it that once claimed the title of the greatest in Shao country? That fellow from the Su family. What was his name? It was Su Wuji. A 17-year-old at the initial stage of foundation establishment. I heard he has already caught the eye of a certain esteemed sect from the eastern extreme continent. He is set to be exempt from examinations in 5 years. I was envious beyond measure then, but now it seems he can't hold a candle to our Shuening. Once when Shuening's true strength came to light, the disciples of the Wen family felt a surge of pride, their spirits elevated and their faces aglow, as if the pain from their wounds had lessened considerably. Those who have arrived here are the elite of the younger generation of the Wen family. None of them harbor any jealousy towards Wen Shuening. Rather, they genuinely rejoice in her accomplishments. The Wen clan has long instilled in its disciples the values of unity and mutual support, emphasizing that the fortunes of one are the fortunes of all. Not to mention Wen Shuening's remarkable talents, which may well lead her to extraordinary heights in the future, allowing her to extend her favor upon them. Today, with the overwhelming number of beasts, it is uncertain how many disciples would have perished without Wen Shuening's intervention. Shuening, I possess some qi-gathering pills. Please take them. After a day of battle, your spiritual energy must be depleted. I have them too. I have superior qi-gathering pills. Take mine, Shuening. I have flesh regeneration pills. I have spirit-nourishing pills. Witnessing her peers eagerly vying to present her with elixirs, Wen Shuening felt a warmth envelop her heart. She glanced around and eventually spotted Wen Shu in a corner of the crowd. Wen Shu, being petite, was tiptoeing with her Qianquan bag in hand, striving to push her way through the throng, yet was swiftly jostled out due to the sheer number of disciples surrounding Wen Shuening. Thank you all for your kindness. But I am uninjured and possess sufficient chi-gathering pills. Please keep these elixirs for your own use. After a day of combat, I trust everyone is quite fatigued. Go rest in the tents for a while. We shall face the beast tide again at dawn. This little girl has a promising future ahead. Once everyone had dispersed, the two Golden Core elders approached and gently patted Wen Shu shoulder. They had known her true cultivation level from early on. Yet today they were still taken aback by the formidable prowess she displayed. With a sense of nostalgia, one elder chuckled heartily. The king beast has indeed awakened its intelligence. Its hide is tough, its flesh thick, and its movements agile. In my own late Foundation establishment days, I found it exceedingly challenging to contend with even a mid-tier king beast. It is evident that each generation brings forth remarkable talents. I am far surpassed by you. Wen Shu responded with a light laugh. It is precisely because of the guardianship of our esteemed seniors that the younger generation can flourish under the shade of the mighty tree. Henceforth, our Wen family shall undoubtedly grow ever stronger, nurturing an increasing number of exceptional disciples. At her words, the two elders erupted into hearty laughter. She then politely clasped her hands in salute, took her leave, and hurried to Wen Shu, examining her from head to toe to ensure she was unharmed. Sighing in relief, she stated, I will hold the line in front, striving to prevent the king beast from breaching our defenses. With your capabilities, dealing with the demon beasts shall pose no problem. Xiao Ning is incredibly formidable. Wen Shu succinctly affirmed her sister's strength. After a brief pause, as if feeling her praise was insufficient, she added, Xiao Ning is truly extraordinary. Wen Shu wore a serious expression, while Wen Shu couldn't help but chuckle, playfully ruffling her hair. Such flattery will surely make me proud. Today, Wen Shu had vanquished her foes decisively and, along with several Golden Core cultivators, had managed to subdue a savage beast, causing the multitude of demon beasts to falter in their assault. Consequently, the beast tide indeed relented for the evening. The necessity for foundation-building cultivators to keep watch arises from the absence of the moon tonight. The jungle is shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. A chi-refining cultivator, having yet to establish their foundation, remains merely immortal, should they encounter a nocturnal assault by demonic beasts. Those without night vision capabilities may not only prove ineffective but potentially hinder the others. After a day of relentless battle, Wen Shu felt utterly exhausted both in body and spirit. She performed a cleansing technique to rid herself of impurities, and upon entering the tent, she began to meditate and recuperate. Meanwhile, within the tent of the Shu family, a cultivator at the early Yuanying stage stealthily infiltrated. Among the four prominent families, the Shu clan ranks at the bottom in terms of strength. Despite the significant weakening of the Zhao family's elite forces in recent days, their top-tier combatants, two Yuanying ancestors, remain unharmed. The hierarchy of the four families is determined by the number of their top-tier combatants. The Zhao family boasts two Yuanying ancestors, one in the late stage and the other in the early stage, making them the foremost clan. The Sun family follows closely, possessing two mid-stage Yuanying ancestors. The Li family holds one mid-stage and one early-stage Yuanying ancestor. In contrast, the Shu family is left with merely two early-stage Yuanying ancestors. In bygone days, the Wen family was left unmolested due to the imposing presence of their Yuanying ancestor. However, after 3 centuries without news of the Wen family's Yuanying ancestor, speculation arose that he had passed into oblivion, emboldening others to brazenly provoke the Wen clan and even scheme for its resources. When the Wen family's Yuanying ancestor resurfaced, those individuals no longer dared to confront the Wen family openly. Nevertheless, this does not imply that their predatory ambitions have been quelled. In the past, the venerable ancestor of the Wen family denied any connection with the Wen clan of Buzhou City during the family competition. While the envoys from several families may have been swayed by his claims, the elder of their Yuanying was utterly unconvinced upon hearing the news. Conversely, Wen Wuchang's involvement in painting cultivation only served to bolster their underlying suspicions. Perhaps the world at large is unaware that the ancestors of the Wen family were practitioners of the art of painting, yet any astute individual from the central continent, upon inquiry, could uncover traces of this lineage. Coincidentally, the matriarch of the Shu family hails from a modest clan in the central continent. The Wen family of Buzhou City was once exceedingly illustrious, and it is implausible for this newly established Wen family to have not inherited some exquisite treasures. With a lifespan of 600 years, a Yuan cultivator faces the inevitable decay if they cannot achieve the breakthrough to transform into a god. After much deliberation among the three families, they resolved to exploit the beast tide to first diminish the youthful elite of the Wen family, gradually enacting their plan. Should the Wen disciples perish in the onslaught of the beasts, it would be deemed a consequence of their own inadequacies. Even if the Wen ancestor were to rage, there would be little recourse. Yet, unexpectedly, this scheme was unveiled just as it commenced, inadvertently drawing the attention of the royal transformation behind the Wen family. Following this incident, the Zhao family has explicitly stated their withdrawal, while the Su family remains noncommittal. Now, only the Su family, desperately in need of resources to advance, continues to harbor hope. Currently, they jointly guard the fourth city gate with the Wen family, and managing this well presents an exquisite opportunity for action. In the darkness, the Yuan elder of the Su family entrusted a talisman to a foundational disciple. Solemnly instructing, find an opportune moment to quietly affix this talisman to the rear of the city wall. This talisman is known as the Beast Summoning Talisman, a rare treasure he acquired during his travels to the western extremes in years past, kept secret from all. Now, for the sake of his family's future, he has resolved to take a perilous risk. The emergence of Wen Xuanning has placed immense pressure upon him. If she is not dealt with now, once she matures, the Sun family will lose the opportunity to encroach upon the Wen family. Even in the event of a large-scale beast invasion, his own clan's descendants would suffer. Yet, how else can they prove their disassociation from these events? One must risk losing a child to ensnare the wolf, as long as the Yuan guarding Nanyang remains. Talents can be nurtured anew. The Su family still holds its esteemed status among the great clans. Chapter 50, Surprise Attack, Part 1. In the dead of night, Wen Shu, having taken some medicine to rest, felt her drowsiness dissipate. She lit a lamp and retrieved the corpses of the three demon beasts from her Qiankuan bag. Her Qiankuan bag was of the most ordinary kind, lacking the preservation capabilities of advanced storage bags or rings, and could only store items simply, thus unable to prevent the deterioration of these beast corpses. At this moment, the bodies had already stiffened, and upon their removal, the tent was filled with a nauseating stench of decay. I must disturb you for a moment. Wen Shu apologized to Wen Xuanning. Wen Xuanning, who had been meditating nearby, instantly opened her eyes. With a single hand, she performed a gesture to easily isolate herself from the foul odor. Shu, she inquired, rising with curiosity to see what Wen Shu intended to do. I need to process the corpses of these three demon beasts. Otherwise, by tomorrow, they will have completely rotted. Wen Shu explained as she began her work. During the daytime, the climate is sweltering, and it is only in the deep of night that a certain chill begins to permeate the air. Today, Wen Shun has successfully hunted three demon beasts, all of which are formidable creatures equivalent to the peak of the Qi refinement stage among humans. Were it not for the overwhelming prowess of Wen Xuanning, who, despite being only at the 6th level of Qi refinement, managed to slay high-ranking demon beasts 4 levels above her, one cannot help but be astonished. Among the corpses of these three demon beasts, only the celestial star bull is of considerable size, occupying a significant portion of the tent upon its retrieval. The other two creatures are a centipede spider and a blind poison toad. The corpse of the centipede spider has been thoroughly shredded by the spiritual blades, while Wen Shun, utilizing her spiritual energy, carefully envelopes the dark green viscous liquid that oozes from the spider's remains, meticulously collecting it into a jade vial. Previously, a fellow disciple had been attacked by this spider and merely came into contact with a small amount of this liquid, resulting in the immediate paralysis of a significant portion of their arm. This clearly illustrates the paralyzing properties of the liquid. Wen Shun plans to deliver it to the archers stationed on the city walls tomorrow, intending for them to apply it to their iron arrows, which would undoubtedly enhance their combat capabilities. The blind poison toad was lured into the range of her feathered arrows using her mirror technique, and it met its demise, pierced by dozens of iron arrows, leaving its body quite incomplete and likely worthless. She can only scrape the solidified poison from its back with a small iron sword, collecting it in a specially crafted box. This poison was exceedingly lethal while the blind poison toad was alive. However, once deceased, it transforms into an antidote for the poisonous effects of the toad itself. Given the abundance of blind poison toads, she intends to share some with her fellow disciples tomorrow, allowing them to apply it to themselves as protection against the toad's venomous attacks. At last, Wen Shu caressed his chin. surveying the only remaining semblance of the celestial star ox. The once resilient and beautiful exterior had been ravaged by icy needles, leaving its interior bones shattered. Wen Shu had no choice but to discard it, extracting only the intact chunks of flesh, the unscathed gallbladder and liver, along with a solitary horn. Collectively, these remnants could be estimated to fetch over 50 low-grade spirit stones. The worth of demonic beasts varies significantly based on their rank and species. Some low-ranking beasts, despite their classification, are laden with treasures, commanding high prices. Conversely, certain high-ranking beasts may offer only 1 or 2 usable parts, resulting in a lower valuation. Typically, the components from high-ranking beasts range in price from 10 to 50 low-grade spirit stones, while limbs from king-level beasts can be sold for no less than 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Spirit hairs, on the other hand, are comparatively inexpensive. If one were to possess a relatively intact corpse of a large demonic beast, its price could soar by 50% above market value. If the beast were alive, the price could double. Unfortunately, Wen Shu had little in the way of savings. Excluding the treasures unearthed from the wilds of Nanyang and the elixirs, spiritual tools, and talismans gifted by Wen Xuanning, the direct descendants of the Wen family received a monthly allowance of merely 30 spirit pearls and 1 mid-grade gathering chi pill. After more than a year of diligent accumulation, Wen Shu had managed to gather over 500 spirit pearls, which, when converted to spirit stones, amounted to a mere 5 low-grade stones. In stark contrast to Wen Shu's meager finances, Wen Xuanning was considerably more affluent. Today, in the midst of the beast tide, Wen Xuanning has indeed reaped considerable rewards. 5 royal beasts and 12 high-tier demon beasts fell to her prowess, except for the first iron-armored giant spider, whose carcass was severed in twain. The remains of the other demon beasts are relatively intact. However, the sheer size of these royal and demon beasts makes it impractical to retrieve them here. This is of little concern, as Wen Xuanning's portable space possesses a storage function that preserves the deceased in their original state. The remains of royal beasts in her possession are not solely from today's conquest. During her time in the secret realm, she had vanquished 15 high-tier demon wolves and 3 high-tier royal beasts, except for the snow python she intends to keep for Wen Shu to refine into inner armor. The rest were exchanged with her family's patriarch for spirit stones. The patriarch of the Wen clan was exceedingly pleased, providing Wen Xuanning with spirit stones at a rate 20% higher than the purchasing prices offered by the major shops in East City. This, in essence, serves as a commendation of her capabilities. As she observes Wen Shu handling her spoils with utmost care, Wen Xuanning extends her consciousness into her space, roughly calculating her amassed wealth. Unbeknownst to her, she has accumulated over 1,500 middle-grade spirit stones, which rounds up to approximately 150 upper-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there are the first-grade supreme elixirs she crafted, 2 upper-grade magical implements, several spirit herbs exchanged from the spirit ape, 3 lower-grade magical tools, and a sealed storage ring. This seal belongs to a nascent soul cultivator, and even with Wen Xuanning's formidable spiritual perception, she would require at least the golden core stage to unlock it. In addition to the apology gift previously given by Li Yuxing, after purchasing the spiritual brush for Wen Shu, there remained several of spirit orbs, a few low-grade spirit stones, some medicinal herbs, and a few treasures whose names elude him for the moment, rumored to be useful in the eastern extreme continent. This fortune is indeed comparable to that of a relatively affluent small family in Nanyang City of Shao Country. Although Wen Xuanning is only at the late stage of foundation establishment, her unique understanding of the sword path, coupled with her exceptional techniques and the blessing of a divine sword, means her strength is not markedly inferior to that of an early golden core cultivator. Even if these pieces of meat were preserved separately, they would surely spoil within days, wouldn't they? Wen Xuanning smiled as she handed the storage ring that Li Yuxing had given her to Wen Shu, saying, "With this, you need not worry." Wen Shu accepted the ring without hesitation, gathering the items from the ground. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she suddenly noticed Wen Xuanning's expression shift. She raised a finger to her lips and whispered, "Listen, there seems to be some commotion outside." Furrowing her brow, Wen Shu was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Her heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that the subplot is veering back onto its original course? In the original story, the 3 major families did not choose to sabotage the Wen family's spirit horses directly. Instead, they affixed a beast-attracting talisman to the city gate. resulting in a frenzied assault by a horde of demon beasts in the dead of night. Initially, Wen Shu believed that this narrative had transformed due to her presence, shifting into an event from days prior, where they sought to incite a spirit horse riot to lure the beast tide into a frenzy. However, this matter was resolved through the sacrifice of Wen Yu. Subsequently, the protagonist's father managed to persuade Murong Beixian to intervene and intimidate the situation. The Zhao family, one of the shadowy masterminds, also received a painful lesson. Wen Shu could not comprehend why these families would resort to such reckless measures, employing tactics that would harm themselves as much as their foes. It is well known that the power of the beast summoning talisman far surpasses the allure of a rampaging spirit steed. Should the fourth city gate fall, surrounded by ferocious beasts, they would find no escape. Perhaps I am merely overthinking. Wen Shu silently prayed in her heart. Yet, contrary to her wishes, the very events she dreaded most were destined to unfold. Before long, the urgent call of the beast ambush sounded, and chaos erupted outside the tents. With flames and shadows swirling in disarray, Wen Shu and Wen Xuanning hurried out, only to hear a disciple rushing towards them, calling out loudly to the nearby family camp, "Senior brothers, senior sisters, this is bad, for high-level savage beasts have appeared ahead." The second elder of the Wen family and the elder of the Su family are struggling to hold on. Chapter 51. The Ambush, Part 2. Suddenly, 3 high-level savage beasts, comparable to the peak of the Golden Core stage, emerged, injuring several Golden Core elders tasked with guarding the front lines. These dire tidings swiftly spread to all ears. Although the remaining Golden Core practitioners took flight on their swords at the fastest pace upon receiving the news, according to the disciples responsible for reporting the frontline combat situation. Even with the elders now outnumbering the foes, the savage beasts were ferocious and ruthless, and the outlook of the battle remained grim. The 3 formidable beasts of the wilderness remain elusive in the darkness, yet it is certain that one of them is the legendary fire sparrow. This creature is distinguished by its 4 wings and serpentine head, renowned for its remarkable speed and unparalleled ferocity. It unleashed a torrent of flames that a Golden Core elder could not intercept in time, resulting in a catastrophic breach of defenses, incinerating 10 Foundation establishment disciples in an instant. Consequently, a significant gap appeared in the defensive formation, allowing the encroaching beasts to surge forth, overwhelming the line of resistance, which led to further breaches in other defensive perimeters. These beasts, audacious and unrestrained, invaded without the ferocity typically associated with daylight confrontations. They exhibited an unsettling calm, refraining from attacking the surrounding humans, and seemingly ceased to resist the onslaught against them. With blood-red eyes, they appeared frenzied, one after another, heedlessly ramming their bodies against the fortified gates of the city. During the day, although the beast tide was fierce, the creatures maintained a degree of awareness, drawn away by distractions, often falling into traps set by the defenders. Through collective effort, the tide was momentarily contained. However, at a certain moment of that fateful night, the beasts of the endless mountains seemed irresistibly lured, charging recklessly toward the city gates. They raced forward in a relentless frenzy, crashing against the heavy, sharp gates of the fourth city, undeterred by pain or the specter of death, an unstoppable force. Thus, amidst the loud cries of alarm from the disciples at the breached defenses, the once seemingly indomitable city gates began to yield, cracking under the relentless assaults of the monstrous beasts. If this continued, within a mere night, the fourth city gate would fall completely. The disciples of the Qi refinement stage stationed within the fourth city gate found themselves devoid of leadership and became increasingly anxious as chaos erupted, with people scattering in all directions, some even bidding farewell to one another. Wen Shu and Wen Xuanning stood resolutely at the pinnacle of the gate, while swiftly wielding her spiritual brush in an attempt to repel the encroaching beasts below. Wen Shu calmly conveyed her thoughts to Wen Xuanning. "Xuanning, we must devise a way to calm these disoriented disciples. Tonight's circumstances are decidedly unusual. I suspect there is something within the city that exerts a powerful allure over the beasts. The beast-attracting talisman mimics the essence of the beast's sacred fruit, infused with an overwhelming amount of mesmerizing runes, rendering it irresistibly attractive to the creatures." "I share your sentiment," Wen Xuanning replied, piercing the throat of a flying beast attempting to breach the top of the gate, massaging her temples in frustration. "However, one thing is certain. This entity was undoubtedly absent before tonight. Are you suggesting that someone tampered with matters this very evening?" Upon hearing Wen Shu's words, A flicker of resentment and coldness flashed in Wen Shuaning's eyes. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for traitors, and at this moment, she was at a loss as to who the betrayer might be. "What should we do now?" she inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. "It requires Xiao Ning to step forward." Even though Wen Shu had exerted every ounce of her strength, the beasts at the city gates showed no signs of retreat, preferring death over surrender. Consequently, she set aside her writing materials, turned to Wen Shuaning, and spoke with grave seriousness. "At present, within the city walls, you possess the highest cultivation level among us and can command the respect of the crowd." Meanwhile, the Golden Dan cultivators were engaged in fending off the feral beasts, while the Foundation establishment practitioners stood guard outside the city, attempting to maintain a defensive line. Yet, their efforts proved futile against the relentless tide of beasts, which pressed them aside, leaving them powerless. Inside the city walls, the majority of the Qi refinement disciples had descended into utter chaos, relying solely on a few remaining Foundation establishment disciples to retain some semblance of composure. These few were diligently piling up sandbags at the lower part of the city, striving to reinforce the city gates and buy more time for their comrades outside. In this critical moment, the exemplary qualities of the elite disciples of the Wen clan shone through amidst the turmoil, displaying a calmness that was almost striking. They remained unflinching in the face of danger, with most maintaining a sufficient level of composure. Together with Wen Shuaning and Wen Shu, they stood at the pinnacle of the city walls, bows in hand, methodically shooting down the beasts that dared to breach their defenses. The disciples of the Li and Sun clans, seemingly resigned to the grim prospects of survival, exhibited a range of reactions. Some wore expressions of numbness and daze, while others fled in panic, rendering the situation within the city gates exceedingly chaotic. At such a moment, a figure capable of commanding the scene was necessary to restore order. Wen Shuaning emerged as the perfect candidate for this role. At Wen Shu's gesture, Wen Shuaning gathered her energy and stood atop the highest point of the city gate, her demeanor solemn as she addressed the bewildered crowd below. "Please, everyone, quiet down. I have an idea that requires the active cooperation of all present." Though her voice may not have resonated with great volume, it possessed an almost magical quality, ensuring that each word reached the ears of every disciple gathered. As a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, endowed with exceptional strength and innate talent, her call succeeded in silencing the crowd immediately. Observing the confusion etched on the faces of the disciples below, Wen Shuaning organized her thoughts and continued, "Have any of you pondered the reason behind the sudden escalation of the beast tide, which had shown signs of abating, now intensifying fiercely this very night? Furthermore, why do these creatures, against all odds, seem willing to risk their lives to breach our city gates? Indeed, it is perplexing. Everything was tranquil, so what provoked this unexpected outbreak?" The low visibility of the night, combined with the fact that most lower-tier demon beasts lack night vision, suggests that tonight should not be an opportune moment for an assault. "I sense that something is amiss with all the demon beasts this evening. Where is the logic in their reckless determination to charge the city gates, even at the cost of their lives? It resembles a mere puppet, manipulated and controlled by others." The disciples exchanged glances, furrowing their brows in contemplation for a moment before engaging in animated discussion. These disciples, being the elite of their respective clans, quickly regained their composure as soon as they calmed down. "I believe it must be due to some extraordinary reason, or perhaps a unique object, that has drawn their attention." Finally, one disciple exclaimed. Wen Shuaning nodded solemnly and stated, "I share the same sentiment. Therefore, I implore all of you to maintain your composure from this moment forth. Only through serenity can we save ourselves. Now, listen closely, form groups of 10 and commence a thorough search of every nook and cranny within the city gates. Remember to be meticulous. No corner should be overlooked. Should you discover any suspicious items previously unseen, report them to me immediately." Her words reinvigorated the previously scattered minds of the disciples from various clans, instilling a sense of purpose, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged. These Qi refinement disciples swiftly organized themselves and began their meticulous search throughout the city. Once calm, their instincts sharpened, and they naturally made significant discoveries. Indeed, a disciple from the Li family uncovered an unfamiliar talisman at the corner of the back wall of the city. He immediately stationed himself at the spot and instructed another disciple to report the matter to Wen Shuaning, who soon arrived with Wen Shu and other disciples. "I have seen this before in a book. It is a beast summoning talisman. Upon observing this talisman, everyone was left in a state of confusion. Yet Wen Shu confidently asserted its nature. In truth, no book has ever documented the beast summoning talisman, and within the realm of Shao, scarcely anyone recognizes such a symbol. Otherwise, the patriarch of the Sun family would not have so brazenly affixed it in plain sight. She was certain that no one was familiar with this talisman. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to a peace talisman, had it not been for the meticulous attention of the disciple who discovered it. An ordinary person would find it challenging to differentiate between the two at first glance. Upon hearing Wen Shu's declaration, the crowd expressed no skepticism and immediately concurred. If this talisman is not the beast summoning talisman, what else could it possibly be? Only by acknowledging it as such can the inexplicable frenzy of the beasts erupting tonight be reasonably explained. We must destroy it, one disciple exclaimed, preparing to take action, but was halted by Wen Shu. Even if we obliterate this talisman, the beast tide cannot be dispelled. Thus, the group became increasingly anxious, to destroy or not to destroy. What course of action should we take? A person of considerable strength is needed to carry this talisman deep into the endless mountains, allowing the beast tide to follow it away, thus resolving the dilemma. No. As soon as the suggestion was made, a foundation-building disciple guarding the Wen family immediately voiced opposition. You are the hope of the family. How can you take such risks? I am also in the late stage of foundation building. I can break through the beasts and go instead. Can you single-handedly contend with several high-level king beasts? Wen Shu sighed softly and posed a rhetorical question, leaving the disciples of the Wen family momentarily speechless. At that moment, the Li and Sun family's disciples were profoundly shaken by her words, rendered as still as statues, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, the members of the Wen family wore expressions of concern, hesitating to voice their thoughts. Suddenly, Wen Shu let out a light laugh, her words emerging with unwavering conviction and resonating authority. I understand what you all wish to express. No one desires to forfeit their life. Even if it were not me, another would have to make sacrifices. If it falls upon me, the likelihood of sacrifice may be considerably reduced. Ultimately, in comparison to the lives of all the beings in this world, what value does my solitary life hold? My decision is resolute. I implore you not to persuade me further. Wen Shu's declaration stemmed from her confidence in her own ability to withdraw unscathed, yet the others remained oblivious to this. As soon as she finished speaking, many disciples of the Wen family began to weep. Their lack of strength rendered them incapable of bringing the beast-attracting talisman through the surging tide of beasts, even if they were willing to sacrifice themselves. I will accompany you, Wen Shu suddenly declared. Wen Shu instinctively sought to decline, only to witness her summon a magical brush and cast an invisibility spell upon herself. Trust me, I can be of assistance. With that, she swiftly grasped the talisman and dashed to the top of the city gate. Wen Shu, feeling helpless yet compelled, immediately pursued her. Although Wen Shu had concealed her form, she could not mask her aura. Thus, Wen Shu was able to follow her unerringly. Chapter 52. Cooperation in the original novel. The reason why Wen Shu chooses to rise to the occasion during the critical moment of the fourth city's survival is not due to a fleeting impulse to play the role of a savior. The notion that one should act solely for oneself is deeply ingrained. Although she admires Wen Yu, she has no intention of sacrificing herself for a noble cause. Her actions are motivated by her own objectives, and she possesses ample capability for self-preservation. Even when confronted by formidable, high-priced savage beasts, she can swiftly retreat into her personal space, waiting until the danger has passed before re-emerging, just as depicted in the narrative. The beast tide is soon captivated by Wen Shu, who wields the beast-attracting talisman, diverting its relentless assault on the city gates to pursue her into the boundless mountains. This includes the 3 high-level savage beasts engaged in a deadly struggle with the Golden Core cultivators. The cultivators seize the opportunity as the beasts turn, coordinating their efforts to unleash a sword formation, managing to leave behind 2 of the beasts, while the one that escapes is gravely injured yet recklessly charges towards Wen Shu, only to have its head severed by Wen Shu, who has concealed her presence and followed closely behind. Nevertheless, their circumstances remain dire. The talisman does not only attract ordinary beasts as they venture deeper. Wen Shu may very well encounter first-tier demonic beasts comparable to the nascent soul stage, or even second-tier demonic beasts akin to the transformation stage, adversaries far beyond their current capabilities. This journey is fraught with peril, and the remaining individuals reflect somberly on the grim reality ahead. The towering, treacherous mountains are rife with danger. Wen Shu was acutely aware of Wen Xuanning's remarkable ability to turn peril into safety, yet she could not assure herself of possessing such fortuitous luck. Thus, she felt compelled to remain closely by Wen Xuanning's side. The adage fortune favors the bold rang true, for the endless mountain range was fraught with dangers. But within those perils lay tremendous opportunities. She was resolute in her desire to acquire the water spirit pearl. In the original narrative, Wen Xuanning, gravely injured, fell to the bottom of the lake and serendipitously obtained the water spirit pearl, one of the 5 elemental treasures. However, unbeknownst to her, the pearl's overwhelming water affinity did not harmonize with her own essence. It was akin to a delicacy that, while exquisite, offered no satisfaction. Neither could it be discarded without regret. If the pearl were not concealed within her dantian for nurturing, its brilliance would attract the attention of powerful entities upon its emergence from the lake's depths. Consequently, Wen Xuanning chose not to take the pearl with her, instead establishing a protective array, planning to retrieve it should the need arise in the future. This may very well be a foreshadowing by the author, indicating that someone in the protagonist's future will inevitably require the water spirit pearl. However, at this moment, Wen Shu was precisely that individual in need of the pearl, possessing both water and with spiritual roots. The acquisition of the water spirit pearl would allow her water affinity to be refined. Such refinement could elevate her water roots to a level comparable to that of a heavenly root. This was an extraordinary opportunity for her to ascend into the ranks of unparalleled geniuses, a chance she could not afford to miss. Perhaps, after obtaining the water spirit pearl, Wen Xuanning would first think of Wen Shu. Yet if Wen Shu were not present at that moment, there would be no means to retrieve the pearl. Wen Shu fervently wished to avert such a scenario from ever becoming a reality. She had contemplated that if Wen Xuanning were to obtain the water spirit pearl first once again, she would offer information regarding the fire spirit pearl, as recorded in her inherited memories. In exchange, this would not be considered as taking advantage. Should she herself benefit from Wen Xuanning's fortune and acquire the water spirit pearl, she would endeavor to lead Wen Xuanning towards the location of the fire spirit pearl in the future. Although Wen Shu indeed desired to ally herself with the heroine's father, she did not wish to become a mere parasitic plant, relying solely on Wen Xuanning for sustenance. Initially, Wen Shu was too feeble and needed to leverage Wen Xuanning's abilities to grow. However, once she matured, she would find ways to reciprocate, ensuring a mutually beneficial relationship, which is the true path to longevity. Sensing that Wen Xuanning was closely following her, Wen Shu tightened her grip on the talisman and let out a slight sigh of relief. She continued to move forward, channeling her spiritual energy into her feet. Leaping gracefully onto the tops of the towering trees, she decided to traverse the treetops for greater convenience, despite the risk of encountering aerial beasts. The number of beasts lurking beneath the trees was far greater. In the pitch-black surroundings, the intertwining branches and vines made movement exceedingly difficult, and she certainly did not wish to be trampled into a pulp by the beasts below. Shu, I know you're worried about me, but you must not put yourself in danger because of it. Wen Xuanning finally caught up to Wen Shu, effortlessly slaying a charging feathered serpent with a swift stroke of her sword, her tone decidedly serious. The invisibility technique is far easier to execute in the inky darkness of night than during the day. As the distance between them and the city gates widened, Wen Xuanning felt a pang of urgency. I believe in you, and that is why I shall accompany you. Do not worry, I shall not hinder your progress. Utilizing the convenience of invisibility and the disruptive energy of the beast summoning talisman, the formidable and costly beasts capable of detecting human aura were oblivious to her presence, mindlessly pursuing the empty air with their roars. As Wen Xuanning appeared beside her, these creatures suddenly had a target, ready to charge, only to quickly realize that this human had vanished. The energy from the beast summoning talisman in the air was intense. They could sense its precise location. Yet no matter how they looked, the treetops were utterly vacant, save for the rustling of the wind. You understand that I do not mean it this way. Wen Xuanning felt a deep sense of helplessness. She could not explain to Wen Shu that her willingness to take the risk of leading the beast tide away was to allow herself to boldly delve into the depths of the forbidden, endless mountains. According to the guidance of that enigmatic being, who might have already ascended to a higher realm, there were 3 hidden treasures in the mortal realm, one within the secret domain of the Wen family, another in the Wuwang Sea of the western extreme continent, and the last within the endless mountains. Therefore, Even if it were not for the beast tide, she would still seek ways to enter the endless mountains. Although the beast tide posed a perilous threat, the deeper one ventured, the more likely one was to provoke wild and magical beasts. Yet Wen Shu showed no signs of retreat. With her spatial abilities, she could simply slip into her space during a crisis. What was there to fear? The opportunity to boldly invade the forbidden territory of the endless mountains while simultaneously saving others from dire straits, leaving behind a noble reputation. How could she resist such an allure? The only thing she did not foresee was that Wen Shu would choose to embark on this adventure alongside her. Yet, she is filled with unwavering confidence. In moments of crisis, she can retreat into her own space, whereas Wen Shu cannot. She is truly risking her life to protect herself. Wen Shu felt a warmth welling in her eyes as she looked up to see Wen Shu gripping the beast's summoning talisman tightly in her hand. While sprinting forward, she skillfully wielded her brush to conjure spiritual blades, clearing obstacles that lay ahead for both of them. Overwhelmed with emotion and guilt, Wen Shu resolved, come what may, she must ensure Wen Shu's safety. At that moment, the moon was absent from the sky, and the forest was shrouded in darkness. They were intermittently beset by waves of advanced demon birds and tree bees. Though these creatures could not see them, they were acutely aware of their presence due to the talisman. Swarms of demon birds charged forth, and Wen Shu immediately employed the mirror technique, tearing a corner of the talisman to affix it to an illusion. She then concealed the talisman within her storage ring, which effectively cloaked its aura. The fragment of the talisman's illusion fell to the ground, and indeed, the flock of birds descended in pursuit, only to be trampled and shattered by the throng of demon beasts below. Unlike Wen Shu, who had established a spiritual platform enabling her to see in the dark, Wen Shu had to rely solely on her own spiritual awareness and instincts to evade danger. The sky was thick with clouds, swirling ominously, and suddenly, thunder erupted. A flash of lightning split the heavens, followed by a torrential downpour. The deluge did nothing to quell the demon beast's fervor for the talisman. As she hastily consumed pills, Wen Shu drew forth the talisman once more, wielding her brush to sketch new illusions, diverting the attention of the beasts both beneath and in the air. She repeatedly retrieved the beast attraction talisman, drawing the tide of beasts time and again, intermittently retracting it to maintain a certain distance from the oncoming horde alongside Wen Shu. Fortunately, under the influence of the talisman, most of these ferocious creatures had lost their sanity, mindlessly pursuing the aura of the talisman without launching any assaults. Wen Shu had carved a path through the throng. And although these beasts did not intentionally attack, the blind collisions of airborne creatures still posed a lethal threat. She forged ahead, clearing the way for Wen Shu, as the two worked in perfect harmony, leading the beast tide deeper into the fray. Chapter 53. The Void of Heaven and Earth Amidst the Tempest. Rain and wind clashed with thunderous roars, as a bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning intertwined with fervor. The relentless downpour pelted the tops of trees, fiercely crashing down upon the two emaciated figures that darted beneath its veil, seemingly intent on dislodging these audacious humans from their perch. In contrast to Wen Shu, who gathered her spiritual energy to resist the storm, Wen Shu offered no resistance, allowing the torrential rain to batter her exposed arms, face, and neck, leaving her skin stinging. She simply closed her eyes, fully relaxing her limbs, wholeheartedly attuning her consciousness to the surrounding rain, embracing it, accepting it, and merging with it. Suddenly, silence enveloped her ears, her energy center spun rapidly, and countless pale orbs of light seemed to roar and leap around her. She endeavored to communicate with them, gently soothing one of the pale orbs. Gradually, one of them calmed down, its innocent expression revealing a tentative curiosity as it approached her, nudging her cheek with an imagined tiny nose. A soft sound, akin to a timid chirp, seemed to resonate in her ears. "Do not be afraid," she whispered, tenderly caressing it with her consciousness, channeling a hint of watery energy to touch it, softly reassuring. "See, we are not so different after all." The small orb, seemingly understanding, suddenly dove into her forehead with a soft plop. After a moment, it emerged, bobbing its head in delight, and joyfully scampered off to join the other orbs. Soon, countless luminous spheres surged towards her, like an unstoppable torrent of light that flooded into her mind, limbs, and energy center, merging with the spiritual essence within her. Wen Shu felt a profound sense of relief and clarity, and when she opened her eyes, the world remained shrouded in a veil of darkness and rain. Yet, it seemed as though she could peer through this obscurity to behold the essence of all creation. The interplay of the 5 elements unfolded before her, embodying the dynamic evolution of yin and yang. Water represented nurturing, while wood symbolized vitality. Nurtured by the gentle embrace of water, the myriad trees flourished. As the trees thrived, all living beings dependent upon them were granted life. Water was the source of existence, and gentleness fostered growth, yet it also marked the beginning of demise and fury. It could bring about death. The contemplation of life and death resides solely in the fleeting moment of choice. A cultivator may not create water but possesses the ability to manipulate and utilize it. The temperament of water is contingent upon the intentions of those who wield it. The heavens and earth may unleash floods through its might, while a cultivator may employ it for self-preservation or even for lethal purposes. The essence of the water element knows no distinction between good and evil. All things possess a spirit, and the water element is no exception. It embodies a certain spirituality. In the primordial era, it was a pure infant, yet also a chaotic demon, capable of being as pristine as freshly fallen snow or as chaotic as a canvas awaiting splashes of color. Time, all beings, the cosmos, and humanity are inextricably linked to it. However, to harness its power, one must first obtain it and then earn its recognition. By Wen Shu's side, Wen Xuanning gazed in astonishment at the once unsteady figure, who suddenly ceased to sway under the relentless downpour. She resembled a sprite amidst the rain, her steps light and buoyant. With a mere exertion, she soared into the deluge, gliding swiftly through the curtain of rain. Witnessing this, Wen Xuanning hastened her own pace, casting a wind speed talisman upon herself, yet she still struggled to keep up. Wen Xuanning, a practitioner in the late stage of foundation establishment, with the aid of the talisman, found herself nearly outpaced by Wen Shu, who was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. As a distinguished cultivator among her peers, she prided herself on her speed, thus deeming Wen Shu's extraordinary swiftness an anomaly. As the spiritual energy surged wildly into Wen Shu's body, Wen Xuanning's heart swelled with joy. For cultivators with a water spirit root, rain may indeed herald fortuitous events. Perhaps it was the abundant water-based spiritual energy within the rainfall that facilitated Wen Shu's sudden enlightenment and rapid breakthrough. At this moment, the relentless downpour resembled the Milky Way cascading from above, striking down upon the branches with a force that splintered them, and battering the wings of the ethereal birds, bees, and butterflies. The enchanted bees and butterflies were sent tumbling to the ground by the torrential cascades, while the wings of the mystical birds became sodden and heavy, rendering flight a daunting task, compelling them to descend into the foliage. The symphony of wind, rain, and thunder merged with the cacophony of countless magical beasts roaring and the thundering of hooves upon the earth, all mingling with the rhythmic patter of rain striking the mud-laden ground, akin to a demon fervently playing an ancient zither. Within Wen Shu's heart, a profound tranquility prevailed. Moments ago, she had successfully ascended to the 7th level of qi cultivation. The spiritual energy within her dantian continued to surge forth, seemingly on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level. She harmonized her mind and spirit, her left hand grasping the damp talisman while her right wielded the spiritual brush, effortlessly conjuring spells amidst the curtain of rain. Suddenly, an image unfurled in her mind, a painting she had meticulously copied dozens of times under the guidance of her elders, the fisherman alone on the cold river. In the artwork, a small boat cradled an elderly fisherman casting his line, with a few delicate strokes of ink suggesting the rippling water beside him. Surrounding the scene was an expanse devoid of mountains or the depiction of undulating azure waves, presenting instead a vast emptiness. Yet, this void evoked a sense of serene stillness, with the misty river waters flowing softly. The interplay of reality and illusion gave birth to a wondrous realm, even in the absence of elaborate detail. The technique of leaving space within the painting created an ethereal tranquility. Wen Shu pondered why, amidst such a torrential downpour, this incongruous image surfaced in her mind. In the next moment, the painting lone fisherman on a cold river vanished from her mind and materialized directly within her cosmic bag. Simultaneously, 4 profound characters emerged in Wen Shu's consciousness. Heaven and earth leave blank. This is a scroll. Wen Shu beamed with delight. According to her inherited memories, the artist's weaponry consisted not only of brushes and ink, but also of a unique treasure, the scroll of painted imagery. It resembles a weapon, yet also bears similarities to a talisman, enabling its wielder to confront adversaries. Unlike talismans, which are single-use, this elongated scroll floated beside her, and its imagery could draw opponents into an intricate formation or unleash the arcane technique of the painted soul. Heaven and earth leave blank signifies a realm where the cosmos is rendered devoid of detail. Yet, within this void, it is far from empty. It is fraught with peril, teeming with countless dangers. The essence of this spell lies in its ability to momentarily obscure the opponent's perception, be it spiritual awareness, auditory senses, visual acuity, or cognitive perception, rendering them incapacitated under the shroud of heaven and earth leave blank. The potency of this incantation hinges upon the disparity in strength between the caster and their foe, should their powers reside within the same grand realm. Regardless of whether the opponent is at an early or later stage, the caster can induce a loss of 3 breaths of sensory awareness. However, if the caster's cultivation surpasses their opponent by 1 or several realms, the duration of sensory deprivation may extend to 10 breaths, or even a quarter of an hour. Conversely, if the opponent's grand realm exceeds that of the caster, heaven and earth leave blank may only slightly impact them, perhaps obscuring a portion of their vision or hearing for a span of 1 breath, or merely a fleeting moment. The invocation of heaven and earth leave blank necessitates 2 conditions. First, the execution must occur amidst a curtain of rain. Another condition is that the practitioner must possess a singular water affinity. Yet, I do not embody such a singular affinity. I do not meet the criteria for utilizing it. Why, then, has this scroll manifested? As Wen Shu pondered, she examined her qi and was astonished to find that she had inadvertently broken through to the 8th layer of qi cultivation. The incessant flow of spiritual energy continued to surge into her body with fervor. Chapter 54, The Stone Giant at the Break of Dawn. Wen Shu and Wen Xuanning had already ventured deep into the heart of the endless mountains. Towering peaks surrounded them, with trees becoming increasingly sparse and the terrain growing steeper. Isolated trees, lacking the support of neighboring ones, had succumbed to the tremors, toppling over. Meanwhile, the horde of beasts that had relentlessly pursued the two throughout the night came to a halt, their ears perked up in vigilance. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding noise drew nearer, and the earth trembled with increasing intensity. Were it not for the certainty that the sound emanated from directly ahead, accompanied by a series of quakes beneath her feet, Wen Shu might have mistaken it for thunder from the heavens. At this moment, the effect of the beast-attracting talisman had diminished significantly. It had been torn apart by Wen Shu, leaving only a small fragment. The beast horde gradually began to regain its wits. As the booming footsteps grew louder, they sensed an impending threat, refraining from vocalizing their usual roars. One by one, they bared their teeth and scurried away, tails tucked, emitting whimpers of fear. Wen Shu was taken aback upon witnessing this. At that moment, the two stood atop a robust and towering tree, which trembled violently from the tremors of the earthquake, nearly dislodging her and Wen Xuanning from its branches. The torrential rain had yet to cease, and the dawn light was shrouded in a dim haze, enveloping the entire forest in a thick mist. In what should have been a serene and picturesque morning, the resounding thuds echoed ominously, amplifying the tension in the air. Peering into the distant, indistinct fog, a dark silhouette emerged, gradually magnifying as it approached, revealing a figure that dwarfed the surrounding tree shadows by several magnitudes, the stone giant. Having swiftly deduced the nature of the looming threat, Wen Shu's expression turned grave. This was indeed troubling. Upon hearing the term stone giant, a chill ran down Wen Xuanning's spine. The stone giants were part of the stone beast clan, not quite classified as demonic beasts, but scarcely different. This clan encompassed not only the stone giants, but also the stone serpents and stone apes, born of the earth and nurtured by the essence of the sun and moon. The stone beasts were entities straddling the line between beast and spirit, characterized by their colossal forms composed entirely of sentient, sturdy rock. Even a newly birthed stone beast possessed strength equivalent to that of a high-ranking wild beast. In contrast to the solitary stone serpents and stone apes, the stone giants were typically gregarious. Therefore, if one encountered a stone giant alone, one must exercise extreme caution, for it was highly likely that several of its kin lurked nearby. Wen Xuanning was fortunate enough to peruse the notes on magical beasts housed within the repository, learning of the gargantuan stone giant, towering at an impressive 7 zhang. Its skin, forged from stone, was impervious to both fire and water, and it harbored no fear of blades or swords. Even at this very moment, facing such a creature. A peak golden core practitioner would find it arduous to ensure a resounding victory. Wen Shu pressed her lips together, gripping the Yishui sword tightly in one hand. Her expression solemn as she addressed Wen Shu. Shu, you should make your way to the mountain summit first. I will remain here to hold it off for a while. At that moment, after absorbing the essence of water spirit energy throughout the night, Wen Shu's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, the 10th level. Given an opportunity, she could break through to the foundation establishment stage. A 10-year-old at the peak of Qi refinement, and a 13-year-old like Wen Shu who had already attained the later stages of foundation establishment. Such prodigious talent and speed were indeed astonishing, even in the East Extreme continent, a rarity to behold. Gradually beginning to suspect that she too might be one of the many protagonists in this fantastical realm, Wen Shu briefly weighed the thought in her mind, only to immediately shake her head, resolutely rejecting Wen Shu's proposal. No, if we are to flee, we shall do so together. As soon as the words left her lips, she retrieved the fishing alone on a cold river scroll from her chinkoan bag. The scroll, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery, floated automatically beside Wen Shu upon its extraction. The luminous flow of the painting shimmered, and although the old man in the small boat depicted within remained still, he seemed as lively as a living being. With a flick of her arm, the scroll flew towards her, its radiant points of light swirling gracefully around her arm. What is this? Wen Shu encountered a flying scroll for the very first time. Previously, she had only seen scrolls solemnly hanging on the walls of pavilions, primarily intended for information dissemination or mere admiration. To her astonishment, this one could soar like a living sprite. Wen Shu gently raised her hand, and the scroll danced around her arm. She brought her arm closer to Wen Shu's eyes and whispered, "It is a scroll that manifested after my epiphany last night. I know it can be used to cast a spell that renders the opponent devoid of their 5 senses, though the specifics remain unclear." Devoid of 5 senses? Wen Shu was taken aback. She envisioned a scenario in which, during combat, one party suddenly became as blind and deaf as a bat, unable to see, hear, or sense anything. It would be akin to surrendering with both hands tied. Yet, considering that Wen Shu was originally a rare painter in this world, and recalling the mysterious and uncanny techniques she had previously demonstrated, it did not seem entirely unacceptable. After all, this girl had ascended from the 6th level of Qi training to the pinnacle in a single night. Reflecting on her own progress, Wen Shu felt a sudden sense of acceptance wash over her. Eventually, she nodded, albeit somewhat dazed, and handed Wen Shu a stack of wind talisman, earnestly advising, "If I cannot contend with it, you must flee immediately without concern for me. I have my own means of evasion." Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous footsteps drew ever closer, the silhouette of the stone giant becoming increasingly distinct. Wen Shu immediately focused, utilizing the pouring rain to perceive the surrounding information. She leaped to the ground, bowing her head to listen to the vibrations of the earth. After carefully assessing the frequency of the immense footsteps, she concluded the number of stone giants. There were no others behind it. Although there was but one, its strength rivaled that of a high-tier savage beast. This was a stone giant that had only recently come into existence, seemingly isolated. Otherwise, its kin would not have been absent. Despite the solitary giant, Wen Shu remained vigilant. Although she faced only one stone giant, it possessed power comparable to a high-tier savage beast. This encounter was not like the previous one where she had slain a severely injured high-tier savage beast. The current stone giant was unscathed, in excellent condition, and even somewhat enraged. The creature's massive form, comprised of stone-like skin and bones, exuded a formidable, brutal presence that would prove challenging to confront directly. She needed a strategy. Charging recklessly was not an option. In a direct confrontation, Wen Shu had little confidence in her chances of victory. As the stone giant's form loomed ever closer, sensing impending danger, the surrounding beasts had fled in haste. Wen Shu refused to succumb to inaction. Casting a glance around, she said to Wen Shu, "Let us go. We must head to the mountaintop." With that, she sprinted toward the summit of the right peak. Wen Shu glanced up at the sheer cliffs of the mountain's apex, instantly grasping Wen Shu's intentions. With a sense of resolve, he followed her without hesitation, swiftly scaling the heights. The beast-controlling talisman in Wen Shu's hand still retained its potency, ensuring that the colossal stone giant would surely follow. With a resounding roar, a titanic fist struck the uneven ground, creating a massive crater. Debris flew in all directions, swirling in the torrential rain and enveloping the area in a choking haze. Despite Wen Shu and Wen Xuanning exerting their utmost efforts, the stone giant had caught up with them just as they neared the summit. Wen Xuanning swiftly turned, deftly evading the giant's colossal punch, and countered with a gleaming arc of sword light. Astonishingly, this blade of light bore the ethereal semblance of a golden crow, which screeched as it surged towards the stone giant. The giant attempted to sidestep, but the brilliance of the sword was too rapid. The dazzling crimson light struck its shoulder with a resounding crack, leaving behind a deep, 3-inch gash, letting out a pained roar. The stone giant's fury intensified upon being wounded by this audacious little ant that dared to provoke it. Its eyes blazed with a murderous intent. With a thunderous stamp, the giant lifted its massive foot and brought it crashing down upon the earth, shattering the surrounding rocks into fragments. The jagged stones atop the cliff trembled, and soon after, a cascade of boulders began to tumble downwards in a tumultuous roar. Wen Xuanning remained unperturbed, seizing the opportunity to leap onto a massive boulder. With her left hand, she unleashed several fire talismans toward the scattered debris. In an instant, the tumbling stones transformed into colossal fireballs, ablaze with fierce flames. The fireballs rolled toward the giant stone creature, crashing against its legs and waist with resounding thuds. Roar! The giant stone creature bellowed in agony as the fireballs seared its flesh, swinging its fists and shattering the fiery projectiles one by one. In that moment of distraction, Wen Xuanning swiftly released dozens of dispelling talismans. Even a cultivator at the golden core stage would find themselves grievously wounded by such talismans. However, the giant stone creature, composed of mystical rock, while indeed hindered by the dispelling talismans, remained impervious to complete destruction in any specific area. Taking advantage of the creature's momentary pain and retreat, Wen Xuanning called to Wen Shu, and they both dashed toward the summit. Previously, Wen Shu had not been idle either. She had cast the technique Heaven and Earth Leave Blank, momentarily stunning the giant stone creature. Yet, due to the vast disparity in their strengths, the giant soon regained its senses. Seizing the moment, Wen Shu rapidly conjured a spectral image identical to Wen Xuanning and cast it forward, attempting to divert the attention of the giant stone creature. As anticipated, the creature diverted its focus, charging a few steps forward and delivering a powerful punch that shattered Wen Xuanning's illusion. However, it quickly realized it had been deceived. In a fit of rage, the giant stone creature pounded its chest and let out a thunderous roar, its hatred for Wen Xuanning reaching a fever pitch. Shu, now is the time. Hand me the beast summoning talisman. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuanning hurriedly handed over the remaining fragment of the beast summoning talisman to her. Wen Xuanning bit her finger, and with the bloody digit, she swiftly traced intricate patterns on the talisman fragment. Instantly, the remnants of the talisman began to emit an eerie red glow, which captivated the distant stone giant, rendering it momentarily still, its gaze fixed vacantly upon the talisman in Wen Xuanning's hand. The energy emanating from the talisman fragment had transformed. It could still attract the monstrous beasts, yet it also induced a state of stupor in them for a brief duration. In an instant, Wen Xuanning swiftly tucked it away into her spatial bag, and the energy dissipated in the blink of an eye. Roar! The awakened stone giant, now filled with fury, swung its enormous stone arms with great force, charging towards Wen Xuanning menacingly. She pivoted and fled with great speed, soon leading it to the precipice of the mountain peak. Look here, everyone, she exclaimed, suddenly producing the beast summoning talisman once more, raising her arm towards the stone giant before forcefully hurling the talisman over the cliff. Roar! 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 The stone giant indeed rushed forward, seizing the talisman with a resounding clap, only to realize that it had leaped over the edge of the cliff, its legs now dangling in midair. Be careful! Just then, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the stones beneath Wen Shu began to shatter. She leaped forward in a desperate attempt, but ultimately fell just short, plummeting down the cliff with a resounding thud. Shu, Wen Xuanning, injured and unable to rise, stared wide-eyed in horror as she watched Wen Shu's body descend into the abyss. She felt a whirlwind of emotions, hastily shoving a handful of elixirs into her mouth, desperately enduring the excruciating pain in her chest. With her hands clawing at the earth, she dragged her immobile body inch by inch to the edge of the cliff. Peering down, all she could see was a cascade of rubble, ultimately swallowed by a roiling mist. It was all my fault. Wen Xuanning stood in a daze, gazing at the tumultuous clouds, silent as the torrential rain lashed against her body. A single tear, mingled with dust and sand, fell with a soft thud, merging indistinguishably with the muddy ground below. This marked the first time in her life that she shed tears, tears born of helplessness, guilt, and regret. Wen Shu felt an unparalleled weight of remorse that she had never experienced before. The anguish surged within her heart like a rapid tide, impossible to dispel. She had believed herself to be as unyielding as stone, yet upon witnessing her dear friend sacrifice her life to save her, she realized that, unbeknownst to her, Wen Shu had become her Achilles heel. But now, this vulnerability remained shrouded in uncertainty. Shu had fallen to save me. Yet, it should have been I who plummeted, while she could have emerged unscathed. Wen Shu clenched her fists. Ever since inheriting the legacy of mysterious powers years ago, she had seemingly sailed through life with ease. Yet now, reality had delivered a resounding slap to her face. It was my arrogance to assume that the newly emerged giant would possess a limited intellect. Had I been more cautious and utilized an arrow to launch the beast-attracting talisman, Shu might not have plummeted. Regret now surged too late, as the elixir dissolved within her, gradually mending the shattered lung of Wen Shu. She finally managed to stand. Trembling, gazing into the mist below the cliff, her expression suddenly resolute. She resolved to descend the sheer cliff face, inch by inch. Life must meet life. Death must meet death. Perhaps, by some stroke of fortune, when Shu had snagged onto a branch jutting from the cliff wall. Regardless, I must find her. Meanwhile, as the cliff walls swiftly receded around her and the roar of the wind filled her ears, when Shu opened her eyes wide, feeling no trace of fear. In the original narrative, when Shu fell from the cliff after sustaining injuries, landing in a vast lake where she acquired the water spirit pearl. While uncertain if this was indeed the same cliff, when Shu had unhesitatingly rescued Wen Shu, not to affirm her own protagonist halo. In that critical moment, she hadn't allowed herself to ponder. It was instinct that drove her to act. If I were to perish in this manner, as a mere supporting character, saving the life of the heroine's father would render my demise somewhat worthwhile. Reflecting on the power of narrative, when Shu turned over, unwilling to fall face first. Such a fate would be far too undignified. One cannot help but wonder if one might leave behind a complete corpse. The cliff is quite high, and to fall completely to the bottom would require a measure of time. When Shu contemplated the height of the precipice in her mind and realized that even at the pinnacle of her chi training, preserving her entire body would be rather challenging. Thus, she turned over once more. After all, without the possibility of a complete corpse, it was far more important to cherish the comfort of her current state. To be candid, although Wen Shu initially approached Wen Shu with ulterior motives, after spending half a year together, she found that Wen Shu treated her with utmost care, kindness, and tenderness. Whatever Wen Shu possessed, she never forgot to share with Wen Shu. Whenever Wen Shu had a need, she would go to great lengths to fulfill it. For such a dear friend, Wen Shu mused. She did not feel her sacrifices were unwarranted. With these thoughts, Wen Shu's spirits lightened. If she were to miraculously survive this ordeal, could it not signify that she too was among the chosen ones? The chosen ones, those favored by the heavens, endowed with the halo of protagonists. They are resilient, compassionate, diligent, straightforward, and deeply loyal. These fortunate individuals, bestowed with countless opportunities and strokes of luck, nonetheless cling to the belief that their destinies are crafted by their own hands rather than dictated by fate. The chosen ones are invariably gifted. Even if they initially appear unremarkable, they eventually distinguish themselves in various aspects, setting them apart from the ordinary. Fearless and unstoppable, they never waver in the face of adversity. Even amidst a myriad of troublesome events, they consistently utilize their wisdom and strength to resolve challenges with finesse. Those around her are willing to cherish her, while the antagonists harbor deep-seated animosity towards her. Even the monsters and demons tremble in fear at her presence. Now, according to the laws governing protagonists, should one fall from a precipice, the likelihood of a miraculous revival, even an enhancement of power, is nearly a certainty. In that final moment of descent, Wen Shu, filled with curiosity, finally closed her eyes. Am I truly the protagonist? Chapter 56, The Water Spirit Pearl, Part 1, Logically speaking. An object plummeting swiftly into water would undoubtedly create a tremendous splash, according to the principles of gravity and acceleration. Even a person jumping from a height of 100 meters would experience an impact force comparable to that of leaping from a 30-meter rooftop onto concrete, rendering survival nearly impossible. However, Cultivators transcend the boundaries of scientific reasoning, especially when one of them possesses the extraordinary aura of a protagonist. Wen Shu's descent was rapid, yet in the final moment, she felt as light as a feather with a soft splash. She gracefully plunged into the depths of the chasm without even generating a slight ripple. Moments later, the once tranquil and frigid waters began to bubble violently, as if brought to a boil. The small cold pool emitted an overwhelming pressure of heavenly might, causing the creatures of the surrounding flora and fauna to tremble in fear, tucking their wings and clutching their tails, bereft of any courage to flee. At that moment, Wen Shu, drawn by an immense force, struggled to open her eyes. After numerous futile attempts, she suddenly realized that she was utterly immobilized. It seemed as though an unknown, enigmatic force had completely shackled her. She could distinctly feel that she had indeed plunged into the water, the damp sensation on her skin undeniably reminiscent of a liquid element. Yet, contrary to her expectations of the chilling embrace of a deep pool, she did not experience the suffocating cold. In the depths of this aquatic realm, deprived of air, she found herself remarkably unchoked. To her astonishment, she was capable of breathing underwater. Upon this revelation, Wen Shu instinctively controlled her trachea and inhaled vigorously, only to discover that what filled her nostrils was not air, but water. A torrent surged through her nasal passages, gurgling as it cascaded into her trachea and throat. Yet she felt no sensation of choking. At that moment, despite being immobilized by that inexplicable force, her internal organs functioned normally, and her skin's sensitivity remained intact. Surely, this isn't another instance of time travel? Yet, if I were truly dead, I would have experienced an overwhelming sensation of pain beforehand. As Wen Shu contemplated various possibilities within her mind, she strained to listen intently to her surroundings, hoping to uncover any clues. However, the only sound that graced her ears was the gentle flow of water, devoid of any indication of a passing fish or water creature. Consequently, Wen Shu decisively abandoned her investigation, centering her energy, and attempted to absorb spiritual power. However, upon activating her techniques, rather than augmenting the water spirit energy within her dantian, it began to leak out incessantly. A sudden jolt surged through Wen Shu's heart, and she realized the gravity of the situation. Hastily, she ceased her cultivation practice. However, the surging spiritual energy could not be contained and continued to escape rapidly. Tears of despair welled up in her eyes as she found herself utterly immobilized, helplessly observing her energy reservoir gradually depleting. Would she truly fall from her peak state merely a day after her ascension to the pinnacle of qi cultivation? It felt as if her spiritual power had undergone a process of refinement and evolution. Sensing the unique energy re-entering her reservoir, Wen Shu was filled with elation and promptly resumed her cultivation, eagerly absorbing the pure, rich essence of the water's spiritual energy. Time became an indiscernible entity as she continued to cultivate until her meridians and energy reservoir were replenished. At last, she ceased her practice, only to find that the remaining pure spiritual energy could no longer penetrate her defenses. With a resounding thud, it collided against her skin, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain, prompting her instinctively to seal her energy reservoir. The residual spiritual energy attempted to breach her defenses several more times, yet to no avail. Its apparent dissatisfaction was palpable, and it swiftly united with the rest of the spiritual energy, coalescing into a more formidable current that surged into Wen Shu's energy reservoir with a whoosh. The sensation was overwhelming. She felt as though a colossal wave of spiritual energy was battering her internal organs, and her bones creaked as if on the brink of shattering. Agonizing pain coursed through her body, yet she possessed no means to repel it. The torrent of energy rampaged within her, shattering her ribcage and severing her meridians, wreaking havoc before swiftly mending them anew. Wen Shu was in excruciating pain, feeling as if her bones had been shattered countless times only to be rejoined, and her meridians cruelly severed, then swiftly sutured. After a prolonged period, during which she fainted from the agony, Wen Shu gradually regained consciousness, finding that the pain had dissipated, leaving behind an indescribable sense of relief. At that moment, her internal organs, muscles, bones, and energy channels felt remarkably rejuvenated. Wen Shu could distinctly sense the immense power surging within her dantian, which had expanded to over 10 times its previous size. This was indeed the foundation of her cultivation. Overwhelmed with emotion and tears streaming down her face, she suddenly realized she could move. The mysterious restraint that had bound her was now gone. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a vast expanse of deep blue surrounding her. As she floated alone in the depths of the water, an eerie solitude engulfing her. Looking up, she could only see a faint light above, with the water's surface evidently far above her. Stretching her limbs to acclimate to her newly refined body, Wen Shu soon began to propel herself upwards, splashing through the water. However, a sudden impact halted her ascent, as an invisible barrier obstructed her path. Rubbing her head where she had collided, she inhaled deeply, causing a rush of water to surge through her nostrils, which quickly escaped from her ears, releasing a stream of bubbling effervescence. Resolving to find a way out, Wen Shu reassured herself, striving to maintain a calm and collected mindset. Having survived a fall from a great height and achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation, it could either be attributed to the protective aura bestowed by the female protagonist's father or to the fact that she herself embodies an immense fortune characteristic of a leading lady. Regardless of the reason, it is evident that fate does not intend to confine her indefinitely. Thus, Wen Shu began to wander about, meticulously exploring her surroundings and measuring the extent of the barriers. After a considerable time, she finally reached a conclusion. She seemed to be trapped within a colossal spherical entity. Could it possibly be the water spirit pearl? In the original text, the water spirit pearl was merely the size of an infant's fist, a gem imbued with boundless magical power and one of the 5 elemental spirit pearls in existence. When the protagonist acquired it, the narrative referenced a description from a certain swordplay game regarding the water spirit pearl. It is a small, aquamarine orb that emanates an eerie, chilling aura, yet when worn, it bestows warmth and protection against external coldness upon its bearer. This suggests that the concept of the 5 spirit pearls in Endless Immortal Journey is derived from this source, with the original elements of water, fire, lightning, wind, and earth replaced by gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. After a brief respite, Wen Shu ceased her aimless exploration and resolved to delve deeper into the mysteries of this immense water sphere. She gauged her approximate orientation and began to glide gracefully towards the center of the water sphere. Soon, a small whirlpool emerged directly ahead of her, tiny, akin to the size of a fingernail, and it was not easily discernible without careful observation. At that moment, the whirlpool spun rapidly, emanating a mesmerizing azure glow. As she approached, she realized it was not a whirlpool at all, but a rotating jellyfish. Just as she drew near, the jellyfish abruptly ceased its rotation and, with a swift motion, plunged into her brow. Chapter 57, The Water Spirit Pearl, Part 2, In a Realm of Chaos, Shrouded in Darkness. A solitary droplet floated amidst the boundless primordial energy. It possessed no knowledge of its identity, its origins, or the destiny that awaited it. Bereft of memories and devoid of kin, it lacked independent thought, drifting aimlessly through the epochs of primordial chaos. Yet, at some unknown moment, its form began to autonomously absorb the surrounding primordial energy, transforming from a mere droplet into a plump and burgeoning entity. In the depths of its being, it birthed a phenomenon known as consciousness. It came to understand that it was indeed a droplet of water, cognizant of its lineage. As chaos emerged, so too did it. Like countless primordial energies swirling in the void, it floated in tranquil silence, motionless and contemplative, with no companions to share its existence, enduring countless epochs in this manner. One day, the primordial energy surrounding the water droplet began to stir with an unprecedented fervor. Casting aside its once familiar companions, the energy surged towards a singular direction. Thus, amid the chaos, a child was born. With an enormous head and robust limbs, he emerged as the most formidable entity within the primordial void. Initially, he drifted aimlessly, finding nothing of interest in his surroundings. Exhausted and ravenous, he ruthlessly began to absorb the primordial energy that permeated the space around him. In this manner, he grew increasingly into chaos, devouring primordial energy daily, his appetite expanding insatiably, while the once abundant primordial essence around the water droplet dwindled. The child's size became colossal. Even the similarly large droplet appeared minuscule, akin to a mere grain of sand in comparison. As he approached a size that threatened to overwhelm the entire primordial realm, the child, dissatisfied, writhed restlessly, as if yearning to burst forth from the confines that imprisoned him. The water droplet, filled with curiosity, cautiously approached the child. This marked the first time in countless eons that it had taken the initiative to control its own form. With audacious resolve, it floated toward the child's immense eyes. Gulping, it absorbed a trace of primordial energy, which swiftly circulated within its being, transforming into a bubble that soon erupted from the top of its head. "Who are you?" a powerful consciousness inquired of the water droplet. At this moment, the child's enormous pupils were curiously fixated on the droplet of water. Although it appeared to be a delectably enticing object, it was also the first entity, imbued with self-awareness, to approach the child since birth. Thus, he desperately suppressed the urge to consume it. Gurgle, gurgle, the droplet, delighted to finally engage in a form of telepathic communication, emitted cheerful sounds. "You say you are water, but what is water?" "Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle." "Oh, you don't even know?" The child, perplexed, nibbled on his finger, filled with envy. "At least you know who you are. I do not even comprehend my own origin. Since my inception, all I have known is to voraciously consume and grow. Yet, this place feels unbearably confined. I sense I might burst." "Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. You suggest finding a way to break free from this space. That is indeed a splendid idea." Subsequently, Pangu separated heaven and earth, dispelling the primordial chaos, giving rise to wind and snow, thunder and fire, water and ice, wood and earth. Pangu transformed into mountains and the sun and moon, while the little droplet became a boundless ocean. As time flows on, the entity within it grows ever more abundant, gradually giving rise to new life. The little droplet rejoices, yet she is too vast. Each time she emits a gurgling sound, a colossal tsunami ensues, overwhelming extensive swathes of land in a deluge. Numerous beings that cannot survive in water perish. The little droplet feels a profound sorrow, striving to suppress her yearning for communication. At this moment, Pangu has transformed into the essence of heaven and earth, and no one can engage with him through consciousness anymore. If she were to shrink back to her original form, might she then attain true freedom? Contemplating this, the little droplet diligently gathers the primordial energy within her body, condensing it into a small orb, and then imbues her consciousness into it. Thus, the little droplet's awareness departs from the corporeal vastness of the ocean, allowing her to roam this world unencumbered at last. As time ebbs and flows, countless years pass. The little droplet inhabits this spiritual pearl, drifting among mountains and seas, sometimes seeking the wind spirit pearl, at other times visiting the fire spirit pearl, and occasionally drawing near to the new beings known as humans. However, this bliss is fleeting. The abilities of these humans gradually intensify, and the conflicts between tribes escalate, until one fateful day, humans ascend to divinity, and a god named Gongon collides with the unyielding mountain. The heavens lose their support, a chasm opens in the sky, the world begins to tilt, and the waters of the celestial river pour forth in devastation, causing untold suffering among the earthly beings, leaving the populace in despair. At this moment, a goddess named Inwa emerged. She sought out the 4 spiritual orbs of gold, wood, fire, and earth, and cunningly ensnared the water orb, which was infused with the consciousness of a tiny droplet. When the 5 orbs converged, they finally sealed the rift in the heavens. After mending the sky, the immensely powerful 5 orbs were reduced to mere remnants of their former selves, having completely lost their consciousness. They descended from the heavens, scattering to an undisclosed location on earth. The consciousness of the tiny droplet was also sealed, plunging existence back into the primordial chaos akin to the era before creation. Upon awakening, Wen Shu was left trembling, instinctively clutching her chest. The memories of the tiny droplet unfolded like a fantastical myth, the vivid imagery strikingly authentic, resonating deeply within her heart as if she had personally experienced it. The primordial chaos was oblivious to the passage of time, although ages had elapsed in her memory. Awakening felt like merely a fleeting moment. Wen Shu began to meticulously assess her physical condition, and upon inspection, she was struck with astonishment. According to the author's portrayal, an individual's spiritual roots could not be altered. If she had suddenly transformed into a single spiritual root, it would not imply that the other roots had been eradicated. Rather, she must have inherently possessed a single root all along. In that instant, Wen Shu was astonished to discover that her constitution had evolved into a water elemental affinity, achieving the pinnacle of a water-type celestial root. It dawned on her that her previous wood root, much like Wen Xuanning's wind root, was merely a pseudo-root acquired postnatally. But who, indeed, was responsible for implanting this pseudo-root within her, and what was their ulterior motive in doing so? Especially for someone as insignificant as a mere cannon fodder female supporting character? Subsequently, What astonished Wen Shu even more was the presence of a crystal-clear, azure spirit orb, gently floating within her sea of qi. The water spirit energy within the sea seemed to rejoice, swirling and tumbling around the orb in a continuous dance. Could it be that the little droplet wishes to utilize my body to explore the outside world? Confused yet elated, Wen Shu rubbed her head, and as her limbs moved, her body became lighter than ever before. In the depths of the cold pool, she felt as if she were a fish in water, swiftly breaking the surface with a leap. At that moment, Wen Shu could distinctly perceive the benefits bestowed by the water spirit orb with its enhancement. Her combat prowess would significantly amplify wherever water was present. Chapter 58. The Art of Painting. There are 3,000 paths to the Great Way, and all can lead to enlightenment. Yet how many attain true understanding? In pursuit of their forms, cultivators flocked, and before its disappearance, the Guiyu sect, centered on the art of painting in the eastern extremity continent, boasted countless disciples, with many new adherents joining each year. During that time, painting, sword, blade, Dao, and sound cultivation were collectively recognized as the 5 major systems of cultivation in the world. Sword cultivators wielded their blades as weapons, whether tangible or intangible. Any sword in hand greatly enhanced their combat capabilities. The decline of painting as a discipline occurred following a great war with demons a millennium ago. At that time, the realm of immortals was engulfed in turmoil, with everyone eager to elevate their strength. However, mastering the art of painting required immense dedication and time, making it a pursuit not easily achieved in a day. The initiation into swordsmanship is relatively straightforward. It requires merely a single hand and a fine sword. Although the subsequent journey of cultivation is fraught with challenges, mastering this art may demand a century of dedication. Yet, it remarkably accelerates the combat prowess of practitioners, who are notably adept in battle. In contrast to an unarmed individual, wielding a treasured sword offers a far greater chance of survival in tumultuous times than merely holding a brush and ink. This advantage, aside from that shared with sword-wielding practitioners of the saber, cannot be matched by those who wield other instruments, be it the Taoist's whisk, the musician's instruments, or the artist's brush. For those who practice Taoist arts, the primary weapon is the whisk, focusing on spells related to thunder and storms. Among the esteemed practitioners of the Xianyun sect, known for their benevolence, the majority are adept in healing with Buddhist whisks, while practitioners of the peachwood sword are comparatively fewer. Musicians, in addition to grasping the fundamental Taoist principles, must also engage in the study of music theory, instruments, and scores. Unlike sword practitioners who may engage in daily, monotonous, or intricate sword forms, even a novice can swiftly draw their sword to engage in a few exchanges. Conversely, the knowledge required for musicians takes years to cultivate. Without proficiency in an instrument, one cannot hope to excel in musical arts. Mastering the sword may take a decade, while mastering an instrument often requires a century of dedication. For a musician to genuinely grasp their craft, decades of accumulation are essential. The same can be said for painters, if not more so. Musicians can at least wield some combat capability upon successfully composing a piece, particularly those who play the zither or guzheng, whose resonant melodies can be quite unsettling, rivaling the strength of sword practitioners. However, for painters, without a solid foundation in their art, their spells cannot be executed effectively. If one cannot capture the essence of a subject, the painting remains merely a lifeless representation, devoid of spirit. The path of painting is not merely about putting brush to canvas. It involves imbuing the artwork with an essence, a flicker of life. Such mastery cannot possibly be attained within a mere few years. In contrast to sword cultivators, who can enhance their combat prowess shortly after beginning their training, the advantages of painting only manifest significantly in the later stages of cultivation. Initially, a painter's abilities are scarcely distinguishable from those of an ordinary person. Sword cultivators can display a degree of combat strength during the qi refinement stage, easily contending with demons and spirits of similar rank. However, for painters in the same stage, the techniques and skills available are exceedingly limited, with the repertoire only expanding after reaching the foundation establishment phase. This disparity means that unless one possesses a formidable sect as support, alleviating fears for their own safety, it is nearly impossible to focus on creating art amidst the daily trepidations of life. For those who must labor tirelessly to earn their keep, pursuing the art of painting becomes an extravagant luxury. Moreover, most painters in the Qi refinement stage are still engaged in mastering fundamental techniques. There are no shortcuts to be found before building a solid foundation. Human patience is finite. While others sprint 100 meters ahead, one may find themselves stagnant, leading many to shy away from the art form that demands innate talent and prolonged dedication to yield substantial results. Coupled with the chaos of a millennium past, when demons roamed freely, the peril was ever present. One moment absorbed in learning to paint, and the next, powerless against the grasp of malevolent forces. Consequently, the number of practitioners patient enough to cultivate the art of painting has dwindled to near extinction. Wen Shu is exceedingly fortunate, at merely 10 years of age. She possesses a wealth of knowledge accrued from her previous life spanning 2 decades. Naturally gifted, she stands on the shoulders of giants in her pursuit of learning. In an era characterized by an explosion of information, she had the privilege of emulating the masterpieces of various dynasties, having viewed countless works of art over the years. The cultivation she received far surpasses what is typically available in this world, where one's artistic education often relies solely on familial heritage or the teachings of a handful of masters. This extraordinary potential is why Wen Wuchang holds her in such high regard. It is rare to find a disciple so young who has achieved such remarkable proficiency in the art of painting. Due to the familial environment in her past life, she was influenced by various artistic movements. Some of her elders were realists, others impressionists, and some expressionists. While Wen Shu inevitably absorbed these influences, she did not merely dabble in ink wash painting. She also mastered oil painting, Western art, gouache, comics, watercolor, and more. Such a diverse array of styles might have rendered her a jack of all trades yet a master of none. However, following her inheritance of the memories from the Wen family ancestors, she seamlessly bridged the gap in her experience and overcame the shortcomings of her eclectic studies. In this world, the predominant technique in painting remains ink wash, and thus, Wen Shu primarily focuses on this medium while integrating the methodologies of other styles. Consequently, her artistic expression has evolved into a distinctive style that is both rooted in tradition and imbued with her unique flair. Moreover, with the enhancement of the ancestral memories inherited from the venerable Wen Jia, Wen Shu's brushwork flows with divine inspiration. Whatever she depicts, it bears a striking resemblance to reality. Not only can she delineate its form with but a few strokes, but she also imbues it with a unique charm and vitality. At this moment, in the foundation building stage, Wen Shu is already capable of manifesting objects into existence. She can conjure a small boat that, while ephemeral, undeniably exists within its fleeting time frame. This is a far cry from her previous ability during the Qi refinement stage, where she could only sketch a vague silhouette without solidifying it into a tangible form. Although she can currently only illustrate simple and ordinary objects, which possess a certain temporality that causes them to dissipate once their time is up, this miraculous ability, akin to the legendary brush of Ma Yang, still fills Wen Shu with boundless delight. As her cultivation deepens in the future, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that she could create entities imbued with spirit and magical power. The tales of the painter who, with a single stroke, brought forth a true dragon are not mere legends, but rather, they are rooted in reality. Chapter 59. The most important person though the cliff is steep. When Xuan Ning navigates the rocky facade with agility, ascending gradually and effortlessly, despite her injuries, after promptly consuming a supreme healing elixir for internal wounds. Her severe injuries have largely mended, allowing her to maintain her climbing speed. Had she not encountered a few obstructive blue-gold eagles along the way, she would have already reached the base of the cliff by now. The blue-gold eagle is a high-tier royal beast, named for its fondness for the mineral blue gold. Its azure eyes shimmer like bright gemstones, harboring powerful wind energy, which can be utilized in the crafting of wind-attributed spiritual artifacts. Due to her precarious position on the cliffside, Wen Xuanning found her movements somewhat constrained. After piercing the creature's skull with her sword, she could only watch helplessly as the fallen azure golden eagle plummeted into the swirling mist below, lamenting her inability to retrieve its remains. Peering downwards, she observed a chasm between the two cliffs where rain and fog rose in a menacing dance, creating a truly daunting sight. However, upon descending, she realized that the visibility here was not as poor as she had imagined. It was merely the distant clouds and mists that appeared to congeal together, making the space between the peaks seem vastly expanded, while the roiling vapors appeared considerably more dispersed. As the rain intensified and the stone walls became slick, Wen Xuanning remained cautious, deliberately slowing her pace. Upon reaching the midpoint of the cliff, she effortlessly dispatched a snarling fire python that obstructed her path with her Ishue sword. The fire python, deprived of its support, tumbled downwards with a series of swift descents. Just as she prepared to continue her climb, she noticed a small cave where the python had previously coiled, from which a slender branch extended, adorned with a single crimson fruit. This Zhu Gua, a second-tier fire essence fruit, was highly coveted, whether consumed directly or refined into a Qi Yuan Dan. It offered substantial benefits to cultivators with a fire affinity. It was indeed true that caves inhabited by ferocious beasts often concealed treasures of nature. Yet, at this moment, when Xuanning had no time to explore such external curiosities, she merely plucked the visible Zhu Gua and marked the cave's location with her spiritual awareness. Resuming her careful descent, with Wen Shu's life hanging in the balance, her mind was far from seeking hidden treasures within the cave. Although Wen Xuanning was acutely aware that such a high cliff would spell doom for anyone who plummeted down its precipice, she remained stubbornly hopeful. Unless she personally witnessed Wen Shu's lifeless body, she could not relinquish her glimmer of hope. She paid particular attention to the branches sprouting from the cliffside, fearful that her negligence might cause her to overlook some vital clue. Despite spending only a mere 6 months in the Wen family's ancestral home, the impact it had on her was unprecedented. Just half a year ago, she had steadfastly believed that the majority of people in this world were indifferent and cruel. Cultivators were selfish, solely concerned with their own interests, and the notion of self-sacrifice was a mere illusion. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to her face. Wen Yu had sacrificed her life to protect the family's elite, while Wen Shu had risked her own life to save her. Perhaps there were indeed many callous and ruthless individuals in the world, but they certainly did not include the core members of the Wen family. This family was uniquely special. Remarkably different, the disciples were united, and the elders were benevolent. In just 6 months, they had bestowed upon her the warmth of home, and Wen Shu was, without a doubt, akin to a beloved sister. Even though Wen Shu had always treated Wen Xuanning with kindness, she had never dared to hope that she would be deemed more precious than Wen Shu's very life. How foolish she had been to harbor even a trace of suspicion, holding back her true feelings until now. Wen Xuanning felt a tumult of guilt and shame. Wen Shu could cast aside her own life for her. Yet she herself had been unable to be completely forthright with her. It was utterly despicable. Wen Xuanning and Wen Shu, when one counts meticulously, have known each other for merely half a year. Upon their initial meeting, Wen Xuanning held no particular impression of the taciturn Wen Shu. It was only when Wen Shu took the initiative to sit beside her that Wen Xuanning realized that she was not a person with a heart of stone, but rather someone who, though outwardly cool and reserved, possessed a passionate spirit beneath her exterior. Perhaps Wen Shu's demeanor may initially seem frosty and unapproachable, yet it becomes apparent over time that beneath her aloof facade lies a heart brimming with tenderness. In her childhood, her mother once advised her not to judge others by their appearance, for those who seem cold as ice and difficult to engage with often harbor kind souls. Such individuals are genuinely sincere in their friendships, cherishing even the smallest acts of kindness they receive, which they remember for a lifetime. When the need arises, they repay that kindness without hesitation. This has proven to be true in Wen Shu's case, whose presence illuminated the darkest corners of Wen Xuanning's heart. Now, in Wen Xuanning's eyes, Wen Shu's radiant character and admirable qualities have become unshakable. Perhaps it is their shared solitude that fosters a sense of kinship between them. As Wen Xuanning became more acquainted with Wen Shu, she felt as if she had encountered a kindred spirit. Initially, Wen Xuanning hesitated to approach Wen Shu, until one day, in a moment of audacity, Wen Shu chose to sit beside her in a crowd, disregarding the risk of isolation. In that instant, Wen Xuanning knew she had found her first true friend. As their bond deepened, and Wen Xuanning observed Wen Shu's diligent pursuit of knowledge, she found herself increasingly admiring and cherishing her companion. Though still quite young, Wen Shu exhibits an astonishing maturity and composure that belies her tender age. Perhaps this is a consequence of losing her parents at such a young age. At merely 10 years old, she has never displayed the innocence and vivacity typically associated with childhood. Undeniably, Wen Shu is a girl of remarkable diligence and ambition. Despite her considerable talent, she has never succumbed to arrogance or complacency. She resembles a meticulously wound automaton, ceaselessly devoted to her arduous practice. Like all humans, she harbors desires. Wen Xuanning, who considers herself to be equally diligent and ambitious, occasionally indulges in the pleasures of the palate. perusing travelogues about treasure houses, or pausing briefly at the storyteller's platforms along the market. Beyond cultivation, everyone has their own preferences. Yet, Wen Shu is an exception. Apart from her relentless training, she has never engaged in any form of entertainment, nor has she shown particular interest in any activity. Her days are consumed solely by practice. If not for Wen Shuening's suggestion, she would never have voluntarily proposed a trip to E-Market. Having discovered that meditation could replace sleep to restore her energy, she has even forsaken the need for slumber, rising early and toiling late. Her time is devoted exclusively to attending clan lessons, meditating, or studying painting techniques with Wen Wuchang. Wen Shuening has never witnessed Wen Shu engrossed in anything or displaying affection for any pursuit. She appears as a desireless ascetic, with her sole focus fixated on cultivation, wholly indifferent to matters of entertainment. The confectionery figures that delight children are never touched by her. The exquisite garments adored by young girls remain untouched in her possession. Day by day, she dons the few white robes bestowed upon her by her family, reserved exclusively for the direct disciples. She refrains from indulging in snacks, shows no interest in adorning herself with flowers, does not engage in the game of kicking the shuttlecock, nor does she play with strings. Her hair is simply tied in a ponytail, and she carries a basket of books, embodying a remarkable level of self-discipline. Such a child naturally draws attention, yet Wen Shu remains indifferent to it all. She seems to perpetually maintain a calm and clear perspective, aware of her true needs, and unconcerned with the opinions of others. Once, Wen Shuening yearned to understand what truly mattered to Wen Shu beyond her cultivation. Now she realizes that, stripped of all else, Wen Shu is merely an ordinary girl with a somewhat reclusive disposition, a foolish girl willing to sacrifice her life to protect her soul friend. Chapter 60. A Joyful Reunion. Part 1. Wen Shu steadied her small boat, which rocked gently, and soon reached the shore with ease. From the land, the pond appears rather modest in size. To the left lies a vast expanse of trees, while to the right stands a rugged hillside adorned with sharp stone outcrops. Had fortune not intervened, it is uncertain whether Wen Shu would have landed in this pond after her fall from the cliff. More likely, she might have plunged onto the jagged rocks along the shore, her body pierced by the sharp edges, or tumbled into the thicket, shattered into pieces, to be devoured by passing beasts. As she gazed at the densely clustered, thorn-like protrusions on the shore, she perceived the haunting howls of demonic wolves echoing from the jungle across the pond. A shiver involuntarily coursed through her. On a sweltering summer day, she inexplicably felt an icy chill enveloping her, just as she intended to employ the wood breath technique to weave a raincoat to shield herself from the elements. It dawned on her that she no longer possessed a wood spirit root. Wen Shu truly did not anticipate that the wood spirit root within her, of insufficient purity, was merely a pseudo-spirit root. Pseudo-spirit roots are rare and precious, for they possess the ability to defy fate and alter the course of destiny, often proving more elusive than genuine spirit roots themselves. For an ordinary individual, the prospect of cultivating a pseudo-spirit root is nearly impossible, as the practitioner must possess at least a divine transformation level of cultivation to perform such an art. Initially, the existence of pseudo-spirit roots served to accommodate those born without a spirit root, yet blessed with fortune, particularly the direct descendants of prestigious families within the realm of cultivation. To enable these disciples, who were unable to cultivate due to the absence of a spirit root and whose lifespans were tragically brief, to embark upon the path of immortality. The technique of transplanting pseudo-spirit roots was thus conceived. With a pseudo-spirit root, those who initially lacked the capacity could begin to condense the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Its versatility is remarkable, allowing for single, double, or even triple spirit roots. Among these, the heavenly spirit root carries the highest risk, with a low survival rate, while the success rate for 5 spirit roots is comparatively high. The greater and more diverse the number of spirit roots implanted, the lesser the side effects. Those possessing pseudo-spirit roots appear indistinguishable from their counterparts with innate spirit roots until they reach the golden core stage. However, in this world, there is no free lunch. To gain something, one must invariably sacrifice something else. An ordinary individual, having gained access to cultivation through a false spiritual root, must pay a tremendous price in return. The art of the false spiritual root defies the natural order, rendering it intolerable to the celestial laws. Consequently, a cultivator who has grafted a false spiritual root will never be able to transcend the golden core stage throughout their lifetime. Those endowed with a false spiritual root endure a multitude of calamities from a young age, their fortunes in decline, destined to remain childless, and their lifespans curtailed by half. Once a person has been implanted with a false spiritual root, it is theoretically impossible to extract. It becomes irrevocably entwined with their very essence as they age, and their cultivation deepens, accompanying them until death. Yet, despite the numerous adverse effects associated with the false spiritual root, disciples of the Celestial Alliance lacking genuine cultivation aptitude still flock to it eagerly. For those who naturally possess a spiritual root, the transplantation of an additional false spiritual root would seem superfluous. Rarely does a cultivator willingly embark on such a course. And the repercussions of implanting a false spiritual root in one who is naturally endowed remain shrouded in mystery. The water spirit pearl, a primordial treasure from the ancient times, harbors within it the lingering consciousness of an ancient deity that once coexisted with Pangu. This divine essence, even when sealed, retains its formidable nature, intolerant of foreign entities in its vicinity, thus inadvertently purging the false spiritual root from Wen Shu's body. In the past, Wen Shu Ning utilized the millennia-old stone bamboo to cleanse her body of the false spiritual root. Now, Wen Shu relies on the water spirit pearl to eliminate the latent risks within her. Such is the serendipity of fate. As a bearer of a water elemental spiritual root, Wen Shu can effortlessly direct her will to draw out the water stains from her garments with a mere thought. Unanticipated was the profound affinity of the water spirit root for the water element. With a blend of astonishment and delight, Wen Shu eagerly resumed her experiments. This time, she endeavored to summon the water from the pond to her hand through her spiritual consciousness. To her astonishment, a slender stream of water indeed surged forth in a swift motion, resembling a diminutive dragon, coiling gracefully around her pristine palm. As she gazed at the swirling water encircling her hand, an audacious thought suddenly emerged in Wen Shu's mind. If I can manipulate the water in the pond at will, is it conceivable that I might one day wield control over other forms of water, perhaps even the water within another's body? The human body comprises at least 70 to 80% water, and although in cultivators much of this water is replaced by spiritual energy, it does not imply that their bodies are devoid of water. Contemplating this, Wen Shu returned the flowing water to the pond and lifted her gaze. Before her loomed the towering cliffs, shrouded in clouds and mist, while the rain, now reduced to a gentle drizzle, tenderly caressed her cheek. After an unsuccessful attempt to manipulate the rain and mist with her thoughts, Wen Shu humbly lowered her head, yet she felt no sense of disappointment. One cannot become proficient in a single bite. Time is abundant, and the path must be tread with diligence and care. Wen Shu glanced at her hands once more, uncertain of how long she had lingered beneath the water's surface. Yet, one thing was evident: the frigid waters of the cold pool, which should have chilled her to the bone, now caressed her gently. Remarkably, her prolonged immersion had not left her skin wrinkled and unsightly. Following her foundational cultivation, the accumulated impurities within her body had been expelled, rendering her skin as smooth and radiant as jade. Even the remnants of old wounds had healed. Instinctively, Wen Shu activated the technique of the stitching needle, and in an instant, a cluster of icy needles materialized in her hand, sharp and poised, ready to unleash their wrath upon her foes, seemingly capable of piercing their skulls with a mere thought. Her control had markedly improved. In addition to the stitching needle, Wen Shu endeavored to explore other water-based spells, even summoning the jade smoke to cast a foundational version of the mirror technique. She observed with satisfaction as her previous illusory images transformed into tangible forms, their condensation noticeably accelerated. Traditional painters, bound by their craft, could not divide their focus and were limited to employing their painting skills in combat. However, Wen Shu was different. Alongside her mastery of the soul painting technique, she possessed the energy to cultivate water-based Taoist arts, thereby enhancing her self-defense capabilities beyond that of her contemporaries. The misty rain enveloped the small figure of the girl, rendering her presence less distinct. As Wen Shu integrated her various spells, an epiphany suddenly blossomed in her mind. In the next moment, some previously obscure thoughts became remarkably clear, and her understanding of the principles behind the fundamental water-based techniques transformed from confusion to enlightenment. Many techniques that had once eluded her grasp were now effortlessly comprehended by Wen Shu, who realized that with just a thought, she could successfully perform basic water spells. This transformation was due to her cultivation reaching the foundation establishment stage, allowing her water affinity to flourish. As a cultivator with 100% affinity for the water element, Executing qi refining stage spells came naturally to her. Wen Shu felt that only at this moment had she truly integrated into this world. The initial disorientation she experienced, stemming from her lack of indigenous memories and deficient understanding of cultivation theories, had been perfectly rectified. Even her own comprehension of the heavenly principles had become significantly more accessible than before. Chapter 61, Joyful Reunion, Part 2. At that instant, a rustling sound emerged from the distant grass, prompting Wen Shu to immediately adopt a defensive stance. With a swift motion, she leaped behind a massive stone pillar, straining her ears to listen intently. It seemed to be a person. Based on the vague feedback carried by the rain, Wen Shu held her breath and focused, tightening her grip on Yu Xingyan, while the cold river fishing alone quietly floated beside her arm, preparing her for confrontation. Cautiously, she released a thread of spiritual awareness. Xiaoning. Upon discovering the identity of the approaching individual, Wen Shu felt a surge of surprise. Since her foundation establishment, her spiritual awareness had suddenly become exponentially more resilient. And the imagery feedback was remarkably clear. After sensing the familiar aura emanating from the other person and confirming that this was indeed Wen Shuining, she cautiously emerged from behind the stone pillar. Just as she was about to speak, a figure lunged towards her. And Wen Shu had no time to resist before being enveloped in a warm and solid embrace. With tears brimming in her eyes, Wen Shuining choked on her words, exclaiming, "This is wonderful, truly wonderful, Shu Shu. You are alive, and that is simply marvelous." Wen Shu chuckled softly, replying, "Xiaoning, this misfortune has turned into a blessing. Not only am I unharmed, but I have also managed to establish my foundation." Indeed, she thought to herself, today she had come perilously close to death. Despite her outward composure throughout this harrowing ordeal, her heart was filled with trepidation. Only then did she suddenly realize that without the protagonist's halo, she would have undoubtedly been shattered beyond recognition. "Shu Shu, I thought I would never see you again." Wen Shuining, her eyes glistening with tears, had a beautiful face marred with dirt, yet she did not think to cast a cleansing spell upon herself. Suppressing the lingering fear in her heart, Wen Shu gently reassured Wen Shuining, "Do not fear, Xiaoning, for I am perfectly well now." "Yes, I knew it. People say that good deeds are rewarded. You, Shu Shu, are so kind-hearted, and heaven would never allow you to depart this world too soon." Wen Shuining embraced Wen Shu tightly, fearing that the girl before her was a mere figment of her imagination, and that once she regained her senses, Wen Shu would vanish. "Cough, cough, but dear Ning, if you do not release me, I may not perish from the fall, but instead be suffocated by your grip." Wen Shu, struggling to breathe, let out a soft cough and gently nudged Wen Shuining. Aware of her emotional turmoil, Wen Shuining reluctantly loosened her hold on Wen Shu. Yet her gaze remained fixed on her friend's face. She felt a flush of embarrassment, her cheeks reddening, and her eyes glistening with unshed tears, bloodshot from the ordeal. The trauma of Wen Shu's fall had struck her deeply. It was only in the moment of potential loss that she comprehended the profound pain of such a bond. Wen Shuining's heart was already heavy with sorrow, her internal wounds not fully healed, and she had hurriedly descended from that perilous cliff. Enduring countless assaults from wild beasts along the way, her spirit sustained solely by unwavering determination. Now, faced with the miraculous sight of her dear friend standing before her, the tension that had gripped Wen Shuining throughout the day became unbearable, and overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, she fainted. As she collapsed softly, Wen Shu remained vigilant, acutely aware of the lurking dangers in this treacherous place, uncertain when a wild beast might emerge. Her gaze scanned the surroundings, ultimately resting on a concealed crevice in the rocks. With a gentle flourish of her water-based spiritual energy, Wen Shu carefully positioned Wen Shuining within the crevice of the rocks, tucking her away securely in the innermost part. She affixed a concealment talisman and crafted a cluster of bushes for additional cover. Afterwards, she grasped the jade pendant tightly, her expression vigilant as she stood guard by her side. As the rain ceased, the sky had turned completely dark, adorned only with a sparse scattering of twinkling stars. When Shuining awoke, her spirit invigorated, and upon turning her head, she was greeted by the sight of Wen Shu beside her, which filled her heart with profound emotion. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Shu Shu, you've reached foundation establishment?" Upon hearing this, Wen Shu blinked in surprise, realizing she had not mentioned her advancement when they first met. "Indeed, Xiaoning, I have established my foundation," she replied with a smile, nodding as she recounted the journey of her cultivation. She did not conceal the existence of the water spirit pearl and shared the tale of her purged false spiritual roots. Wen Shu, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy. Previously, when she had first encountered Wen Shu, her heart had been consumed by the elation of reunion, leaving her unaware of Wen Shu's words. Now, to learn of Wen Shu's ascension to the foundation establishment stage and her newfound status as a water elemental spiritual root brought her unparalleled delight. She hastily produced a bottle of premium foundational elixir and pressed it into Wen Shu's hands, exclaiming eagerly, Shu, you've just broken through and need to take time to cultivate and solidify your realm. Do not worry. This time, I am here to protect you. Chapter 62. Dreaming back to the clouds with the true heroine Wen Shu by her side providing protection, Wen Shu finally felt at ease. She settled cross-legged upon a cluster of hay, immersing her spirit in the jade essence of the Yuxing Yin, which had once again been unsealed, now embodying the rank of a superior mid-grade spiritual tool. Ordinarily, a mid-grade spiritual tool requires one to reach the golden core stage for utilization. However, Wen Shu's qi had expanded immensely. With the water spirit pearl condensing the essence of water's spiritual power, her cultivation, though only at the initial stage of foundation establishment, rendered her qi's total spiritual energy comparable to that of a practitioner at the early golden core stage. The inherited memories unlocked after reaching foundation establishment were naturally far richer than those during the qi refinement period, particularly the painting soul technique that could only be learned at the foundation establishment stage, which now revealed itself in its entirety, with its meaning no longer obscure and difficult to decipher. At this moment, Wen Shu merely needed to comprehend it with her heart, allowing its profound implications to naturally integrate within her. The technique she was poised to learn was called Qingpingju. By its name, it seemed rather unremarkable, lacking the imposing grandeur of Wen Shu's Taichu Tai Dong Wang Ju. Yet, as she activated it, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged as if drawn by a super vacuum cleaner, continuously and swiftly gathering spiritual power, which was absorbed by the water spirit pearl within her qi. After being refined anew by the water spirit pearl, it slowly nourished her in return. The spiritual energy, now devoid of impurities, was perfectly purified. The disparity between possessing a technique and lacking one was indeed striking. Wen Shu quietly exhaled, for the more refined the mental technique, the faster and purer the spiritual energy absorbed during its operation. Judging by the rate at which the water spirit pearl released its energy, it was evident that the Qingpingju was among the most superior techniques in existence. At this moment, she was absorbing spiritual energy rapidly, and its purity was remarkable. Although the entirety of this profound mental technique was lengthy and obscure, for practitioners, a single operation would eternally inscribe it into the memory of their meridians, allowing the body to instinctively execute the technique during cultivation. In addition to the technique, Wen Shu also acquired a mantra that complemented it. Upon closer examination, it revealed itself to be a brief 7-character poem, sharing the same name Qingpingju, composed by the illustrious ancestor of the Wen family, the painter spirit. The poem reads, with delicate strokes, vivid colors are drawn, as starry traces turn to the mortal realm. As the sun rises and the moon sets, the wind carries the rain. A single toss of flowers forgets the tranquil plains. In a fleeting moment, Wen Shu seemed to perceive a graceful woman, wielding brush and ink, painting upon the water. The pale gray ink, when dropped into the water, did not dissolve but instead flowed with her brush, gradually depicting the mountains and the sea. Although she employed a hue of exceedingly subtle gray, with just a few strokes, she rendered a scene of profound vibrancy upon the crystal-clear surface of the water. At that moment, as the stars traversed the heavens, it felt as if only an instant had passed, yet the world she depicted had already transformed through countless epochs. In the realm depicted by the pen, the sun and the moon alternate daily, yet are eternally unable to unite. It is rather the wind and the rain that accompany each other incessantly. Thus, she picked a flower and cast it upon the water's surface, which soon became a blur, rendering indistinct the dreamlike world beneath, leaving one to ponder its very existence. As the saying goes, the flower is not a flower, the mist is not a mist. It comes at midnight and departs at dawn. How long does it linger, like a spring dream? It vanishes like morning clouds, without a trace. Life mirrors a dream, an illusion, akin to ephemeral bubbles or fleeting smoke, its authenticity elusive and difficult to discern. Bai Juyi's poem resonates with this sentiment. Wen Shu, with her eyes closed, channeled her inner energy, and soon two suitable new techniques emerged in her mind. The illusion-breaking technique. Employing the path of the true self, one transforms the illusions of others, cloaking oneself in darkness while revealing the enemy's light, shattering illusions with a stroke of the pen. This technique not only utilizes a mystical brush to depict formations that dismantle the opponent's illusions, but also confronts illusion with illusion, formation against formation. It can not only unravel illusions cast by practitioners of equal rank, but can also ensnare them within formations of her own making, unbeknownst to them. The dragon summoning technique. Conjuring a water dragon to fight on her behalf. The dragon's strength correlates with the artist's skill in painting. The higher the painter's proficiency, the mightier the water dragon becomes, capable of reaching a power level just a notch below that of the artist. However, this technique is exceedingly taxing on spiritual energy, and the duration of the water dragon's existence is contingent upon the artist's spiritual reserves. For a novice painter like Wen Shu, at the initial stage of foundation establishment, she could summon a water dragon at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage to battle for her. Furthermore, with her current capacity for spiritual energy, if she refrains from casting other spells that demand significant energy, she might sustain the water dragon for a full hour. Both techniques are immensely practical. The method of dispelling illusions offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, while the crouching dragon's call is akin to acquiring a spiritual beast that evolves alongside one's own cultivation. With a contented nod, Wen Shu began to embrace the new legacy of memories. Even with the experience of her initial foray and adequate preparation, she found herself unable to maintain her composure upon entering the dream state once more. To the north of the central continent lies a realm known as the Ming Kingdom, which boasts 5 principal cities: Yudu, Shiv, Dayue, Yinyang, and Yunsheng. The protagonist was born in Yunsheng, a land devoid of mountains and hills, where most of the terrain is submerged beneath water, forcing all towns, sects, and families to reside upon the vast celestial vessels of the submerged ancient city. Countless illustrious families and immortal alliances thrive in the central continent, yet Yunsheng is modest, constituting only a fraction of this vast tapestry. It is the origin of the painting Dao, specifically the Guiyun sect. The sect leader, a master of the painting Dao in the Great Ascension stage, oversees merely 5 peaks, each representing one of the 5 paths of painting: spirit painting, heart painting, divine painting, skin painting, and bone painting. Among these, spirit painting holds the preeminent position, and the leader specializes in its techniques. The young woman is a direct disciple of the Guiyun sect, possessing a water affinity spiritual root and exceptional painting skills, demonstrating extraordinary talent by achieving the infant stage before the age of 100, earning her the sect's high regard. On this significant day, she was to partake in the ceremony marking her ascension to the infant stage. Although the Guiyun sect has yet to enter the heavenly rankings, it is renowned across the world for its expertise in the painting Dao. At that time, not only the 10 great immortal sects, but also the 10 prominent families of the Tianyuan realm had sent envoys to celebrate. However, at this moment, the young woman had eluded them, discreetly navigating a small boat as she ventured beyond the boundaries of her sect. She gazed upon the vast expanse of water before her, faintly perceiving the uneven walls of the neighboring city and the delicate shadows of distant mountains. An overwhelming sense of longing and joy surged within her heart. After spending so many years amidst the clouds, nearly on the verge of becoming stagnant, this woman cast aside her distractions, dedicating herself to arduous cultivation, fervently hoping that one day she would successfully achieve the formation of a nascent soul, allowing her to depart from this marshy realm. Indeed, she accomplished this feat before her centenary birthday, yet in her youthful exuberance, she was reluctant to partake in the solemn and intricate ceremony organized by her sect to celebrate her achievement. Gradually, the woman distanced herself from the clouds, leaving behind only a small boat amidst the azure sky, with the horizon adorned by the unending expanse of mountains and peaks. She had finally severed her ties to the clouds in which she had grown from childhood. Wen Shu empathized with her, feeling as if she herself were the woman, akin to a small bird freed from its cage, filled with hope and yearning for the world beyond. The scene shifted. Now a transcended being, the woman felt restless, channeling her spiritual energy to fly at great speed. After half an hour, she arrived at her homeland, and after a century apart, she beheld the now unfamiliar Cloud City. For a moment, she stood in stunned silence, her heart wrenched in agony, regretting her choices, and unable to contain her sorrow. She cradled her knees and wept aloud. The terrain of Cloud City, once a fertile swamp, now lay barren, cracked, and desolate before her. Cloud City had vanished, along with all its smaller towns, celestial sects, factions, and people, including the renowned Guyan sect, famed for its mastery of painting. Chapter 63. The Hidden Dragon's Call. No one knew the reason behind the sudden disappearance of Cloud City, due to the rampant rumors that circulated in those years. Cultivators across the world began to shun the Huaxiao, and as millennia passed, their numbers dwindled significantly. The ancient homeland in the clouds was ultimately seized by the Sand Clan, who established the Kingdom of Golden Sands. Gradually, the world forgot this chapter of history and the once renowned Guyan sect. The enigmatic disappearance of the ancient city in the clouds, which had lain dormant for a millennium, thus became an unsolved mystery. Upon awakening, Wen Shu felt an immense weight upon her heart, rendering her speechless for quite some time. The empathic power derived from the dream was overwhelming. The emotions of the woman within the dream lingered in her heart, as if they were her own personal experiences. Shu? Sensing something amiss in Wen Shu's demeanor, Wen Xuanning called out with concern. Wen Shu quickly shook her head, assuring her that she was unscathed. Perhaps it was just an overwhelming influx of inherited knowledge that left me momentarily disoriented. Upon hearing this, Wen Xuanning empathized, recounting her own experience. When I accepted the inheritance from a powerful being, I was unconscious for 3 full days. Just as she was about to elaborate on her own journey of inheritance, a sudden commotion arose ahead. With a resounding and piercing howl, a pack of 3-eyed wolves suddenly burst forth from the rocky ridge opposite them. Fierce and menacing, with bared fangs, they did not immediately pounce upon the two. It turned out that the lead wolf, a mother 3-eyed wolf, had been hunting in the woods when she suddenly caught a whiff of the sweet scent belonging to bipedal cultivators from afar. It was a faint aura inadvertently emitted by Wen Shu during her foundation establishment, subtle yet keenly perceived. The primary demon beast, the crimson flame rabbit, lost its appeal instantly. The 3-eyed mother wolf licked her lips, heedless of the rabbit slipping from her grasp, and with a swift motion vanished from sight. Little did she expect, another presence of a late-stage foundation establishment biped had emerged nearby. The leading 3-eyed wolf met Wen Xuanning's gaze for a few moments, and instinctively halted her swiftly advancing paws. Stopping at a distance, a flicker of trepidation gleamed in her eyes. Although this human was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, and her pack numbered over a dozen, logic suggested they should prevail. Yet her 6th sense warned her that this biped was exceedingly perilous. A reckless charge could result in them not only missing the feast, but also facing dire consequences. As the alpha wolf, the 3-eyed mother wolf had managed to lead her clan through the endless mountains for over a millennium, and her sharp instincts were invaluable. The fact that she, akin to a nascent golden core cultivator, could sense an inexplicable threat emanating from this bipedal child indicated that this evening's meal would not be straightforward. Better to retreat, she mused. Although the flavor of a foundation establishment biped was delectable, preserving her own life to enjoy it was paramount. The appearance of 2 bipeds, one newly established and the other at a late stage, enscathed in the depths of the endless mountains was already a most peculiar occurrence. In a moment of hesitation, the 3-eyed wolf, determined to protect its kin from potential mishaps, let out a resounding howl and, seizing the opportunity as Wen Xuanning was about to make her move, scurried away with its pack in a flurry. The sight of this initial-level wild beast, accompanied by a horde of high-tier royal beasts, charging forth only to retreat in mere moments, left Wen Xuanning with a look of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Wen Shu, who had risen to test the potency of her newly acquired spell, silently offered her reverence to the protagonist's aura surrounding Wen Xuanning. Noticing Wen Shu's firm grip on the jade smoking device, Wen Xuanning instinctively suggested a course of action. Although the speed of the 3-eyed demon wolves was renowned, she believed that with her utmost effort, she could indeed thwart their escape. There's no need, Wen Shu promptly interjected, concerned that attracting higher-tier wild beasts might lead to dire consequences. There will be plenty of opportunities to practice in the future. It's unnecessary for you to venture into danger. Oh, by the way, Shu, when I descended the cliff, I encountered a massive python guarding a cave, at the entrance of which grew a vermilion fruit. This very one. She produced the vibrant fruit, its rich color and abundant spiritual energy indicative of the treasures that lay within the cave. However, at that moment, I was solely focused on finding you, leaving only a marker behind without entering. Now that you are safe, would you care to join me in uncovering its mysteries? Observing the vibrant crimson fruit in Wen Xuanning's grasp, Wen Shu couldn't help but marvel at the protagonist's father's extraordinary fortuitous nature while nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall accompany you. Following her foundation establishment, Wen Shu experienced a remarkable enhancement in her physical strength, speed, and agility. After the formidable python that once guarded the cave entrance was vanquished by Wen Xuanning, a massive bloodthirsty bat seized control of the cavern. Upon noticing the newcomers, the bat unfurled its wings with a swift motion, emitting a piercing shriek while releasing a cloud of dark mist, preparing to launch an assault on the duo. The bat's strength was not significantly superior to that of the previous python, yet the black mist it exhaled inflicted excruciating pain. Wen Xuanning hastily administered detoxifying pills to both herself and Wen Shu, before wielding the Yishui's sword with a single hand. In a flash, the sword's aura sliced through the air, severing the bloodthirsty bat's head from its body. As its lifeless form plummeted from the sky, rapidly approaching the abyss below, Wen Shu elegantly summoned a water dragon, its cultivation level approximating the 7th tier of qi refinement. The water dragon swooped down with a splashing sound, soon returning with the bat's corpse in its grasp, presenting it before Wen Shu, who then handed it to Wen Xuanning. Is this the newly acquired spell? Wen Xuanning exclaimed excitedly, stowing the bat's remains into her spatial realm while examining the translucent water dragon with keen interest. She even sheathed the Yishui's sword, using her free hand to prod the creature. Composed entirely of water's spiritual energy, the dragon's icy essence penetrated Wen Xuanning's hand, causing her to shiver unexpectedly. Despite her fire affinity, Wen Shu summoned a diminutive water dragon, entwining it around her wrist, and elucidated. This technique is known as the crouching dragon enticement. It harnesses the ethereal power of water to conjure a water dragon. Presently, its strength approximates that of the 7th layer of qi training, and it can persist for an hour. In Chapter 64, The Spy in the Spider Cave, one wonders why the enormous python and the bloodthirsty bats only dare to occupy the cave's entrance without venturing further inside. Is it due to their substantial size rendering them incapable of entering, thus forcing them to linger at the entrance to absorb spiritual energy? Or could there be other underlying reasons? Embracing the notion that fortune favors the bold, Wen Xuanning and Wen Shu deliberated and resolved to first explore within. The cave's entrance was indeed narrow, too petite for the grandiose beasts, yet for the human forms of Wen Xuanning and Wen Shu, it was quite manageable. They merely needed to crouch slightly to enter. Wen Xuanning was the first to crawl inside, with Wen Shu trailing behind at a leisurely pace. As they delved deeper into the cavern, the walls grew increasingly dry and stifling. Despite Wen Shu's foundational cultivation, the oppressive heat caused beads of sweat to form upon her brow. She invoked a cooling spell, and the warmth swiftly dissipated. Glancing at Wen Xuanning, she noted her companion appeared invigorated, showing no signs of discomfort, prompting Wen Shu to forego the idea of casting a cooling spell on her as well. As a fire elemental spirit root, Wen Xuanning thrived amidst the abundant fire elements present, which posed no detriment to her and, in fact, proved quite beneficial. As the passage ahead gradually widened, Wen Xuanning was finally able to stand upright. She produced a spirit lamp, illuminating the previously dark cave. The surrounding stone walls predominantly exhibited a reddish-brown hue, interspersed with a few crimson crystals. These crystals, vibrant and translucent, bore scales akin to fish on their surface, scattered in small clusters, twinkling under the lamp's glow. Wen Xuanning took a small knife and gently prodded the stone wall, scraping away the fiery red crystals from the solid surface. Cautiously inhaling their scent, she declared with certainty, "These are red sand crystals. Judging by their texture, this mountain must have once been a volcano, albeit a dormant one. Red sandstone forms only in proximity to volcanoes. If it were an active volcano, the color would be murky, but as it is a dormant one, it is crystalline and clear." Upon hearing this, Wen Shu felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an impassive exterior. Calmly, she retrieved several jars from her storage ring, deftly filling them with the red sand crystals that Wen Xuanning had scraped off. Red sandstone is a valuable auxiliary material for weapon refiners, as adding red sand crystals enhances the purity of the flames, thereby increasing the success rate of crafting spiritual tools. Each crystal, roughly the size of a fingernail, is valued at approximately 5 low-grade spirit stones. A single jar can hold up to 100 crystals. Although the quantity of red sand crystals on the wall appeared limited, it filled 5 small jars entirely. This amounted to a staggering 2,500 low-grade spirit stones. equivalent to 250 mid-grade spirit stones or 25 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to the annual income of a modest family. Wen Shu carefully secured the bottles and meticulously examined the crevices of the stone wall, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Only after confirming the absence of any omissions did Wen Xuanning continue forward, lantern in hand. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the space expanded, and the soil beneath their feet grew increasingly soft. It wasn't long before one of Wen Shu's boots became ensnared, rendering it immovable. From her ring, she retrieved a sizable stone pillar, unearthed from the rocky hillside below, initially intended for a future encounter with marshy grounds obscured by aquatic vegetation. Little did she anticipate that it would prove useful in this moment. Wen Xuanning gazed in astonishment as Wen Shu produced the enormous stone pillar and hurled it with force. The column traced a graceful arc through the air, crashing into the muddy ground with a resounding thud. Progress by foot was no longer viable. As Wen Shu reached this conclusion, she willed the water dragon on her wrist to expand, and then, with a gentle collapse, she settled onto it. The water dragon, originally a creation of Wen Shu, resonated with her spirit. Instinctively, she attempted to alter its form through sheer thought, and to her surprise, it was indeed successful. This meant that the water dragon could shift its shape in accordance with Wen Shu's intentions, capable of existing in both liquid and solid states. It seems this water dragon could also serve as her steed. The realization nearly elicited a laugh from Wen Shu, yet she reminded herself to maintain her composed demeanor, refraining from revealing her amusement. Xiaoning, come aboard. She extended her hand to assist Wen Xuanning, whose shoes were similarly ensnared by the mud. Wen Xuanning gazed at the translucent form of the water dragon before her, emanating a chilling aura. After a moment's hesitation, she seemed to foresee the imminent discomfort of her backside becoming unyieldingly cold. Yet, she was unable to summon her fire elemental energy to shield herself. This water dragon was attuned to Wen Xuan's spirit. What if it inadvertently harmed her? Just a few years prior, she could never have imagined that she would possess a fire affinity spiritual root, and yet, here she was, befriended by someone with a water affinity. Despite the natural enmity between fire and water, if the other party were Xuxin, dousing her flames in times of necessity might not be so objectionable. Contemplating this, she adopted a heroic expression and closed her eyes, preparing to sit down. To her surprise, the anticipated bone-chilling cold did not assail her. Confused, she listened as Wen Xuxin explained, I have only recently mastered this technique, and I was still learning to control it. In truth, its temperature can be adjusted. How marvelous! Wen Xuanning exclaimed in delight, gently caressing the water dragon's back beneath her. She marveled, with this, Xuxin not only possesses a malleable spiritual beast, but also a flying mount. However, she noted that it lacked any life signs and had a certain duration of effectiveness. When Xuxin nodded in agreement, though she spoke with such modesty, her heart brimmed with satisfaction. The water dragon would persist for another half-hour, which should suffice for them to traverse the muddy terrain ahead. It has been proven that merely a fleeting moment has passed, and the soil beneath has solidified once more. After ensuring the safety of the stone, Wen Shu leapt down from the back of the water dragon, intending to reduce it and secure it around her wrist. However, she was swiftly pulled aside by Wen Xuanning. In the next instant, a strand of spider silk fell from the very spot where Wen Shu had just been standing, touching the ground and melting it, creating a gaping hole in the stone layer. Shu, look at this. Wen Xuanning gestured for Wen Shu to gaze ahead. There, upon the dark brown stone wall, a web was intricately woven, the silk remarkably resilient. Even when Wen Xuanning drew forth the Yishui sword, she found it futile to sever the strands. It was likely that a formidable creature resided within. The shamrock mouse is a species of rodent-like beast, diminutive in size, but endowed with tough hides and a cunning disposition. It possesses remarkable burrowing abilities and has a penchant for consuming minerals. The sharp horn atop its head can effortlessly pierce through iron, allowing it to traverse rocky cliffs with ease. Yet, the corpses of these shamrock mice before them were riddled with wounds, ensnared within the web. To capture such elusive creatures, this spider must surely be no ordinary beast. Sensing the dense fire spirit energy surrounding them, Wen Xuanning furrowed her brows in contemplation. Most arachnid monsters prefer to dwell in damp and frigid lairs, yet this fire element, which solely preys upon mice and resides within rocky terrains, combined with the possibility that this place may be a dormant volcano. I believe there are two possibilities. Wen Shu pondered for a moment before speaking in a tone tinged with concern. According to the legacy knowledge I have absorbed, there are two types of fire element spiders that feast upon mice, both of which are at least formidable beasts, the ghost-faced man spider and the heavenly king disc spider. Regardless of whether it is the ghost-faced spider or the sovereign star spider, they are not creatures that can be easily provoked by their current selves. Chapter 65. The fire silk spider. The ghost-faced spider is a social creature, preferring the damp, oppressive caverns filled with magma, while the sovereign star spider tends to be solitary, often residing in extinct volcanoes and exhibiting a degree of fastidiousness. As Wen Shu observed her surroundings, she noted that the cave was quite dry, with minimal dust on the ground. Aside from the remnants of a shamrock mouse entangled in the spider web, the area was remarkably clean, devoid of the musty odor commonly found in ordinary caves. I suspect it is more likely the sovereign star spider. As if to confirm her suspicion, as soon as Wen Shu's words fell, a colossal spider shadow loomed upon the stone wall opposite them, its menacing claws poised in a terrifying display. Wen Shu instinctively shielded Wen Shu behind her, gripping the easy water sword, ready for combat. However, they remained in a tense standoff for over 10 seconds, with no monstrous creature charging forth to attack them. Where could that shadow have originated from? Wen Shu glanced around, searching for the source of the enormous shadow, but to no avail. "Hey, human, look down." "Yes," in the lower right corner. Upon hearing this voice, both women were taken aback and lowered their gaze, discovering a charming little spider perched on Wen Shu's spiritual lamp. Startled, Wen Shu nearly tossed the lamp aside, but managed to restrain herself, albeit with a slight tremor in her hand, causing the lamp to sway and the little spider to tumble to the ground with a soft thud. This diminutive spider, no larger than a fist, was covered in fluffy gray fur, reminiscent of the soot balls that assisted the boiler grandfather in Spirited Away. Its coloration closely resembled the dark gray soil beneath, making it nearly invisible upon cursory glance. This spider exuded no discernible aura of a high-level magical beast, which likely explained why Wen Shu and Wen Shu had overlooked it moments prior. Could it be the celestial star spider? A look of wariness crossed Wen Shu's face. The creature had yet to launch any attack, indicating a temporary lack of malice. Thus, she cautiously took a step back, fearful that an inadvertent misstep might provoke it. "Foolishness! Who told you that a celestial star spider looks like this?" The small spider emitted a childlike voice, its fluffy front legs stirring as it flicked the hair atop its head, seemingly attempting to groom itself. However, its abundant fur obscured its eyes, leading it to abandon the endeavor. It bounded around Wen Shu's feet, brimming with pride as it proclaimed, "I am the illustrious fire silk spider. What do you think? Surely you have heard of me. How could one be so renowned yet unknown, considering that a speaking spider must at least be a first-tier magical beast?" Wen Shu's heart raced as she spoke with utmost caution. "Esteemed fire silk spider, what brings you to seek us?" "What brings me to seek you?" The spider replied indignantly. "It is you two who have intruded upon my domain without invitation, and now you dare inquire why I have sought you." Upon hearing the audacious query from the human who had voluntarily approached, the little spider leaped a meter high in indignation. "I am the illustrious fire velvet spider, a formidable level 1 magical beast, akin to a renowned human adept in the divine transformation stage. Since you have come to me, it would be wise to capture a few shamrock mice to present as tribute. Should I be pleased, I shall allow your departure." The notion that merely capturing a few shamrock mice would grant them freedom left Wen Shu momentarily perplexed. It was evident that they could not contend with a level 1 magical beast. Yet this creature not only refrained from attacking them, but sought to exploit the opportunity to pilfer a few shamrock mice. "What else would I do? Keep you here to celebrate the new year with me?" The little spider, its eyes obscured by tufts of fur, rolled its eyes dramatically, exclaiming in irritation, "Humans are so troublesome. You sent a lesser one to confront me, and now here you are, with one possessing a fire elemental root, and the other a water elemental root, surely hailing from notable sections. I have no desire to slay you only to be pursued by your masters seeking to turn me into a specimen." After this tirade, it waved its front legs impatiently. "Enough. If you have any shamrock mice, present them quickly. Once you have done so, make your swift exit." "Does the esteemed one only consume shamrock mice?" inquired another. The little spider tilted its rotund head. "I consume other rodents as well. Do you have other mice to offer as tribute?" As the fire velvet spider delighted in rodent fare, the protagonist of No One Understands Magical Beasts Better Than I Promised to take it out to savor every variety of mouse in existence, thus cleverly persuading the fire velvet spider to become its spirit beast. Could it be that, besides the immortal alchemist and No One Understands Beasts Better Than Me, they have also been assimilated into this world? To further validate her suspicions, Wen Shu cautiously voiced her query. As far as I know, most rodents are demon beasts. Even the shameful bone rat, a wild beast, possesses flesh imbued with gold elements, which holds little benefit for you as a fire elemental magical beast. Why do you enjoy consuming them? Whether useful or not is irrelevant. Primarily, they are rodents. The little spider replied with an air of certainty. For us magical beasts, consuming anything is quite similar. It is primarily for the sake of spiritual satisfaction. For this king, the fondness for eating mice is akin to your human penchant for drinking. Indulging in this delight brings me exhilaration and intoxication. According to No One Understands Beasts Better Than Me, the affinity for rodents is inscribed within the genes of the fire velvet spider, rumored to stem from the near extinction of its ancestors due to rodents. Henceforth, every descendant of the fire velvet spider must feast upon rodent demon beasts. Wen Shu contemplated for a moment, then took out her jade smoke and suspended it in the air, sketching a bone rat. After a while, she illustrated a floral fur rat, a gray spirit rat, a dog-headed rat. One by one, vivid rodent demon beasts materialized before her. The little spider was utterly mesmerized, and after a moment, its voice trembled with reverence, its round eyes peeking out from a mass of fluff. Ah, beautiful lady, might you be the legendary painter? A painter capable of conjuring life and depicting countless demon rats from thin air is akin to a deity of food in the eyes of the fire velvet spider. Indeed. Wen Shu nodded seriously. So, beautiful lady, do you still lack a spirit beast? A super cool first-level magical beast that can grace the halls and manage the kitchen, capable of both combat and cuteness. This humble disciple has modest demands. A daily supply of mouse demons would suffice. Deal. Wen Shu readily agreed, for she now possessed the halo of a protagonist, and it was only natural for magical beasts to seek her out. After all, Wen Xuanning would eventually tame a divine beast. Ah, how joyous I am. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, the little spider leaped with glee, its eyes sparkling like stars. At that moment, it envisioned its future self, surrounded by heaps of various mouse demons, indulging in one only to discard another. Ah, this is the life a proper spider should lead. The little spider mused contentedly. Chapter 66. The dignity of magical beasts. Once humans forge contracts with demon beasts, these creatures transform into spirit beasts. There are two types of spirit beast contracts, the master-servant contract and the peace contract. The master-servant contract is the most common, as the name implies. Once the contract is established, humans and spirit beasts enter a master-servant relationship. Typically, the master-servant contract is formed when there is a significant disparity in strength between the human and the demon beast. It can be described as a contract entirely dictated by the human's unilateral will. Once the spirit beast is thoroughly defeated, it loses the right to refuse the master-servant contract. The master-servant contract possesses both advantages and disadvantages. Its benefits include the immediate obedience of the contracted beast, which, regardless of its previous resistance, becomes as compliant as a domesticated dog, dutifully adhering to its master's commands, whether the master orders it to perform mundane tasks or even face death. The creature will comply without hesitation. However, the downside is that once the master-servant contract is established, the spirit beast can no longer utilize its full capabilities that existed prior to the contract. Post-contract, it retains only about 70 to 80% of its original strength, and any aspirations for advancement become exceedingly arduous. Nonetheless, the master-servant contract remains the most prevalent type of spirit-beast agreement in this realm, largely due to its extensive benefits. Even with the significant reduction in power and the challenges of future ascension, many cultivators are eager to acquire a spirit beast to bolster their combat prowess. For the majority of cultivators, the belief that non-human creatures are inherently treacherous prevails. Any beast, by virtue of its nature, is deemed malevolent and deserving of human capture and enslavement, with little regard for its own desires. The second type is the peace contract, which typically arises when a spirit beast's rank surpasses that of the human cultivator. This scenario often occurs when a particular beast recognizes the potential in a human and expresses a desire to become its spirit beast. subsequently providing protection and support as the human grows into a formidable entity. Naturally, such an arrangement proves mutually beneficial, as the spirit beast is rewarded for its loyalty when its human companion achieves greatness. Unlike the master-servant contract, once a peace contract is established, the spirit beast is free from any constraints except for the prohibition against attacking the human with whom it has forged the bond. There are no adverse effects on its innate abilities, and its strength remains unchanged from before the contract was signed. Humans cannot arbitrarily command them to act against their own will, nor can they demand that these creatures sacrifice themselves. However, after the peace contract is sealed, a profound connection develops between human and beast, leading to an increasingly intimate relationship. Most spirit beasts that have entered into a peace contract ultimately choose to protect their covenant partners out of their own volition, and their partners often regard them with deep affection. In this world, there are very few who can persuade spirit beasts to willingly enter into peace contracts, and the method for establishing such contracts has been lost to time. The contract forged between Wen Shu and the fire spider is, in fact, the long-lost peace contract, which Wen Shu has only a vague recollection of in her ancestral memories. The specifics of its execution remain a mystery. Ultimately, it was left to the little spider to accomplish this task. Despite its diminutive size and seemingly adorable demeanor, the little spider is undeniably a genuine first-level magical beast, over 3,000 years old. For it, signing a peace contract is as easy as breathing. As the parchment was torn apart by its sharp claws, a radiant beam of light erupted from the paper, enveloping both the human and the spider. After a brief moment, the light faded, and Wen Shu sensed the presence of something new within her energy sea. Upon extending her consciousness to investigate, she discovered a small spider's ethereal form residing within her energy sea, seemingly awestruck by the water spirit pearl's aura, trembling in a corner and too frightened to move. Wen Shu cautiously reached out with her consciousness to touch the ethereal figure, discovering that she could, in fact, establish a telepathic connection with the little spider. At this moment, she could distinctly perceive its emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. The ethereal form of the spider, upon encountering her consciousness, exhibited no resistance. Instead, it radiated an inexplicable sense of affinity coupled with timidity. Its eyes sparkled with intensity as it remained transfixed on the water spirit pearl within Wen Shu's chi si. Perceiving this, she gently soothed it with her consciousness, assuring it that the water spirit pearl posed no threat. Subsequently, she delicately stroked the soft, fluffy fur of the ethereal spider. Within the chi si, the little spider's figure reveled in Wen Shu's gentle caress, lying on its back with its 8 legs in the air. Simultaneously, the corporeal spider on the ground mirrored this comfort, swaying drunkenly as if intoxicated, its furry legs trembling in a delightful dance. In that instant, Wen Shu also learned the spider's name. It was called Little Coalball. She was astonished that such a formidable creature as a magical beast would bear such a name, albeit one that was indeed fitting for its appearance. "I have no choice. I was born as Little Coalball," the little spider lamented. "This name was bestowed upon me by my mother. In my youth, she proclaimed it to be the most extraordinary name in the world, asserting that in a fight, merely shouting it would surely intimidate the opponent." As she spoke, the little Coalball wore an expression of distress, fiddling with the fluffy tufts atop her head using her 3 furry, elongated legs. Her tone imbued with a profound sense of grievance. It was only later, as I grew older, that I realized my mother was merely deceiving me. Yet she is no longer here, and after all these years, I have grown accustomed to this name, so I can't be bothered to change it. In fact, Little Coalball is quite an endearing name. Wen Shu kindly consoled the little Coalball and introduced herself, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Wen Shu." She then gestured to her side, indicating her best friend. "This is my closest companion, Wen Shu Xuanning." At that moment, Wen Shu Xuanning appeared rather dazed, her eyes wide as she watched how effortlessly Wen Shu tamed the magical beast. Observing Wen Shu forge a master-servant bond with the fire spider, as she mistakenly believed, she was filled with astonishment and stepped forward, extending a finger to poke the spider's fur, exclaiming, "How marvelous, Shushu! Surely I'm not dreaming." The little Coalball swiftly dodged her outstretched finger, leaping onto Wen Shu's shoulder and casting a disdainful glance at Wen Shu Xuanning, declaring, "What are you poking for? No touching. Do you think I, a proud magical beast, have no dignity? Oh, I've never touched a magical beast in my life. Can't I just have a taste of the experience?" Upon noticing the little Coalball's disdain, Wen Shu Xuanning turned to Wen Shu with a pitiful gaze. As expected, in the next moment, Wen Shu lowered her head and gently proposed to the little cold ball. How about letting Xiao Ning have a little touch? Magical beasts also possess their own sense of dignity. How could we, the magical beasts, allow ourselves to be touched by humans so casually? It would be utterly disgraceful. Yet, just moments ago, you seemed to revel in my gentle scratches. What if I were to create for you a pillow in the shape of a shamrock mouse? Wen Shu continued to negotiate. This is not merely a matter of a shamrock mouse cushion. It is a question of dignity. The dignity of magical beasts is not to be trampled upon. Xiao Meiqiu asserted with righteous indignation. What if I were to draw a small bed for a long-haired mouse? This, I have stated it clearly. Our dignity as magical beasts is inviolable. Xiao Meiqiu, though slightly swayed, vehemently maintained her refusal. How about a small house shaped like a cartoon flying squirrel? Magical beasts. Wait, what do you mean by cartoon? What does it look like? Like this, observe, it can fly. Wen Shu took up her pen and illustrated a grand cartoon flying squirrel, complete with oversized ears that flapped as it soared. Its belly featured a small door and windows that could be opened, revealing a hollow interior filled with an array of many, adorable mouse toys. These toys were conjured from Wen Shu's ethereal power, devoid of any magical attributes or enhancements, serving merely as ordinary flying playthings. Furthermore, they possessed a limited lifespan. Should there be a need, Wen Shu would have to recreate them anew each day. Even though this ordinary flying squirrel house displayed no discernible defensive formations and would offer no assistance in actual combat, the little coal ball gazed at it with shimmering eyes. Drooling profusely, this is the abode of my dreams. It must, at once, belong to me. With this thought, the little coal ball sprang into Wen Xuaning's hands, shutting its eyes and propelling its 8 legs upwards, boldly proclaiming, "Please, milady, feel free to ravage me. We magical beasts require no dignity." Chapter 67. Schar Dinger's Iron Gate. Wen Xuaning, having successfully tamed the magical beast, felt a profound satisfaction. Yet, being aware that it was a senior, despite its adorably charming appearance, she refrained from being excessively indulgent, skillfully gauging her strength. In no time, she had rendered the little coal ball's 8 legs weak and quivering. After releasing it, Wen Xuaning cautiously inquired, "Esteemed little coal ball, have you always resided here?" "Initially, we thought this place was impeccably clean and assumed it to be the territory of the celestial king S. Tarantula." She had never heard that the inherently lazy fire fluff spider possessed a penchant for cleanliness. The little coal ball, in a jovial mood, candidly divulged its occupation of this space, acknowledging that it had temporarily usurped the nest. Its fur now fluffed up from Wen Xuaning's ministrations. It expressed satisfaction with the overall service, aside from its brevity. While contemplating the prospect of having Wen Xuaning and Wen Shu take turns grooming it, it swiftly darted into the flying squirrel house, inhaling deeply amid a plethora of diverse cartoon mouse toys. After a brief moment of indulgence, it reluctantly released the toys and opened the window adorned with an exquisite depiction of Mickey Mouse. With a countenance reflecting profound emotions, it addressed Wen Xuaning. "Speaking of which, my reign over this cave has only commenced in the past couple of days. So, what was this cave prior to my dominion?" The image of the terrified Tian Wang Panxing spider fleeing just 2 days ago flickered in its mind, prompting the little coal ball to uncertainly scratch its head. Indeed, this was the territory of the Tian Wang Panxing spider. It appeared that their prior conjectures were not unfounded. Contemplating this, Wen Xuaning produced the crimson fruit and held it out towards the window of the flying squirrel house, stating, "Senior, behold this fruit. I plucked it from a branch outside the cave. Wild crimson fruits thrive under extremely stringent conditions, unlike the artificially cultivated ones nurtured with fire's spiritual power in spirit fields by cultivators. Wild crimson fruits must flourish in realms rich in fire elements, making them exceedingly rare and precious. Their medicinal properties are quintupled compared to those of their cultivated counterparts." After a moment's reflection, it continued, "Indeed, the fire elements in this location are remarkably abundant. My claim over this territory is largely attributed to this fact. Furthermore, at the base of this cave lies an iron door, seemingly installed by human hands, equipped with mechanisms. Despite 2 days of my diligent investigation, I have been unable to unlock it. Even a first-level magical beast, comparable to the divine prowess of human beings, cannot breach that iron door. Its fortitude is indeed remarkable." Wen Xuaning and Wen Shu exchanged a glance, and Wen Shu, understanding the unspoken message, turned to the little coal ball and inquired, "Dear coal ball, we are quite eager to discover what lies behind the iron door. Would you be so kind as to lead us there?" While it is often said that curiosity can lead to peril, the unfolding of their narrative hinged upon their inquisitiveness. Of course, the little coal ball responded cheerfully, its little legs kicking with enthusiasm at the request from the contractors. In its quest to unlock the mechanism, the little coal ball employed every conceivable tactic. It even attempted to unleash fiery breath to incinerate the entire mountain peak. Though such an approach was undeniably violent, it was presumed to be effective. If the iron door could not be opened directly, surely destroying the surrounding rocks and soil would yield results. However, reality proved otherwise. The entire mountain seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious barrier, while it could still wreak havoc upon the foliage. The flames emitted from its level 1 beastly form were inexplicably absorbed by the mountain itself. Even when it resorted to clawing at the wall, a strange force repelled its efforts. "This is futile. I cannot dig it out at all." The iron door emanated an overwhelming concentration of fire elements, which proved irresistibly alluring to the fire-type coal ball. The more inaccessible the door became, the greater its desire to uncover the secrets within. The recognition bestowed upon its contractor by the water spirit Pearl indicated a rare fortune. Perhaps they possessed the means to unlock the iron door after all. Thus, the little coal ball, steering its charming flying squirrel abode, gently guided the two toward the depths of the cave. According to the narrative in No One Understands Demonic Beasts Better Than I Do, the cave where the fire silk spider lurks is described as a trial ground composed of countless illusions and mirage formations. In the original work, the male protagonist finds himself directly immersed in one of these illusions. Originally a reaper of the dead in an era devoid of magic, he, seasoned by countless battles, suddenly falls into an unknown realm. Rather than succumbing to panic, he remains remarkably composed, carefully surveying his surroundings and assessing the situation with utmost caution. Ultimately, through his exceptional intelligence and prowess, he successfully navigates the trials of 7 illusions. The reward bestowed upon him for conquering these illusions is a legacy technique known as beast control art, granted by an elderly figure of wisdom. Upon exiting through the iron gate, the protagonist encounters the fire silk spider, which is fervently attempting to claw its way through the door. Suddenly, the gate swings open of its own accord, and amidst a blinding radiance, the spider beholds the protagonist, who emerges enveloped in the lingering glow of his newfound powers. This sight astonishes the creature, leading it to mistakenly assume that he is a reincarnation of a formidable being. For it cannot fathom how someone radiating such divine light could possess no cultivation or spiritual energy. Observing the fire silk spider seemingly awestruck by the divine glow, the protagonist intends to test the efficacy of the beast control art. The first chapter of Beast Control Art elucidates the proper method of communication with spirit beasts and how to entice them by discovering their most cherished desires. After a brief exchange, the fire silk spider agrees to forge a spirit beast contract with the protagonist. Upon initially reading this plotline, Wen Shu expressed dissatisfaction, pondering how a spirit beast that had lived for millennia could possess the intellect of a mere 3-year-old, so easily deceived. Now, she comprehends the truth. Do not question. It is simply the protagonist's aura of destiny at work. As the mysterious iron door gradually came into view, Wen Shu felt a surge of curiosity. She pondered whether, if they were to wait here until the door opened of its own accord, they might encounter the protagonist from No One Understands Monsters Better Than I Do. The world beyond the iron door resembled Pandora's box, dangerous, yet alluring. The illusory trial was both a paradise and a hell, a calamity or a blessing, contingent upon the intentions of those who dared to enter. A crimson fruit captivated Wen Shu, leading her to instinctively believe that the fire element in this place was bountiful. She soon experienced an overwhelming presence of fiery energy, which she relayed to Wen Shu. Trusting her companion, Wen Shu too felt the palpable essence of fire. The little coal ball shared a similar sentiment. It harbored a desire for the realm beyond the iron door to be a haven rich in fire elements, teeming with delectable and playful monster mice. Thus, the door emitted a vibrant aura of fire energy, even conjuring numerous shame rock mice, further solidifying the little coal ball's resolve to step inside. In No One Understands Monsters Better Than I Do, the iron door served as a source of power for the protagonist. Now, with different worlds intertwining, Wen Shu sensed that matters were far from straightforward. When an iron door, seemingly no different from an ordinary one aside from its material, appeared before the trio, Wen Shu took the initiative to step closer, scrutinizing the door intently. However, this door revealed little mystery. No matter how she examined it, it appeared utterly mundane, rectangular, devoid of embellishments, save for a solitary doorknob. Wen Shu stared intently at the doorknob for a while before she discovered that within it lay a concealed combination lock. Due to its hidden position and the fact that its color matched that of the door, one would truly struggle to locate it without a keen eye. Chapter 68. The door-killing strike of Su Mu. Su Mu was a corpse hunter residing on the planet Ulan in the year 2047. Until a week ago, he had been executing his grim tasks amidst the perils of the ruins in Sector 7. If this mission were to conclude successfully, he would accumulate sufficient points to exchange a residency permit for his brother, Su Yi, who had been sheltered outside the refuge zone. With such anticipation, Su Mu diligently followed his unit to scour the battlefield. Even when a zombie's claw inflicted a gaping wound on his arm, he stifled the excruciating pain and fiercely plunged his dagger into the creature's skull. Once the corpse-hunting team had finally vanquished the last wave of zombies, he paid little mind to properly tending his injury. After a hasty bandaging, he raced forward with exhilaration, ultimately reaching the supply station at the base just before sunset. As his years of accrued points dwindled to nothing, he successfully exchanged them for a tattered residency permit. Gazing at the worn and blood-stained document in his hand, Su Mu felt no disdain. Instead, he carefully tucked it into his bosom. Each residency slot within the base's refuge was exceedingly precious, typically becoming available only upon the death of an individual in the crowded sanctuary. As the door swung open, he was taken aback, only to witness Su Yi abruptly raising the handgun he had left for his protection, aiming it squarely at his head. Su Yi's gaze towards Su Mu was frigid and merciless, reminiscent of how Su Mu typically dealt with zombies. In the next instant, without a hint of hesitation, Su Yi pressed the trigger. Bang! Su Mu fell to the ground, shot in the head. "I'm sorry, brother." As Su Yi laid down the handgun, her voice bore no trace of remorse. "It was said that once you are dead, I would inherit your right to reside within the sanctuary." Having believed himself to be deceased, Su Mu inexplicably found himself transported to a realm resembling a paradise on Earth. Here, he undertook a series of enigmatic and antiquated trials known as illusions. Sometimes, the illusions manifested as treacherous Buddhist temples, while at other times, they morphed into dark and chilling ghostly graveyards. Drawing upon his years of experience teetering on the brink of life and death, coupled with his acute awareness, he adeptly navigated through each challenge. Most of these trials involved cerebral puzzles requiring keen intellect, with a minor portion demanding physical prowess, all within his capacity to endure. Could it be the blessing of an enigmatic benefactor? Su Mu mused with excitement. As the thought crossed his mind, he flicked his finger. An luminous orb shot rapidly towards Su Mu's head. "This is your reward," the mysterious benefactor declared just before vanishing. In the next moment, a piercing headache enveloped him as a torrent of unfamiliar ancestral memories surged into his consciousness. Beast Taming Technique. This was the name of the legacy bestowed by the luminous orb, divided into the beast taming section and the divine taming section. The former primarily elucidated the art of controlling spirit beasts, while the latter focused on cultivating techniques. Before the Azure Planet succumbed to ruin, Su Mu was merely a reclusive young man, indulging in novels and video games within the confines of his home, fully aware of the peculiar circumstances he was experiencing. What on earth was happening? Rubbing his forehead as the pain gradually subsided, Su Mu couldn't help but voice his inner frustrations. After wandering about for a few moments, the dense fog dissipated, revealing a modern iron door before him. The door was sleek and minimalist, adorned only with a solitary doorknob. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu resolved to confront whatever lay beyond the door. It was prudent to exit first. Surely, he wouldn't fall victim to an abrupt demise so soon after his arrival in this new realm. With that thought in mind, he extended his hand to grasp the iron door. Just as Wen Shu earnestly attempted to decipher the doorknob's code, a sudden click echoed, and the door swung open of its own accord. Before them stood a disheveled, middle-aged man, his rugged appearance marred by exhaustion, staring blankly at the two individuals and a spider before him. The sizable spider, nearly the size of a fist, was perched atop a gigantic cartoon flying squirrel. At that very moment, it extended fangs that were 10 times its own body length and bit down on the squirrel's forehead, severing it cleanly. "My apologies for the interruption," Wen Shu remarked, swiftly pulling Wen Xuanning forward, nudging Su Mu to step through the doorway. This was an opportunity that could not be squandered. They could not allow it to slip away. Once the door closed, it would be 5 years before they could open it again. As the two successfully squeezed through, the iron door slammed shut with a resounding thud, then vanished entirely. Trapped once more within the confines of the door, Sumu watched as it disappeared, his inclination to curse rising. Yet, faced with the two exquisitely delicate little girls, he found himself at a loss for words. Children, do you truly grasp where you are? To dare intrude so recklessly? Observing the vacant space where the iron gate once stood, Sumu felt a profound sense of helplessness and simply sat down, appearing somewhat lost. My apologies, we acted rather rashly. Could you kindly enlighten us, sir, as to where we are? Wen Shu inquired politely, shaking her head in response to the earlier reprimand. I have no idea. Then what brings you here? Curiosity compelled us to enter and take a look. Is curiosity sufficient reason to disregard danger and trespass into an unfamiliar place? Whose unruly child are you, to possess such a lack of awareness? Sumu was momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew awkward for several moments until when Xue Ning broke the silence. She quietly approached Wen Shu and whispered, Shu, the little coal ball hasn't entered. Lacking the protection of a divine beast, Wen Shu felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet she continuously reassured herself that they were, after all, graced with three protagonist auras. Surely, they would find a way out in 5 years. Even if they encountered peril along the way, with so many auras to rely upon, their lives would not be in jeopardy. With this thought, Wen Shu's heart settled a bit. While it was unwise to depend solely on the auras, when human effort fell short of fate, why not embrace the light of those auras? I shall seek to glean some information from that gentleman, to ascertain the nature of this place. When Xue Ning affirmed with a serious nod, Hey, you two little rascals, do you think whispering will keep your voices down? Are you afraid I won't hear you? Upon overhearing Wen Xue Ning's intention to extract information, Sumu couldn't help but roll his eyes and retorted with irritation. Do you think this is just child's play? You can come and go as you please. Let me tell you, this place is fraught with peril and illusions can manifest at any moment. One misstep, and you might lose your life. Sigh, I wonder when the next exit will appear. Although the old man with the golden finger mentioned he would return in 5 years, if I can't find a way out, I won't last 5 days without starving here. Chapter 69. The dungeon awakens. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sumu rummaged through his pockets, only to find them utterly bare. He had traversed here in his entirety, and aside from the healing wound on his head, his body remained unchanged. He was still himself, clad in a tattered leather jacket and work pants, with merely a few packets of compressed biscuits tucked inside his jacket. Fearful of consuming the food that appeared in the illusions, worried that it might lead to dire consequences, he refrained from touching any of it, despite its presence. As he patted his stomach, which had been empty for 2 days, Sumu felt tears welling up. He truly did not wish to perish of hunger right after acquiring the male lead script. Sir, have you been here for long? Wen Xue Ning, perceiving that this scruffy old man possessed no spiritual power and was merely immortal, kindly retrieved some snacks from her chinkoan bag, crouched down, and offered them to him. Upon witnessing Wen Xue Ning conjure food seemingly out of thin air, Sumu felt a jolt in his heart, recalling the sight that greeted him upon opening the iron door. It was unmistakably a dim cavern, and there they were, accompanied by a spider capable of devouring a rat hole. Could it be that these two children were transformed monsters? This thought made him instinctively inch backward, stammering, Great king, spare my life. I'm not particularly appetizing. When Xue Ning placed the pastries on the ground and patiently explained, Uncle, we are human, not monsters. Not monsters? Then what are you two doing in this cave? Playing with spiders? I also wish to inquire why a mere ordinary person finds themselves behind an iron door. As she spoke, a fireball erupted from Wen Xue Ning's palm, which she gently tossed, causing the ball to strike a nearby large tree, igniting it instantly. Witnessing the power of the fireball, the mortal Sumu swallowed hard, pleading, Great Immortal, please do not kill me. I shall reveal all. A true man knows when to yield. In critical moments, one must recognize when to back down. Survival opens the door to infinite possibilities for the future. How did you come to this place? Oh, that's a long story. You see, I was just an ordinary person, walking along, when a sudden gust of demonic wind swept in. Naturally, Sumu would not divulge the entirety of his origins. Yet aside from concealing his true background and the inheritance he received from the old man with the golden fingers, the rest of his narrative remained largely truthful. Sumu was acutely aware that, in order to survive in the present circumstances, he might genuinely need to rely on these two self-proclaimed cultivators, these young children. After listening to him, When Xuanning stroked her chin and surveyed the surroundings. They found themselves in a misty valley with low visibility. The sun was absent from the sky, and beneath their feet lay what appeared to be solid ground, accompanied by the faint sound of flowing water nearby. She pushed the food towards Su Mu, saying, "Eat, for you are the only one who possesses some clues. We have no intention of poisoning you." Su Mu found her reasoning quite sound and eagerly grasped the snacks on the ground, devouring them voraciously. These treats were made by Wen Xuanning herself, intended for Wen Shu, and she had specifically added a bit of spiritual spring water into the mix. Unfortunately, Wen Shu had no desire for such delicacies and preferred to consume medicinal pills directly whenever the need arose, leaving these snacks untouched. Fortunately, at the time when Xuanning prepared these treats, Wen Shu was still in the qi refinement stage, so the amount of spiritual spring water added was minimal. For someone like Su Mu, a mere mortal, the spiritual essence could not only nourish his body and heal his wounds, but also confer longevity. Had she measured it according to the standards for foundation establishment cultivators, Su Mu would have perished from the excess. As Su Mu bit into the snacks, he found their flavor exquisite, soft and delicate, reminiscent of the snow cream he had tasted before the apocalypse. As the treats settled in his stomach, an indescribable magical force coursed through his limbs, banishing the fatigue of the past 7 days. In that moment, his body felt lighter and more at ease than ever. Consequently, he gazed at Wen Xuanning with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. She had no obligation to provide him with such exquisite sustenance. His value lay solely in the experiences he had garnered from this game-like illusion. Considering that a mere ordinary person like herself could navigate through this realm for 7 days unscathed, it should stand to reason that with their prowess, they would face no peril. Ahem. In her haste to eat, and with her mind wandering incessantly, Su Mu inadvertently choked. Upon witnessing this, Wen Shu retrieved a water gourd from her storage ring and handed it to Su Mu, simultaneously offering him words of comfort. "Uncle, if we successfully locate the exit, we will surely take you with us." Thank you. Having recently endured betrayal, Su Mu was reluctant to place his trust in others. However, he could not deny that the two girls before him inspired a rather pleasant sensation. Once Su Mu had satisfied his hunger and quenched his thirst, he regained his composure and rose to his feet, gesturing toward the valley before them. "I have resided here for 7 days, experiencing a total of 7 illusions. This implies that each day a new illusion manifests, each one strikingly realistic, with tangible sensations and pain. Based on my previous encounters, while they posed a certain threat to me, they should be relatively effortless for you cultivators. However, considering that I was the only one here before, I am unaware if these illusions are designed for group entry or solitary exploration, nor do I know if the danger level adjusts according to the strength of the individuals entering the illusion. In any case, further speculation is futile. We can only ascertain the specifics after the 3 of us encounter the illusion once more. If my calculations are correct, another hour remains before the illusion descends." In the narrative, the illusion presents itself to Su Mu as a mere novice-level quest. Its purpose is solely to hone his skills, test his mettle, and simultaneously showcase the protagonist's astuteness to the readers. Within this dreamlike realm, the protagonist gradually acclimatizes to the cultural nuances of the ancient world, ultimately receiving his extraordinary boon. Initially, Wen Shu was filled with confusion and trepidation regarding the origins of this boon, perpetually sensing an unseen, colossal hand orchestrating everything from above, rendering her a trivial pawn on a preordained path laid out by another. However, enlightenment eventually dawned upon her. Amidst the vastness of existence, she indeed felt insignificant and inconsequential. Disobedience could lead to her erasure or replacement at any moment. Forced to traverse this new realm, uprooted from her homeland and bereft of her former family and life, Wen Shu felt a deep-seated resentment. Yet, she undeniably lacked the power to resist or reject her fate. Given this reality, why not temporarily relinquish her defiance and attempt to find enjoyment within it? Prior to that, she needed to gather her strength, obediently following the meticulously scripted path laid before her. In due time, she would uncover the true purpose behind it all. One day, she would break free from this controlling hand, escape the chessboard, and emerge as a true architect of her own destiny. An hour later, the heavens darkened, and a thick veil of clouds descended, obscuring the vision of the 3 individuals. The moment had arrived. Su Mu suddenly grasped the garments of Wen Shu and Wen Xuanning, signaling the onset of the event. Chapter 70. The instance closes. The gray mist descended and then dissipated. The entire process lasted no longer than a minute. Wen Shu. Wen Xuanning. Sumu. Wen Shu lowered her gaze to the jade smoke in her hand, vowing that she had merely instinctively deployed the illusion-breaking technique. The precise success rate, however, relied on fortune. Evidently, luck was in her favor this time. An illusion array refers to a formation that confounds the mind, a man-made mirage. An illusion denotes a fabricated environment, which may arise from an illusion array, natural environmental factors, or the mischief of spirits. As the gray mist ascended and quickly dissipated, Sumu paused for several seconds. Is this it? It should be over. Wen Shu hesitated for a moment before stating, my illusion-breaking technique can only dispel illusions generated by an illusion array. Therefore, this valley is most likely a massive magical formation. Natural illusions are far more terrifying than those created by an array. Now that we know this place is an illusion array, even if the illusion-breaking technique fails to dismantle it, as long as we successfully locate the core of the formation, we can escape. The illusion array has been dispelled, yet no new golden finger elder has appeared. After experiencing 7 illusions, Sumu received a reward in the form of a golden finger. What about Wen Xuanning and me? Will we also receive a reward in 7 days? As Wen Shu pondered this, the sky suddenly brightened, and 3 golden points of light descended from above. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be 3 golden beans, accompanied by a jade tablet. Fated individuals, with each unraveling of the illusion, you shall receive a golden bean as a reward. Should you fortuitously survive 5 years hence, you may exchange these beans for various rewards from me. As Wen Shu handed the jade slip to Wen Xuanning, she relayed its contents to Sumu, inquiring, Uncle, during your previous encounters with the illusion array, did you receive any rewards? None, Sumu replied, a hint of unease flickering across his face as he shook his head. Feigning ignorance. After enduring 7 illusions, the iron door appeared. The accumulation of golden beans for the exchange of treasures bears a striking resemblance to the plots found in system-based novels. Wen Shu furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment, then secured the jade slip and tossed a stone into the distant mist. I seem to grasp something now. Meanwhile, Wen Xuanning clutched the jade slip in one hand while pondering thoughtfully with the other resting on her chin. In the next moment, she boldly stepped into the mist. Indeed, it is a maze. Uncle, are you feeling warm? Wen Xuanning suddenly asked Sumu. He paused momentarily, then tugged at his leather jacket, replying, not at all. It feels quite cool here. He had arrived in this realm during late autumn, and the climate felt no different to him. What about you, Shu? Wen Shu opened her palm, releasing the water element energy enveloping it, and soon beads of sweat began to form in her palm. The fire elements here are abundant. Without utilizing my spiritual power to shield myself, I would surely be drenched in perspiration. Wen Xuanning nodded. Shu has already attained the foundational level of cultivation, and her physique is far more resilient to heat than that of an ordinary person. Yet, Uncle, as a mere mortal, how can you wear such heavy clothing in this warm environment without breaking a sweat? Is it possible that we perceive the temperature differently? Wen Mu expressed his astonishment. Since my arrival here, the temperature has remained consistently the same, neither becoming colder nor warmer. A thought crossed my mind. Wen Xuanning closed her eyes and began to self-hypnotize, repeatedly affirming the abundance of water elements in this place. Before long, she indeed ceased to perceive the fire elements in the air. Instead, a rich essence of water surrounded her. It was as she suspected. Wen Xuanning opened her eyes and said to Wen Shu, Shu, try to calm your mind and envision the surrounding mist of water. See if that brings about any change. Heeding her advice, Wen Shu emptied her thoughts and immersed herself in self-hypnosis. The water spirit pearl within her energy sea seemed to respond, spinning rapidly. In no time, her body temperature noticeably decreased, and the dense fire elements transformed into water elements. Wen Xuanning attempted to shift her surroundings into fire, wind, and metal elements, achieving success each time. With a tone of joy, she exclaimed to Wen Shu, Shu, the environmental climate here can be altered based on our own perceptions, and these changes in spiritual energy are indeed tangible, even if there are no treasures here. Merely envisioning the cultivation environment we desire, after 5 years of practice, will yield a guaranteed profit. Wen Shu nodded in agreement, and she continued, I have conducted other experiments as well. In comparison, the spiritual energy here can reach up to 5 times that of the external realm, but this is limited to the form and concentration of the energy. Other aspects, such as conjuring a scene from one's imagination, do not yield the same results. After saying this, Wen Xuanning discreetly communicated with Wen Shu, Shu, I suspect that the master of this place may be concealed somewhere, observing our every move. If that man did not lie, and no golden pearls appeared before our arrival, then why is it that as soon as we come here, 3 golden pearls descend upon us? Thus, I suspect this is a legacy illusion. The master of the illusion harbors no ill intent. He has evidently drawn us here to select suitable successors. Perhaps he initially chose that man, but upon our arrival, he wishes to reassess us. Upon hearing Wen Shu's conjecture, Wen Shu was astonished. She was already aware of these intricacies due to her prior knowledge of the novel's plot. However, Wen Shu, a genuine native, had managed to deduce the truth with remarkable accuracy based on mere clues. Truly, she is worthy of her title as the heroine's father. After silently paying homage to Wen Shu's insight, Wen Shu inquired, "Xiao Ning, what do you plan to do?" Wen Shu pondered for a moment before replying. Shu, what is the success rate of your illusion-breaking technique?" 50-50. With that, Wen Shu cleared her throat and called out loudly to the sky, "Predecessor, the secret has been revealed. May I have the honor of meeting you?" Wen Shu exclaimed, "You have seen for yourself that the illusion array is ineffective against us. Do not harbor doubts. This is solely due to my sister, Wen Shu, possessing the secret method to completely dismantle your illusion. Should you wish to test us, you may need to resort to alternative means." No sooner had her words faded than a beam of light descended from the heavens. A man of ethereal grace, exuding an extraordinary aura and elegant demeanor, with lifeless, fish-like eyes that reflected a profound disillusionment, slowly materialized before the trio. "What are you shouting about? Do you not realize that you are breaking the rules? How am I to proceed from here?" Chapter 71. The translocator Ming Shu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had been stationed in this desolate little valley for over 2 centuries, awaiting a new chosen one. Just a week prior, after 200 years of gaming to alleviate his solitude, the long-anticipated chosen one arrived. Sumu appeared in a swirl of mystical light, drawn to this place. He was sufficiently vigilant, astute, and clever, with a gaze that conveyed unwavering determination. Reminiscent of Ming Shu in his youth, the halo of destiny atop Sumu's head shimmered brightly, serving as a beacon in the already confined valley. The moment Ming Shu laid eyes on him, he recognized that he was indeed the chosen one of this world. As a translocator, Ming Shu bore a title that sounded enigmatic. However, its bearers were a collection of once-renowned figures from various realms, now imprisoned due to their numerous transgressions against the cosmic order. These prodigies had provoked the wrath of the heavenly laws and faced divine retribution. While the supreme deity had intervened in a timely manner to shield them, it simultaneously curtailed much of their extraordinary abilities. In order to lift the restrictions imposed upon them, they must accomplish the task of extraditing the chosen ones, thereby redeeming themselves through merit. The mission of extraditing the chosen ones is far from the simplicity it appears to embody. These chosen individuals are not mere favorites of destiny. Most possess unique identities and formidable strengths, yet they do not adhere to the principles of the celestial order. They are heretics of this alternate realm, akin to cheats, and are thus intolerable to the celestial path. He must meticulously shield the celestial order of this alternate world, all while subtly bestowing a cheat-like advantage upon the chosen ones right beneath the vigilant gaze of the celestial laws. Once these powerful souls accept this advantage, their essence will be branded, forever binding them to the control of the supreme deity. Some chosen ones are easily deceived upon receiving this advantage. Their initial reaction is one of delight. Most of these individuals hail from the D dimension, where the influence of web literature and anime has led them to readily accept their roles as traversers of worlds. Conversely, there are those who remain vigilant. If such advantages are too easily obtained, they will outright reject these so-called gifts. In such cases, a series of obstacles must be established, positioning the advantage as a reward. When an individual endures numerous hardships to finally acquire a treasure, they are bound to cherish it and harbor no doubts. To Ming Shu, these chosen ones mirror his former self, naive yet foolish, innocent yet greedy. Once, Ming Shu too was a chosen one, defying the heavens, slaying deities, and achieving renown as the protagonist of a particular world. His divinity was not exalted. It was only upon transcending this world that he realized he had, from the very beginning, become merely a marionette, his lifeline firmly grasped by the so-called dominion of the laws, the supreme deity. Ming Shu's current task was to lie in wait within an inconspicuous little illusionary realm, anticipating the emergence of a new chosen one, to whom he would bestow the golden finger designated by the supreme deity. The common trait among the chosen ones was their formidable souls, capable of traversing the myriad worlds at will. Although the supreme deity incessantly asserted that the supreme deity was the law, and the law was the celestial way, no one had ever truly beheld the supreme deity's essence, nor had anyone ever truly believed in this notion. He could sense that the essence of the supreme deity seemed to be shackled either by himself or by a mysterious force of the laws, hence necessitating the control over these chosen ones to act on its behalf. For each successful transition of a chosen one, Ming Shu would earn a point towards sin purification. Accumulating sufficient points would enable him to reactivate his personal system and, to a certain extent, regain his autonomy. The appearance of Su Mu ignited hope within Ming Shu. Upon the successful completion of 7 illusionary trials by the other party, Ming Shu immediately shut down his computer, tidied his disheveled hair, and made a resplendent entrance. Originally a deity, he descended as though from the divine abode, playing his role with effortless authenticity. This transaction proceeded smoothly. The chosen one, Su Mu, hailed from the D-world and had evidently been well-versed in the theories of traversal. Following the supreme deity's instructions meticulously, Ming Shu imparted the Beast Master's technique to him. Afterward, he merely needed to remain here for another 5 years. After 5 years, he would assess whether the evolved and matured Su Mu had diligently practiced the techniques he imparted. Then, with his merit complete, he would acquire a second point for the cleansing of sins. Ming Shu's heart brimmed with joy, believing he would finally escape the valley that had confined him for over 2 centuries. His spirits lifted, he opened the system, intending to submit the task. But after a considerable time, the system remained unresponsive. Ming Shu tried once more, yet again met with failure. The system remained inoperative, and the valley's restrictions persisted. Impervious to his divine power, no matter how much he exerted, Ming Shu sat on the ground, his elegant, slender fingers caressing his smooth, jade-like chin. Could it be that I have erred? He glanced up at the illusion mirror, where Su Mu was poised to open the iron gate, a radiant halo shimmering above his head, a clear sign of the protagonist's aura. He witnessed Su Mu grasp the handle, ready to exit, when, in the next moment, he was unexpectedly pushed back by a pair of innocent, youthful hands. Ming Shu sprang to his feet, incredulous. How could this be? A secondary world can only harbor one chosen one. Why? Evidently, both Wen Shu and Wen Xuanning bore luminous halos atop their heads, bright and dazzling. Even more so than Su Mu's. No one could perceive the physical manifestation of the chosen one's protagonist halo, save for the guide and the supreme deity. Observing Wen Shu effortlessly unravel the illusionary array, he noted that Wen Xuanning seemed to have sensed his presence. Ming Shu found it necessary to re-emerge, his mind racing to devise a suitable explanation. 3 chosen ones. This information must be conveyed to the supreme deity. May I inquire as to your identity? Su Mu gazed at the handsome man before him, hesitating for a moment on whether to reveal himself. The man had granted him the golden finger just earlier that day. His true appearance concealed, yet his aura and physique left a profound impression on Su Mu. It had not been long since that encounter. And now the venerable figure of the golden finger had reappeared. However, he had just deceived those 2 young ladies into believing he had acquired nothing. And now fate had turned so swiftly against him. He could only wonder if the golden finger would choose to shield him from this revelation. Ahem. I am the master of this valley. The man cast a reassuring glance at Su Mu, implying that he would keep the matter of imparting the beast-taming technique confidential. Esteemed valley master, might I inquire as to your purpose in drawing us here, given the formidable strength of the other party? Wen Xuanning posed her question with utmost politeness and respect. Me? Drawing you both here? Ming Shu appeared perplexed. If you are indeed the master of this place, then the Iron Gate, lured by intense elemental fire, must have summoned us, and you surely cannot be unaware of this? In truth, Ming Shu was quite ignorant of this matter. As he pondered, he discreetly scrutinized the golden halo above Wen Xuanning's head, unlike his own and Su Mu's, which were marred by a faint black thread entwined within their protagonist auras. Wen Xuanning and Wen Shu's halos appeared pristine, clearly indicating they were wild, untethered, chosen ones yet to be bound by the supreme deity. The wild chosen ones, those naturally born in this native world, are not traversers. They are not repelled by the laws of this realm. If they could be bound to the camp of the main deity, with a whirlwind of thoughts, Ming Shu reached a decision. Although I am somewhat unclear about the purpose of your arrival, fate has brought us together. You fortunate individuals have effortlessly shattered the illusion I meticulously crafted. Regardless of the method, it sufficiently attests to your excellence. Therefore, I still intend to bestow upon you a reward." As he spoke, he produced 2 spatial bracelets, artifacts prepared by the main deity for chosen ones from other realms. The rare emergence of local chosen ones was an opportunity he was unwilling to squander. Thus, he presented them, hoping to bind the 2 of them. However, fortune does not simply fall from the sky. This situation bore an air of peculiarity. Although Wen Xuanning and Wen Shu accepted the bracelets, they did not utilize them immediately. Instead, they stored them away and expressed their gratitude with utmost politeness. Wen Xuanning, with genuine sincerity, remarked, "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed elder. Since we have received your reward, might I inquire if you could reveal the iron door once more, allowing us to exit?" "This, I fear, is not possible." Ming Shua could only shake his head in resignation. "While it is true that I personally set up this formation, the next opportunity to open the exit will not arise for another 5 years, and even I am unable to unravel it." Chapter 72. The mirage of the desert helping someone means seeing it through to the end, Ming Shua remarked, his fingers flicking as he sent a glowing orb into Su Mu's head. The orb contained fundamental knowledge and techniques of the cultivation world. In Ming Shua's mind, Su Mu, now bound to the beast-taming art, was already one of his own, since he had bestowed rewards upon Wen Xuanning and Wen Shu. It wouldn't be fair to leave Su Mu empty-handed. With that, his figure dissipated once more, leaving the trio to exchange bewildered glances. "What rewards did you receive?" Su Mu's first reaction was one of flattered astonishment. The mysterious old man with the golden finger had even gone so far as to provide him with an additional reward to cover his lie. Yet, in the next moment, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into his heart. Wasn't this treatment a bit too generous? However, the inheritance had already been accepted, and it was too late to question it now. "It's a bracelet," Wen Shu said, examining the delicate silver band. The material was unknown, but it was intricately carved with beautiful patterns that shimmered with a radiant glow. Returning to his private space, Ming Shua focused intently on the illusion mirror, watching as Wen Shu finally took out the bracelet to admire it. "Yes, that's it. Quickly, bind it with your spiritual sense," he urged silently. However, Wen Shu did not immediately probe the bracelet with her spiritual sense as Ming Shua had hoped. The bracelet gave her a feeling eerily similar to the ring she had taken from Zhao Ritian. Sensing that they might still be under the watchful eye of the golden-fingered old man, Wen Shu discreetly sent a message to Wen Xuanning, advising her to refrain from investigating the bracelet for now. Then, addressing Su Mu, she remarked, "Since the Valley Master has decreed that we must remain here for 5 years, let us seize this opportunity to diligently cultivate. If illusions arise tomorrow, I shall no longer attempt to dispel them directly. Instead, I will regard them as a form of training to enhance my abilities. As for that bracelet, it would be best if you refrained from inquiring about it, dear uncle. We do not wish to know the nature of the rewards you have received, and we kindly ask you to adhere to your own responsibilities and refrain from asking further." With these words, Wen Shu seated herself on the ground, closed her eyes, and began to meditate. Her foundation in cultivation was not yet fully solidified, and this moment provided a perfect opportunity for her to earnestly consolidate her skills. Meanwhile, Wen Xuanning drew forth the Yishuai sword and moved a short distance away from Wen Shu and Su Mu to practice her swordsmanship. Su Mu wholeheartedly agreed with Wen Shu's sentiments. For him, who possessed the weakest abilities, it was indeed most advantageous to remain reticent about the rewards each individual had obtained. Currently, there were no beasts for him to practice against, so he devoted himself to studying the foundational knowledge of cultivation imparted to him by the venerable Golden Finger. After all, he was but a mortal. The most pressing matter at hand was to swiftly achieve the ability to draw in spiritual energy and officially enter the ranks of cultivators. Cultivators' physical constitutions are classified according to their spiritual roots, with the most favorable being the single spiritual root with complete elemental affinity, also known as a heavenly root. Those who possess a single spiritual root, but with slightly lesser elemental affinity, are considered inferior. Beyond the 5 elemental roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, there also exist the 3 exotic roots of wind, thunder, and ice. The quality of one's spiritual root varies, influencing their capacity to attract elemental spiritual energy. For instance, a cultivator endowed with 5 spiritual roots, often referred to as having inferior innate abilities, may possess 5 celestial roots, each exhibiting a profound affinity for spiritual energy, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. In such a case, this 5-rooted cultivator's potential may not necessarily be inferior to that of a single-rooted cultivator with a celestial root. However, Due to the multitude of roots, the time required for their cultivation is significantly prolonged, at least fivefold compared to their single-rooted counterpart. Yet, once they truly ascend in power, their strength could surpass that of a single-rooted cultivator by a factor of 5. Nonetheless, it is exceedingly rare for a cultivator to achieve unparalleled proficiency across all 5 roots. The last prodigy to meet such flawless criteria has ascended to become the foremost among the 10 transcendent beings, known as the celestial sovereign of the 5 elements. The majority of cultivators with 5 roots find their affinities convoluted and their elemental connections relatively weak, leading to arduous and time-consuming training with dismal results. Thus, the prevailing hierarchy of innate potential in this realm remains, with single-rooted cultivators at the pinnacle, followed by those with dual roots, then trinary, quaternary, and finally the arduous 5-rooted ones. This world is known as the celestial origin realm, originally a singular continent that, following cataclysmic upheavals in ancient times, shattered into 5 distinct lands: the central continent, the eastern extremity continent, the southern extremity continent, the western extremity continent, and the northern extremity continent. At this moment, our subject finds himself ensconced in the endless mountains, which adjoin the periphery of the eastern extremity continent. As night descends and light dances with shadows, the dawn of a new day swiftly approaches. Ming Shuo waited an entire day without seeing any dark threads upon Wen Shu and Wen Xuaning's heads, causing him to furrow his brows in contemplation. It seemed illogical to possess treasures yet refrain from employing them. Perhaps they had already utilized them. But due to the lack of targeted matching, the effects had proven futile. Lost in thought, the preordained illusion once again descended upon the valley. This time, Wen Shu refrained from employing the technique to dispel illusions, and neither she nor Wen Xuaning nor Su Mu were linked together. Thus, when she finally opened her eyes, Wen Shu discovered that she was utterly alone in this environment. Before her lay an expanse of desert, where the sun blazed fiercely in the sky, and the air was parched and sweltering. The vast sea of sand stretched endlessly, accompanied only by withered flora and scattered grains of sand. Raising one hand to shield herself from the blinding light, she wielded the other to sketch a straw hat upon her head using the jade smoke. The scarcity of water elements in this place prevented her from crafting larger objects, such as a pavilion. Once adorned with her hat, she heard the distant jingle of camel bells. After a brief wait, she beheld a long caravan of camels swaying as they approached over the distant dunes. The leading merchant halted his camel and called out to Wen Shu, "Hey, child, whose are you? What brings you here alone? This place is perilous. Come sunset, the desert wolves will emerge to hunt, and a child like you may not suffice as their meal." Upon hearing this, the other merchants behind him erupted into laughter. Wen Shu gazed at the merchant's large eyes and prominent nose, features that bore the rich characteristics of a distant western land. She discerned no presence of spiritual energy emanating from the individual. A commoner, perhaps? "Esteemed sir," she began, feigning distress, "it appears I have lost my way." Wen Shu noticed the inexplicable disrepair of her garments and seized the opportunity to project a pitiable demeanor. "My mother," she continued, "had brought me out in search of a water source, but alas, the source remains unfound, and my mother has vanished." "From whence do you and your mother hail?" the leader inquired. Her face bore a sallow complexion, and her frame was gaunt, indicative of malnourishment. It was quite plausible that the little one had been abandoned by her kin. Upon hearing this, the merchant leader furrowed his brow. In the arid expanse of the desert, the abandonment of children by their families was a lamentably common occurrence. A retinue member by his side, his eyes softened with compassion, and he suggested, "My lord, the lass cuts a rather forlorn figure all alone. Perhaps we could bring her along to the city? Sangma's tavern is in need of a scullery maid, is it not? She seems quite fitting for the role." Upon the leader's nod, he turned to Wen Shu with a benevolent countenance. "Pray tell, little one, are you capable of labor?" Wen Shu assented with fervent enthusiasm. "Indeed, good sir, I shall endeavor to work with utmost diligence. I am a most industrious child." Chapter 73. Sangma's Tavern Agra teemed with a ceaseless influx of merchant caravans daily. Despite the perils that beset the desert trade routes, rife with brigands and fraught with danger, where many a caravan ventured never to return, the lure of fortune proved irresistible. Greedy merchants continued to assemble caravans, large and small, pressing onward in pursuit of coveted riches in the east. Rumor had it that the desert's most formidable bandit chieftain, Gali of the Desert Eagles, was none other than her paramour. As long as ample bribes were offered to Gesangma, the caravan's journey through the desert would likely proceed without incident. with minimal chances of encountering marauding bandits. Wen Shu followed the caravan, perched atop a swaying camel, and by evening, they arrived at Agra. The long line of camels traversed the bustling marketplace of Agra. Amidst the enthusiastic cries of the vendors, the caravan slowly reached its destination, the coastal dock of Agra. Lord Hodge commanded his attendants and the merchants to unload the cargo from the camels at the dock, and soon sailors leapt from the grand vessel, meticulously extracting tea leaves and porcelain from boxes and cloth bags, counting each item with care before the laborers transferred them onto the ship. A rotund sea merchant settled a small chest of gold coins with Lord Hodge and his attendants. Agra was the only city in the desert adjacent to the sea, controlling the economic lifeblood of the entire arid expanse. Having received the payment, Hodge delegated the remaining trivial matters to his subordinates, while he personally led Wen Shu on camelback to Gesangma's tavern. Contrary to expectations, Gesangma's tavern was rather unassuming, merely a modest establishment. Being the weekend, many patrons, having toiled tirelessly throughout the day, opted to unwind with a drink at the tavern. In the evening, Gesangma's tavern was lively, yet there were insufficient hands to assist. Aside from the proprietress, the widow Gesangma, there was only a young lad, merely 13, who managed the bar and simultaneously took on the duties of the cashier. Bustling about with a wine jug and towel in hand, everyone is cognizant of Gesangma's affluence, yet the destination of her pecuniary resources remains a mystery. She is endowed with beauty, youth, and intelligence, but is simultaneously characterized by acrimony, indifference, and an obdurate heart. Rumors abound that Gesangma's husband met an untimely demise due to her reluctance to disburse the fees for a shaman's consultation. He was left with no recourse but to palliate his suffering with the most inexpensive liquor, succumbing to illness in the frigid subterranean wine cellar. Post-mortem, Gesangma interred him far away in the desert, as the desert levies no sepulchral maintenance fees. No one is inclined to toil in Gesangma's tavern, for the parsimonious Gesangma remits no remuneration to anyone, save for a midday meal consisting of a solitary potato. Good evening, Houch. It would appear that your ensemble has met with success. The exquisitely alluring Gesangma is of mixed heritage, her countenance exhibiting a conspicuous fusion of Eastern and Western features. She possesses a prominent nasal bridge and sensuous, plump lips, her xanthous complexion harmonizing exquisitely with her limpid, expressive eyes, imbuing her with an unconventional allure uncommon among the ordinary women of the western regions. All gratitude is owed to you, beauteous Madame Gesangma. Houch deposited a pouch of silver coins into Gesangma's hand, who, upon hefting it, ascertained that it contained precisely 100 silver gurus. Her elegant eyebrows furrowed in displeasure, her tone tinged with discontent. Master Houch, it is common knowledge that you have amassed no less than 1,000 gold gurus on this expedition. Yet you deign to compensate me with such a paltry sum of silver. Do you perhaps harbor intentions of discontinuing your mercantile endeavors in the future? Hodge felt quite aggrieved. Beautiful Madame Gesangma, I still need to pay my attendant and the other merchants. By the end, the gold gurus in my possession will not exceed 100. I must reserve some for my livelihood, mustn't I? Who is this little one? Without further argument, Gesangma cast her lovely gaze upon Wen Shu, a dirty and frail girl who appeared no older than 10. She is the daughter of a distant relative named Xia, who has come to Agra in search of work that can fill her stomach. Hodge wore a serious expression. Gesangma's eyes twinkled. You know the rules here, Hodge. There is no remuneration, only lunch provided. It matters not, for this child belongs to a family too large to offer her sufficient sustenance. Thus, Wen Shu settled into Gesangma's tavern. The tavern was bustling with patrons in the evening, and Gesangma instructed Wen Shu to wash her face before hastily handing her a jug of wine, becoming engrossed in her tasks. Until the witching hour, when the patrons dispersed, Wen Shu feigned exhaustion and quietly approached the young attendant to inquire, Hey, business seems quite good. Why are there only the two of us? The little one possesses considerable stamina. Despite Wen Shu's efforts to appear weary, enduring such labor without fainting was, in itself, a remarkable feat. Gesangma, in high spirits, chose to overlook the shortfall in silver gurus, grateful for Hodge's introduction of a diligent new helper. She arranged for Wen Shu to have the tavern's loft as her sleeping quarters. Rest well, little one. We shall meet at noon tomorrow. Gesangma intends to sleep until the late afternoon, and if Wen Shu rises early, she must find a way to prepare her own breakfast. As Gesangma gracefully descends the staircase, Wen Shu turns to gaze at the dusty attic, casually casting a spell to dispel the dust. The attic is rejuvenated, and she climbs onto the creaky little bed, lowering her gaze to ponder her predicament. It feels strikingly real. This is the first sensation that the illusion imparts to Wen Shu. Had she not been informed that this realm was a mere illusion, she might have believed she had traversed time once more. Through the dim light, she observes herself in the dilapidated vanity mirror. The child reflected therein bears no resemblance to Wen Shu herself, delicate and emaciated, with dry, yellow hair and a visage typical of a girl from the western regions, appearing malnourished. Wen Shu glances down at her soiled garments. Aside from her appearance and attire, little else has changed. Her cultivation remains intact. And the water spirit pearl within her dantian floats serenely, continuously solidifying her spiritual energy. According to Sumu, most of the illusions he encountered required only mental acuity. As he was but a mortal, should a cultivator appear within the illusions, defeat would be inevitable. Wen Shu, in contrast, is already a foundational cultivator with considerable combat capability. Does the disparity in strength also affect the difficulty of the illusions? Throughout her journey, Wen Shu has been diligently observing the people and surroundings around her. Whether it be the vendors at the market, the merchants of desert caravans, the sea traders at the docks, the sailors, the patrons at the tavern, the young boys assisting in various tasks, or even Gesangma, these individuals are merely ordinary people, devoid of any trace of spiritual power. Sumu mentioned that the time experienced within the illusion would be prolonged, only to be liberated once the illusion is unraveled. Wen Shu, after a brief moment of contemplation, ultimately set aside the jade cigarette in her hand. Let us observe for now. If it proves futile, I shall resort to the technique of breaking illusions to forcibly dispel it. Chapter 74. Soldiers and notices Wen Shu merely performed a complete cycle of the Qingping decision, and the sky outside the window had already begun to brighten. As she opened the window, the sun had yet to fully rise, and several birds flitted about the branches of the great tree, chirping melodiously, a delightful sound to the ear. The girl, the attic, the tree, the birds, and the dusty skirt on the ground. Wen Shu found herself chuckling softly, suddenly feeling as though she were in a scene from a Cinderella play. Gesangma's tavern is situated at the northern end of the market, and the streets below were already bustling with activity, filled with women and maids heading out to procure groceries, porters struggling under the weight of their employers' goods, and vendors selling porcelain, jewelry, and spices, all having set up their stalls along the roadside. Wen Shu inhaled deeply. The morning air was refreshingly crisp, imbued with a rich essence of spiritual energy. With the enhancement of her cultivation, her demand for spiritual power had grown increasingly substantial. In her earlier days, during the qi refinement stage, after a night of practice, she could distinctly sense her spiritual energy multiplying and her strength advancing. After establishing her foundation, even with the assistance of the exquisite gathering qi pill refined by Wen Xuanning, a single night was merely sufficient for her to circulate a complete set of mental techniques within her meridians once. The spiritual energy in her dantian showed no discernible increase. For someone in the qi refinement stage, absorbing spiritual energy throughout the night should yield noticeable changes, akin to a drop of water in a small cup. Yet for Wen Shu, whose dantian was expansive, comparable to that of the golden core stage, her absorption felt as insignificant as a drop in a vast lake, barely perceptible. Fortunately, Agra's proximity to the sea provided an abundance of water elements, just enough to sustain her cultivation. After a brief tidying up, Wen Shu donned the gray long dress that Gesangma had tossed to her before departing, secured a practical apron, and slowly made her way downstairs. The tavern was tranquil in the morning. The diligent attendant who had worked through the night was still sound asleep in a cupboard of the kitchen, while Gesangma rested in her spacious and comfortable room. In the center of the tavern, a table held a basket containing several coppers and a note. Dear Shiya, if you rise early, please procure ingredients from the market. The remaining coins are for your breakfast. This revelation made Wen Shu reconsider Gesangma's reputed stinginess. She picked up the basket, donned a headscarf, and pushed open the tavern's door to step onto the street. Gesangma had placed 5 copper coins in the basket, along with a list of needed vegetables beneath the note. The morning market in Agra was bustling with activity. Directly across the entrance, a vendor was selling baskets. The stall owner, a young woman, was seriously crafting floral baskets from rattan. Adjacent to the tavern, a stall dispensed savory flatbreads. Patrons clutched the fragrant discs, enriched with minced meat, complementing them with bowls of unadulterated milk tea, a repast that seemed to encapsulate life's fulfillment. The purveyor of these flatbreads, an elderly woman, beckoned to Wen Shu, recognizing her from the prior day as the girl accompanying Hodge. My dear, I recall you. That unscrupulous scoundrel, Hodge, hasn't consigned you to Gesangma, has he? Greetings, grandmother. My name is Thea, Wen Shu responded with decorum. Henceforth, I shall be employed at Aunt Sungama's tavern. I implore your kind consideration. Ah, Hodge, that accursed avaricious insect. He truly bartered you away. The crone exclaimed, her strident voice immediately capturing the attention of those nearby. A clamor of gossip erupted, with glances directed towards Wen Shu. Is that the new serving girl Gisengma enlisted yesterday? A comely woman, brandishing a fan, turned her gaze, wide-eyed with astonishment, to her corpulent maidservant. The latter, wearing an expression of disbelief, responded, impossible. Who would be so imprudent? Her gaze fell upon Wen Shu, and she gasped, covering her mouth. Observe, madam. She is so diminutive and frail, with such slender limbs. What tasks could she possibly accomplish? She then patted her ample bosom with pride. Only a robust maidservant such as myself could adequately perform such duties. It is rumored that Hodge, unable to remit his protection dues, offered his niece to Gisengma as recompense. A merchant selling chairs took a puff from his hookah and remarked, last night, I was at Gisengma's tavern, and I vaguely heard her mention something about not having enough money. As the chatter around him grew increasingly absurd, Wen shook his head and said to the elderly woman before him, Thank you for your concern, dear lady, but Uncle Hoji did not sell me. I chose to stay willingly. What did you say? Willingly? The old woman looked at her in disbelief. Indeed, dear lady, Aunt Gisengma is very kind. She provided a place for me to stay, and the work I do is not overly burdensome. For Wen Shu, it merely entailed serving drinks for most of the evening and tidying up the tavern, requiring little effort. The old woman stared at Wen Shu, momentarily at a loss for words. Although the girl appeared frail, she radiated vitality, not resembling someone who had been harshly enslaved. The old woman muttered to herself, Could it be that miserly Gisengma has changed her ways? Hey, let me tell you, do not underestimate this little girl just because she is slight of frame. She is quite capable. A burly man staggered over, clutching a wine jug, his round face flushed. He raised his hand and gave Wen Shu a thumbs up, beaming with pride as he addressed those around him. I was at the tavern yesterday as well. She is truly remarkable. No matter how chaotic it got, she didn't spill a single drop of wine. The work she did last night alone could equal that of 2 Arthurs. Arthur was the young lad who slept in the kitchen. Then, by your account, Gisengma has struck gold. The laughter echoed around them. The people surrounding her erupted into laughter, clearly incredulous. Here, take this and enjoy, said the kindly old woman. If you ever feel embarrassed, you can come by to lend a hand. Wen Shu, feeling somewhat bashful, accepted the old woman's flatbread. Gazing at the gentle and benevolent face of the elder, she felt a warmth in her heart despite having already fasted and not needing breakfast. Thank you, grandmother. If you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to let me know. Through her inquiries, Wen Shu learned that the vegetable market was located in the West City. She bit into the flatbread and made her way towards it. As she meandered along, a sudden and thunderous clatter of hooves resonated in the distance. A troop of soldiers, mounted on their imposing steeds, thundered down the street, causing vendors and townsfolk to hastily retreat to the sides, clad in silver armor and helmets obscuring their faces. The soldiers only halted at the foot of the West City wall. As a crowd began to gather, the commanding soldier dramatically produced a notice and affixed it to the wall, proclaiming loudly, The king has lost a golden camel bell. Whoever can provide useful information will be rewarded with 500 gold gurus. Chapter 75. The golden camel bell, simply providing a lead, could earn 500 gold gurus. The moment the soldier finished speaking, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Some quick-witted individuals immediately dispersed, calling upon friends and acquaintances, eager to embark on a quest for the golden camel bell. After all, it was a sum of 500 gold gurus. Who wouldn't be tempted? He sold all his goods without deducting his initial investment, ultimately netting a total of 1,000 gold gurus. However, the profits do not wholly belong to him. He must navigate intricate relationships, compensate his entourage handsomely, distribute dividends to the merchants who accompany him, and even reward the valiant warriors guarding the caravan with substantial fees. After all these expenditures, it is likely that no more than 100 gold gurus will ultimately find their way into Hodge's pocket. Presently, however, by merely providing information that assists in capturing the thief, one could receive a bountiful sum of 500 gold gurus. Wen Shu gazed down at the copper coins nestled in her basket. Although she was new to this place and unfamiliar with the value of Agra's currency, even Gisengma's stinginess would not stretch so far as to withhold funds necessary for purchasing ingredients for the tavern. After all, These ingredients were not intended for Wen Shu's personal use, but rather for the legitimate business of the small tavern. Her basket contained a total of 5 copper gurus. If this amount could procure a day's worth of ingredients for the tavern, its purchasing power would equate to approximately 500 yuan in the modern world. By conversion, 100 copper gurus could be exchanged for 1 silver guru, and 100 silver gurus would yield 1 gold guru. Thus, these 500 gold gurus. In contemporary terms, this fortune would approximate 5 million yuan. It is no wonder that the onlookers were ablaze with excitement. Although Agra is the wealthiest city in the desert, true affluence remains confined to a select few, such as the merchants who manage caravans, the seafarers who own ships, and the officials, nobles, and royalty of the realm. King Turasai stands as the most prominent landlord in all of Agra. He commanded the most formidable army and amassed the greatest wealth in the desert. In Agra, even a dilapidated straw hut belonged to the king. To reside within, one must pay. Consequently, nearly all the common folk in Agra dwelled in the king's abodes through rental agreements, while only affluent merchants and noble lords were privileged enough to possess their own properties. Should a commoner acquire 500 gold gurus, not only would they instantly possess a grand estate of their own, but they could also live the remainder of their days without labor, for such wealth would suffice for a life of comfort and leisure. Upon delivering this explosive news, the silver-armored soldiers briefly scanned the reactions of those around them, and seeing no one readily able to provide further information, they swiftly mounted their steeds and departed. The soldier leader, with a stoic expression, scrutinized the little girl before him for a considerable while. She appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary commoner, devoid of any trace of primal energy. Indeed, amidst such impoverished folk, how could one expect to encounter a great divine envoy? Perhaps a restless night had clouded his judgment. The soldier leader rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself before hastily riding away. Once he had left, Wen Shu silently gazed at his receding figure, musing to herself, "How peculiar. This power resembles the essence of water, yet it is distinctly unlike it. Its flow diverges entirely from that of cultivators, while its source of energy bears a striking resemblance to that of water energy. Could it be that in this world, beyond the path of cultivation, there exists an alternative system of training, endowed with an acute sensitivity to aquatic spiritual energy due to the presence of the water spirit orb?" Wen Shu had discerned a peculiar force emanating from the soldier's headman. This force, while seemingly akin to her own water-based spiritual power, possessed a distinct divergence. Though faint, it was undeniably present. Among cultivators, the ability to perceive the presence of their ilk is intrinsic when defenses are down, hence the headman's sudden suspicion. Initially, Wen Shu had assumed the absence of cultivators in this world, leaving her unguarded. However, her detection of the unique energy within the headman implied a reciprocal awareness of her anomaly. Fortunately, she swiftly regained composure, concealing her aura and thwarting his further scrutiny. The headman's feeble aquatic spiritual power suggested either nascent cultivation or limited aptitude. In terms of cultivation realms, his strength approximated the qi refining stage, merely surpassing ordinary martial prowess. In contrast, Wen Shu, a foundation establishment cultivator, could effortlessly conceal her true strength from those of lesser cultivation. Despite his relative weakness, the headman's abilities triggered a sense of alarm in Wen Shu. If a mere soldier could cultivate this unknown aquatic energy, what about others? Originally, I believed this illusion was merely a world for ordinary individuals. However, the appearance of this soldier leader successfully heightened Wen Shu's vigilance, allowing her to timely recognize her own carelessness. Had the soldier she encountered been a practitioner of comparable cultivation level, and if she had not concealed her abilities beforehand, she would have likely revealed her prowess and been captured by these otherworldly cultivators for dissection and study. Indeed, she reflected, I lack the experience needed for such encounters. Golden. Camel Bell. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the notice affixed to the city wall, though there was no system to present her with tasks. According to the conventional narrative of novels, this golden camel bell was likely the pivotal item in this illusion. A muscular man, his body honed through rigorous training, stared at the notice with stars in his eyes, his voice trembling with astonishment. By the gods, this is worth a staggering 500 gold gurus. My wife and I have toiled at the docks for the better part of our lives, and we've barely earned 100 silver gurus. Beside him, a young man clad in a flowing white robe, appearing somewhat frail, curiously patted the robust man's shoulder. Uncle Habby, you work at the docks and have encountered many wealthy individuals. Surely you possess greater knowledge than the rest of us. Could you enlighten us about the golden camel bell mentioned in this notice? What makes it so valuable? Merely providing a clue is worth 500 gold gurus. How could you, a supposedly educated accountant, fail to comprehend such a clear notice? The words are plainly inscribed in black and white. Golden camel bell. It undoubtedly refers to a camel bell crafted from gold. The young man in the white robe scoffed, his expression one of clear dissent. What do you know? If it were merely an ordinary golden camel bell, one could simply craft another if it were lost. 500 gold gurus could surely allow His Majesty to forge a dozen more. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Habby? Uncle Habby nodded vigorously. Yet he glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice and carefully confiding in the two men. Actually, I've heard from others that this golden camel bell is of great significance. It is a tribute offered to the desert deity by His Majesty the King, and it has been blessed by the divine. It is said that possessing it can ward off calamities and bring good fortune. The king treasures it dearly, as if it were his own heart and soul. Tribute, tribute. The young man in the white robe and the middle-aged man in the straw hat widened their eyes in astonishment. The latter even dropped his pipe in shock. By the deity, if that is indeed the case, then the audacious thief who dares to steal such a divine offering is surely in for a terrible fate. Chapter 76. A noblewoman, the deity, the tribute, the blessing. She had lingered on the city wall for a moment, glancing at the sky, noting that midday was still quite far off. This section of the city wall marked the entrance to the western market. Wen Shu, carrying her basket, looked around but could not spot the market nearby. At this moment, a multitude of people gathered around the city walls. Wen Shu contemplated for a moment and then approached a middle-aged woman with a warm smile, exuding both gentleness and kindness. "Pardon my intrusion, beautiful lady. Might you direct me to the marketplace in the West City for purchasing vegetables?" Ordinarily, a woman of her age would be addressed as Madame or Ma. The term beautiful lady was a title she had not heard since her marriage, and it was the first time in many years someone had referred to her as such. The petite girl, appearing no older than 8 or 9, possessed an innocent gaze and spoke with sincerity, suggesting she was not merely flattering her. Could it be that her beauty had reached such heights that others mistook her for a young unmarried maiden? With this thought, the middle-aged woman felt a surge of joy, her smile becoming even more affable. "Little one, you must be new to Agra. The vegetable market in the West City is quite nearby, though a tad off the beaten path. If you head south for 100 meters and take a left, you will encounter a shop selling silverware. Its entrance is painted blue. The vegetable market is situated in the small alley directly opposite it." After a moment's reflection, she kindly added, "Dear child, should you wish to return here for your groceries, it would be wise to come a bit earlier. The freshest and finest produce is typically chosen by housewives and maids before dawn. Visiting at this hour may leave you with the remnants of their selections." "I shall remember that. Thank you." After expressing her sincere gratitude to the middle-aged woman, Wen Shu followed her directions and soon discovered the bustling market. Nestled between the long corridors of the alleys, the small market was alive with the sounds of haggling women. Wen Shu trailed behind these adept negotiators, patiently waiting for them to conclude their bartering before she approached to purchase items sequentially from her list: spinach, garlic, tomatoes, radishes. After counting the vegetables in her basket, she confirmed they matched her menu, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. By following those skilled in the art of negotiation, Wen Shu managed to acquire all her groceries for the same amount spent by the other women, and astonishingly, she still had 3 copper gurus left. This meant that her basket, which included the expensive beef and crabs, had cost her merely 1 copper guru. The tavern owned by Gesangma opened only in the evening and primarily served drinks, with few patrons ordering food, so a single basket of provisions sufficed. Finding a secluded alley, Wen Shu stealthily stowed her filled basket into her cosmic bag. She contemplated this opportunity to acquire some assets for herself, for money, regardless of its form, proved far more effective than brute force. However, the only currency she possessed were spirit stones and spirit pearls, which were ill-suited for this world's energy system. As she rummaged through her cosmic bag, she was pleasantly surprised to unearth several raw gemstones. She had gathered these stones from the rubble, intending only to use them for probing the path ahead. In the cultivation world, gems devoid of spiritual energy are no different from ordinary stones, but in Agra, they are considerably valuable. After some deliberation, she also conjured 2 maids with rigid countenances and listless eyes to attend her. The facade of the West Market pawnshop was quite imposing, making it easy to locate. Accompanied by her 2 paper figure maids, sauntered in with an air of grandeur. Dutu's opulent attire, which immediately suggested her affluence and nobility, An elderly man promptly emerged to personally receive her. "Esteemed madam, how may I be of service to you?" Reclined leisurely in a comfortable and exquisitely crafted seat, crossed her legs, and with a disdainful snort, gestured for the servants behind her to present an ornate wooden box. "May I inquire as to the contents?" the old man asked, his smile perfectly poised. "You shall see for yourself," replied, leaning back in her chair with an indifferent expression. The old man then stepped forward and cautiously opened the wooden box, his eyes widening in astonishment. Inside lay a partially polished gemstone. Its exposed crystal clear and as large as an infant's head. The old man stared intently at the gem, a glint of avarice flashing in his eyes. He struggled to suppress the urge to seize it immediately, turning back to with an even more respectful demeanor. "Madam, a gemstone of this magnitude, in its entirety, is a sight I have never before witnessed. May I inquire whether you wish to pawn or sell it?" "Pawn. So it is. May I be so bold as to inquire, who is your father?" Upon hearing her words, the old man displayed an expression of realization. For there were indeed numerous prodigal sons and daughters who came to pawn their family treasures for gambling. However, Wen Shu appeared utterly unfamiliar to him. Aside from the royal family, he could not recall any affluent merchant in Agra who could readily produce such a substantial uncut gemstone. "How could I divulge that to you? Would you have me run to my father to lodge a complaint? Just tell me whether it can be pawned. If not, I shall head to the East Market." Upon hearing his inquiry, Wen Shu immediately rose in dissatisfaction, exuding an air of determination that if he would not accept it, she would seek others. Yes, it can be pawned." The old man hastily blocked her, though he still harbored doubts about her identity. The overwhelming desire to possess the gemstone at once took precedence. At worst, he could discreetly investigate her later. Acquiring the gemstone was the priority. "Then tell me, how much can it be pawned for?" "Very well." Wen Shu was unaware of the market price for the gemstone, but upon observing the old man's pained expression, she understood that there was little room for negotiation. Thus, she nodded and willingly handed over the rough gemstone. The old man, seemingly fearful of her having second thoughts, quickly summoned someone to count the gold and gurus, placing it in a bag and handing it to Wen Shu. With the money in hand, Wen Shu said nothing further and turned to leave with her paper doll maidens. However, it was not long before the old man signaled several sturdy servants to stealthily follow her, eager to uncover the true identity of this suddenly emerged noblewoman. If she were to be discovered as a member of the royal lineage, he would find it difficult to conceal this precious gemstone. However, should she merely be an ordinary individual favored by fortune, not only would the gem rightfully belong to him, but this pretentious noblewoman might also face dire consequences. Wen Shu effortlessly sensed the few pursuers trailing behind her, a smirk playing upon her lips as she deliberately strolled from the western market to the eastern market. Once she had distanced herself from them, she swiftly darted into a secluded alleyway devoid of any onlookers. She tossed her purse into her magical bag, dispelled her illusion, and transformed back into her slender, youthful form, bouncing merrily out of the alley. The servants who had hurried over immediately approached her, inquiring, "Child, have you seen a noblewoman inside? She appears to be in her 30s, of average looks, yet adorned in lavish attire, accompanied by two stern-faced maids." "No." Wen Shu shook her head, feigning confusion. The servants exchanged glances and, with a collective sigh, ventured into the alley to search for her. Gisama looked exceedingly pleased, and when Wen Shu returned the extra copper piece to her, Gisama regarded Wen Shu with the warmth of a sisterly gaze. "Oh, Shia, my dear girl, you are far more capable than that lazy Arthur." Chapter 77. The kind-hearted Arthur, the true deity revered in the desert kingdom, is named Morodo. According to legend, Morodo possesses infinite knowledge and power, governing the joys and sorrows, the life and death of mortals. Only those who sincerely devote themselves to him stand a chance of receiving his blessings. He bestows upon them handsome visages, boundless wealth, robust physiques, unparalleled might, and even lifespans that surpass those of ordinary mortals. Particularly in recent years, the desert realm has been rife with tales of the divine manifestations of the true God. For instance, King Turasai, after experiencing a sudden recovery from a grave illness, immediately proclaimed Moroda as the sole true deity of the entire desert kingdom. It is hard to believe that there was no divine intervention from Moroda's emissaries in this extraordinary event. This has only intensified the fervent faith of the desert dwellers in the true God Moroda. They ponder that as long as their devotion persists long enough, the true God will eventually perceive their sincerity and bestow his blessings upon them. to govern his followers without descending to the mortal realm. The true god Maroda relies on his minions, the divine emissaries. In this world, there exists a system of cultivation, though it is not referred to as the cultivation of truth, but rather as servitude to the divine. Those who serve the true God refer to themselves as emissaries. It is rumored that only those blessed by the true god Maroda are deemed worthy to become emissaries, residing eternally in the resplendent temples, devoted to the service of the divine. The emissaries do not concern themselves with imperial authority, nor do they extract even the slightest offerings from the faithful. Their sustenance derives from the desert itself. While the king rules over the commoners and inhabited lands, the temples govern all trade routes across the vast desert expanse. All trade routes owe their discovery to the guidance of the true God. One must not forget the source of their blessings. Even if a merchant caravan perishes at the hands of bandits, it is the true God's way of absolving them of past transgressions, ensuring a prosperous afterlife. Only the exalted divine attendants are granted unfettered passage. They occasionally depart from the sacred temples, embarking on pilgrimages to seek out gifted youths to inherit their mantle. As for mortals lacking an innate talent, admittance to the Golden Temple for the study of divine arts is not entirely unattainable, though it demands an exorbitant tuition, relegating them to the status of a mere acolyte, privy only to the most rudimentary of divine practices. Innumerable souls aspire to learn at the feet of the divine envoys. Yet only the affluent and noble can afford the astronomical fees required for entry into the Golden Temple. These fortunate students hail from opulent merchant families or royal and aristocratic lineages. Some devote their entire lives to this pursuit, foregoing personal comforts, while others liquidate ancestral holdings, converting their fortunes into gold gurus, all in the hope of securing their child's admission into the sacred temple. Upon entering the temple, these children are granted a minimum of 10 years of rigorous training. During this time, they are forbidden from leaving the Golden Temple or meeting with family and friends, dedicating themselves to diligent study and devout service to the true God alongside their fellow disciples. Divine attendants are categorized into 4 tiers: lower attendants, intermediate attendants, upper attendants, and the most venerable, the Divine Fathers. Here, the 5 alludes to 5 robust warriors. Even so, the lesser acolytes emerging from the temple were still held in high esteem and eagerly sought after. Some became chieftains of caravan guards, while others were recruited by kings as military commanders, like the soldier leader encountered by Wen Shu. A few, due to the decline of their families, became bandits in the desert in a fit of pique, such as the illustrious desert falcon, Master Jelly. He was a formidable intermediate acolyte who deserted the true God and willingly abandoned the Golden Temple, descending into banditry. The city walls of the West Market still bear the notice for Jelly's capture, with a reward of 50,000 gold gurus. The exorbitant bounty is indeed tempting, but one must also have the life to spend it, mustn't one? The strength of Jelly is evident in the countless skeletons buried beneath the desert sands. A decade has passed, and the original notice, yellowed and tattered by time, remains untouched. This is the conclusion Wen Shu reached after gleaning some information from Gesangma, combined with her own conjecture. This information is not particularly confidential. One would naturally hear of it after residing in Agra for a long time. Therefore, upon seeing Wen Shu's curiosity about these matters, Gesangma was happy to regale her with the tale, doing her a favor. Although Wen Shu was filled with curiosity about Jelly, the legendary great thief who was the only successful escapee from the temple, she would not foolishly ask Gesangma about her relationship with Jelly. She politely thanked Gesangma and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The method of preparing lunch was simple. Put it in a pot, add water, cook it. And that was all. Afterward, the 3 of them shared this lunch at the table, a boiled potato, paired with a cup of hot water. The peculiar aspect lies here. Although Gesangma is miserly and parsimonious, she does not indulge in special treatment during meals. Like Wen Shu and Arthur, she consumed the potatoes on her plate, drank the hot water, and then delicately wiped her mouth with an exquisite embroidered handkerchief. Rising to her feet, her beautiful eyes gazed at Wen Shu and Arthur as she said. Gesangma adjusted her flamboyant hairstyle atop her head and swayed her enchanting hips out the door. Only Wen Shu and Arthur remained in the tavern. Arthur harbored a dislike for Wen Shu, ever since a girl named Xia had arrived at Gesangma's tavern the previous evening. Gesangma had unmistakably shown favoritism towards her. Despite Xia's commendable efficiency and flawless execution of tasks, Arthur shook his head, resolving to ignore her for the entire day. Are you Arthur? What is it? Arthur's tone was tinged with impatience. Xia, having just finished a meager meal, mentioned that Hodge had left her some money before his departure and inquired if she could treat Arthur to something to eat. Arthur instinctively wanted to refuse. Yet his stomach betrayed him with a loud rumble. Ever since his parents had passed away and he had been sold to Gesangma by his own aunt, he had never experienced a proper meal. Gesangma was generally decent, never resorting to violence or scolding him, but her frugality was overwhelming, aside from the potatoes at noon. He had to survive each night on the leftovers left by the patrons. The stomach and the mind clashed, and ultimately, Arthur gazed at the pale, emaciated visage of Wen Shu. Struggling to resist the temptation, "You need not include me. After all, that is the money saved by Lord Hodge for a rainy day. Here, where we often find ourselves wanting for food, it would be wise to conserve it. Only procure provisions when hunger becomes unbearable." Chapter 78. 2 bowls of noodles. When Wen Shu produced a silver guru and proudly flaunted it before Arthur, he fell completely silent. He never anticipated that the notoriously miserly Lord Hodge would bequeath such a substantial sum to his illegitimate daughter. Previously, when Gesangma had enlisted Arthur's help to purchase groceries, he had never been entrusted with more than 5 copper gurus. In his daily management of the tavern, the tips bestowed by patrons were invariably handed over to Gesangma in full. Even when Arthur's own aunt sold him to Gesangma, after much haggling, she procured merely a single silver guru. "I am now homeless. Gesangma's tavern is the refuge Lord Hodge has arranged for me in Agra." Faced with Arthur's inquisitive gaze, Wen Shu appeared profoundly sorrowful. Arthur, reflecting on his own lineage, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him and inquired, "Xia? I have heard whispers outside that you are Lord Hodge's illegitimate daughter. Could this be true?" Only in this manner could one comprehend why Hodge would send her here and endow her with such a considerable fortune. While Gesangma disregarded the gossip, reputation held significant weight in other parts of the Western Desert. If it were known that Xia was indeed Hodge's illegitimate daughter, no one besides Gesangma would be willing to take her in. Wen Shu neither affirmed nor denied this, yet a sorrowful glint lingered in her eyes, further validating Arthur's suspicions and evoking a tinge of sympathy within him. Despite having a wealthy father, a prominent businessman, she found herself relegated to working in a disreputable tavern due to her mother being an unacknowledged mistress. "Arthur, I toiled all night and am truly famished. Do you know where I might find a steaming bowl of noodles?" Observing the pitiful look in Wen Shu's eyes, Arthur mused about her young age and industrious spirit, undoubtedly shaped by considerable hardship. Consequently, he found himself inexplicably nodding in agreement. "My friend's employer runs a noodle shop in the West Market. I've heard the prices are reasonable and the flavors delightful, but alas, I have never been able to sample it myself due to my perpetual lack of funds." At Wen Shu's earnest request, Arthur clandestinely escorted her to the noodle shop. As they entered, the sight of steaming noodles wafted fragrant aromas through the air, nearly intoxicating Arthur. Yet, reason reminded him that he was merely a guide and should not take advantage of a young girl. While Arthur silently recited mantras to stave off hunger, Xia cautiously inquired, "Arthur, will you tell Aunt Gesangma about this in the evening?" "Rest assured, I am not that kind of person," Arthur hastily reassured her, thumping his chest in promise. "Merely spoken words, I shall not be swayed by them." Wen Shu shook her head resolutely and declared, "My mother says the best way to ensure someone keeps a secret is to draw them into the scheme. Thus, I shall only trust you if you dine with me." Arthur, taken aback, recognized that Xia's statement was, in fact, a subtle invitation for him to join her. If she merely wished to sneak out, why would she confide in him and request his guidance? A sense of unexplainable warmth filled his heart, despite knowing it was improper to mooch. He could not resist the allure of the noodles and bashfully acquiesced. After Wen Shu paid a copper guru, 2 bowls of noodles swiftly arrived at their table. The server, a friend of Arthur's, could not resist teasing, "Hey, Arthur, you are quite the rarity today. Have you acquired a little girlfriend?" "Enough with the jesting, Toma. Today is Xia's first day working at our tavern, and Gesangma has tasked me with treating her to a fine meal." Arthur could only respond with a flushed face and a fib. "Oh, I see. Good heavens, has Gesangma truly changed her ways?" The young man lost interest in the gossip and wandered off, leaving them to their meal. Wen Shu was not genuinely hungry but feigned a great appetite, while Arthur, on the other hand, had been starved for several days. With a voracious appetite, he devoured the noodles in mere moments. Once he finished, Wen Shu cautiously inquired, "Arthur, do you happen to know where Gesangma went today?" "I do not know. Why do you ask?" Although it is said that one should not bite the hand that feeds, Arthur remained somewhat cautious towards her. Xia had only been at the tavern for less than 2 days. Why was she inquiring about Gesangma's whereabouts? "It's nothing. I merely wish to know if I might have the opportunity to sneak out each day, Wen Shu remarked, glancing at the half bowl of noodles before her and pushing it towards Arthur. Arthur, didn't Aunt Gesengma ask me to inquire about the local customs of Agra? Consider this my payment to you, and a confidentiality fee as well. How does that sound? Seeing the girl's eyes glimmer with a hint of pleading, Arthur hesitated. Biting his chopsticks, Wen Shu pressed on, so, it turns out Sia's inquiry about Gesengma was merely a ruse to sneak out for a meal. I was overly concerned. After all, she is only 10 years old. Arthur let out a sigh of relief and shook his head, saying, very well. There is no need to bring an extra portion. However, if you venture out every day and Gesengma discovers it, she might mistakenly think you've pilfered money from the tavern. Surely Gesengma won't be leaving the house every day. I'll just be cautious, Wen Shu feigned indifference. You may not believe it, but Gesengma does indeed leave every day, without fail, rain or shine, come thunder or lightning. Could the rumors circulating in the marketplace be true? Upon hearing Arthur's words, Wen Shu's eyes widened in astonishment, staring blankly at him. Shu. Arthur glanced around. Noticing that no one was paying attention to them, he immediately raised a finger and hissed softly, advising her, Sia. In light of the fact that you treated me to noodles today, allow me to offer you a piece of counsel, regardless of what outsiders may speculate. We must refrain from mentioning Lord Jelly in front of Gesengma. When I first arrived, I accidentally let it slip, and Gesengma confined me to a small dark room, leaving me starved for 3 days and nights. The thought of this sent a shiver down Arthur's spine. I heard it from Hodge. If it weren't for that, why would everyone be paying Gesengma? Wen Shu blinked in confusion. Alas, spare your curiosity. Have you not heard the adage, curiosity killed the cat? Arthur picked up his bowl, slurping the noodles as he spoke. Sia, if I were in your position, I would purchase some flour with the money I possess and hide it away. When Gesengma is out, I could prepare my own meals. Today, we can use the excuse of dining out courtesy of Gesengma, but as time passes, everyone will gradually become familiar with you. It will be common knowledge that Gesengma is rather stingy. Can you truly claim that it is her generosity that sustains you every day? But if I buy flour, there is still a chance of being discovered. And then it would be hard to explain. Sia pondered, what should I do? Perhaps I should simply confide in Aunt Gesengma, telling her that Hodge gave me a little money, and if I were to entrust her with half of it, while keeping the other half for myself, would that not allow me to procure food openly in the future? Let us take a gamble. After all, I am already willing to relinquish half of my funds. Aunt Geseng should not be so greedy. Foreseeing the scenario where Geseng might appropriate all the money under the guise of safekeeping, Arthur felt a surge of sympathy for her. Grateful for Wen Shu's generosity in ensuring his meal was ample today, Arthur took the time to meticulously educate her about the customs, traditions, and taboos of Agra. Time seemed to slip away swiftly, and soon evening approached. Noticing Wen Shu's attentive demeanor, Arthur nodded in satisfaction and felt compelled to advise her. If you encounter a military leader on the street, be sure to steer clear and avoid confrontation, for he may very well be a royal or even a distinguished divine envoy. The mention of divine envoys lit up Arthur's eyes with a glimmer of aspiration. Wen Shu nodded fervently, exclaiming, Arthur, you are a good person. I shall not forget to share my food with you in the future. Food? Where would you acquire the money to buy food? No sooner had she spoken than a sharp, furious cry erupted from behind them. Geseng's voice, laced with anger and confusion. Chapter 79. The Big Fat Sheep. Part 1. Is it your own? Geseng's lovely brows furrowed. Where did you get the money from? Uncle Hodge gave it to me. Wen Shu replied cautiously. Hodge actually parted with money for you? Geseng's gaze flickered, contemplating. Such a matter could easily reveal the truth. The young girl should not be lying. The following moment, her tone softened considerably. Shay, dear, you're too young to be carrying money around. What if some villain tries to rob you? Tell you what, hand them over to me, and Aunt Gesengma will keep them safe for you. When you come of age, I'll return them to you. All right? All right. But could I keep a little for myself? Wen Shu asked tentatively. How much do you have in total? 1 silver guru and 3 copper gurus. Wen Shu honestly produced her meager wealth. The clothes she wore were given to her by Gesengma and possessed only 1 pocket, which was now turned inside out, revealing all her worldly possessions. It's far too dangerous for a child to carry a silver guru, but 3 copper gurus should be fine. I'll hold on to the silver guru for you, and you can keep the 3 copper ones. Gesengma declared magnanimously, promptly relieving Wen Shu of the silver guru. Her spirits lifted instantly. A single silver guru was equivalent to nearly a week's earnings for the tavern. She hummed an unrecognizable tune as she ascended the stairs to change her attire, instructing Arthur. Arthur, hurry and fetch the barrels from the cellar. The tavern is about to open. That evening, the tavern thrived as usual. Wen Shu was as diligent and composed as the previous night, her words as sweet as honey. Many generous patrons tipped her a copper guru. As Gesangma tallied the accounts that evening, her satisfaction was evident as she noted the significantly increased figures. Beaming, she remarked to Wen Shu, Xia, your performance today was truly remarkable. Make sure you get ample rest tonight. Starting tomorrow, Arthur will be responsible for the morning grocery shopping. But wasn't it agreed that we would alternate? Arthur exclaimed, his initial surprise quickly giving way to dejection. He had hoped that the addition of another person would lighten his load. It's quite all right, Aunt Gesangma. I'm accustomed to rising early, so I'll gladly take on the morning grocery duties, Wen Shu interjected promptly, explaining her need to utilize the morning hours for other endeavors. Oh, Xia, you were such a kind-hearted little angel, Gesangma exclaimed, taken aback. It was the first time she had encountered someone so willingly volunteering for work. Diligent, considerate, requiring no compensation, and even contributing her own savings. Gesangma wished she could have more girls like her in the shop. Arthur, too, was visibly surprised and increasingly grateful to Wen Shu. I wouldn't want to impose, he stammered, adding, perhaps we should still take turns. I'll go tomorrow. It's no trouble at all. Wen Shu waved dismissively. Arthur, shall we still go for a stroll this afternoon? You only have 3 copper goros left. Are you still planning to eat noodles? You'll inevitably go hungry one day. You might as well indulge yourself for these 3 days. Wen Shu patted her stomach, recalling that Granny had once again brought her cakes that morning. She wondered if it was out of simple compassion or if there was an ulterior motive, considering Arthur had never received such treatment. Arthur quickly shook his head, insisting, No, I cannot continue to mooch off your meals. Without me, you could dine for an entire week. At noon, after partaking in lunch, Gesangma, as ever, dressed impeccably before departing from the tavern. Shortly thereafter, Wen Shu, patting her abdomen, announced her desire to stroll about. Arthur, without a trace of suspicion, hurriedly pushed her out, fearful that she might insist on his company. Once outside, Wen Shu pretended to meander down the street, yet her awareness remained steadfastly fixated on Gesangma. It was only when Gesangma confirmed that no one was trailing her that Wen Shu felt at ease and hastened to follow. Throughout, she maintained a distance of approximately 50 meters from her, which was the limit of her perceptive abilities. Soon, she observed Gesangma entering a casino. Could it be that Gesangma had squandered all her money at the gaming tables? However, when others spoke of her, they only mentioned her stinginess, not a compulsive gambling habit. Reflecting on this, Wen Shu concealed herself in a secluded spot, transforming her appearance into that of a short, middle-aged gentleman adorned in extravagant attire, tossing a silver coin in her hand. Before she could enter the casino, a slender, sharp-looking attendant approached, inquiring, My esteemed guest appears somewhat unfamiliar. Have you recently arrived in Agra? I hail from Philadelphia, Wen Shu replied casually. The last time I visited Agra was 2 years ago. Philadelphia, a small city far removed from Agra, was once Arthur's hometown. Having concluded her statement, she curiously surveyed the casino, her gaze darting from one corner to another. The entrance to the casino was discreetly concealed, yet the gaming area within sprawled expansively, accommodating at least a dozen large tables. A multitude of individuals congregated boisterously around each table, some erupting in uproarious laughter, others wailing in inconsolable despair. A few, unable to settle their debts, were subjected to clandestine violence, dragged into dimly lit chambers. After scrutinizing the entire scene, she failed to discern any trace of Gesangma. A distinguished guest from Philadelphia. Sir, might this be your inaugural visit to a gambling establishment? The attendant, observing Wen Shu's gauche demeanor and unfocused gaze upon entering, immediately recognized him as a novice. Overwhelmed with elation, he marveled at his extraordinary fortune. Seldom did such an inexperienced and affluent patron grace their casino, a haven typically populated by seasoned and cunning gamblers. He resolved to ensure that this neophyte would relinquish every last possession before departing. Adopting an obsequious demeanor, he inquired of Wen Shu, Esteemed sir, what form of amusement do you intend to partake in today? Would you perhaps require my assistance in elucidating the various games and offerings available within our establishment? No need. Wen Shu replied, feigning familiarity with the casino's intricacies. I am here to engage in a game of dice. The attendant, discerning the fatuous attempt of this affluent patron to masquerade as an experienced player, inwardly rejoiced. With a refined smile, he elucidated, Sir, within our casino, Dice games encompass a wide array of variations. Which particular form of dice game piques your interest? Wen Shu paused to contemplate, then gestured towards a nearby table surrounded by a throng of people. What game are they engaged in? They are partaking in a dice wagering game, the attendant replied. Would you perhaps desire to place a wager yourself? How does one play? Initially, it is necessary to procure some gaming tokens. Whereupon, with a flourish, Wen Shu exchanged currency for 300 silver gurus worth of chips, a gesture that astonished the attendant at her side. Maximum wager, Wen Shu declared, striding purposefully to a gaming table. With a resounding slap, she deposited a stack of chips, exuding an air of extravagance. However, it became immediately apparent that her selection of placement was erroneous. The cacophony of the gambling table momentarily subsided into silence. Yet, the denizens of the establishment, possessed of keen perception, swiftly deduced, through Wen Shu's conduct, attire, and demeanor, that she was a neophyte to the world of gambling, a veritable lamb ripe for the shearing. The prospect of an amateur venturing into their domain was akin to a monetary windfall. Exchanging glances with one another, each individual perceived in their counterparts' eyes a shared sense of elation. Soon, the gambling table was once again alive with fervor. Chapter 80. The Mark, Part 2. In contrast to their previous contentiousness, they coalesced in a tacit alliance, focusing their concerted efforts upon the unsuspecting Mr. Pete, the gambling novice. Within the span of a mere hour, Mr. Pete had already relinquished chips valued at 200 silver gurus. Nevertheless, Mr. Pete appeared unperturbed, executing the act of wagering chips with an unreserved alacrity. Upon depletion of said chips, he promptly produced additional currency to replenish his supply. An hour later, he had incurred losses amounting to 500 silver gurus. Concurrently, he garnered the adulation and affection of all within the casino. The casino reverberated with mirthful exclamations. Even the casino's chief steward, Line, emerged to clasp Mr. Pete's shoulder in camaraderie, exclaiming, "Pete, my friend, heed my counsel. Wager on the lower end this round. Victory is assured." Without a word, Mr. Pete wagered on small, and predictably, lost another 100 chips. Yet, she didn't reproach him, merely patted her belly, remarking, "I've brought too little money today. I shall return tomorrow." The benefactor departed, leaving many in the casino with expressions of regret. Such a foolishly generous and carefree pigeon was a rare find. The head manager, Ryan, signaled a servant to tail him, but upon exiting, the servant could no longer discern his whereabouts. "Who is this person, running so swiftly?" the servant muttered. For 3 consecutive days, Mr. Pete frequented the casino, invariably gambling for only 2 hours and losing 9 out of 10 bets. In a mere 3 days, he had squandered a staggering 2,000 silver gurus, equivalent to 20 gold gurus. His rapport with the head manager, Ryan, grew increasingly intimate. Ryan even leaned in close, confiding in her about his dalliances with several noblewomen and the multitude of young women he had deflowered, inquiring when Windsor might be available to join him in revelry. Mr. Pete verbally acquiesced, but when the time arrived, he punctually departed. Each day, the casino attendants would trail him, only to invariably lose him. This piqued the head manager's curiosity about this man, who embodied generosity, foolishness, mystery, and misfortune. He felt no apprehension, as Mr. Pete appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary individual. He seemed utterly naive and clumsy, consistently placing bets according to Ryan's suggestions, even after repeated losses, and blaming only his own ill fortune. To enhance the allure of the casino for Mr. Peter, the chief steward, Ryan, even arranged for him to receive the prestigious VIP card. It is essential to understand that such a coveted VIP card is not easily bestowed. It offers a 10% discount on chip purchases, exclusive access to a VIP lounge, and the attentive service of charming waitresses. Many affluent individuals spend years before they can enjoy such privileges. Yet Wen Shu achieved this in merely 3 days. On the 4th day, Mr. Peter, as usual, followed Gesang Ma into the casino. Chief Steward Ryan had grown quite familiar with him and personally welcomed him, casually smoking while playfully patting Mr. Peter's arm. With a jovial smile, he inquired, "What would you like to play today?" "Brother Ryan, I trust your judgment. Whatever you suggest." "I shall." Suddenly, Mr. Peter clutched his stomach, and Ryan's expression shifted to one of concern as he quickly supported him, exclaiming, "Brother Peter, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Someone, assist Mr. Peter to the members' lounge." In no time, a group of attendants rushed out, carefully lifting Mr. Peter and escorting him to the VIP lounge. This exclusive retreat, a privilege reserved for the supreme VIPs, was adorned with exquisite comfort and elegance. Each guest enjoyed a private room, stocked with an array of fine wines and teas, delectable pastries, and a beautiful woman dedicated to serving VIP clientele. Please, ask them to leave. This matter cannot be known by too many, Mr. Peter uttered wearily. With a tinge of hesitancy, the steward, Line, a man of guarded disposition, regarded Mr. Peter. Yet, the pallor of Mr. Peter's complexion and the evident weakness in his gait were undeniable. Furthermore, Line had been instrumental in Mr. Peter's considerable losses at the casino in recent days. A modicum of deference was thus warranted. Despite the peculiar alacrity with which Mr. Peter vanished after each departure from the gambling house, Line, a subordinate acolyte of the divine, hardly feared a mere mortal devoid of elemental power. After a moment's deliberation, Line gestured for all to vacate the premises. Securing the door, he turned to Mr. Peter with faint concern. "My dear Peter, they have all departed. You may now." Before he could complete his utterance, Line's mind reeled, and his body succumbed to gravity. Swiftly, Wen Shu employed her spiritual energy to arrest his fall, gently depositing him upon the sofa. She discerned the presence of two subordinate acolytes pressed against the door, poised to breach it at the first sign of peril to their superior. However, Wen Shu, being a foundation establishment cultivator, possessed the means to subtly weave an enchantment of bewilderment. Line, a mere subordinate acolyte, was but a trifling obstacle. She could, in myriad ways, induce his silent unconsciousness. Showing no compunction for the prostrate Line, Wen Shu initiated a soul-searching incantation, subsequently transcribing Line's memories onto a jade scroll. Ryan was born into a once noble family that had long fallen into disrepair. His mother passed away early, and his father spent his days frivolously pursuing pleasure. Growing up, he endured the torment inflicted by his stepmother. After his father's demise, his stepmother remarried, leaving no heirs behind. It was only then that his aged grandfather remembered him. Having heard whispers of the temple's location, his grandfather squandered his fortune to send Ryan, his only grandson, to the temple, hoping that he would someday restore the family's former glory. Fortunately, the venerable Lord Galley, who was responsible for his education, chose him for mentorship. Do you yearn for power? One quiet night, Galley summoned him to a secluded courtyard, where every word he uttered was laden with temptation for Ryan. He nodded fervently but could only respond with frustration. "I apologize, my lord. I have tried my utmost. Yet, fear not, for as long as you are willing to follow me devoutly, I possess the means to grant you strength." Subsequently, the illustrious Lord Galley took the life of one of Ryan's classmates. Ryan stood aghast as Galley extracted a seed-like object from the lifeless body and handed it to him, urging him to consume it. Trembling with fear, Ryan stammered, "Lord Galley, do you ardently wish to acquire power?" The same question echoed once more. Yet this time, Ryan inexplicably found calmness. He needed it. He desperately craved power. Only by becoming a divine envoy could he exact his revenge. With that resolve, Ryan swallowed the blood-soaked seed. Thus, he became a lower-tier divine servant. As for that unfortunate fellow student, not even a corpse remained. He simply vanished. This was how Callie later explained it to the higher-ranking temple servants. Lower-ranking acolytes were mere instruments for the temple's financial gain, possessing negligible value in the grand scheme of things. Consequently, the matter was swiftly forgotten. The so-called true gods were nothing more than a charade. Perhaps Morochuo never even existed. The verity could only be unearthed by slaying the high priest. Not long after Ryan completed his studies and departed from the temple, Callie betrayed the sacred order. Years later, the erstwhile Father Callie had transformed into the Desert Eagle, a figure dreaded by all, capable of silencing children's cries at night, yet still eluding capture by even the highest-ranking temple servants. Ryan maintained contact with Callie, who assigned him a singular task in the bustling city of Agra, to amass wealth. Callie's grand undertaking necessitated funds, copious amounts of it. The beauteous Gesangma served as the liaison between Callie and Ryan. Gesangma possessed a unique allure, a bewitching ability that enabled her to traverse the city gate's unguarded sally ports with impunity and infiltrate the heavily fortified imperial palace, assisting Callie in pilfering the golden camel bells. For, as the adage goes, the most perilous place is often the safest. Galsangma intentionally spread rumors about herself and Lord Jelly, but after the temple investigation, it was revealed that her alleged affair was merely with an ordinary bandit leader. She brazenly accepted bribes from merchants, showing no inclination to flee. This peculiar behavior only deepened the confusion for the royal court and the temple, leaving them uncertain whether she was truly involved with Jelly or merely a cunning fraud using his name to amass wealth. There were even accounts of him executing his stepmother by slow slicing. Glancing at the completely deranged Ryan, Wen Shu sighed softly and, without hesitation, ended his life. Silently and thoroughly obliterating Ryan's corpse, Wen Shu then took up her brush to transform her likeness into that of Ryan, before crafting a new portrait of Mr. Peter, positioning him comfortably on the sofa to appear as though he were peacefully asleep. She casually adjusted her attire and pushed open the door. Chapter 81. The mystery of the stolen treasury. Ryan emerged from the grand entrance, where the attendants bowed respectfully to him. "At your service, my lord," one attendant replied promptly. Although all were at the level of lower divine attendants, Lord Ryan was among the earliest followers of Lord Jelly, holding a unique status in the underworld. "What shall be done with Mr. Peter here?" the attendant inquired. Ryan feigned contemplation before shaking his head, stating, "I have checked. This fellow is genuinely unwell and has fallen asleep. When he awakens, let him depart, for I doubt he will be gambling today. Should we still send someone to follow him today?" the attendant asked. "Certainly." Ryan nodded solemnly and remarked that he was feeling rather weak today, and perhaps he would run slower than before. He instructed everyone to stay close and ensure they thoroughly investigated the true identity of this individual. Ryan's office was splendidly comfortable, yet it did not exude the ostentatiousness of a nouveau riche. One must acknowledge that the aesthetic education from the temple possessed an air of nobility, with decor that subtly conveyed luxury. The walls were adorned with landscapes from the east. He approached his desk and sat down, addressing a speaking tube at the corner. "Mori, please hand me the key to the reserves." No sooner had he spoken than his attendant Mori entered, bowing deeply in respect before Ryan. In an authoritative tone, he replied, "As you command, my Lord Ryan, but I must request that you first verify the passphrase." "Mystery does not equate to greatness," Ryan stated without hesitation. Mori nodded and astonishingly inserted his entire hand into his mouth, seemingly retrieving a golden key from his stomach. It was damp, and he meticulously dried it with a handkerchief before respectfully presenting it to Ryan with both hands. Suppressing his revulsion, Ryan accepted the key with a stern expression and gestured for Mori to withdraw. Holding the key, now wrapped in the handkerchief, with one hand, he began to search beneath the desk's surface for memory. Indeed, he soon felt a metal ring. With a firm tug, the floor beneath the desk suddenly creaked open, revealing a passage large enough for a person to enter. Ryan picked up a lamp from his desk and, after igniting it, cautiously descended into the darkness below. The path was authentically dark and chilling, yet it was not of long duration. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he arrived at his destination. Before him stood an intricately carved stone gate, firmly shut, with a conspicuous slot visible on the doorknob. Ryan inserted the key, and with a decisive click, the gate swung open. With a sharp intake of breath, Ryan beheld the scene beyond the doorway, a resplendent hall adorned in golden opulence, overflowing with countless ingots and jewels that filled the entire chamber, shimmering under the glow of the lamps. Little did anyone suspect that the esteemed wealth of Lord Jelly was not concealed within some enigmatic cavern in the desert, but rather it lay hidden in Agra, right beneath the noses of the king and the temple. It was no wonder that the countless soldiers had scoured the vast desert only to find no trace of Lord Jelly's treasure. Each time Gesangma departed from Agra, her mission was not to transport the city's riches elsewhere, but to assist Jelly in moving the wealth acquired beyond the city walls to this very place. Although the soldiers diligently inspected the goods entering the city, they enforced a stringent and almost draconian scrutiny on the items leaving Agra, particularly after the king's loss of the golden camel bell. Every caravan departing Agra would undergo thorough searches. In contrast, merchants entering Agra with substantial cargo faced considerably looser regulations. After all, the influx of wealth into Agra was seen as beneficial, while the exodus was viewed as a matter of grave concern. Thus, Gesangma was invariably subjected to repeated searches upon her departure from Agra, while her entry required merely the act of stuffing her belongings into barrels of wine. The concept of power-up epitomizes the adage that the most perilous places can become the safest havens. Moreover, in the eyes of all who follow this path, it is an inevitable truth that the formidable figure of power-up shall eventually seize Agra, as all valuables were gathered into the storage ring. When Shu was about to close the door once more, when she felt an enigmatic force drawing her in. Approaching, she discovered a pile of inconspicuous fruit pits, exuding a rich aura of water spirit. These pits bore a striking resemblance to those extracted by Power-Up from his classmate's lifeless body, yet they lacked any trace of bloodshed, as if they had yet to be employed. When Shu collected the pits, secured the door, and stepped outside, once above ground, Ryan sealed the secret passage and awaited a moment until a servant ushered in Jessima. "Oh, dear Lord Ryan, I hear you have urgent matters to discuss with me." Jessima entered, exuding charisma as she playfully tossed her hair. However, Ryan, instead of being entranced as usual, wore a serious expression and stated gravely, "Jessima, we are in dire straits." "What is it?" Jessima's demeanor shifted instantly to one of concern. Ryan dismissed the servant and leaned closer to Jessima, whispering in a trembling voice. "Jessima, the treasury has been robbed." "What did you say?" Jessima gasped, immediately covering her mouth. She glanced around to ensure no outsiders were present, her body trembling, yet striving to maintain composure. What on earth has transpired? Tell me, Ryan." Just then, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Lord Ryan, trouble has arisen. Mr. Peter from the VIP lounge has vanished." "Vanished? Were you not tasked with keeping an eye on him? A living being. How could he simply disappear?" Ryan, filled with anger, leaped up, disregarding the need to explain to Jessima first. He thrust the golden key into her hands, exclaiming, "You should go down and investigate." He then hurriedly followed the attendant to the lounge. Ryan sternly inquired, "My lord, I intended to bring Mr. Peter some hot water, but upon opening the door, I discovered he had already vanished." A beautiful maid, utterly terrified, stammered, "My lord, there must be something peculiar about Mr. Peter." An attendant, noticing Ryan's arrival, immediately approached. "Is that even necessary to mention?" Ryan shot him a fierce glare, muttering in a tone barely discernible to the ordinary ear, "A theft from the treasury. And Peter's disappearance. I refuse to believe these two events are unrelated." With a furrowed brow, Ryan seemed to have a multitude of words to express, but ultimately sighed, "It is a long story, yet we cannot afford to delay. There is no time for explanation. You must, at once, take me to Lord Jelly. I have urgent matters to discuss." Now, Jessima was taken aback, stuttering, But it seems that the court has begun to set their sights on me again. If you accompany me, it will be as if we are openly declaring our alliance." "What does that matter? Given your frequenting of the casino, you are mistaken by many as a barmaid. Enough dawdling, let us depart forthwith." Chapter 82. Secrets of the Temple. Gali was once the most devout adherent of the true deity, Maroda. That is, until he discerned that the entire affair was a deception. The priests were the true power within the temple. It was only by happenstance, when Gali inadvertently shattered a lamp within the temple and discovered a concealed doorway behind the statue while gathering the fragments, that he unveiled this truth. Gali was the most gifted acolyte within the temple. By the age of 20, he had already ascended to the rank of a mid-level divine servant. Had circumstances been different, he might have even progressed to an upper-level divine servant before the age of 30. In a desert nation where upper-level divine servants were both rare and advanced in years, Gali swiftly garnered the priest's esteem. Despite being a mid-level divine servant, he was entrusted with significant responsibilities, becoming a mentor to the novice acolytes. Within the temple, these mentors were responsible for instructing students on how to absorb elemental energy. They were revered as propagators of wisdom, esteemed and beloved by the students. Apart from Gali, only those who had attained the rank of upper-level divine servants were permitted to hold the position of mentor. Upon entering the temple, each acolyte would ingest a kernel, known as a divine core, to aid in the condensation of elemental energy. Those with greater aptitude would find that the divine core condensed elemental energy more rapidly, while those less gifted would experience a slower rate of condensation. The majority would only manage to condense energy to the level of a lower-level divine servant within a decade. Gali, favored by the priest, was permitted to venerate the true deity beneath the statue, where elemental energy was abundant. The speed at which Jelly absorbed the essence of the primordial energy accelerated dramatically. It was only later that he discovered that this so-called primordial energy was, in fact, a force referred to as willpower. This willpower emanated from countless ordinary believers. To validate his hypothesis, Jelly conducted an experiment on Ryan. Each year, during the initiation of the new round of the Divine Oath ceremony, the priest would individually bestow the divine cores upon their apprentices. This time, Jelly had 35 apprentices under his tutelage. He conferred the divine cores upon the first 34, yet when it came to Ryan's turn, he withheld the divine core. As anticipated, without the divine core, a decade passed, and Ryan remained merely an ordinary individual with a feeble aura. This further substantiated Jelly's conjecture. The divine cores absorbed the faith energy from the temple, endowing the divine emissaries with a modicum of power. Upon the completion of the 10-year period, it was not that they could no longer progress, but rather that they had demonstrated their mediocrity and sluggish advancement, prompting the priests to refuse to squander resources on them, thus prohibiting their continued presence in the temple to absorb willpower. To outsiders, this action appeared as the priests dispatching their proud emissaries to the far reaches of the desert realm, spreading the radiance of the true deity across every parcel of land. The priest's short-sightedness inadvertently led Jelly, who had the opportunity to draw near the divine statue, to uncover their secret. A chance eavesdropping after a return visit revealed to Jelly that the reason the priests were so ardently cultivating him was due to his remarkably unique constitution, which not only facilitated the storage of the divine core but also enabled him to absorb willpower at a rate several times faster than others. As long as he could cultivate his strength, he would wait for the opportune moment to slay Jelly, extract his divine core, and consume it, thereby acquiring Jelly's youthful power and extending his own life and prowess. Upon discovering the truth, Jelly swiftly defected from the temple. Utilizing his formidable abilities, he established an organization in opposition to the temple, named Hell. Hell was dedicated to gathering the homeless, including those exiled and abandoned by their cities, such as criminals and bandits. The will of the deity emanated from the faith of the multitude, while the priest's divine power derived from the idol. Upon realizing that Morochuo was a mere fabrication, Jelly pondered whether, by attaining a similar stature of reverence, he could inspire all to worship and follow him, thus obtaining the power of belief for himself. Consequently, he distributed the divine cores he had stealthily taken from the idol to his most loyal subordinates. They, having received the divine cores and being sufficiently devout to Jelly, gradually experienced a surge in their own strength. Once empowered, they revered Jelly as a true god, their faith in him deepening with each passing moment. Empowered by the faith he had garnered, Jelly's abilities grew increasingly unfathomable. Unlike the priest, who masked his actions under the guise of Morochuo, Jelly directly absorbed the divine energy from the idol without the need for subterfuge. When his followers prayed, they invoked Jelly's name, enabling him to receive their wishes with remarkable immediacy and intensity. A decade passed, and Jelly emerged as the formidable desert eagle, his name echoing far and wide, accompanied by a legion of devoted followers. He seized control of several crucial trade routes from the hands of the temple, and only those merchants who had once devoted themselves to the true deity Morochuo silently betrayed him in their hearts. During their daily prayers, they replaced the name of the true god Morochuo with that of Lord Jelly, dutifully offering gold and silver to receive the protection of the desert eagle, Lord Jelly, ensuring their safe passage along the trade routes. In stark contrast, the staunch adherents of Morochuo would meet their demise as soon as they set foot on the desert pathways. After all, as long as one worshipped Lord Jelly, the journey would be smooth and uneventful, with even the most common bandits rarely posing a threat, allowing them to amass considerable wealth. In the face of such riches, what did it matter to merely alter one's beliefs in secret? Ultimately, Gesengma led Ryan to the city of the desert, though there exists an Eastern proverb that says a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This was merely one of Lord Jelly's many hideouts. Whether one would encounter the Lord himself depended on fortune. Evidently, Ryan's luck was exceptional, as he was granted an audience with the busy Lord Jelly. After Gesengma verified their identities, the guards permitted them entry. The city of the desert, under Lord Jelly's dominion, was not a fixed fortress built of mud and stone, but rather a city comprised of countless camels, a mobile haven that could shift locations at will across the sands. Esteemed Lord Jelly, Gesengma requests an audience. After the formalities, Gesengma stepped into the grand tent of Jelly to state her purpose. However, moments later, she emerged trembling, cautioning Ryan, "You may enter, but be wary." Lord Jelly is quite irate. Ryan nodded and stepped into the grand tent, only to find the interior remarkably austere, devoid of the opulence he had envisioned, and lacking any beautiful companions by his side. The formidable figure of Gary, as rumored, was a stark contrast to reality. In fact, Gary, in his 30s, appeared no older than his 20s, possessing an extraordinarily handsome visage with a smooth, fair jawline, free of any facial hair. He was attired in a simple yet elegant white shirt and black leather boots, with his tousled golden locks meticulously arranged. Upon noticing Ryan's entrance, he rose from his seat, his smile radiating warmth and approachability, making one wonder if they were in the presence of the dreaded desert eagle, Lord Gary, or merely a young nobleman. He placed his hand over his heart, offering a courteous bow, and said with a smile, "Welcome, my unfamiliar friend. I sense that you are not Ryan, am I correct?" Chapter 83. The difficulty of distinguishing truth from illusion, whether it was Wen Shu, Wen Xuanning, or sumo. They all believed that the scene they were currently experiencing was but a mirage. In truth, this assertion held some validity. However, this illusion was rather unique, as it projected a fragment of the entrant's soul into a parallel realm of the Tianyuan continent, endowing the projected essence with capabilities and strengths identical to its original form. Parallel worlds are indeed realms that exist in reality, where the projected soul may descend into a recently deceased corporeal form. Upon resurrection, she appears no different from an ordinary person. However, upon death, the projected soul will instantly dissipate. The physical body left in the Valley of Bewilderment remains unharmed. Yet the soul suffers catastrophic damage, becoming irrevocably incomplete. Ming Shua's original task was merely to bestow a golden finger upon Su Mu. Thus, the scenarios in which his soul projection was cast were meticulously predetermined by the parallel world, with specialized puppeteers assisting in the performance. Yet now, he has uncovered two wild chosen ones. Should he allow these two chosen ones to slip away right under his nose, the Master God would undoubtedly contrive a consequence that Ming Shua would profoundly regret. Hence, he unhesitatingly disabled the time control of the projection system. Previously, regardless of how long the entrance lingered in the illusion, upon breaking through, only an hour would have elapsed in reality. However, with the cessation of the time control system, the soul projection of the entrant no longer enters the parallel world but instead directly manifests at a specific location within the current realm. The narrative of the illusion is no longer predetermined, leaving Ming Shua unable to intervene. It is solely up to the projection system to determine whether the entrant's mission has been accomplished. In the tangible world, the projection encompasses the entirety of the entrant's soul, and should the projected corporeal form perish, the soul will dissipate without a trace. After Ming Shua's first descent into the realm of illusions was unraveled by Wen Shu, he realized that the projections of parallel realms could hardly confine the young girl for long. The genuine soul projection that exists in the true world, in principle, can no longer be regarded as an illusion and, thus, cannot be deciphered by her as such. As for the safety of the three little ones, Ming Shua felt no concern. If they could perish so easily, they would not be deemed the chosen ones. The chosen ones are favored by the Tao of heaven, endowed with great fortune. To exaggerate, some chosen ones might stumble upon celestial treasures while merely walking, surrounded by beauty and indulgence, effortlessly comprehending the great principles of the universe after a few years of cultivation. Although such exaggerated chosen ones typically exist only in lower-tier realms, they nonetheless illustrate the terrifying nature of these individuals. The moment when Shu realized she could not fathom the true cultivation level of the individual before her, she inwardly lamented her predicament and immediately attempted to activate her illusion-breaking technique, yet failed. Maintaining an outward composure, she calmly stated, "You have discovered me." Her right hand involuntarily tightened around the jade shard, ready for combat at any moment. "My friend, since the disguise has been unveiled, might you remove it and reveal your true form?" After a moment's hesitation, considering that the body she currently occupied was not her own, Wen Shu dispelled the illusion, revealing the true appearance of this corporeal vessel. Upon encountering this clearly formidable individual, who instilled a palpable sense of crisis, it became evident to Jieli that he was merely a callow youth. A hint of tension flickered across his face, but he swiftly regained his composure, donning a facade of cordiality as he inquired, "Might I ask, dear lady, what prompts such a considerable detour to meet with me? What prompts this?" Wen Shu furrowed her brow. Prior to acquiring Ryan's memories, her understanding of the task at hand within this illusion was nebulous, driven solely by instinctive conjectures in pursuit of elusive clues. However, upon assimilating Ryan's recollections and drawing upon the tropes from various narratives, she discerned that her escape from this illusion hinged significantly on the enigmatic figure of Jieli. "I simply wish to uncover the truth of this world." Wen Shu contemplated before articulating her thoughts. What is the purpose of the temple's existence? What role does hell play? Are you a blessing or a blight upon this realm? I must ascertain this. If you are indeed a blessing, why then do you oppress the common folk? If you are a blight, I shall endeavor to eradicate you. The notion of saving the world is a noble rallying cry often echoed by protagonists in numerous novels and animations, and without a moment's hesitation, Wen Shu invoked it. Typically, such rhetoric serves as a universal balm to win the hearts of the virtuous, a masterful pretext to obscure ulterior motives. If the temple of this world stands as the antagonist, then, conversely, whether justifiable or not, the hell that seeks to unveil its true nature becomes the righteous rebel force. Although the illusion-breaking technique only has a chance of unraveling the mirage and is not guaranteed to succeed. Wen Shu possesses sufficient spiritual power within her qi to attempt it numerous times. Upon discovering that the NPCs within the illusion possess cultivation levels surpassing her own, a flicker of doubt ignited within her. If even the enhanced adversaries are at least equivalent to mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, what of the supreme leader of the temple? The priest? Surely, he must be akin to a golden core cultivator among the ranks of practitioners. According to Su Mu's description, one would expect the hostile NPCs within the illusion to be on par with her own strength, or only slightly superior. Should the boss be overwhelmingly powerful, all cunning schemes and strategies would be rendered futile in the face of absolute might. Why, O wise elder, would you orchestrate a scenario destined for failure? When Shu silently recited the incantation, her jade-like fingers dancing lightly as she endeavored to break the illusion multiple times, yet each attempt ended in failure. Doubt crept into her mind. Is this vividly realistic world truly just an illusion? Turisai commands the most formidable army and wealth of the entire desert, claiming all land as his own. The citizens residing in the towns are burdened with exorbitant rents and taxes, forcing the homeless populace to wander the desolate wilderness. Meanwhile, the malevolent temple monopolizes the trade routes of the desert, confining the commoners to fixed towns to continuously generate faith power for him. Only merchants granted permission by the temple are allowed to traverse the strictly controlled trade routes to the outside world. The avaricious Turisai has forged an alliance with the temple. The king governs the bodies of the people, while the temple governs their spirits. By what right do they presume to act thus? I was not born into a noble family. At the tender age of 10, a divine envoy from the temple whisked me away from my impoverished parents, proclaiming that henceforth, my life would embark on a magnificent journey towards the true divine sanctum. I fell prey to these deceivers, diligently honing my skills with the sole aspiration of becoming a high-ranking divine attendant to bless the people. Little did I realize that I was merely a fattened lamb, nurtured by the priest, awaiting the day of slaughter. If my fate is thus, what of those who were once exceptionally gifted? The priests and the elder council of the temple have long since lost count of their years. How many lives must they have extinguished to prolong their own existence? In my pursuit of strength, I, too, have resorted to collecting tributes from merchants, much like the temple. Yet, on the day I overthrow the temple and dismantle the tyranny of Tulas, I vow that my new dynasty shall not impose taxes upon its subjects, nor compel anyone to worship me. Every individual shall possess their own land, a place to dwell, free from the pangs of hunger and the chill of despair. My soldiers shall be tasked with safeguarding the kingdom's citizens and caravans, rather than thrusting their cold blades upon their own kin. My dear lady, I have spoken at length. Can you comprehend my plight? I sense within you a formidable power that transcends mere will. If you, too, desire to restore justice to this world, I beseech you, become my follower, Alia. Faced with Alia's fervent gaze, akin to that of a fervent zealot, Wen Shu fell into thoughtful silence for a moment before nodding solemnly in agreement. Yet this is merely a temporary measure. In her heart, she harbored not a shred of belief in what Jelly had just uttered. Chapter 84. Hell on Earth. Power and strength are akin to ferocious beasts. Devoid of unwavering conviction and resilient will, one cannot hope to master them completely and may instead suffer from their backlash. Through Ryan's memories, Wen Shu discerned that the deeds of the Hell organization were no different from those of the temple. Both masqueraded under the guise of faith to further their own interests, voraciously siphoning off the sustenance of the people. The temple at least clung to the notion of public welfare and the promotion of virtue, ensuring that, at least on the surface, they did not act wantonly before the populace. Even when clergy engaged in criminal activities and accepted bribes, they were aware of the necessity to operate discreetly in the shadows. In contrast, Hell was an entirely different entity, composed solely of bandits, vagrants, and criminals. How terrifying it is when these brigands suddenly acquire formidable backing and strength, organizing themselves into a disciplined force for wrongdoing. They act with impunity, having seized power without understanding the means to restrain it, believing that as long as they do not betray Lord Jelly, they can act without restraint. They commit arson and pillage, seizing the lands and villages of the innocent in areas beyond the temple's reach, indulging in murder and mayhem without remorse. They coerce merchant caravans to abandon their beliefs, and should they refuse, they are mercilessly slaughtered. Some among them masquerade as the king's soldiers, exterminating all adult men and elders in the villages, while others transform into saviors, abducting the remaining children and women. They will instill in her the grand dream of a harmonious world under the auspices of the great galley. Those children will consume the divine core and, upon maturing, become galley's right and left arms, devotedly sacrificing themselves without ever realizing who their true adversary is. All of this unfolds openly under the bright sun. How could the righteous Galley be unaware of such matters? His initial wealth was acquired through plunder. Galley has discreetly established a considerable number of taverns and casinos throughout the cities of the Desert Kingdom. The taverns serve as his ears, allowing him to hear all the rumors circulating in the streets, while the casinos act as his wealth-gathering beasts, continuously siphoning riches for him. Despite his humble beginnings and good intentions, over the years he has become entirely accustomed to the pleasures derived from power, strength, and wealth. From his eyes, Wen Shu perceived greed, arrogance, resentment, and an insatiable ambition, yet not a trace of kindness could be found. Nothing good can come from him, Wen Shu disdainfully thought. As the saying goes, when a regime flourishes, the common people suffer. When it falls, the common people suffer. Regardless of who prevails in the future between the temple and hell. The most pitiable are the homeless ordinary people of the Desert Kingdom, the impoverished who can barely fill their stomachs. The true gods they worship deceive and exploit them, while the notorious Desert Eagle, claiming to save them, commits all manner of atrocities. I may trust you for the time being and follow you, but you cannot constrain my freedom, and you must prove to me that you speak the truth, Wen Shu said, gazing into his eyes, emphasizing each word with clarity. Due to Jelly's superior cultivation compared to Wen Shu, she is momentarily unable to discern his true strength. Although Wen Shu possesses ample spiritual energy within her chi-si, she may not stand a chance against someone in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. What if her opponent were at the late stage of foundation establishment, or, even more daunting, at the golden core stage? A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Until Wen Shu clarifies Jelly's genuine capabilities, she dares not act recklessly. Her immediate priority is to stabilize Jelly, earn his trust, and remain by his side, observing the unfolding events with vigilance. This is truly splendid. There is a saying in the East, like a tiger gaining wings. With your assistance, miss, I am confident that this desert kingdom will eventually dispel the gloom and welcome the light. Upon hearing Wen Shu's words, Jelly's face lit up with joy. With her allegiance, the likelihood of him toppling the temple has substantially increased. As for her request for him to prove his worth, that should be simple enough. The citizens residing in Camel City are his devout followers. Regardless of whom she may inquire, the answers will not disappoint Jelly. By the way, I have yet to ask for your name. Jelly extended his hand, intending to shake Wen Shu's hand, but she suppressed her revulsion and softly tapped his palm, as if they had shaken hands. My name is Xia, she stated solemnly. Very well, Miss Xia. I previously heard from my attendant that my treasury has been pilfered. Might this matter be related to you? Jelly's face wore a smile while asking this question, yet it sent a chill down Wen Shu's spine. Believe it or not, when I descended, it was completely empty. Wen Shu maintained an air of calmness, as if recounting an affair entirely unrelated to her. Even if it were I who committed the act alone, how could I possibly plunder all your possessions? Upon hearing this, Jiali furrowed his brow, surprisingly finding merit in Wen Shu's words, pondering whether there might be a traitor among them. Gisama, please come in. I wish to introduce my new friend to everyone. After a moment's consideration, Jiali turned and tapped the silver bell on his desk, issuing a loud command. Lord Jiali, shall I summon all the generals? Gisama gracefully entered, her eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing Wen Shu. Ah, Xia, how did you end up here? She glanced around anxiously, exclaiming, where is Ryan? Where is he? Enough. Do not concern yourself with Ryan any longer. Miss Xia is my esteemed friend, and you must accord her the same respect you show me. Do you understand? Jiali, displeased by Gisama's flustered demeanor, spoke sternly. However, when he turned to Wen Shu, his expression softened, exuding elegance. Miss Xia, may I inquire if you and she were previously acquainted? Wen Shu nodded. Indeed. I have stayed at Aunt Gisama's tavern for a few days. Gisama, standing aside in a state of confusion, was utterly taken aback. Wasn't Xia the distant niece of Hodge? How had she suddenly become Lord Jiali's friend? This world was truly bewildering. Enough of standing idly here. Go and inform all the mid-level deities to have the finest chefs prepare delectable dishes and to bring forth my most cherished wines. Today, I shall host esteemed guests within my grand tent. Observing the trembling figure of Gisangma, Jilly promptly waved her off to attend to her duties. There was no need for such grand displays. I follow you solely because I resonate with your ideals, Wen Shu pretentiously declined. Yet Jelly, with a countenance full of exuberance, patted her shoulder and exclaimed with a hint of delight in his voice, Miss Xia, your willingness to follow me brings me immense joy. I wish to publicly demonstrate my respect and esteem for you. Please, do not refuse my goodwill. Chapter 85. A change of roles. Jelly's trusted confidants gathered within the grand tent, and exquisite wine and cuisine were presented. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Miss Xia, an exceptionally formidable rebel, a defector of the temple. Today, she has expressed her desire to follow me, to follow your king, illuminating the path to our victory. Let us celebrate this occasion. Cheers. Though the crowd appeared bewildered, they nonetheless echoed Jelly's proclamation. Cheers. Long live Lord Jelly. Following this, a towering warrior adorned in battle attire spoke up, expressing his confusion. Great Lord Jelly, my king, while your loyal subordinate Guy Li harbors no doubts regarding your decisions, we beseech you to enlighten us on where Miss Xia's prowess lies. In terms of beauty, the young lady Xia was rather unremarkable and appeared quite youthful. Gary found it utterly perplexing why the esteemed Lord Galley held her in such high regard, unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes of those around her. Wen Shu pondered for a moment before raising her wine glass and addressing Galley. My Lord Galley, might I have the honor of engaging in a friendly exchange with you? Upon hearing her words, the onlookers regarded her as if she were an oddity. It was rumored that Galley possessed the strength of a mid-tier divine servant. Yet only his loyal followers were privy to the truth. Lord Galley's prowess had likely surpassed that of a high-tier divine servant, though it remained uncertain how he compared to the priests of the temple. And now, this young girl, whom Lord Galley treated with utmost reverence, dared to challenge him. Oh, of course, the lovely Miss Xia. I am truly honored, Galley replied with a smile, though he felt a twinge of surprise. He had intended for Wen Shu to spar with one of his subordinates to gauge her abilities, yet here she was, boldly proposing to challenge him directly. Thus, a throng of people swept outside the tent, and Galley unleashed his formidable aura, a powerful pressure that enveloped the gathering, leaving everyone gasping for breath and collapsing to the ground. Naturally, Wen Shu remained unyielding. Then, I eagerly await your guidance. She appeared composed, a jade brush materializing in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, the brush danced gracefully, unleashing a sharp, ethereal blade that sliced through the air. Aimed directly at Jelly, he hastily evaded, but the blade struck the ground, leaving behind a massive crater. The onlookers gasped, instinctively retreating. It was terrifying. Should they be caught in its wake, they could very well be cleaved in two. The spell cast instantaneously. Jelly's previously relaxed demeanor turned grave as he crossed his hands over his chest and began to chant an incantation. However, before he could utter even a single word, a barrage of icy rain descended from the heavens, the ice blades razor-sharp and imbued with a chilling aura. If struck, he would likely not emerge unscathed. Jelly barely managed to evade once more. What sorcery is this? She conjures spells without the need for incantations. Jelly was taken aback. Just a moment. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Wen Shu was relentless, and in the next instant, another ethereal blade shot forth. Jelly quickly dodged, but the blade grazed the edge of his garment with a sharp sound. This only heightened his trepidation as he glanced back at the newly formed gaping fissure in the ground. A shiver ran down his spine. It was dreadful. Every spell could be unleashed in an instant, and the power was unmatched. Master Jelly, please be cautious and do not let your guard down. As Wen Shu concluded her words, she affixed an invisibility talisman to herself and invoked the art of stealth. In an instant, her presence vanished, rendering it impossible to discern her location. The very next moment, a multitude of indistinguishable spirit water blades rained down upon him, accompanied by a torrent of icy rain. The onslaught left Jelly grievously injured. Enduring excruciating pain, he finally managed to recite a lengthy incantation, conjuring a colossal water sphere, yet Wen Shu effortlessly evaded it. Upon realizing that their spells required protracted incantations for release, a thought flickered in Wen Shu's mind, prompting her to unleash an all-encompassing offensive without hesitation. A rough assessment revealed that if Jelly had indeed not concealed his abilities, his level of cultivation was akin to that of a mid-stage foundational cultivator. However, this merely spoke to his training, not his true strength. In comparison to other divine messengers who similarly required incantations to harness energy, Jelly's prowess was undeniably formidable. Yet, to Wen Shu, he appeared woefully inadequate, as if he were merely standing there, inviting her assault. The spirit blades and embroidered needles were unleashed in an unrelenting barrage, complemented by her elusive invisibility technique. The icy needles sparkled with dazzling brilliance, while spiritual energy surged through the air, stirring up fierce whirlwinds. Jelly, unable to withstand the relentless assault, repeatedly cried for her to cease, but Wen Shu showed no intention of relenting. "You wish to kill me?" Jelly exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he grasped Wen Shu's true intent, engulfed by regret for inviting this calamity upon himself. He hastily summoned reinforcements, yet it was too late. A spirit blade pierced his eye with deadly precision, unleashing a shrill cry of anguish from Jelly. At this moment, all spectators were awestruck by the tumultuous battle, their senses overwhelmed by the colossal fluctuations of spiritual energy that rendered them dizzy. Just as they regained their vision, they beheld with incredulity as Wen Shu summoned a gigantic eastern dragon. The dragon, radiating divine light, swiftly pierced through Jelly's chest in the blink of an eye. Jelly gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You." Before he could utter another word, the dragon returned in an instant, once more penetrating through his back. With a splatter, Jelly expelled a copious amount of blood and collapsed to one knee, utterly bereft of life, revealing the truth behind his hollow facade of power. Wen Shu cast a detached glance at Jelly's lifeless form. Had they been required to chant those lengthy incantations during their confrontation, even the yet unmet priest would not have posed an insurmountable challenge for her. Lord Jelly, a loyal servant, rushed over, attempting to support his master, only to realize that his lord had already succumbed to death. Trembling, he gazed at Wen Shu, his expression rife with terror. "Why, you demon? You have killed Lord Jelly." Wen Shu's demeanor remained impassive, yet her words were laced with a chilling cruelty. "Jelly is dead. For those of you who wish to follow me, I shall overlook the past. But if you refuse..." She paused, and with a swift motion, a sharp spiritual blade cleaved through the front of the crowd, leaving a gaping chasm 3 feet deep. "Those who defy me shall face no mercy." The label of demon echoed ominously in the air. "Even if it costs me my life, I shall never yield to you." A defiant mid-level guardian, with a headstrong spirit, charged forward, but before he could reach Wen Shu, his head was severed from his body. The assailant was not Wen Shu, but rather a companion who had been standing beside him. This companion, a towering warrior, knelt down, placing his massive sword beside him, and reverently addressed Wen Shu. "My Lady Xia, Vice Commander Bai respects the strong. The Vice Commander Bai is willing to follow you." "My Lady Xia." With Vice Commander Bai's declaration, the crowd immediately fell to their knees, trembling as they proclaimed, We are willing to follow you." "My Lady Xia. Long live my Lady Xia." Chapter 86, Goddess Xia in less than a week. Wen Shu had transformed from the humble maid Xia into the esteemed My Lady Xia. Among the throng, Gesengma felt the most profound shock. She could hardly fathom how a gentle and resourceful little girl, who was homeless, had managed to wield divine power to defeat the formidable Lord Jelly, a being previously unmatched. Just days ago, this seemingly innocuous yet potent girl had been working in her tavern, where Gesengma had even shortchanged her, depriving her of a proper meal. Now, a wave of fear enveloped Gesengma's heart. If Wen Shu bore a grudge, a mere flick of her finger could spell her demise. Unbeknownst to Gesengma, Wen Shu remained indifferent to her trepidation. Her sole desire was to seize this opportunity to consolidate Jelly's forces to overthrow the temple, and to dismantle the reign of King Tursai, ultimately restoring true peace and tranquility to the desert kingdom. Perhaps this is the mission of this illusion. Regardless, Wen Shu must proceed with it. After Jelly's demise, the power within the divine servants dissipated completely along with Jelly's will. They reverted to mere mortals, stripped of any extraordinary strength, which understandably heightened the anxiety of those divine servants who had relied on their will to act with impunity. Wen Shu, with an impassive expression, observed their fearful demeanor and spoke with a stern tone. "The malevolent power bestowed upon you by Jelly has been eradicated. Now, you must hand over Jelly's accounts and confess your past misdeeds. Those who have not taken a life, step to the left. Those stained with blood, even if they have taken but a single life, step to the right." Her gaze was frigid and merciless, delivering a chilling warning. "Do not dare to deceive me. I am Xia, the goddess of peace under the dominion of Zeus, and my earthly mission is to expel the demon Jelly and vanquish the false god Morochuo." Upon hearing Wen Shu's declaration, the crowd stirred restlessly, uncertain whether to believe her or not. A subtle smirk played upon Wen Shu's lips. Only a deity can overthrow a deity. She resolved to assume the role of a divine oracle, for her identity as a goddess undoubtedly wielded more influence than that of an ordinary woman. With a graceful motion of her brush, a cascade of golden water descended, isolating her from the gazes of all present. Behind the waterfall, she swiftly sketched, channeling her spiritual energy to elongate her stature. In a brief moment, she transformed into a beautiful woman with golden hair, clad in a flowing white gown, radiating an aura of purity and brilliance. Her visage was a refined rendition of the portrait of the esteemed ancestor, Wen Shu, depicted as an enchanting beauty from the western regions. Although sharing a name with her ancestor, the likeness in the portrait did not mirror the appearance she bore in the ethereal realm, reminiscent of her past life. The real Wen Shu, resembling a celestial being, was the most exquisite woman within the confines of her memories. Adopting her ancestor's countenance to embody the divine, she believed that the spirit of her ancestor would not hold her in disdain. Once Wen Shu completed her transformation and dispelled the cascade of light, the onlookers, witnessing her true form, instantly accepted her divine identity. They stood obediently in two neat rows, presenting no semblance of deceit. Wen Shu summoned the man at the forefront of the right line, inquiring, "How many innocents have you slain? How many villages have you plundered? How much wealth have you stolen?" "One. No, two," the man stammered. With little interest in further interrogation, Wen Shu invoked the soul search technique. Delving into his memories, the spectators beheld as the man suddenly appeared entranced, subsequently losing his wits. "I have extracted his memories," she declared. "Most of you have spoken the truth, however." Wen Shu cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, and with a flick of her brush, 7 or 8 individuals found their heads severed by an ethereal blade. Those who fell were indeed the liars, having aligned themselves with the left side, representing those who had not committed murder. The beautiful goddess, resolute in her decisions, possessed the extraordinary ability to directly access the memories of others. Those present felt an overwhelming sense of dread, and they swiftly transformed into obedient souls, their rebellious spirits extinguished. "Very well. I hope that those who remain are all honest and virtuous individuals." Wen Shu chuckled softly, her captivating beauty sending shivers down the spines of all, as they perceived it as the smile of a demon, cold sweat trickling down their backs. "Now, one by one, I implore you to confess your misdeeds." The transgressions of these individuals were countless and grievous. There were fewer than 50 of them, and by the time they had all recounted their offenses, an entire day and night had passed. Exhaustion enveloped them, yet none dared to voice their dissent. When the final man completed his confession, Wen Shu, suppressing her fury, spoke coldly. "Now, you who have stained your hands with the blood of innocents, must relinquish all your savings and return them to their rightful owners. Furthermore, for each life you have taken, you shall assist a number of destitute souls in the desert, helping them to rebuild their homes and labor for at least a decade in servitude. Of course, it would be wise not to resort to deceit. My divine consciousness shall monitor your every move. Should anyone attempt to flee or err once more, they shall find themselves condemned to the depths of hell, eternally following your ruthless master. To slay them would merely add another corpse to the desert sands. It would be far better to allow them to atone, aiding countless unfortunate souls and the victims of their past transgressions." Upon hearing Wen Shu's words, the once apprehensive divine servants, who believed their hands stained with blood would lead to their execution by the goddess of peace, instantly felt a wave of relief wash over them, nodding vigorously in agreement. To engage in virtuous deeds was certainly preferable to losing their lives. "Goddess Xia, we shall strive earnestly to atone for our sins and will never harm another soul again." Wen Shu nodded, her gaze falling upon the few women who had never taken a life. "You few, begin to account for Jelly's assets at once, and disclose to me their concealed locations. Should you dare to withhold any information, you shall meet a dire fate." The maidens cast a glance at the nearby corpses, immediately trembling as they acquiesced. Ultimately, Wen Shu commanded the dispersal of the majority of the innocent citizens of Luoqing, who had been captured to toil for Jelly and his minions. With Jelly's demise, they would naturally find their liberation. The divine servants, quick-witted, promptly gathered resources and, with trepidation, led the unfortunate laborers to a certain area within the desert, prepared to commence their reclamation efforts. The maidens, fearful of incurring the wrath of this beautiful yet fierce goddess, hastened their pace, aware that any delay could result in dire consequences. In no time, they had unearthed all of Jelly's hidden assets. As Wen Shu's consciousness swept through the findings, she marveled at the vastness of Jelly's wealth. Nearly every city within the desert realm bore his holdings, with gold, silver, and jewels in abundance. However, with Jelly's death, the minions scattered across the cities had instantaneously lost their means of survival, likely plunging into chaos at this very moment. Gisama, Wen Shu called out, "My goddess!" Amidst the maidens, Gesangma stepped forward, her demeanor trembling. Wen Shu, with an air of indifference, commanded, "However, esteemed goddess, there are at least thousands of them. If they come, what will become of the industries that generate income?" Moreover, Wen Shu, her expression cold, interrupted, "I need only to state my demands. How you choose to execute them is for you to ponder." Chapter 87. The astute Gesangma was a shrewd individual. A month later, Wen Shu's wishes materialized as she beheld over 3,000 of Jelly's most devoted followers. Naturally, Gesangma refrained from publicly announcing that their gathering was due to Jelly's demise and the need for them to recognize a new master. Such a declaration would have deterred them entirely. Instead, she subtly disseminated rumors, suggesting that Lord Jelly intended to select a loyal subordinate as his successor within a month. This individual must be exemplary, devout, and exceptionally capable, arriving punctually in Camel City to report for duty. The criteria for this selection were boundless. Theoretically, anyone, be they a noble divine envoy or a humble servant, could aspire to become the successor. Those who excelled in Lord Jelly's evaluation would immediately inherit half of his fortune, with the prospect of eventually claiming his powers, rights, and wealth in full. Upon hearing this rumor, many were elated, while a number of cunning merchants, ever cautious, expressed their skepticism regarding the news. What a jest! Although Lord Jelly had no offspring, he was indeed the self-proclaimed divine desert eagle. He could not possibly need an heir. However, doubts aside, they discreetly sent someone to seek out Gesangma to inquire and verify the authenticity of the event. After all, should this matter prove true and they, in their overconfidence, missed the opportunity, they would undoubtedly spend the latter half of their lives in regret. If it were false, they ought to seize the one spreading such baseless rumors and feed them to the wolves. When they found Gesangma, she appeared hesitant, unwilling to speak with certainty. However, after they presented her with ample treasures, she provided them with a definitive answer. Indeed, this matter was true. At this revelation, the underground followers of Jelly erupted with fervor. None wished to miss the chance to become Jelly's successor. Being an heir signified the acquisition of rights, prestige, and wealth associated with Jelly, three elements that could incite envy in anyone, compelling them to take risks. Since Jelly had proclaimed himself the Desert Eagle and established his divine status, even temples and kings found themselves powerless against him, a testament to the immense wealth and influence he wielded. Everyone knew Gesangma to be Jelly's most loyal maidservant. Her life had been spared by him, and without his intervention, she would have long perished under the abuse of her alcoholic husband. Thus, Gesangma remained fiercely loyal to Jelly, who held her in high regard. Her words carried considerable weight. Yet, despite her trustworthiness, she remained a woman, and in the desert, women could not wield supreme power. Now, since even Gesangma, who was deeply trusted by Jelly but could never claim the right of succession, acknowledged the existence of this matter, the rumor transformed from mere gossip into an announcement beckoning all to pursue a path to prosperity. As for the sudden disappearance of everyone's strength, Gesangma provided a reasonable explanation. If someone were to claim that Jelly had perished, not only would no one believe it, but they would also be met with scorn, lest they face the wrath of Jelly's fervent admirers on some dark, foreboding night. How outrageous it would be to curse Lord Jelly. These individuals form a community bound by shared honor and disgrace with Lord Jelly. Should he encounter misfortune, they too would not escape a dire fate. Thus, to curse Jelly is akin to cursing oneself. Almost everyone was stirred by this sentiment. The leaders among the divine messengers were the first to act. They instructed their subordinates to safeguard their assets before hastily making their way to Camel City. Not long after their departure, their subordinates quietly tasked their servants with watching the gates and swiftly followed suit. No one was willing to acknowledge their perpetual inferiority. They believed their loyalty to Lord Jelly was no less than that of their leaders. Since the heir would be chosen from among all, why should they relinquish this opportunity? Perhaps Lord Jelly would favor them as the chosen successor. This sentiment was not confined to the subordinates. Their servants harbored similar thoughts. Thus, unbeknownst to them, as the month progressed, many taverns and casinos across various cities hung up signs declaring a temporary closure, while some once familiar faces gradually faded from sight. Constantly vigilant towards the movements of the cunning jealous, Wang Ting was the first to sense something amiss. Despite their bolstered ranks of soldiers guarding the city and intensified scrutiny, they were unable to prevent these individuals from slipping away, aided by their official colleagues, unnoticed. By the time the temple received Wang Ting's report, The culprits had vanished without a trace. It must be said that Jealous is a genius skilled in the machinations of power and the art of persuasion. Not only do bandits, swordsmen, and vagrants willingly follow him, but also some renowned merchants and even politicians are drawn to his side. In the presence of ample rewards and overwhelming strength, no one remains unmoved. A month later, Wen Shu stood upon a high platform, surveying a throng of at least 3,000 people below, though they had been embroiled in heated disputes. The moment the enchanting and ethereal beauty of Wen Shu graced their sight, silence enveloped the crowd. Who is she? Where is Lord Jealous? They pondered in confusion. Without waiting for any of them to voice their queries, Wen Shu unleashed her formidable aura, the intangible yet immense pressure of a foundational cultivator cascading downwards. The crowd felt a tremor in their hearts, their legs weakened, and with a resounding thud, they fell to their knees. Subsequently, they struggled to breathe, drenched in sweat. Utterly immobilized. Expressions of terror adorned their faces. Such an overwhelming presence had only been felt in the presence of Lord Jealous. The realization dawned upon them that this woman's strength might rival that of Lord Jealous. As this thought took root, a myriad of possibilities surged through their minds. Why was Lord Jealous not present? Why do the female attendants and generals show such reverence towards this woman? Where have the laborers of Tua City vanished? As these thoughts consumed them, a chill ran down their spines, and a terrifying possibility emerged in their minds, one they had never dared to contemplate before. Jelly is dead, slain by my own hand. The onlookers were rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear, and none dared to stir or voice dissent. In that moment, remaining silent seemed the wisest choice. To speak out would likely provoke the wrath of this fearsome and beautiful woman, serving as a grim warning to others. Wen Shu cast a glance at Gisengma, who immediately understood the cue and stood tall at the edge of the platform, addressing the crowd with a commanding voice. This is the peace goddess, Lady Xia. Her purpose in descending to the mortal realm is to rescue the people, to vanquish the demons and false deities. The demon Jilly has perished. Next, the goddess shall bring rigorous punishment upon the temple, executing the priests and ensuring that the false god Morochuo is utterly eradicated from this desert nation. You, who are consumed by greed, lust, and wickedness, ought to be cast into hell to continue following Jelly. Yet the goddess, in her boundless mercy, is willing to grant you a chance for redemption. Those who wish to follow the goddess in overthrowing the false god Morochuo, kneel. Those who refuse, stand up. Believe me, you will face horrors more terrifying than death. Gisengma was a cunning woman. If handled correctly, she could be a formidable ally. Indeed, after she had spoken for a while, the crowd trembled in fear, yet not a single soul dared to voice opposition to Goddess Xia. There were no fools among those present. The Goddess Xia could effortlessly slay Lord Gali, rendering the task of eliminating these powerless minions as simple as slicing through vegetables. In the face of absolute power, one must either bow submissively or face dire consequences. An ancient Eastern proverb states, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Surviving this immediate challenge is essential before contemplating further plans. Chapter 88. Do you acknowledge your crimes? With no dissenting voices at this moment, everyone was compelled to obey Wen Shu's directives. After a brief assessment, and drawing upon the memories she had acquired from Ryan and the previous divine emissary, she instructed Gisengma to command everyone present to confess their transgressions. Some spoke swiftly, while others hesitated, gripped by fear. Wen Shu remained unperturbed, unfazed by the passage of time. 3 days elapsed, and the attendees, famished and dizzy, found even Gisengma parched and hoarse. With an impassive gesture, Wen Shu summoned a loaf of bread and a bottle of water before each individual. Continue, she commanded coldly. Heavens! Such miraculous provisions materializing from thin air. Those who received the food devoured it ravenously, their astonishment palpable. Wen Shu's ability to conjure sustenance extinguished the scheming thoughts of many. For neither the priest nor Lord Gali could achieve such a feat. The power to create food from nothing was a capability reserved for legendary deities. Could it be that this woman is indeed the goddess of peace? Wen Shu silently recorded the expressions of those present. Yet inwardly she scoffed. To transform a ferocious wolf into a loyal dog, one must first eliminate the alpha, administer a stern lesson, and repeatedly shatter their ingrained perceptions, instilling within them both fear and respect, compelling them to wholeheartedly dedicate themselves. Days passed, and all present finally confessed their transgressions, embarking on a profound journey of self-reflection. Wen Shu selected a dozen of the most heinous ringleaders to employ her soul-searching technique, verifying the credibility of both her own insights and those of her subordinates. With a formidable mental prowess akin to a golden core practitioner, delving into the memories of these ordinary individuals was effortless. Thus, the onlookers gained a deeper understanding of the deity's formidable strength, repeatedly contemplating whether their previous statements contained any discrepancies. Ultimately, with the heads of over 100 thieves who had concealed their sins rolling to the ground, Wen Shu, with a placid countenance and a frigid tone, addressed the assembly. Although Wen Shu did not actually send these individual souls into oblivion, her intimidating words were enough to instill unwavering belief in all present. No one dared to lie any longer. At this juncture, Wen Shu comprehended the full extent of everyone's crimes. For those whose sins, while grievous, did not warrant death, she demanded that they, in accordance with her directives, vow an eternal allegiance to her, swearing never to betray her in the realm of heaven. As these individuals made their solemn oaths to the heavens, Wen Shu silently recited incantations to guide them in connecting with the spiritual energy of the universe. Under the witness of the celestial laws, ethereal whispers descended upon their ears, binding them henceforth to obey Wen Shu from the depths of their hearts, or else face the wrath of the heavens. As for those whose hands were stained with blood and whose sins were so heinous that Wen Shu could barely maintain her composure, she executed them without hesitation. Amidst the terror and unease of the crowd, Wen Shu summoned a relentless storm of icy rain, sharp blades of ice cascading down, leaving only 2,000 survivors. Over 1,000, burdened with grave sins, perished. Their bodies were incinerated by fiery talismans, leaving no trace of bloodshed. Yet the chilling atmosphere left the remaining survivors trembling with fear. Wen Shu was not devoid of emotion after executing so many, but her fury momentarily overshadowed her fear. Each of those she had slain bore the weight of numerous lives, their crimes so severe that they would be censored by the most stringent of moral codes. With an impassive expression yet icy gaze, Wen Shu returned to her high platform, where all present pressed their foreheads to the ground in deep contrition, pleading for mercy from the goddess, hoping their remorse would earn them leniency. Wen Shu surveyed them coolly. The survivors were not without sin, but their transgressions were lesser, often committed under duress or orders. Wen Shu decided to grant them a chance for redemption. Inevitably, one must depart from this place. If the remaining individuals are to be eliminated, there will be no one left to aid in the reconstruction of the kingdom after she has purged the land. Wen Shu intends to entrust these individuals with the monumental task of cultivating a livable expanse in the desert, assisting the homeless populace in rebuilding their homes. She aspires to utilize her resources alongside theirs to establish a multitude of schools, orphanages, and hospitals. Additionally, she plans to open various affordable shops, restaurants, and textile factories to provide fairly compensated employment for those who struggle to find sustenance. Among the 2,000, Wen Shu meticulously selected 100 individuals who had never taken a life. Most were merely attendants to certain deities, engaged in menial tasks at gambling dens or taverns. Although they had served the interests of the powerful, they had not directly harmed others. After they swore to keep their